A very warm welcome to you for day 3 of the Manila Major. That's right, we're back for more action. After 2 fantastic days of Dota 2, we've seen some incredible scenes, some incredible fights, and some very shocking results over the last 2 days. Day 3 should be more of the same, I'm sure. We've got 2 lower bracket games and 2 upper bracket games. Our panel almost ready to bring you their thoughts on what promises to be an exciting day 3. But before we get to them, let's take a look back on a monumental day 2.
Previously on the Manila Major.
The Dire Observer is seeing perfect position. That's only the sentry. They didn't see him on the Batrider. Now they will. But where is your opening? Where's your target? And that's what it's going to be. Tricks of the trade will allow Misery to escape. But now Lasso, he got moved. Can they kill him off in time though? Weehar is there with the EMP burn. NEWBEE going to do this with only half tank of gas. They need more damage. Now the Death Ward's kicking in. Moo's actually going to survive through this one. He's trying to get rid of the bug. Not going to happen. How's able to find a couple of kills. But now, maybe DC, they're on the run. KP, no, Moo's going to go down. DC are back in control. KP will go down too. The Shiva's guard's out.
Yeah,
now this one, now a break, and there is a 3-man corner, catching him out. Let's see Weehar inside the pit. The Ravage remaining from Sean, hitting the ball. This is DC, 1 foot in the grave. They're about to be buried by NEWBEE. But it's DC and the team wide. NEWBEE will advance 2-1 against DC.
They really want to contest this and take it down as quickly as possible. They get the refresher for Ohio. It's coming out. Double Roar is ready. Can they find a kill off of this? Maybe he's walking up with the Silver Edge. Ohio's going to get caught first. Ravage catches on it too. Black Hole counter initiation. Static Storm on top. Aggressive is low. They get up to Static Storm. Shelly pops the refresher's not enough. Maybe he's getting chewed through by mid 1. They get up the Roar. They'll lose 2. They'll lose 3. What an initiation from DJ. And they'll find another one.
Bottom lane is going to become a problem, so let's perhaps go sometime soon.
They're going to send the Blink Ravage in. They'll get the Aegis instantly, the Static Storm. They get the refresher off now. DJ got hit up with it as well. They're looking for Ohio. He has double roar still. Another Ravage. Only catches 1 though. They really want this kill. The Beast Master Ghost Scepter comes out. He gets the roar off as well. They have Blink Black Hole. He's looking for it. Can't find it. He misses it on Maybe. He actually misses it. Maybe still though in trouble. About to fall. And Chad Remnant comes out from Sep. Still though in trouble. Maybe comes out. The Grave comes through. Aggressive and Shaoe going to work. Maybe very low. Now the Black Hole. He refreshes it. DJ will find 3. Aggressive's about to fall. And there it is.
They've done it.
It's GG.
DJ Enigma. What a hero. FNATIC.
Without exit. He's hiding. Jumping on the mic, the Ravage comes through. Limp will get the BKB off. Swinnles buys back straight away. Limp trying to go to over the Siphon. The Doom's been laid down onto Fada. The Cole, they're holding for the time being. Roar out onto Matuma Man. He'll actually get forced away from the side here. Fada's trying to run in to back him up, but still the Doom's down on him, taking him down low. Liquid, being a bit careful, trying to back up Matuma Man. He's been left alone. He's trying to fight him against Jesse. He's not doing it. Matuma Man stealing the lives of Complexity. Stealing. Liquid may have just done it here in game on. Liberty Freak still alive. The only last 2 remaining members here for Complexity, but Matuma Man gets himself an Ultra. He's not going to be given the pleasure of a rampage though, not this game. Oh, in fact, okay, that's the end. Oh, yes, he's done it! What a nice man.
He moves away and they're gonna get in position here. Zon coming out, the Roshan at critical HP. Loda walks in, the Radiant get the last hit. He's trying to grab that Aegis, he snatches it too. Oh, it couldn't be worse for Navi. Dazzle is falling, then the stun from Dendi. Loda's gonna drop. That's about to be 3, possibly 4. Loda forced to scramble home. There's no counter push. Navi, they pulled off the miracle here. 3 out of the game. How did it come to this for Alliance? They had this in the bag, but they couldn't close Na'Vi out. We're going to a game 3. There's nothing left here for the Swedes. And Denny, though, is in a bit far. Dual Scepter out to the Queen of Pain. Snake goes to ride. Reinforcements coming in. Hard and fast for Na'Vi. Charging towards S4. They kill off the egg. They kill off S4. They move on to Luna. They're mowing them down. Alliance drop 4. It's a wipe. Na'Vi just completely wrecking them. This is a whimper. This is ugly. Even a Sunstrike massacring Alliance, running them down. This is not family friendly at all. And there it is. GG.
Six teams already eliminated. We're down to just 10. We'll eliminate 2 more today as we open things up with the 2 lower bracket matches before finding out which 2 teams make the upper bracket final later on today. Our panel are ready and willing and able to tell you all about day 3. Charlie is with us, Purge, and alongside them is Black. How you doing all this morning?
Pretty good.
Everyone good?
Yeah.
Long day yesterday, but fun day, Charlie.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I'm really excited to see what day 3 has in store for us. I think every single day we've seen something crazy, something amazing.
Yep.
And this event, honestly, has been pretty magical.
Yeah, it has, hasn't it? We saw some incredible plays yesterday. Maybe Alliance obviously going out, Black, but Loader playing his heart out in that game where he stole the Ages and denied in the same game, and still they couldn't win the match.
I actually thought they had that game in the bag, but they just couldn't close it out, and then Na'Vi came back and it just destroyed them completely in game 3. It was really amazing, or it was really late as well, and you know, I might have woken up some people in the hotel.
Really? What, when you went back? I don't want to know what you've been doing overnight. Like,
Were you the one with the jackhammer every morning? Just really excited, need to jackhammer something.
He's put it along with him. Put it all the way back. Purge, how you doing?
Really good. Every day.
Sharp, sir, this morning. Looking very sharp.
Thank you.
On point.
Every day has like amazing games. There's always at least 1, maybe 2 upsets that have been incredible, and it might be the same today. Every team that's left over could definitely win the tournament, and that might happen. We might see the crazy like loser bracket run like OG did at Frankfurt. Like we could see Na'Vi doing that. I mean, considering I keep betting against them and keep losing, that's 3 of my losses come from Na'Vi now.
It's been your kryptonite, hasn't it, in the predictions?
Yeah, it really has actually. It's time to flop.
Yeah, okay, let's take a look at the bracket and update you as to where we are right now in this $3 million third ever major. It's the last major of the season before we move on to the international. All these teams are fighting for the title, of course, and the $3 million, or their share of the $3 million, $1 million plus for the winners, but they're also trying to impress Valve to try and get those all-important TI invites. So just as important in the lower bracket to perform well, as you can see. Team Liquid and Na'Vi are already through to lower bracket round 3. We'll start the day with DC and VICI. Then we'll move on to LGD versus Empire, and then we'll return to the upper bracket to find our 2 upper bracket finalists, of course, MVP, OG, NEWBEE, and FNATIC. 2 of those teams trying to become the first ever team to win 2 Valve events. It still hasn't happened, incredibly, after 5 internationals and 2 majors. Charlie, there's a chance here, isn't there, with NEWBEE and OG in that upper bracket?
Absolutely. I think both those teams have a lot of potential here, but there's a reason why you haven't seen 2. There's a reason why there has been no back-to-back or repeat TI winners. It's because winning puts a target on your back. Winning makes you the focus of everybody else, and everybody gets hungry.
Yeah, Secret, of course, the previous defending major champions, already out in the lower bracket, and Evil Genius is the international champions from last year, also out in the lower bracket. Just shows what a great field of Dota 2 teams we have right now. Black, what do you put that down to? Why is it so competitive right now?
I think it's just the whole skill level of Dota in general. Every year, the gap closes further and further. What is really important right now is team chemistry, how the team works with each other, and just how much you trust each other. We've seen it with Secret and EG. They have all the potential in the world, but they just couldn't make it click in the end.
Purge, we're going to talk about predictions, and we'll show everyone at home how it's going in terms of talent versus, or analysts, I should say, versus the community, because the community is doing quite well right now.
It's actually, I mean, look at top 5 for English. The only one that's not there is Wings. I would say that is actually, in some ways, we're doing better. Our bottom 6 or whatever are a little worse, but not significantly. If you just swapped where DC was, I would say English is definitely ahead.
Okay, all right. I think the community is doing rather well right now. They've got DC in, and then the rest of them are pretty much the same. I guess the MVP at 5 means that it looks slightly better for Talent because they've got 4 of the top 5 in there, but it's still going well. And a few surprises, still in with a shout. Empire 15th on both rankings, and yet they're still in the tournament.
Well, their side of the bracket hasn't been played that far yet, so I think that's even a little unfair to say. It's equivalent to them getting knocked out the same round as Alliance and Complexity. So we're going to get to the second half of the lower bracket today, and that will progress that, and we'll figure out whether or not they deserve that. They've clearly already gotten through that first round, so bottom 2 was not deserved, but can they go deeper? I'm not sure. Against LGD, it's going to be tough.
Okay, as long as his kryptonite is Na'Vi, Charlie, they were ranked very low in both sets of rankings. Both the analysts didn't think much of them, and nor did the community, and yet here they are, romping on.
You know, a lot of people did have Empire as their dark horse of this tournament. They do have that potential to go very far, but Purge is right. They have a really tough matchup against LGD, who they themselves have been looking very good. Another dark horse considered by many at this tournament. And it's going to be a really close series. In the past, Empire has had a history of maybe choking a bit at lands, not pulling out the win when they really need it, but this is a bit of a new squad, so we'll see if they can pull it out here.
Yeah, LGD versus Empire, of course, our second game of the day. I also want to talk about OG and NEWBEE, because they're still looking strong, still going through the upper bracket, and previous winners, of course. NEWBEE a TI4 winner, and OG the winners of the Frankfurt Major. They are potentially, along with Na'Vi, and I want to put VG in there, but it's a very different looking VICI Gaming, Reborn, but they are previous winners of it. So we've got 4 in there at the moment that could win a second title. Do you think it's possible one of those picks it up?
I really like the chances of NEWBEE and OG, because as Charlie said, if you actually won the last major as Liquid did, I mean, not Liquid did, but they came in as the favorite for this tournament, and that puts a target on your back, as you said. And OG, they have been doing, like, they were okay, but they were never really like, yeah, we're going to win this major easily. Same as NEWBEE. They showed some weaknesses right before the major. Nobody expected him to be like that dominant, and it just shows that those two, they don't have a target on their back. That means they can just go really far, because other teams, they did not like research as much as they should have, because nobody expected them to be as strong as they really are.
Okay. Do you agree with that, Perch? Because NEWBEE were pretty good at Epicenter. They were on that 29-game win streak before they got taken down finally in that one, and then beaten by Liquid in the final. But they've shown us some form, haven't they?
I'm pretty sure the people in their group studied them a lot. Not sure about the other teams. They just said, oh, it's NEWBEE, let's hope we don't run into them, is maybe something a bit more planned. But there's also a lot of teams that are maybe not the most expected that have already been put in loser bracket. Like Liquid being down there is a huge sigh of relief for all the winner bracket teams. MVP Phoenix beating them 2-0 and showing such a different playstyle has got to be even scarier in some ways, because you can't really plan against that. You just have to be better. So I personally feel like Phoenix is a little scarier than NEWBEE is right now for a playstyle matchup. NEWBEE, at least you can plan their heroes, plan their strategies, and play around that.
All right. Going to get more from all 3 of you in just a moment, but first up, we'll take a look at the schedule, because we have a busy day ahead of us. There are 4 matches. We'll start this morning with Digital Chaos versus VICI Gaming Reborn. LGD versus Team Empire will follow. They're all best of 3s today, of course. And then we'll go to the upper bracket, where we'll see the incredible MVP Phoenix going up against OG. It's going to be a fine battle. We'll finish the day with a NEWBEE versus FNATIC best of 3. Time now to introduce you to our first 2 teams of the day. So hold on to your seats. Game 1 is not far away.
With 2 Shanghai Major winners in their ranks, this North American team's facelift could spell the start of a very bright future. Under Misery's guidance, they have gone from strength to strength, taking the North American scene by storm. A combination of raw talent and pure drive. They will not let the past define them.
Welcome on stage, Digital Chaos!
a glimpse into the future. This dynamic lineup unites the old guard of FY and DDC with a trio of breakthrough Chinese talents. Boasting some of the would-be stars of tomorrow, they play a cunning game of strategy and reap the rewards of greedy drafts. This is a team with a bright future.
Welcome on stage, VICI Gaming REBORN!
Right then, we're ready. Game one is just around the corner. We'll get our thoughts from our panelists. We'll start with Digital Chaos. Charlie, an American organisation by default, but with only one American in there and a range of players from Europe and the CIS region. Is this the perfect blend of players?
Perfect blend of players. I don't think that even exists, but I do think these guys have a lot of talent, with great potential here. And they showed flashes of brilliance and like a sign of what they can achieve in their series against NEWBEE. Took a game off them. Yes, NEWBEE is one of the favorites of this tournament. So I was really impressed by Digital Chaos here.
Okay. Black, you had an opportunity to throw me under the bus and you didn't take it. My addled brain was thinking about IG when actually we were talking about VG, which is why I said 4 teams. It's actually 3 because...
Yeah. Hey, he's a nice guy. Don't turn him into...
He's a nice guy,
Don't
right?
turn him into me.
I would never call you out on anything. I would never call you out on anything.
You should have done. Charlie would have done. He was itching. He was like, I want to get in there.
I saw him. He was like shaking.
That's why.
I was scared. So I was like,
DC played really well so far. Have they surprised you in the way that they've played?
They definitely have, but for me, they've also shown a significant weakness, which was if we doesn't get his comfort hero and they actually pressure him a lot, then DC as a whole plays a lot weaker. And obviously everybody saw it because they played versus NEWBEE yesterday. So I hope they thought about something to cover up that weakness.
Yeah, I really agree. I feel like they need to prioritize one of Wii's good heroes in the first round and let it be done in a way that it doesn't corner their draft or put them into a corner. With that said, though, I just don't have the most faith in DC today. I mean, they're not even playing with their best 2 players, Sunsfan and Slacks. So can they still win? I'm not sure. Like, why would you bench those 2? It doesn't make any sense, you know?
That's a weak meme, bro. Weak meme.
I was waiting for the Charlie burn. I think Charlie must be in a good mood or something this morning because you could have easily got burnt far harder than that. I'm going to leave these 3 memers to themselves, and instead we're going to check in with one of the players of the year, in my opinion. And many people underrate this player as well. This is Resolution.
I'm here with Digital Chaos's Resolution. How you doing?
Hey man, good.
Hey man, good.
Thank you.
I just can't see. You're such a beast in game. You're so crazy, and then I look at you, and you're such a nice lad. Big smiles, lots of please and thank yous. What's the difference? You're a psycho killer in that game.
Well, man, sometimes you're just not dying at all in game, so that's pretty much it.
That's pretty much it. Now, recently you moved over from the CIS region to the US. How you liking the US, man? What's your impressions?
Impressions?
Yeah.
I guess it's more about food.
Yeah, tell me about it.
Well, my breakfast starting with burger. My lunch is a burger, and you know what I'm getting for dinner? Burger.
What? They gotta feed you better than that. What the heck? Is that your choice or?
No. I'm always asking for salads, for some healthy food, but sometimes you just got some spent and you can do.
Sunsfan's food regimen is horrific, but all right, it must be giving you energy. I mean, DC has been doing amazing things in this major, just going ham so far. What do you attribute that success to?
I mean, we did a lot of hard work together, like as a team. We watched pretty much a lot of replays together and just you know, talking about after games. We go outside, we talk about like our mistakes and stuff, and that's how we improve.
Yeah. Now, a lot of people considered you guys kind of underdogs coming into this. They didn't see a lot coming out from you. Do you consider yourself an underdog? I don't.
Well, it's kind of better when no one like believes in you and you like don't feel pressure to do well in tournaments. So that's better for me, especially.
Yeah, I mean, let's talk about team diversity for one. You guys have 2 dudes from Secret, Europeans. You're from CIS. We got Moo from America. I mean, is that something that you guys play up really well? And then how do you deal with Chinese teams? So there's the only region you don't have.
Yes, it gives you a lot of opportunities in game, like compare each minds from each regions, you know, like thoughts on game, like from different, I don't know, positions, and you can combine this all thoughts and combine together to make a great team.
Yeah.
So that's all.
Sounds solid to me. Ever since you joined DC, you've been in Dota for a long time. You've been rocking, doing your thing. What's motivated you since you've joined DC? I mean, what are you trying to achieve since you've been in there?
Well, it's kind of, I opened some new world for me, from like new view on game from other players, from like this Midori, Wiha, from all my team, and that's gives you to opportunity to work harder and learn much more from it. Yeah.
Well, sounds good. All right, you guys play a lot of NA teams. You're kind of in that region. Here you are at the major, facing off against a bunch of teams you never played before. In your opinion, who brings out DC's A game?
A game?
Yeah, like your best game. You're like best you can do.
Well, it's mostly about Midori, I guess. He's a good captain and he provides a lot of calls in game, and that's why we do so well in this tournament.
I see. All right, cool. Last question for you. Maybe the most important one. It's about Sunsfan. What kind of impact does he have on the team? Does he hurt you? Does he whip you? I mean,
sometimes yes, but not about this. This guy is just he wants us to win. He'll do everything pretty much what we need to win. So he's not like kind of guy whatever. Like I have a team. Okay, you play. I'm doing my own things. No. He wanna help you and he wanna improve you.
Okay, so he'll do anything that he needs to win. So this whole sun fanning thing, it's real.
Pretty much, yeah.
My God. All right. Well, thank you, Resolution, for your time. It's been a real pleasure. And any words out there to say to people? I mean, you're getting a lot of new fans here. A lot of people want to know something about you. So
yeah, it's really good to have like my CIS fans. It even more. I have it right now because. I don't know, I joined another team, like first from CIS who went to a foreign team, and it's kind of like surprised people. And maybe that's why I got more support and stuff from it.
Yeah.
And I got new fans from other regions as well.
Right.
So I want to say thanks to you guys for cheering for me, and I hope we'll do well this tournament.
Yeah, well, I know a lot of people are hoping that you do as well. Well, we'll see some more from Digital Chaos coming out from the Manila Major, but for now, we'll have to wait and see if they can Sunsfan out a win. All right, thanks for watching.
Bye.
Resolution there with Sir Action Slacks, and he is ready in the booth, ready to rock and roll. Charlie, good player.
Absolutely.
Very underrated as well.
And you know, you heard them. Burgers, burgers, and burgers. Who says they're not a North American team?
It's definitely blending in well, that's for sure. Purge, when you look at the team overall, do you feel like there's a good balance about them? Is it a healthy regiment? You heard Resolution talking about the fact that they've got together very early, they've studied replays together, they've played together a lot. And unlike a team like Secret or EG, for instance, who have not really played together very much as a team, offline or online, because they're waiting obviously they've got all these invites. DC have had to fight their way into the tournaments. Does that help them in some ways?
I'm sure it does. I mean, they've definitely been playing more public matches alone. They live together. They've been an official team, like in the most official sense, for a bit longer. And I'm sure a lot of teams do watch replays together and do all those other typical team building stuff. But sometimes it just takes the right mix of balance for everything to look really good for a team. And they've got 2 players that came off of a Shanghai major win. Like, we're only counting 3 teams that have won so far, but really it should be 3 plus DC a little bit. Like, if those guys win 2 majors back-to-back, that's incredible.
Yeah, would be incredible. We're going to move on and talk about VICI Gaming Reborn now. We'll take a look at their lineup as we do so. Charlie, it hasn't been the most spectacular event for these guys so far, but is there an argument to be made that they came out of a tricky group?
Yes, there is, and I think that their group, they did go 0-2 both series in their group, but they did manage to beat EG, but it still doesn't look that great for them, given that in that series against EG had that game. I think if they weren't such a hot mess of a team right now, they would have won that. So great for VICI that they won, but it's still not that much of a confidence boost.
Yeah, and it's still the only game they've won so far at the tournament as well. So they've got a lot to do in terms of proving to their fans that they can go further in this tournament, far more almost than DC. DC have impressed along the way, but VICI haven't yet. Why?
I think they're, like a lot of teams, a lot of the lower teams are still trying to figure out how they all work together, what style fits them. It feels like they don't have a weapon, they don't have an identity as a team.
Okay, Perch, thoughts on that?
I'm not really sure. I feel like VICI, they're looking good. They have some old talent. FY's on there. He's at one point one of the most respected players in the world. But taking a best of 3 versus DC, that's going to be a little harder since they have shown some brilliance the last couple days. If DC's on full form, then VICI really need to improve a lot since their last series because, like I said, that best of 1 was real close.
I'm glad you brought up FY as well. Black, we're going to get your thoughts because you played in the region a lot as well on these teams. We're going to get your thoughts in a moment. But before we get to that, FY is one of the most renowned players in the world, and he caught up with Sir Action Slacks before the main event.
Hey, I'm here with FY and, of course, panelist, translator, humanitarian Jack. How's it going, guys?
你好吗？
还可以。
I'm all right.
All right, sounds good. Now, I want to ask you a few questions about VICI as a whole. Can we talk a little bit about how you're feeling about your team and kind of like what the split was like between VICI regular and VICI Reborn?
他要第一个问题就是总体来说，描述一下 VG 的这个组织，然后当然分组时你是就是 VG 战队有点分裂嘛，然后你去了变成 VG2 的队，所以他要你描述一下你这2支队伍之间的关系和当时分组的情况。
当时 VG2 原名是 VGP 嘛，然后那时候 VGP 是很多新人，然后在我们 VG 输掉一个大比赛之后，就队伍进行了改变，然后我当时决定想和新人一起打，就是比较有冲劲嘛，新人，然后就这2个队是属于都是独立的队伍，都属于 VG 吧。
So VGP at the time, before it was known as VG Reborn, VG Potential had a lot of very new players. And of course, after we struggled with VG, we basically split apart and I wanted to play with some of the newer players. They're younger and they have a lot of kind of potential and motivation. And so ultimately I decided to go play with them, and it's part of the same organization, but they have 2 different trajectories.
Right. A lot of teams seem to be adapting that, put very experienced players with kind of new players. Is that the future of China, or is that just a fad?
很多战队就是现在好像用这种办法去组队，就是同时有老将，同时也有很多的新手。这是不是中国 DOTA 的未来的状况？
我觉得应该是吧，因为有很多老人都打了很久吧，然后在年龄上，还有在人身上吧，可能也不会再去选择打这个游戏了，也可能会转型其他的，比如说教练啊，或者解说之类的。毕竟这是一个还是要靠年龄吃饭的游戏吧。我觉得中国 DOTA 跟欧美或者其他地方的 DOTA 都一样吧，还是需要一些新鲜的血液的。
Definitely the case that, for a lot of players in China, they're going to be getting older, and some of them will go on to become coaches and analysts when their playing days are done. And so it's just the nature of things that you're going to need new blood. And this is still, after all, a game where youth, so to speak, pays the bills. And saying that, you need to be young to be able to do it, I think it's true in any region, more or less. So yeah, you're going to see this combination of younger players and fresh blood and reinvigorating the scenes.
Yeah. Well, since we're on that topic, I want to talk about just the scene in general. There's no one better to ask than FY, right? So does he feel like this Chinese scene is kind of fixed after Shanghai now? I mean, Chinese teams are starting to do really good again. That's a lot for you, sorry.
那当然你是很了解国内的游戏的情况，作为国内的选手，那么你认为就是上海之后，现在就是中国的 DOTA 圈是不是比较修整好了，就比较恢复以前的实力，还是怎么样？
应该算是吧，因为过年前段时间，就是去年过年，中国过年之前，整体队伍状态都不是很好，然后也没有去认真的训练啊，或者说，就比如说我在 VICI 来说，就没有很多队去选择跟我们接队训练，然后经过几个大赛，就中国成绩都不是很好，大家开始反思，开始刻苦一点吧，然后现在也看出来了，中国队实力还是很强的，包括一些二线队啊，还有一线队都开始发力了。
I think around the time of New Year's, you could tell that the teams were really weak at the time and they weren't playing as much or practicing as much. For example, for us on VICI, we weren't getting many other Chinese teams willing to practice and play with us. And so you can see that after that period, things seem to have gotten better. People are playing and practicing more, and results are improving for us as a region generally. And you see that from both the first tier teams and their secondary teams as well.
All right, well, enough about that. Let's talk about Manila. How are the things going here? Are they putting you guys up nice? You like the experience so far here at the major?
那么我们现在问一下马尼拉的情况。现在你们认为他们招待你招待好吗？很舒服吗？
舒服是肯定舒服的。然后我觉得马尼拉这边的环境很好，就比较像中国的青岛啊或者海南这种地方，就是沿海。然后全年都是夏天，就不会感觉到很冷这些。然后包括这个酒店也是很不错，旁边有很好的环境，然后酒店星级也很高，对选手的照顾也很好。
We're very comfortable and we've been treated quite well. And it's actually similar to some vacation destinations in China like Qingdao or Hainan, popular vacation spots where you kind of by the sea and it's nice and balmy, it's not cold at all, and the caliber, the star rating of the hotel is certainly up there, and it's really nice, and we feel very taken care of. It's great.
Right. Good to hear. Now let's talk about Ricky. I'm sorry to bring this up, but you're one of the best Ricky guys out there. You're pretty much bringing him into the scene by yourself. How do you feel about the hero right now?
那我们现在谈一下英雄，就是九碗影次。你当然是很经常打这英雄，而且也可以说你算是把这英雄带进了本次版本的环境。然后你对这英雄有什么看法？为什么那么喜欢他？
因为上个版本是赏金比较流行嘛，就是隐身系的。然后自从赏金的3技能浩然增加，然后他的大招金钱变少，就觉得这个英雄似乎作用没有以前大了，然后大家倾向于选择隐刺来代替这个赏金。隐刺的好处是它可以到处做眼，然后团战有输出，还比较克制一些像火猫或者小狗这种就是很难抓的英雄，然后它也可以代替一些乙方的核心去切入，比如说小狗啊，或者就是这种英雄吧，然后也能给团队带来很大的价值，比如说眼位啊，还有抓人这方面。不过它的缺点还是有的，就比如说缺少 AOE， 然后没有逃生，然后没有救人吧。
So in previous patch, the Bounty Hunter was a very strong hero, and with the invisibility and all of that. But he was nerfed in multiple ways. Obviously, the mana cost of Shadow Walk and Track was nerfed, and so in this case, we find Ricky to really be good at stepping into his role and replacing him. This is a hero that is able to put out a lot of damage later on, can act as kind of a ward and vision spot. Also in team fights, especially he can get to the back lines and cut to the back lines and even bring people with him, for example, Nakes. And he's also very good at dealing with heroes such as Ember Spirit and Nakes, and he can threaten them. And so because of that, he's still a hero that is pretty strong. But there are some weaknesses in that he lacks AoE, and he doesn't have a whole lot of escape as well.
All right, man. Thank you. What a mouthful for both of you. Thank you so much for that answer. All right, the most important question now. On regular VICI, other VICI, you got Burning. He's known as the Emperor. And then on VICI Reborn, you have this man, FY. He's known as the Prince. But only one team made it to the Major. So is the Prince now the Emperor? I need to know.
那么在 VICI 的两支队上，当然就所谓的皇上就是逼神是在 VICI 队上，然后你的在中国的外号是太子，在这队上，那只有一支队来到了这次特级赛，就是你。那么现在你是不是可以称帝了？
这些都属于大家的玩笑吧，不能因为一个姓就是吧有很大关联。不过我跟徐志雷还是属于比较好的朋友吧。我当然是希望我们VG可以两支队伍都参加一些大型的比赛，不要出现就是一个队或者两个队去打海选，还是希望VG和VGR可以都有很出色的成绩吧。
This kind of a joke, of course, and we're still very good friends, and so. I wish him the best, and I hope that both our teams can perform very well, so we don't have to compete with each other in qualifiers, for the same spots, and that we can both represent the teams well.
Oh, so close. Well, yeah, good job not falling for my bait there. Okay, well, thank you so much, FY, for coming, and thank you for joining us as well with your great translations. We'll see some more coming out from VICI Reborn in the Manila Major. Stay tuned with us.
The humble FY, a man who doesn't necessarily enjoy being called F-God either. He is a good man indeed. We're going to drop you straight into the draft because it has already begun and we don't want you to miss too much more. There have been 3 picks already, so we'll get you in there right now. Lifestealer the first pick on DC side, Tidehunter and Venge for VICI, and a Doom now for DC. Apologies for the fact that we're straight into the draft. That's caught us out in terms of time, but we'll catch up and we'll get more thoughts from you, Black, because I'm really interested about the whole FY thing, and you know these guys really well. So we'll talk about that a little bit more in between the games, but we'll focus on the draft right now. Purge, no real surprises?
The Ricky surprise ban in first round is a bit weird, but DC has been doing really well with the hero in some of their last matches, and it's a bit of a challenge to play against.
Yeah, something that we've noted in the past is that Chinese teams hate dealing with things that they're unfamiliar with, things that throw them a little off. So rather than just try and figure out a way to deal with it, just ban it outright, sort of like the techies.
Although what confuses me a bit, he said Ricky is good with and against Lifestealer. And DC, they probably plan to pick Lifestealer first. So why did they ban Ricky if it's really good with and against it? Were they scared of the first pick Ricky or?
Lifestealer's still good though. I mean, it doesn't have to be with the Ricky.
Yeah, of course it's still good, but it's really good against Lifestealer too, right? So I thought they might pick it themselves because FY has a history of running that hero.
It's possible. They did have second pick though, and DC went first, so they got the Lifestealer.
Yeah.
Venge Tide is still really good though. It protects against a lot of Chronosphere, stuff like that.
Yeah.
Ravage obviously is great for early team fights and taking towers. So,
although Doom and Lifestealer both, in a sense, counter Tidehunter. Tidehunter on the lane very strong against Lifestealer, and Doom. We have seen it yesterday when FNATIC played against. Who did they play against?
LGD?
LGD. Was it LGD? Oh yeah, it was LGD. When LGD had the Doom and FNATIC had the Tide. Tide went 4-step Blink, and it was just a positioning battle because he doesn't want to get doomed. Because if Tide gets doomed, they will just automatically lose the team fight.
How do you guys feel with this this AA ban? I would have thought that would have been a hero VICI Gaming Reborn wanted.
Well, maybe it reveals something about what they will pick, what they want for themselves. Maybe an Alchemist, Enchantress, who knows.
Elk sounds pretty likely, actually. Yeah, that's good. Pretty good against Doom. If you get Doom, doesn't really matter. You just walk away in most cases. Against Lifestealer, it can be hit or miss, but generally he has so much farm that it doesn't matter.
Especially if you run a Radiance build, you don't care about Doom at all. And VG really likes their Alchemist. No plays a really good Alchemist, and they ran a lot in the past. Definitely very likely.
It does seem like VICI Reborn is looking at staying within their comfort zone with those first 2 picks with the Tidehunter and the Venge.
Right, yeah.
Nothing too crazy so far.
It can go so many different ways too. Covers them against some Brood picks. Been so many Brood picks the last couple days. The Tide opening just looks safe on all angles, no matter what happens.
I mean, so does the Venge. It's like good in all phases of the game. The aura is really good to push. You have a save for your carry or other core here that you need to save. And they go to the DK.
Is it time for Meepo?
Maybe it is, actually. Something that we've noted in the past is that DK enables so many heroes to go mid because the matchup is so kind of meh. Like, both heroes usually trade farm, if not just the DK outright losing.
And their one support right now is Avenge, just terrible against Meepo. It does not work well.
On the other hand, though, Tidehunter is really, really strong against Meepo, but if Meepo gets out of control of the farm, which is very easy against the DK in my opinion, then a Ravage won't matter to you because you just tank it.
Witch Doctor picked there by DC. Yep. Gives them some lockdown that they've been missing. More single target damage is good too.
And a very strong save lane as well.
And Maledict, they can just get 1 point. It does like 16 of 40 of the damage that you get by skilling it. So you can just put 1 skill point. You have a solution against Tide there with right clicks.
There's bounty ban either, by the way, here.
Yeah. Sorry?
There's no bounty ban.
No bounty ban.
Oh, that's a good point.
But what I wanted to get back at is Witch Doctor. We've seen it yesterday. I expected Tide to do really well against that Lycan Witch Doctor lane, but what happened is the Witch Doctor just skilled 1 in Maledict, as you said, and he completely zoned out the Tidehunter. He had like 3 CS minute 5, and the pick is always really, really good against Tide. But we do see the Bounty Hunter come out. One of FY's favorites.
I think it was much more likely to be picked by VICI Gaming Reborn. I mean, harassing a Dragon Knight can work, but if you don't have the right mid hero, it's a bit iffy.
It counters the Doom. Not necessarily counters the Doom, but it's a lot of harassment if Doom decides to go into the jungle and creeps.
And if your team gets doomed, you track them, and then you just run away.
Yeah.
What are we looking at DC? I'm still... What are they going to pick for Wii?
I actually do really like the Meepo. I really like the Meepo here. Invoker... They're not doing Jakiro.
They did that against the TA though, that other game.
Wait, the time when they did the Jakiro mid was against like a puck.
It was against TA.
It was like a puck and a TA. They did it in the qualifiers as well. It's with matchups that the Jakiro can really bully.
I like it against Dragon Knight. It's actually very good against that because you have 2 spells that do magic damage, Dual Breath and Liquid Fire. Yep. Every time he comes up from a last hit, you hit him with like, by level 4 you're hitting him with like 300, 350.
But the problem with that is then you're running a single core Nyx, and then Moo has to be your delivery system.
Is this not an Invoker game?
Well, it's too late now. They pick DP, but it kind of is. But they don't really have good stun setups for the Sunstrike, which is really where you're getting at least like 30% of your value from Invoker and laning stage. So it's just a little bit iffy, and they need better team fight, I think, early game against Tide DK.
I do love the DP though. We spoke about it yesterday. DP is really good against Bounty Hunter roaming in general, and DK on the lane is very bad against DP as well. So even if DP doesn't get help, Bounty shouldn't be able to bully middle too much.
If you notice, VICI Gaming also doesn't have enough burst to really shoot down DP really quickly. She's going to get her Exorcism off, she's going to get her Siphons, and then I think VGR is going to have a real tough time taking her down.
Yeah, it's 2 strength cores with lots of HP, which means Spirit Siphon gives her more health. And Silence is really good against all of the heroes on VICI Gaming Reborn. It's actually a great DP game.
So far, VG really needs some burst. They have no burst hero at all. Like, what carry can they
how do they get through a Lifestealer, a Doom, a Death Prophet?
With Witch Doctor healing all of them as well?
Yeah, this is really hard.
Maybe Slardar kind of works, but it's a little all in.
It's very all in.
Very all in.
Yeah. Some teams make it work, man. some other teams fail with it.
I like the Juggernaut ban a lot. I think that's one of the heroes that might not necessarily fixes VG's problems, but goes a long way in, you know, helping them towards that burst, towards that. It's great against Death Prophet, great against Lifestealer. If you get off the Omni Slash before you get doomed, great against that, and Healing Ward counters the doom.
And it's one of it's one of End's favorite heroes as well. But I think they're gonna go back to the Gyrocopter this game. They really need AoE damage, and I don't think there's a better hero than Gyro right now, which is also one of End's favorite heroes. He played the hero so much in the qualifiers.
I agree. I think Gyro is probably the best, maybe one of the better solutions for something that's not going really well. Even then, even if they do pick a Gyro, Lifestealer's great against it.
But this Lich Doom lane, whatever carry they're gonna pick now, he's gonna have such a hard time. Doom Lich is one of the strongest dual offlanes there is in the whole game. Doom will just go eat a jungle creep while Lich gets level 2, and then they have Nova as well as Scorched Earth. And if you get a Saddle creep, you have so much burst damage on level 2 alone. If they pick a Gyro, they're going to have a really hard time.
This Lich is just starting to creep into the meta. It's been picked more and more.
Ooh, there it is.
And it's 5-5. That is the 93rd different hero of the Manila Major Morphling.
That was a good idea.
Game. We kind of talked about that yesterday, didn't we?
Yeah, we said if Morphling comes out, it's going to be a Chinese team. They're one of the regions that still really respect the hero occasionally. I think it's a great pick here, though, because with the Lich, Death Prophet's basically covered against physical damage. So if they go Morphling, they're very nuke heavy, and it's going to force a different problem that DPS to deal with. Yeah.
Okay, very quickly, we need your predictions, because we kind of let you off the hook and let you have the first draft before going for series predictions. Charlie, which way is it going?
I would have picked the same thing either way. I'm going to take DC here. I think the Morphling is going to take a long time to get online, especially with the Lich sacrificing his creeps.
Okay. Black, very quickly.
DC.
I was also going to pick DC. Morphling could get a lot of kills against the Lich, but I'm firm that I think DC will win the series.
Okay, 3 out of 3 on the panel. They believe in the North American hype, well, or the European hype, or the CIS region hype. Whatever it is, they believe in DC. It's 3 out of 3. As we head over to our commentary team for Game 1, Odie Pixel, it's all yours, sir.
Thank you very much, Red Eye, and indeed we're ready to go with the first series of the day here at the Manila Major, VGR versus the side of DC. I'm Odie Pixel, joined by Ben. Ben, quick thoughts about the draft?
I actually favor VGRs.
Okay, well, let's see what happens with this one as we get ourselves straight into the action of Game 1.
Digital Chaos versus VICI Gaming Reborn.
So indeed, here we have it. Ben, well, talk to me about that. What is it you're liking? Are you liking the fact that they're bringing in the Morphling? Are you liking the fact that we're seeing FY on his signature Bounty Hunter? What's kind of doing it for you in terms of VGR's draft this game?
More so the FY Bounty Hunter.
Yeah.
I think it's generally just first ban when they face other teams for good reason.
Yeah, I mean, the hero itself is one of those heroes that's kind of come to this point where there are a lot of teams that kind of favor the Ricky pick over the Bounty. I mean, this time around, in this kind of lineup, if you look at VG, obviously they felt that they had to ban out the Ricky to stop DC from getting it. But do you feel overall they are more comfortable having a Bounty in this lineup compared to a Ricky? Or would they prefer to get the Ricky?
I don't really think it matters too much for them. I don't think DC would have scooped it up earlier than VGR. I am worried for VG Reborn in the fact that they gave Doom to Moo. I think this is one of DC's key heroes, even more so than the Lifestealer.
I'm going to see here by the Bounty runes, and indeed FY got away with that, managing to snipe the Bounty rune away from DC. No, of course, getting the bottom, so a nice little bit of a start here for VICI as they take both away from DC.
Does this Sentry catch that?
Oh, man, that must be... I want to say no. I think that's... Literally looks like a pixel outside of it. Or is it in? No, it's...
Oh, I can't tell.
We'll have to see when someone walks up there. That is incredibly close. We'll see if they are able to get the D. What if... well, obviously waiting to see when FY rotates around to that bit of the map to get that high ground vision. Lane-wise, so the matchups... I mean, let's talk about the hero that we are really kind of, well, yet to see here at the Major. Morphling down on the bottom lane. He's going to have just deal with misery at the moment on the Lich. I mean, End should have a pretty good time farming down here, sure.
Until the Doom comes in the lane, and he did get a Satyr creep at his large game, so that's going to be very problematic for Morph, who's already pretty slow in the early game, and his growth will be further stunted with constant sacrifices. So Morphling's just a little bit too slow, I think, for most of the teams, and probably why this is the first time that he's been picked.
And an interesting play, of course, as well here from the side of VGR in terms of their lanes. They've brought the tide back already into the jungle. It's just FY at the moment on the top lane, soaking up some of the experience. I mean, is there a reason why Yang, to start this game off, just gives up the off lane entirely?
We did talk about the level 1 Maledict that could have been skilled on Saksa. He hasn't put any skill points in there, but I think more so is the Bounty Hunter can't do that much versus the Death Prophet. If they go on the Death Prophet, she can just double Spirit Siphon, or even just single Spirit Siphon and have a good time in the lane. So Death Prophet almost immune to the Bounty Hunter ganks.
Interesting to note as well, I mean, if you look at the two carries, there's a huge difference with regards to the CS. Resolution at the moment, 11 for 1, whereas End just 6 for 1 on the Morphling, so certainly having a slower start here on the bottom lane. And I think, as you said, now down to the fact that the moves come into lane on the Doom, and it is this Doom-Lich combination, which, I mean, together, that is scary for the Morphling. He's got to be careful when it comes to trying to get the farm.
Right, but you can't discount the fact that VGR have a jungler, so he can compensate for Morphling's lack of CS. But almost out of regen already on the Morphling. It's just a nightmare. That's every carry's nightmare, facing a Lich +1.
Yeah, the Doom Lich lane, it's certainly been a lane as well that kind of a few months back was just the real kind of scary matchup in terms of pubs, and now we're seeing it, of course, again, just in these pro games. VGR, as you said, having the tide in the jungle, they're certainly finding a lot across the map. It's just going to be the fact that this lifesteal is having a good start, and it feels like we've seen a fair few games here in the Major where a lifesteal has been given a lot of space at the beginning and then just turned into a bit of an unstoppable brute. I mean, if the lifestealer does get a good chance and a good start this game as it's looking to be for Resolution, what are VGR's kind of options and potential in terms of beating him down in the mid game if he is strong?
Kiting him. We saw Weaver as a solution a couple of times. Morphling's also very difficult to kill. When you're low HP, he doesn't hit that hard with Feast. He also has 2 natural escape abilities that Lifestealer cannot cope with.
Here, wait for him forward, looking for Misery. They're going to look for the first blood, and they're going to get it. There we have it. Can they get themselves a second? It looks like Moo far too tanky, but nonetheless, nice rotation from FY, catching them off as well. The DC may have expected to still see him hanging around the top lane, but the movements and the rotations coming through. Now it's going to free up the off lane for Tide to start getting a bit of XP, but a really nice play here from VG, getting that Morphling the first blood.
And more importantly, they did deward that pool camp, which is especially important versus the Lich, but also important if you want the Vengeful Spirit to be able to set up for kills on their lane. So that was very nice by them. They did expend 3 Sentry Wards already.
And we can see, as we're looking elsewhere on the map, in the mid lane, No, falling behind a little bit in CS compared to Weeha. But I mean, is this to an extent expected in a Death Prophet versus DK matchup?
You would think that we might be a little bit more fearful because there's a top lane.
In top lane, we're kind of seeing one of the reasons why Yang is a little bit wary of coming into the lane and getting hugely beat down here. Will be fine, only just going down to 20 HP. He will be able to walk that one off, but yeah, as you said at the start, the reason why he was avoiding the lane, and even at this point with the few levels, it's still a very, very scary lane to walk into.
Yeah, level 2 Maledict on the Witch Doctor, so he should probably just take it easy and get some experience and stack up neutrals. I think would be a good move for him.
I wander into the mid lane, but of course with the sentry down, a huge Spirit Siphon just forcing back the bounty. But across the board, really, at this stage of the game, I mean, yes, VGR may have got first blood, but we can certainly see that, all 3 lanes considered, the farm is certainly going the way of Digital Chaos here in the early 5 minutes.
I wonder if it's going to get to the point that Morphling can split push. DC's main tool to defend against that is a Doombringer, but he's going to need a Blink or a Shadow Blade if they want Infest Bombs. No great vehicle, no good Blink carriers aside from the Doombringer, no roaming Riki or Bounty to surprise the Morphling. So even if Morphling doesn't have that great of a time in lane, he can still split push DC while they still do have a very strong 4-on-5 with the Tide Hunter.
And really at this point, a lot of eyes onto kind of FY's movements. He's still hanging around this mid lane, but obviously knowing the sentry is there. Maybe trying to play for a bit of a courier snipe, but unfortunately the courier's already passed back. So not going to be able to get that for the time being. We'll lay down the ward, maybe to set up for future attempts on sniping the courier away from Weeha. Top lane still Yang. He's returned up here. Level 5 at the moment.
They're making a move on mid very soon, it looks like. Vengeful Spirit set up in position, and DK is level 6. Here we go.
There we have it. Dragon Tail to lead in. FY with the wraparound, and with the magic missiles done, it should be enough. Weeha's trying his best with the Spirit Siphon. Is he going to work? And another rotation there from FY, going to ensure the second kill on the board for VGR. We saw him earlier with the action down bottom, making things happen mid. This is exactly what VG need, especially in a laning stage where DC are finding the favorable farm.
And that observer ward set up by FY before just made sure that there were no supports hanging around them. They did a very good job of getting DP really low before she could cast her Spirit Siphon. And under the guise of nighttime, made things a lot easier.
DC certainly putting a bit more backup into the mid lane now. Both Saxa and Misery coming into just backup we for the time being. FY is going to continue to move around the map, heading towards bottom, realizing that the backup was towards mid, so Mu has to be careful with his positioning here. He will be. He's going to be lucky that the creep wave's pushing in anyway, so Mu should be fine.
Oh, it looks like they're about to smoke. They just smoked under the observer ward.
Oh, I mean, yeah.
Tidehunter pinged out both of them.
Already, as you said, just two major objectives happening for the side of VGR, spotting out the fact that no backup was there for we earlier, and now, as you said, yeah, reading the smoke. So FY with some very nice warding, helping out the side. And indeed, it would be unlikely DC find anything with this one unless VGR make a bit of a mess up. But as we can see already, just hanging back behind the town. I mean, Mu's going incredibly aggressive. Smoke or not, VGR going to know something's up. He's going to throw in the magic missile. Trying to make a bit of a go here, but they do need to be careful. They're coming in, but look at the ravage from Yang. Catching out 3 of VGR with the turnaround. Beating down onto Mu. Can they finish this man off here? Running away with the Scorch He's going to get the salve off as well. Mu looking to be fine for the time being with a great escape here. Backup coming through as well from Weehar if necessary. But DC, they don't find anything. A really nice reaction from the Tidehunter. But at the same time, VGR unable to punish DC for that movement. And DC moves, he's ready to come back in. My goodness, forcing the whole of VGR back down this lane. But no casualties here in this engagement. As FY is just going to come back in. Get the vision back up. Eyes on to Mu. Going to make a little bit of a go. And still around with him. You can see DK also making his way down here. Wee's going to get the full-on push with the Exorcism going and waveforming himself away. They do need backup and they will have it coming in. The Dune's been laid down. He's already morphing into strength. Is it going to be enough to save him? The brief fire coming out to Mu. Throws out the Satai Blast. They'll take down the Doom. Misery still trying to chase down the Morphling to finish him off. Weehar being beat down on the sidelines by Yang. No, but the Spirit Siphon keeping Weehar alive and falling low. He's going to live. He's going to live. They've lost 2. DC Weehar will take down the DK, but FY looking to finish it off. He'll find it. Makes it a 3 for 2 there for VGR.
And Doom did not have Scorched Earth up for that second time, but he is incredibly tanky. One of Doom's natural enemies is not having a lot of armor, but that's compensated for by the early Frost Armor on the Lich, and was able to survive that initial burst. And good value out of the Death Prophet ultimate. However, they did not get the T1, which is kind of what they were hoping for that entire time. And Bounty Hunter got solo XP on that Death Prophet.
FY, I mean, yeah, he's going to be very happy with the way that engagement did end indeed. Very close to hitting onto the 6, as the urn picked up as well. And it's got to hurt for DC the fact that he came so close to bringing down End on the Morphling there, and he just managed to live through that duration of the Doom. Very, very close indeed. Weehar picked himself up a bit of action in that fight, but of course going down at the end. Not going to be too happy with that, but we can see overall DC still looking in a very healthy place in terms of the net worth, and of course they have had this constant farming from Resolution on the Lifestealers. He still sits straight at top on the Tower Gold. Certainly going to help as well. FY eyes onto Mu. Saxon, I know he's there. They're going to pop out the dust. Eyes onto FY. Misery closing in as well. No escape for the bounty this time. Digital Chaos punishing FY's positioning.
All he wanted was level 6.
Did.
It's like 1 creep away.
Oh my goodness, he is as well. 574 out of 600. He'll have it next time.
Lifestealer is incredibly farmed.
This has got to be an issue. You know, we were seeing this timing 10 minutes in. You've already hit your phase boots, your armlet. Resolution. I mean, I guess the one thing that's gonna work for VGR is the sense, as you said, in terms of DC's draft, they don't necessarily have the best vessel for Resolution to jump in and start getting kills.
They can force VG Reborn to come to them when they push towers because of the Exorcism. I think DC need to do a lot of damage, though, in the mid-game before Morphling gets too strong. Gets that Lincoln's up, so Doom is not an issue.
We hanging around mid. He has the Invis Ring. He wants to be careful about revealing himself as VGR. They do have 4 down here. A nice sentry. Will spot Weehar if he comes right back round, but he's playing safe at the moment. May have even seen it come out of the inventory if he was checking and dropped it down.
And I think another smoke. It might have been scouted out by the Observer Ward yet again. Bounty Hunter was pinging in that area.
Yeah, look, we can see VGR just moving straight away from the mid lane. Only No there at the moment, but he himself just hiding behind the tree line. See how aggressive DC want to go in terms of getting this DK kill. Two of them wrapping around behind the tower at the moment. Saxon Resolution, they're ready to go straight forward. In they go with the open wounds. No, he'll pop the Elder Dragon form. Can he actually have any hope of turning this around? Oh, the Death or the Maledict on him, he'll get ripped to shreds. No, taken down. DC with the Exorcism. Begins to push this tower. VGR have 3 about, but it looks like they won't want to walk into this one, and we'll just have to let Digital Chaos get away with that kill, and with a tier 1 as well. And DC, they don't look to want to stop anytime soon, heading towards the tier 2. We'll see how heavily they want to commit.
I think VICI Reborn just guessed wrong. I think they wanted to kind of assault them as they ran up that hill near the bottom rune, especially with that Observer Ward that they had. But instead, DC wrapped it around from the left side, around the Radiant Ancients, and VICI Reborn, they turned as fast as they could to help the Dragon Knight.
Yeah, and it's really nice as well. We can see FY, he's hanging around the middle and he keeps looking for the courier, but the courier control of DC's been really nice each and every time, just heading it straight back through their own jungle and across the top tree line, just to ensure that it doesn't get sniped. They're going to see Moo initiating with a Doom here onto end. Hasn't really got much backup. Misery is there. Can they actually allow the Lich to get in range with Yang hanging around? Looks like they won't be able to, and the Doom damage will not be enough to kill off end. So an unsuccessful Doom there for Moo. At the least just slowing down the farm of end, but the fact that he doesn't go down, VGR will be fine with that.
So how are they going to start getting track kills? FY's been level 6 for some time now, but they're really hurting in the gold department. 5,500 gold lead for DC. Morphling still trying to recover from the early effects of the Lich in his laning phase. And not too many ancient stacks. DK can take that out once he hits level 11. Morphling, he can take it out pretty slowly, but Tidehunter, no mech, no blink in sight for him.
And they'll continue to just, if you're looking at Resolution, 6.5k coming up. He's getting bigger and bigger, working towards that Echo Saber on top of the Phase Armlet. As you said, they've still got the hope in the sense that they're Morphling, pretty elusive for the Lifestealer to deal with, and can certainly play around him. But it's a big difference in net worth to have it just 13 minutes in. It's very, very scary indeed looking at this Lifestealer.
Yeah, things are already looking pretty grim for VICI Reborn. So much damage just from the Death Prophet alone with her recently completed Veil. They're not going to have BKBs for some time to come, and they're smoking up. It's very difficult to get the jump, though, with Yang not having a Blink Dagger.
I mean, this is the kind of movement they need to make. They do have eyes onto Resolution. A full 5-man bit of movement here coming out from VGR, but Resolution, he's playing it safe, and DC actually smoking up themselves. Again, I believe it was just under that ward range that FY has controlling this mid lane. The Resolution playing it nicely. It pretty much averts the attention from the gank and will keep himself right back behind the tower. Maybe he might come through and reveal himself again to look for a bit of a bait, because you do have DC looking for the heavy wraparound. Resolution remaining in the trees, but he is ready to fight if DC get a good initiation from the backside. FY is going to spot out and dispel the smoke on Sax, so they know that DC are coming in hard. How are they going to react to this one? VGR move, Multi into the middle of it all. They'll pop out the Chain Frost, Ravage comes out, they need to take out Weehar, and they will. But at the same time, DDC's lost his life. Death Ward for Sax to the Doom onto No, they'll take down the DK as well here, DC. And waveforming himself into the tree line, should be able to escape. But DC, with the wraparound there, finding two. They do lose Weehar for it, but they stop the push of VGR, and now they'll be able to get on a bit of a push themselves.
Great anticipation by FY, thinking that DC might wrap around there. They were pretty prepared. They dropped the Observer Ward at the start, but their sentry wasn't quite close enough to detect FY. We not expecting that they had vision on him. He did have a haste rune and could have skirted around had he known.
This as well, they want to be careful here of FY. FY actually trying to lead in onto Misery. They found him on his own, and Misery getting gushed. Taken down by Yang. DC still hanging around after taking the tier 2 away from the top. Tracks down to Resolution. Let's see if VGR could chase down any of these boys. Saxa on the retreat as well. You have the 4 members of VGR looking desperately, trying to chase down DC, but DC, they're out mid lane. And being gone on by Weehar. Waveform himself away. Dagger now picked up from Mu as well, so they've got to be really aware of this Doom initiation. And still, thanks to the tier 2 being taken down, the fact that Resolution lives through it all, he's still sat there top of the board, 8.1k value. That's 5k lead overall, but really just the kicker being that DC have so much on their court.
Yep. As you said, too much on their cores. Morphling, he needs a Lincoln Sphere to deal with the Blink Doom Infest initiation, or else he can't split push. We need an Armlet coming out from Dragon Knight. Any sort of track kills coming out for VGR, but I think just that one on the Lich, maybe one on the Death Prophet early on, and that would put DC firmly in the lead.
Nice bit of play there going for the Roshan. I mean, VGR weren't looking to contest it at all. I guess obviously DC just realizing they had that timing still where there was 30 seconds without the Ravage. So a really strong timing for them to go for that Aegis Yang. At the moment, cleaning up a nice Ancient stack. I mean, if DC could do anything to stop this, take some of these away, that's going to be nice to D-Jang. Trying for the TP at the cast. Oh, it won't quite connect. So the TP will be successful. Mech now done on Yang. Still some of the Ancients remaining. In fact, top lane, no. He's going to go for the TP out. Do they have the damage to take him? No as well. TP's being the aim of the game here for VGR, saving 2 lives. Literally by the skin of their teeth. DC will be able to finish off some of these bigger Ancients, so Yang's going to be a bit annoyed with that one. More money into the pocket of Weeha. At least he does have that mech done. Ravage is back online if VGR want to try and take the fight. As DC all over their half of the jungle and side of the map at the moment. They're looking to get a bit of pressure onto this tier 2 in the mid lane.
They don't have Ghosts on the Death Prophet. VGR were able to see that he still had the Ghost up when they went to the mid lane. But without a Blink Dagger on Titan, he opted for the mech instead. There's no surprise coming out for VICI Reborn in their team fights. It's not like they can blow up a Death Prophet unless they can somehow get on top of her, but now that she has the Aegis, that method is unavailable to them. How are they supposed to pop the Lifestealer before he gets his Rage off? Even with a swap, what are they going to swap into? Maybe swap DK stun?
Yeah, so I guess at the moment, without any kind of Blink initiation, as you said, all about these swaps if they can get it. And they are kind of setting up towards the side of the mid lane. With this ward as well, they do have eyes onto DC. To move away, a little bit scared of Weeha. He's going to have Exorcism back up in 15 seconds.
I think Moo's going to set up for a kill onto the Morphling right now.
Absolutely. That looks to be the case. TP straight down, Moo. He's going to reveal himself in lane, but are they aware that the Lifestealer's in him? And are we going to see them trying to go for a bit of aggression? He can't quite land the Doom down onto N, but just drop it onto Yang instead. Going to allow Resolution to look for the chase down. At the same time, trying to be down an N. Will manage to cancel the TP and N. Low on mana here, could be in trouble. Misery coming through, throwing down the Chain Frost. At the same time, Resolution continues to chase down Yang. Will watch the kill onto N to see if they're able to finish it off. They will. And thanks to the split screen, we'll be able to watch Resolution chasing down Yang. Kraken Shell, bring it off the slow, but it doesn't matter. Beat down from Rezo as the Echo Saber hit comes through. Taxa with the Death Ward. He's got the vision as well as he popped the dust, and it looks like DC maybe has to find a third. They will, with a Maledict popping. Finding themselves a third kill there. VGR being broken apart by DC. DC losing nothing, and they'll be ready to push. They still have the Exorcism available for Wii.
VICI Reborn so desperate to get any sort of farm, knowing that Doom was over there with the Blink Dagger, but just trying to eke out that little bit of extra gold. Morphling was at like 2050, so close to that ultimate orb.
Certainly got to be painful here for the side of VGR and DC. Looks like there's no stopping them for the time being. They're in a very good place to push. Aegis and Exorcism at the ready. Let's see what we can do to solve this one. Will be what FY is saying here to the boys. But already this is a very strong push. Tier 3 now down to half health. VGR just wondering for they do have a Ravage. Swap as well if they can look to set something off. But as you said, ideally initiating onto the Death Prophet, but he's still got that Aegis.
They have to get the swap on Resolution.
He's coming quite close as well here. DDC's eyeing him up. DC just playing it smart, playing it safe. And looks like they'll be happy with that one, doing a significant amount of damage to the Tier 3, backing off, feeling that they're in no kind of pressure at all at this position. That they can just back off, look to farm out the lanes, push out elsewhere across the map, and still just maintain this control that they have over VGR.
Morphling can't get past the river, and VGR couldn't even control the Ancients once DC were doing Roche, so they can't farm anywhere safely at this point, and still struggling to even get their first item. Only the armlet completed on Dragon Knight. Morphling still progressing towards that Lincoln Sphere, but on the side of DC, just way too many items for VICI to cope with.
I mean, just look at this, I mean, coming out, that was the completed S&Y by looks of it for Resolution. I mean, this lifesteal, 203, 158 CS, 11,500 net worth. I mean, he is so far ahead of like just comparatively to Ends Morphin, to the extent that it looks like it's kind of like an Alchemist game. You don't expect it 20 minutes in until like an out to be a clear 4K ahead of the opponent's core. It's an incredible rate that this man's farming, and just the fact that VGR, they've not been able to do anything about him. We saw them try to make that one play where they sent 5 heroes top, didn't end up going well. Resolution, I mean, he feels confident to just run at them at this stage. He really has no reason to be scared at all. FY is going to come around here with a bit of a wraparound. We'll see if they can punish him. But, I mean, yeah, Resolution. You're only killing this man if you send 5 of them up there, and even at that, it's going to be a bit of an ordeal. DC with the Exorcism back very shortly, I'd imagine. They're going to get ready to push again. Yeah, 10 seconds, and Wee's going to have that. They won't need it for the tier 2. They will have it up if they want to move on to the tier 3. Looks like bottom lane. Well, no, we'll get away with taking down the tower. Picks up a Blink Dagger. Resolution's in there, making sure that he continues to farm.
So finally their first tool that they can maybe catch out an important hero like the Lifestealer. Right now Resolution's just running rampant around the map, knowing that he can rage and simply run away from any situation that's thrown at him. Until the Dragon Tail, the Blink Dragon Tail, which I think is much better than the Blink Ravage.
Definitely a great way for the side of VGR to set something up if they find themselves in a position to do so. And at the moment, DC just taking over the jungle of VG Reborn, allowing Resolution to keep this aggressive push on the bottom lane. FY just checking out the back lines, getting some tracks out, making sure that the intel is there for the side. If DC do then try and go for a play, maybe giving the chance for VGR to make sure they get that key initiation onto the heroes that are necessary.
In a large-scale team fight, I think DC takes this very easily.
Yeah.
If they get the mech up on Lich, that should heal most of the burst damage coming out from the Ravage. They don't have too much follow-up for the Ravage and no BKBs to deal with the Spirit Siphon or the Chain Frost. And on top of that, they have just a lot of stuff that wouldn't even matter.
And there we have it.
BKBs.
Ready to go with the push. Tier 3 down. Weeheart with the Exorcism up. See if DC can get away with taking away this bottom set of racks away from VICI Gaming. Courier will be sniped out here by FY. Nonetheless, he's going to do something about this. The push coming in, Dragon Tail leading the edge of Ravage, follow-up, catching out 3. They need to take down Resolution, but moves there with the backup, drops the Doom out to No, the cast, the Death Ward as well from Saxa, forcing them back. DC, take 2, eyes onto DDC as well as Weeheart just moving right towards their backlines, keeping VICI Gaming away from holding on to their racks, as DC will take the full set from them on the bottom lane. 2 kills as well, 30 seconds away from both the Dragon Knight and the Tide. No buyback available, and DC, they're just going to move straight towards the mid lane. And at this point, Ben, what do VG Gaming do about this?
They have severe damage issues. They try to chain stun Resolution down, but barely got him to 40%. The Frost Armor doing a lot of work there.
Oh, nice on Dan as well. Look at this Cypher just ripping through the Morph thing. FY to the Shuriken. It's not enough to stop them though, as DC will claim the mid-melee racks as well. TP in from the DK. We'll see if he's able to get a Blink catch out. In fact, Weeheart just turning around with the Yours to make sure he can't get off that Blink Dragon Tail. Nonetheless, N jumping in, waveforming forward. The Silence coming out to 2. They've got eyes onto Saxa, but moves there to back him up. The cast balancing between Yang and No, now the Chain Frost over to DDC. DDC getting chased down by Moo. No being focused by the rest of DC. They'll take down the DK. They're trying to turn this VGR, but they're crumbling. They're crumbling hard. Yang silenced up, taken down by Resolution. Double kill on the Lifestealer. Now they've got eyes onto FY as well. He will be able to get himself out here with the Invis. They did kill off the Lich, but again, another favorable trade for DC. At this point, it really is looking like DC's game to take. They'll finish off the mid-racks, and we're certainly getting ready to look towards the top as well, with 2 heroes off the map on VGR, 2 of their cores as well. And this game, I mean, what happened to VICI here, Ben?
I think they just gave DC everything that they wanted. I thought they were going to go more aggro with the Bounty Hunter, get a lot of track kills, but with the Morphling last pick, they were kind of pigeonholed into just, hey, let's wait until Morphling gets too big. And also, I think it was a...
Nice Blink instantly away from the swap. And now DDC's waltzed in, but the silence is there. Yang Trying to frontline here for the silence. Oh, Weehar will get blown up. A big kill for VGR. Can they find themselves anything more here? Eyes up to Saxa. Resolution trying to get himself out on the silence with a raised TP. He'll escape. Saxa won't. So VGR do find 2, but they're only holding on now to that half a racks on the top lane. That's all that stands between themselves and being mega creep. They're still looking to chase down Moo, but they know that it's going to be hard to catch Nono himself. He can't really take this man down without any kind of backup, and the backup too far away. So VICI, they do hold, but it's only by a tiny bit, Ben.
Overall, I think VGR's safe lane was much too weak to deal with the Doombringer, and it was a 3-on-4 engagement on the bottom, one of the first crucial engagements, and Doom didn't die, and they were able to still take the tower and continue to press on after Doom had used a salve. And at that point, like, Morphling can't farm anywhere. He's not particularly good at jungling. He does have the Quelling Blade, but that doesn't make up for his inherent early game weakness.
He needs to be careful. Well, just chuck out the adaptive strike onto Moon, making sure he can't get that Blink Doom off. I get the deny. Nonetheless, at least VGR are able to take some kind of extra bit of control of the map by taking a tower, but they need everything they get at this point, VGR. And I mean, if they can get a team fight where we see FY getting everyone tracked up, and then they get a wipe, maybe then there'll be some kind of cash influx to help switch this. But yeah, that really is the problem. As we can see, of course, Misery's just been laying down the Frost Armor onto everyone. All 3 cores incredibly tanky on the side of DC, and they've got so much sustain and so much backup, as the panel talked about with these pushes, with the Voodoo Restoration from Saxon. He himself on the Witch Doctor has been having an excellent game. I mean,
their front line is way too strong.
Yeah.
Death Prophet has died a couple of times, but only because she's been poorly positioned. With the Lifesteal on the front line, the Doom with the BKB, there should be almost no way that they can catch Wii safely.
And this is all or nothing here for VICI Gaming. They need something huge. Resolution, reaching straight up, forcing them back. They do have, of course, with the E-Blade onto end, maybe they can blow up one of the heroes on DC, but it's going to be hard, to say the least. DC just heading up towards the top. I haven't got a creep wave up here.
They can wait for bottom lane to push in. Might be maybe 30 seconds or so that they have to wait.
VGR are trying to wrap around from the side here, under the cover of the smoke. But we can see DC at this point just playing incredibly careful, not wanting to throw away this huge advantage they have at this stage of the game. They have a track out onto Resolution, but Resolution doesn't care. Eyes onto DDC. DDC kind of AFK in it, but that's a bit of a bait, just forces away. He's cool. Slides to the side and he'll be safe. Digital Chaos very much ready to come in on this one. We're just waiting for the creep wave, and now this could be it. The push from DC to look to end game 1, take the first victory in this best of 3. Resolution just raging, going to look to take away the final racks from VICI Gaming. What can they do about it? Exorcism's out as well, so it's going to be a hard fight with the Moo on the sideline. Oh, he's already found Yang, so there's going to be no Ravage for this. They'll try and nuke down Weehar, but the sustain, the heals is too much. GG, well played is called as Digital Chaos take game 1 against VICI Gaming. Reborn. I mean, Reborn, Ben, but they were never really alive to start with in this game.
Yeah, no chance for the onslaught from DC. Oh, it's crazy. They just transitioned so smoothly from the early game until the mid-game team fight because of the Lich. There was no threat to the Death Prophet the entire game, and I don't really feel like DC ever feared they were going to lose that game at all.
Absolutely not. I mean, yeah, this Lifestealer, Resolution had the easiest game of his life. They're 4-0-7. He really did not get contested at all. I mean, it was obviously picked up very early in the draft for DC. Going into game 2, how would you deal with that if you're VGR? Did they just not have the lineup to deal with a Lifestealer? Do you think they'll switch it up if DC do come out again with a Resolution Lifestealer?
I didn't think they'd shoot themselves in the foot like that with the Morphling pick, but it seems like that's what happened. Nothing happened for VGR all game.
It really didn't. They've really got to step it up for game 2 if they want to have a chance of taking a game against Digital Chaos. So game 2 right around the corner, but don't go anywhere, because for the time being, we'll head back to the pool and the panel to hear what they have to say about DC's game 1 performance.
Thanks very much. OD Pixel will go back to the commentary team for game 2, and it won't be too long as well. We've got more to catch up on, of course. Black has been away, but he has returned. He'll bring secrets from the secret shop to the panel, but Charlie and Purge will catch up with you two as well about this particular matchup. Charlie, I'm going to come to you first because you don't like this draft at all.
That was one of the worst. That draft out of VGR, I think, was one of the worst drafts of this tournament. I hate to say it, but that was so ineffectual that they lost every single lane. They had Nake's free. They let the Nakes freefarm by just sacking the Bounty Hunter up there and then having tied Iron Talon jungle. Then they picked a Morphling, which got destroyed by the Lich Doom offlane. And then DK is awful against the Death Prophet in the solo matchup. They got a couple kills, but it doesn't really matter because they lost lane so hard.
Do you want board with this?
I agree that the way they drafted it and the way they played together were awful, and that's why the game was so one-sided. But I think they could have made that work if they played it differently. The problem was
how do they play that differently?
That was exactly what I was about to say. Thank you. What they should have done is maybe put Tide in the offlane instead of starting jungle. They basically went for greed with their lineup that wasn't super greed, and they played it against a lineup that had aggressive dual lanes, which counter their Morphling. If they just put Tide offlane and they start Bounty Hunter in the safe lane and they repeatedly kill Lich, then that can actually accelerate Morphling into decent damage in the mid game. And yes, I agree, Morphling isn't the best carry or even maybe a good carry right now. He needs an item to be effective. And
he needs 2 items to be effective.
He needs about 2 items. He needs like a mid-tier item. I think Dragonlance is very good on him. And then he needs like an E-Blade or a Lincoln's minimum before he does good stuff. So they needed to do Bounty safe lane. They needed to repeatedly kill Lich, which they can do with Morphling Waveform, with Bounty Slow, and with Venge. That's a decent kill opportunity. They killed him a few times. By that I mean once. They needed to kill him like 3 times. If they did that, then it offsets the experience you lose, the gold you lose.
Here's the thing, like, you can kill that lane if the Lich is really bad. You can kill the lane like multiple times if Misery messes up. But the thing is, the wave is always going to be pushed back because it's a Lich. And then even if you kill the Lich a bunch of times, it doesn't really matter that much. He's only there to stifle the Morphling's farm. Doom can always go into the jungle, can always eat the big creep in the camp next to the Roshan. And Tide offlane still gets zoned out by the Witch Doctor. That's something that you brought up in the beginning. And what do you do about the mid matchup? Death Prophet still destroys the Dragon Knight.
Cross your fingers, I guess. I mean, either
cross
way,
your fingers, hope to die.
Like it didn't look good by any means, but I think they could have played it better, definitely.
What I think they needed to do, I agree they should have triple lane to safe lane, but they did not de-ward. That means the Lich had complete reign because they couldn't pull. If you can't pull against the Lich, you lose. You need to de-ward that, then you need to start pulling. You need to make sure, because Morphling, you have to go all in on Morphling. Morphling is the only one who can really carry this game. Offlane, you won't farm much. Maybe you even have to start in the jungle. You have to cut your losses. And in that case, they didn't. They were just like, okay, if we lose here, let's just lose everything. What I should have done is triple lane safe, and then just try to get the Morph as fat as possible.
That's really where Morphling first got his value in the pro scene a couple years ago. It's that he would contribute so much to a tri-lane compared to a lot of other sports like anti-mage or something like that.
Right.
You have waveform and you have good right clicks.
Here's the problem now. Morphling in this patch is a win more hero.
Yeah.
He only works well if the other 4 heroes on your team are just so massively successful in the early mid game that they create so much room for Morphling to get up his items, to be able to have an impact in the game later. He's a win more hero. He wants to farm for like 20-25 minutes to get up his core items before he can really do anything. That's not this patch. This is a patch where everybody needs to have an impact at every stage of the game.
Yeah. And you can't do a game like this where you pick a Morphling on an elimination best of 3. Because if they had a more reasonable carry, they could have maybe won that lane. Yeah. Or something that could team fight better early.
What I would have liked the best is a Weaver pick, and then I go dual offlane against the Lifestealer, and they just leave the Tide on the safe lane.
That would have been really good.
Against those 2.
Yeah, because Weaver's decent against Lifestealer, especially in the laning stage. You can leave him solo, he's fine. Against a Witch Doctor, you have to worry about cask, but you can almost always react to it and get some distance before you get stunned. Right. That would have been a great pick.
Would have been better.
Running.
A little better, definitely.
Highlights are running, and they're not. It's not pretty. If you're a VICI Gaming Reborn fan right now, that's for sure. The early game, I mean, they were picking up kills, but they were always behind on net worth. Kevin.
It was substantially behind.
Yeah.
Because I mean, they were denying creeps consistently with Lich. Mid lane was going better for DP. Nobody was farming in the off lane. It was just getting experience there, which that only works if you use that experience to get tons of kills or towers afterwards.
Who stood out amongst the DC boys? I mean, Resolution probably had one of the easiest games of his life, didn't he?
I think they all had one of the easiest games of their lives, to be honest. I want to give credit to Misery for just outdrafting VGR. Well, to be fair, I think VGR kind of outdrafted themselves.
I really like how Soxa played this game. He's consistently had amazing KDAs on his Witch Doctor. He was like 5-1 and 8 that game, somewhere around there. He constantly gets kills. His Melodics have been on point, his Death Wards as well. He's far enough away from the fight that he still gets a lot of damage output, and it's usually after the Ravage comes out. So One of those two probably, but I think everybody played very well with the space they had.
What I liked about Misery, though, we spoke about VGR not having enough damage, and Misery realized it right away. He maxed Frost Armor above anything and just made every hero so tanky, and that's why I think I just want to give the MVP to Misery for the captaining, as well as like realizing what they're weak at, and then he exposed that.
And I think the one other player I really want to talk about is probably Moo that game, because you saw him have some ineffectual dooms that game, but I think what he did was he just created space for his team. There was already tons of space at the start of the game, and then it transitioned into Moo just playing around in the offlane. He would do Morphling would go down to 40% HP. He can't stay in lane with that, even if he has a Perseverance. He actually has to go back to base or bring out a Salve, and that's lost farm, that's lost gold. That takes the only thing that VGR could have won the game with completely out of the game.
Okay.
Agreed.
Let's look forward to game 2. What is there to look forward to? We saw FY in the interview with Siraxis. Actually, you know him well. Great player, legendary player in some senses. It astonishes me in some ways that he's still only 21 years old. How is that even possible? It seems like he's been around forever. But talk to us about his strengths and his weaknesses and what he brings to the team and what he can help them do in game 2.
I think he has one really big weakness, and that is in big tournaments, if something doesn't go his way, like the way he plans it out to be, because he's one of the best captains in my opinion. But if you do like a substantial mistake like he did here, he would sometimes not recover from that. Although that I think is his only weakness. His biggest strengths are he's very confident, but not overconfident. You know, he's still scared to lose, which I think you need to be in order to actually beat anyone. You can't overestimate yourself, but you can't underrate anyone either. I think that's what he's really good about. He's very humble, and he's just a very smart captain in a way that he picks. I mean, even though the Morphing didn't work out, it's End's comfort hero, and it's his comfort zone as well, and he always picks to his team's strength. Even though in this game obviously didn't work out because the overall strategy wasn't that good. But
Charlie says it was the worst draft of the tournament. Do you agree?
One of them.
I think I have to. It was like, as we just said, maybe that is even another weakness that I didn't think about. He picks each individual player, they're like comfort hero, like they did here, and then it just ends up being a mess. You know, no like coordinated strategy, just like you play that, you play that, you play that, and then something like that happens.
On the flip side of that, Charlie, if they all get their favourite heroes in the next game and it matches up in terms of the way that the draft falls, then we could see a different team, couldn't we?
Potentially, this really comes down to draft. Like I said in the beginning, I don't feel like VGR has a real good hold on this meta or an idea of how they want to play. Something that I want to actually ask you about, Black, is that we haven't seen, ever since DAC, we haven't seen FY be the exact same captain that he was prior to that. Ever since Hao joined the team, he hasn't reached those glory days that he had in the past. And something that I've heard within the scene is, during those times, like, Hao flamed the crap out of FY during those times, and he lost a lot of confidence, and he hasn't been that same player.
You know, at DAC, you were the manager of EG, you know. In the winner bracket final, we won pretty convincingly against EG. We 2-0'd them. And then in the grand final, we lost 3-0. We had, like, no chance at all. And that really, like, it was biting on his confidence. He was like, ever since then, he just felt like he was not the same person. We lost because of him. I always told him it's not true. You're actually a really great player. You know, sometimes it just happens and you have to move on.
Classic PPD.
Right, but PPD knows how to move on when he makes a mistake, right?
Yeah.
And that's
kind
of
classic PPD in that they lose 2-0 in the upper bracket final and then they come back up and they sweep it, right?
Yeah.
He's done that so many times.
Yeah, typical EG. Like, they just adapt with the draft, and we got completely outdrafted in every game. He blamed himself for it, even though we drafted together as a team. So I always told him, it's not your fault, man. Just relax, recover from it. Because if you don't, then it would just hurt your career. I don't know what else to say about him today, because
he is a different player from the 2013, 2014 player that we saw, though.
He's very different.
Yeah.
I'm not sure whether he recovered yet or not.
It doesn't look like it.
All right, Purge, what do you expect from the second? DC have got it relatively, I don't want to say easy because there's nothing easy at this level, but relatively speaking, they've got it easy going into draft 2. They can be either out there, a bit wacky, or they can just stick to what they know and feel pretty confident that they can beat VGR, right?
It definitely looked like a gimme game for sure. And that was drafting alone. They played perfectly against that style. It gives me confidence in them being able to dissect and play well against a strat that has some weaknesses, because they definitely exposed those very well and played against it. So DC's got to be super confident going into the next game. I don't think it's super surprising that that it looks like that at the beginning of the series, but they're sitting in their booths. They're ready. And VICI is not.
If I do have one criticism of DC and sort of like maybe some hope for VGR is that I don't think we played his best that game. He was a little sloppy. There was
Did he need to?
Not necessarily. That's part of the problem, not necessarily, but you still want to have, you know, you don't want to be sloppy. You know, this is a gimme game. Don't get sloppy. Don't get careless. There were times where he got caught out or died too early. There's that top fight where he died on intel treads, and you know maybe he doesn't. Maybe if he's on strength, maybe if he doesn't overestimate his opponent, and you know he survives, he gets off his wand, and he doesn't give away that careless death because it's not necessary.
Okay, I mean I think there are some players, and you'll know this better than I do, having managed with EG, that thrive in those situations where they're thinking, okay, easy game, all I want to do is set some records here, or you know, get as many kills as I can, and they go ham, right? They go crazy on those games. And then there are other players who, they almost want to react to who they're playing against. They play better players that suddenly brings the best out of them.
Yeah, it's a double-edged sword, that kind of mentality where just like, I'm going to push my limits versus I'm going to play my best and just play to win. Pushing your limits can make you a better player in the long run, but it can also lead to losses when you get overconfident, when you don't respect your opponent. It can also tilt your teammates.
What I think about that though is you need, in a very successful team, you needed 2 players in the team at least that have both of those. Or like rather one has, like he's very aggressive and over-eager and like overconfident, then you have one who's like, no, don't do that, and I feel like that creates a perfect balance for that person that always...
I don't think it's just as simple as that. You can have those 2 things, and those 2 styles are very important, but what you also need is somebody that understands how to switch from both those styles, and those 2 people at opposite ends of the spectrum need to understand the other play style, when to switch, understand the other person and their tendencies, or else if you don't have that understanding and that communication, then you have clash, then you have disagreements, then you have people fighting amongst each other over how to play the game.
Okay, got some important questions to answer VGR in their second game. We've also got some questions from social media. You keep them coming and we'll keep putting them out there when they get the opportunity to do so. This first one, it's a very, very important question. Would you rather fight 1 slack-sized winter or 100 winter-sized slacks?
I am terrified of both prospects.
The slacks would look pretty funny if he was that short.
You know, I actually...
like a potato.
I'm actually looking forward to the prospect of stomping on as many little slacks as possible. So I will fight the 100 winter-sized slacks.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Stupid question, man. That's not an equivalent amount of mass. It's not a fair question.
See, I knew this would happen if we gave him one of these kind of questions. You know, he would question the itemization
like,
of it. Or
yeah, who's the hype killer now?
At some point, you just can't swing the sword anymore because there's just so many of them, you know?
Unbelievable.
Definitely go for the one.
I'm sorry, 90s. It was a good I thought it was a good question. Charlie thought it was a great question. Black thought it was a good question. Purge did not think it was a good question.
That's because you don't hang on Reddit anymore. It's a very Reddit question.
Is it?
Yes.
Oh.
It's like the most asked
I
Reddit
thought that was like
AMA
4
question.
years ago, Reddit.
Oh, believe me, it's still there.
It's still going? Okay, all right. We're going to take one more. All I've got to say to this one is hold the door. This one's from Hodor322. Brilliant nickname. When is it a good time to first pick a mid or a carry? When is it a good time to first pick a mid
so
or carry?
good that you just do it no matter what? Like
Life Stealer.
Like Life Stealer?
Life Stealer right now has been a very popular first pick. Yeah.
We spoke about it, how Life Stealer has like a lot of counters, but he counters those counters as well because there's a free initiation on pretty much all of them when you have a suitable hero for that.
I would say the only 2 that I would really pick first phase in this patch are like Lifestealer and Lycan. 2 heroes that don't have too many counters right now and are incredibly difficult to deal with for the enemy team. In a lot of ways, Lycan not so much, but Lifestealer can be flexible in how you run him as well.
What about the mid-hero side of the question? Like Death Prophet, I feel like is fairly suitable. First pick, strong against lots of lanes, gives you team fight.
It's okay, but it's at the same time it reveals so much about your strategy and what you're putting mid. If you'll notice, a lot of these teams are picking their mid hero in the second phase or as the last pick because they don't want, like the mid matchup here is so important. If you naturally have an advantage, then the pressure is on the enemy team to do something mid or to react to that.
Okay, draft is up and running, so let's drop you into that right now. Ban-wise, that seems pretty much the same as last time, apart from the fact that the Lifestealer has gone this time. Didn't like that.
I mean, we spoke about it.
Yeah.
Lycan being the other first pick carry we can go out with.
I love the DC opening. They have tons of success on Witch Doctor. It's great against IO combos. Pretty good against Alchemist. If you can get into some Maledict, it can be really good.
It's decent. You really want something else though, along with the Witch Doctor to be able to deal with the Alchemist. But so far, you're right. I completely agree. I like the opening a lot. Lycan is just a ridiculous hero this patch.
I just don't see IO living in fights, basically. As soon as he drops Necro and pops his ult, he doesn't even have to go hit IO. He can just send his Necros at it. IO has to leave.
IO needs to get a Ghost Scepter ASAP. And sure, but he'll probably be too poor to afford that.
Yeah. Can't even go Glimmer Cape because then the Necros will see him.
Yeah.
So.
I haven't seen a huge amount of Alchemist this time, really. Why?
It's a little bit on the downswing. Teams are better at playing against it. They got the Radiance nerfs. I don't think that was that significant. But
well, a lot of teams are playing faster. Alchemist is not a fast hero by any means. You want your mid hero to be able to initiate, to start fights, to contribute to team fights. Alchemist doesn't do that, and teams have been shying away from that. I think part of the reason that we're seeing it here with VICI Reborn is that they haven't adapted to that meta. You saw that with the last game. You saw that in their series against EG, where they pick slower. They pick heroes that take it to the late game. They like their Morphlings, their Phantom Lancers, stuff like that.
They're definitely incredibly greedy, but with an IO it should be okay because Alchemist middle is very hard to kill when there's an IO behind him protecting him. So if they can get through the greed, it should be alright for them. And I expect DC to pick up Invoker. They ran Invoker Lycan yesterday, with a couple with the Witch Doctor as well. And I don't see how this is a bad Invoker game at all. Alchemist IO can't really pressure Invoker too much. Be a really good Invoker game.
Yeah, with the DP band as well.
Right.
yeah, like if they'll need another stun setup. Batrider's already gone. They definitely would pick that. Something they've been drafting.
Yeah.
Well, what's a good setup here? Venge could still be grabbed.
Yeah, if they do pick up the Invoker, they want something to set up those Sunstrike kills. Lion would be
better.
Lion would be real good, but looks like they're gonna avoid that completely with the Dazzle.
Well, there's 2 healing supports already.
It's very defensive. I'm actually pretty surprised.
Yeah, sort of. I mean, they can play it aggressive. They can heal bomb on Lycan Wolves while they're invis. There's little things like that.
Sure, but that's not ideal at all. That's not, you know, you don't really, that doesn't have the same impact as a Lion stun or even Avenge or an Earth Spirit.
Well, if they don't go Invoker, then I think Dazzle's okay. It can work. Like Weave plus Witch Doctor ulti plus Lycan right clicks, that's actually going to do a lot. If Alchemist has tons of regen and a medium amount of armor, then Weave is going to cut through that, and it could make Alchemist look super squishy if they get a little bit more lockdown.
You know what approach I think DC is going to try and take this game is a lot of 5-man push. If you notice, they have 2 healing defensive supports and Lycan. So, and they've seen that VICI is going to try and take this late with an Alchemist, so they're going to try and punish that by taking down towers in a healing death ball.
Can I get an FY Rubik?
I'm a bit worried for DC though. They have no roaming support, and when you play against Alchemist, there's always this time when you will farm the jungle stacks, which I will make sure that they're there. And then DC can't really fight into that too early because they need level 6 on Witch Doctor, level 6 on Dazzle, and of course the Lycan is going to transition into the jungle pretty early, but only one support will have level 6, and I don't think they can contest the stacks, which means Alchemist could get out of control if they're not careful.
I'm not too worried about it. I feel like Dazzle's okay roaming 3-6. Witch Doctor can be okay if he's got a Maledict. It just comes down to their next 2 heroes, and Slardr's a good way to start that. It's a stun, the amp damage. They're doing, I mean, Slardr plus Dazzle, like, that's what they did there. They grabbed Dazzle, more minus armor. They grabbed Slardr, more minus armor. All of their heroes do minus armor damage. At some point, when you get 4 minus armors, you can't actually play against that. It's just too much.
Alchemist needs AC and Shiva's Guard to even stay in the positive this game, but he doesn't have the slots for that. I really like the draft from DC so far.
Yeah, the Slardr pick also gives them the option of perhaps aggressively dueling with Slardr Witch Doctor or Slardr Dazzle. Their draft is very open-ended.
Yeah. They just need their last hero to be potentially active, have some aggression, especially earlier than Slardr Blink, because they can't just rely on smokes to initiate those ganks in the early game. If they do that, they might be in a bit of a hard place.
Picking Invoker seems really greedy, although I think it's still possible, because DC in general, they always want to have like a farming core on Wii.
It's okay here, I think. With Slardar, it's a bit better.
I would like something to set up fights. You know what? Something we might see is the Weehaw Wind Ranger.
Windrunner. Okay, I like that. Yeah. Especially with Slardar, it's great.
Yeah, and it's a setup stun that allows DC to start fights without needing that Blink Dagger.
Meepo?
I don't think they need to here. Like Meepo, they could pick Meepo, but
super greedy.
Why not just go with the synergy that they already have? They have tons of minus armor. They should pick somebody that's just straightforward single core damage.
Like, Meepo is good, but they don't need to force it down, especially not against a Gyro, who's really good against Meepo generally. I think they should really just stick to like something like a Windrunner, some single target DPS burst, but physical, not magical. Yep. So both Invoker and Windrunner or Wind Ranger are definitely a good possibility here.
Wind Ranger would be really hard to kill in the early game too against IO Alchemist, Rubik, Gyro. Gyro has a decent amount of damage, but I mean that's about it. He can just guarantee that Elk doesn't do damage to him. He can always focus fire. If there's amp damage and focus fire, he's gonna die really fast.
And Elk IO can't threaten a Windrunner at all. They might even still lose the lane if Windrunner gets like a couple of good power shots in.
Yeah.
I was looking at Wii's top 10 played heroes over the last 3 months this morning. Invoker, Dragon Knight, Phantom Lancer, Lina, which we haven't seen in this tournament so far, Alchemist, and Jakiro. They're his most played heroes over the last few months.
Lina could work.
I'd be really surprised.
That would be 94.
Lina would be surprised, but Lina generally is very, very strong against IO and mid lanes.
It's good against Gyro as well.
Like Gyro BKB doesn't matter, you just buy Aghanim's and you burst him down immediately.
They're going to ban the Invoker here, aren't they?
I don't know.
Not too sure about that.
I do like the Wind Ranger better than the Invoker.
I do too.
Hell, I almost like the Lina better than the Invoker here, just because of the burst damage.
Yeah.
It's pretty close though. I think DC's fine with any of those 3 heroes. Really. Like their draft already is so cohesive. They can go lots of different ways.
Meepo.
Meepo would have been scary, definitely, but it's more of a space creator, not a high ground pusher, and I would like them to do something that synergizes with their lineup that also has the potential to take towers, and Meepo sometimes is iffy on that.
Although something I just realized, like in the Howl, it affects all 5 Meepos. It is like some sick DPS.
Yeah, but it also affects Wind Ranger. You know, like there's so much, so many good things about DC's draft right now. Those 4 heroes together just give you so many possibilities.
I agree.
I mean, did VICI go for the Invoker here, or is that just?
No, I think they need something in the offlane right now. They need an offlane initiator to help them start fights. There's still the Tidehunter, which they do tend to favor.
I think. I don't like Bristol at all against all that minus armor already.
Yeah, I don't like this either. It's so hard for them to start fights on their terms. Like this patch is all about who gets the initiation on somebody.
I mean, we can look at it why they pick it. They're not gonna do the IO Alchemist as we thought in middle. They're gonna do IO Bristol in the offlane to really pressure the Lycan. But if that doesn't work, then I actually don't see a way how VG wins this game.
And they can still tough game. They can still save Tri-Lane as well. And then it's Slardar versus Rubik Gyro. That's actually kind of scary. Slardar might have a tough time there.
Wow, okay. Let's break out something that we don't play very often.
It is so good against Bristol and Alchemist though, and IO as well. This pick is actually amazing.
Yeah, it actually is. The damage potential for it, it's a different page than the physical damage. It's a great hero.
Okay, very quickly down the line. Charlie, who's had a better draft?
DC.
Very obvious, I think, this time around. Black?
DC, definitely.
Okay, unanimous decision from the judges on the panel. DC, 1-0 up already. Can they claim a second and make a top 8 finish here at the Major? Let's find out in Game 2.
Thank you very much, Paul. Indeed, as we get ourselves ready for Game 2 between DC and VICI Gaming, we heard from the panel, Ben, not a lot of confidence here on VICI Gaming's draft. Do you agree, or do you have anything to say otherwise?
DC's lineup is way better.
Okay, I mean, the finishing pick here, this Timbersaw, they have got 3 strength heroes on VICI Gaming, as they talked about the strengths. There was a ban on the Meepo. Do you think we may have seen the Meepo if VICI Gaming hadn't banned it?
I was pumped for it.
I was as well. But the way it's had, we've got to sell with a Weehaw Timbersaw, which I'm sure people are going to be very happy about seeing as well. So without any further ado, let's get ourselves into Game 2.
Digital Chaos versus VICI Gaming Reborn.
Here we have it then indeed, ladies and gentlemen, as we get ourselves through with the rundown of both of the teams in this matchup. So Ben, VICI Gaming's draft, as they said towards the start, as soon as we saw the Alchemist, there's that feeling that VICI wanted to kind of take this on late, but at the same time, as the panel said, this current meta, it's all about kind of getting the early game momentum, and DC, they have a lineup to do that. I mean, how did VICI Gaming hold off against DC's push?
Well, first they need to stop Lycan from taking down all their towers, which they don't have that much AoE. Maybe if Gyro gets really big and they team fight well early, but most of the time they're going to be 4 on 5 anyways. IO can't contribute that much to team fights, and I think if they take it late, Timbersaw is going to be immortal if he gets any armor item plus weave. Bristle's not going to do any damage to him. Alchemist is going to get chopped. IO's going to die instantly in team fights, and it's going to be a very uphill battle from VICI Reborn. They need a lot more farm. They were starting that though. We saw some tethers on the ancient trees, so they can stack that up quite easily.
We'll see, rune-wise, DC around the bottom. Move's going to come towards the top. Ooh, trying for a bit of a cheeky play. I think as we can see from this, yeah, indeed, No was still able to grab that, so out getting that nice start with the bounty rune. Lane-wise, it looks to be pretty much what we'd expect to see. Well, for the time being, we are going to have the Dazzle on the top lane helping out the Slardar. So this bottom lane, I mean, how well is the Bristle going to do in terms of slowing down the farm here on the Lycan? Is this going to be a really hard lane for resolution, or can he still play around it with the help of Saxon?
I think clearly that's what DC were scared of with the last ban on the Axe, and Bristle not as good at pressuring, I would say, as the Axe, but still pretty decent. I think more so they're going to be concentrated on his farm, with Wisp trying to be around the Ancients to constantly stack it up and just check runes now and then. So as long as Bristle gets farm, I think they're okay, more so than limiting Lycan's farm.
And it's going to be interesting with FY as well on this side, because obviously, as they were saying in the panel, they were wondering if it was going to be the Alk-IO combination towards the mid lane, and without the IO to back him up, he could have a bit of a tricky time against Weehaw, surely, on the Timbersaw.
There's nothing that Timbersaw can do too much about Acid Spray, and Timbersaw's base damage is not that great, so he can't deny too many creeps and stop his gold. And Timbersaw does not have the best rune control to prevent Alchemist from getting those huge bounty runes.
Top lane, just a bit of action here, just grabbing him and bringing back Misery, but no follow through for the time being.
I like the way DC drafted this game and last game to set up to win all 3 lanes. I think if Timber gets free farm in mid, which he pretty much is getting right now, he's going to be well ahead of the Alchemist in farm, then they're on their way to a great start. And it's going to continue to Roche's later because of the Lycan. And I think their lineups are also very good at dealing with farm single cores. They have the Maledict from the Witch Doctor, they amplify damage from the Slar, so if someone is very tanky and very farm, they can still bring them down very easily. Last game they had a Doom for this specific purpose.
I mean, if you are VGR, how do you deal with the fact that as you said, DC do feel to have the stronger lanes? Do you have to just try and stay as stable as you can, or can we expect to see kind of rotations coming out, maybe looking to try and gank Weehaw, or just as a Timbersaw, is that just a gank that you can't really afford to attempt?
Who do they gank with? Maybe the Rubik. I don't think he can make plays on his own. He doesn't have boots. Usually the Wisp support partner buys all the items so he can get the early bottle, but I think with Rubik, the only hero that can really make plays with them, they need to prioritize more farm on him. Maybe a Blink Dagger, definitely boots, and I don't see them being able to put that much pressure. Where's the upside for VICI's lineup? All they can really do is stack a lot, get a lot of Grievous Greed, and do Ancient stacks for Bristle. But in terms of getting kills, in terms of getting objectives, there's that much that they have going for them.
See as well, just on this bottom lane, Saxon doing a pretty good job at trying to keep the Bristle out of it. It's fairly even at the moment with CS on that bottom lane. Yang on 14 for 1, 12 for 2 on resolution. The mid lane matchup still slightly going the way of Weehaw with the Whirling Death spam. He's been managing to just keep ahead with the wave clear. As we can see, just with the poor man's shield and a couple of points into reactive armor. Not a huge amount that this out can do in terms of beating him out in the lane. Bottom, Yang trying to go a bit aggressive here. The nice cask bounces will hold back the aggression from Yang and FY. Solution will be safe for the time being. And the top lane, Slardar, 10 for 5. He's having a pretty nice time really against End, who's only on 11 for 2. So Slardar's getting a lot out of this lane, and it doesn't seem like the Gyro's getting enough.
Nope, their VICI Reborn are only slightly winning the bottom, and the other 2 lanes are not going well for them at all. So going to have to rely on those neutral creeps.
You need to be careful there. I mean, he had 4 Quill Spray stacks on him, and rather low indeed. Does have the salve and getting himself back up into a tip-top shape. And just heading over as well, and out.
They're just concentrating on mass stacking, although Wisp, I don't think, got any of those stacks.
Been unlucky with the timings there by looks of it, yeah, indeed, for F1. But no, he's been pretty fortunate with the bounty runes that he's finding. He did just pick up a second one here at the 4-minute mark. Top lane, goes on to end, and well, that's probably back up for the time being, and it's going to be fine. Not enough punch from the side of DC to bring him down. FY will get the tether across. So they've got to be careful with this guy. They cannot afford to allow N to go down on this safe lane. That really would be crumbling here for the side of VICI Gaming.
I would like to see a Blightstone coming out from Misery. They have a lot of physical damage output in this lane. Combine that with the Howl from Resolution, it should be, I think, a very easy kill on the Gyrocopter, who doesn't have that much armor and does not have the Wisp up top to support him most of the time.
And we're seeing again, trying to go for a bit of aggression onto Yang, but a little bit harder to take down than he was on the side, even with the Maledict. Bristleback doing a fair bit with that passive. And still, the mid lane, 30 for 14 onto Weeha. He's been given pretty much a free lane now, outside back into the jungle. They've tried to put the Rubik mid to get him towards that level 6. Top end, still being kept alive by FY, but the farm really has taken a hit. 17 for 3 on the Jara, 23 for 10 on Muslada. That is not how they envision the top lane to go. And Weeha actually coming for a bit of a rotation. He's level 6, puts out Nono in the jungle, and it's going to come over as well. We'll see how much they can do to deal with him, and not a lot. Weeha just playing around with these boys, and well, Shakram's out. He's got eyes towards FY, trying to tip the chain across. He'll turn and getting bursted down incredibly low, but with the telekinesis, BGR looking to punish this one. Weeha may have got a little bit too aggressive here. Let's see how long he can keep himself alive. He's low on the mana, low on the health, out of bottle charges, and comes round for Rocket Barrage, and Weeha maybe getting a little bit too cocky there, Ben.
Even 4-on-1, it was still very difficult to bring down the Timbersaw, and he was just looking for an easy stack steal. Maybe Alchemist would have been low without Chemical Rays, but instead finding pretty much the whole team there.
Absolutely, getting the first blood onto end on it. Jara, who was not having a great start in lane. BGR are going to be very happy with that indeed. Phase boost now done on him as well, so got that extra little bit more kill potential. Another bounty rune for Nono. Indeed, as we saw, he was able to clean up a fair few stacks indeed, so the out getting into a bit of a better place.
Yang on bottom.
And indeed, trying to have a go on him, but he's got the backup of FY. He's going to be fine, and in fact, eyeing up, going back in, looking for resolution, TPing from Misery. They are fairly low on DC.
I think this is the third salve up on Lycan right now. I think I would have liked to see a 1-1-1 build out from Saksa so he can help Resolution invest in a Vlad's, something that's way better long-term than multiple salves. With the Maledict, it's not as useful when there's a healing source from the other team, which is the Wisp.
There is Top, trying to set something up. Boo, he will get himself out of the initial cooldown, but here with the telekinesis, bringing him back in. A couple more clicks for DDC, should do it, and there will. A second kill for VICI Gaming Reborn. Kills that they're desperate for after the kind of the way that the last hitting's been going, but 2 of those kills, both of them involving the Gyrocopter, so suddenly this top lane taking a bit of a turn for the better for VICI Gaming.
That was a nice catch by VICI Reborn, realizing that the Dazzle had TP down bottom. Witch Doctor almost certainly going to stay down there to keep on babysitting Resolution and finding that small window of opportunity and move, maybe getting a little bit greedy, hoping that he could get that 10-minute Blink Dagger timing. And now they scout out the stacks, constantly trying to find out where they are. However, there's no wars out there. The supports have not been able to venture towards that side of the map because they have 2 very defensive healing-based supports. And the Lycan Wolves also trying to scout out any farming maneuver by VGR.
Eyes onto Saxa. Saxa needs to be careful. Whoa, a Quill Spray stacking up and ripping through the body of the Witch Doctor. Did have 9 stick charges there, but wasn't able to get them off by the looks of it. Or just felt that his fate was inevitable. But a 3rd kill for VICI Gaming. Resolution having to back up now as FY is coming across with Yang. Resolution's got to be careful here. Is on his own at the moment on the Lycan, and Yang will start to skip the creep wave, get a bit of pressure down onto this tier 1 on the bottom lane, and all things said and done, VICI Gaming really kind of coming into their element here at this point of the game and having a much better start than they did in game 1. Resolution though, with the ultimate, trying to make a beeline for FY. Take him down. Can Yang keep the Wolf off the ball? And well, FY trying to juke it out in the trees. One more touch. Resolution will be able to get the kill, but he only just gets away. He does get away with it, Resolution. Meanwhile, mid lane, eyes onto Nono. So hard kill there with the Chemical Rage, regen up, TP in from DDC, but we are making a beeline straight for the Rubik, getting the Chakram slow, trying to allow the catch for the rest of his side, but they can't quite chase it down. Ends come in, the crush is going to be missed by Move, Cast comes out, Melody does the Jarm with the Chakra, the burst from Timber, can they kill him? No! F5 coming across, keeping End alive, Weeha's got to be careful, maybe overextended again here, and Weeha going to get taken down, Isle to Misery is a double kill with Yang. A great reaction there from VICI Gaming Reborn, as the 5 of them coming towards the mid lane, 5 for 1 here. And this is going absolutely perfectly for the moment. 10 minutes in, they had a bit of a slow start, but they picked up the kills. They've been reacting very nicely to DC's plays, and they're coming out on top, Ben.
Yeah, together, they're actually playing as a team. Last game, it just felt like, okay, let's hope that Morphling gets really late farm, but even from the get-go, the Wisp and the IO and the Wisp and the Bristle and the offlane constantly pressuring the Lycan. I don't think that DC expected this sort of transition from game 1 to game 2.
And this is really, really impressive play here from VICI Gaming with the tools at their disposal. Now the fact that 10 minutes in, Yang's now got the mech online. So the next push, the next reaction is going to be even harder for DC to even dream of finding a kill out of it. They need to find a way of playing their way around this. I mean, how do you react to the way that VICI Gaming is playing? If you're DC, do you kind of have to tone down the aggressiveness and try and look to get a bit more space just for resolution on the Lycan? And I mean, what do you do with Weeha's Timber? What is the ideal situation for him to be in there?
I think it's to follow up after Slaughter gets his Blink Dagger. I think they need to focus on that first and foremost. They need to gather more intelligence, scout out really deep with the Lycan, and take smart fights before the Wisp gets relocated. He is only 4.5 right now. I'm not sure if there's a tone coming in towards him. Doesn't look like it at the moment. But before he has relocate, they should have better information around the map.
Z-Top as well. DC did have 2 up there, but the ward, they will notice that DDC is there on the Rubik to back up any kind of action. No. I mean, with the Chemical Rage, just feeling confident he can walk in and get that CS, and we have the burst to deal with it. Not scared at all of the Timber Saw whilst his ult is up, this Alchemist.
If VICI win like one more fight, that's kind of the free ticket for Alchemist Radiance. He has 3,100 gold right now, and still not guaranteed that he's going to get it at a good time.
It's that bottom lane they really want to try for this Yang kill. Weeha TP down here.
Nah, not with the neck.
I can't catch that one out.
They also need to get Timbersaw more tanky. Right now, he doesn't have any HP items. He has all those small items at the start, but he was, I think, number 1 in CS early on. Now he's number 5 in net worth.
He's really taking it. I mean, at least for Mu, he has got that Blink Dagger pretty much done. He is sitting on the 22, 47, 48, 49, and there we have it. So Blink Dagger now online for the Slardar. I mean, it really feels like DC, they need to make something big happen with this.
They need to kill the Wisp or the Rubik early on in the fight. However, DDC can make big plays with a quick telekinesis, and I wonder if they're going to smoke for this one. Yep, here they go with the smoke reveal near the T2.
See if they can catch. A jump on the end would be nice. Just have the backup of Rubik. See what DDC can do if they go on it and move. Going to try quick jumps in, but straight away the reaction from DDC. Away the amplifier as well. It's a nice steal for DDC. That's why coming across. We're going to see Resolution trying to make a beeline straight for DDC. Nice cooldown from them, just zoning out the rest of DC so they can't pursue for this kill. And with the Blink Dagger reveal on Mu, they're unable to find anything at a time where, as we said, they really needed to get that kill.
DDC was just ready for that, and he stole Amp, so Resolution doesn't want to go in with Amp on him. He does have a little bit of armor from the Vlad, but that won't stop him from getting bursted down by the Gyrocopter. A nice defensive call down. It didn't hit anyone, but he knew that they were outnumbered and outgunned at that point in time.
And as you said, this is going to be a very good timing for the Radiance on No. And with the start that VGR have had, considering all things said and done before the game, how do they deal with an out that's got ahead at this stage of the game?
Take down towers. All T1s are still up on the side of VGR. This is where the Lycan in the game is 13 minutes in. If they don't get those T1s, they don't get the Roche. And without Roche, Lycan is very, very weak. It's kind of like Ursa in that regard. He's great on paper, but if you fall behind like this and you can't get any objectives, suddenly he's just way behind in net worth and can't man up versus any of these VGR cores.
We're very close as well to the point where F5 will have the relocate online. Level 5.5 for the moment on the IO. We'll see if anything kicks off down towards this bottom lane. VGR got a fair few around at the same time.
I think it's more they should use a relocate way more defensively than offensively, and just try and out-farm. That's what they're doing right now. Look how many stacks there are. They're slaying the Ancients right now. They have Gyrocopter, Bristle, and Alchemist. All of these heroes just thrive off stacks, and it doesn't matter if it's Ancients or just regular neutrals, they can get a ton of gold that way, and that gold lead is approaching 7,500 for VGR. DC, they need to start doing something soon.
So it's going to be harder and harder, as you said already. Just the fact that they are going to be able to use the relocate defensively. I mean, who does Moo make the jump on? You do kind of, I feel like you've got to catch out you've got to catch out these backliners, because they'll be there to save the Gyro or the Alchemist. And now you look at the Bristleback, the fact that Yang, he has that Vanguard on top of the mech. He himself, he doesn't even need saving. I mean, you jump on this Bristle, you're not going to be able to burst him down, and he's going to be able to live through the initial initiation.
Maybe they'll be able to get this T1 on top. Moo is in position in case a solo hero defends, but if he goes in, like let's say a solo hero TPs in, he goes in, they just relocate, and then suddenly it'll be 3-on-2. So they have to be very careful about that. Well, Wolves coming in, will seal that tower.
At the same time, VGR just looking for the tier 1 trade on towards the bottom. Only Misery and We Are hanging around down here. So VGR, not too much to be scared of. We will get the final touch up top, so a little bit more gold into the bank of this Slaughter. VGR take down one tower. We'll see what the next bit of plan is. There is, of course, Roshan up. Let's see if any team wants to try and go for it. And obviously with the amp and the like, and DC, they have really good Roche taking potential, but...
So do VGR.
Yeah, with the Bristle to tank it and such.
And the Goop.
Yeah.
Well, maybe looking to make a move right now. Who did they gank? Ideally, you gank Alchemist. They haven't been able to set up any wards to gank the stacks. Now we see one at 15 minutes, but that's far too late. It's on the Dire T2 on the top side, but they have not been close to the Ancients. I saw we scouted out one time, but aside from that, no control at all. And now they see the Wolves. The Wolves aren't smoked, so that they know they're probably heading for this area. No.
Yeah, he needs to be careful. He's kind of walked into this one, amplified down. Cooldown will be there as end. He's ready for the reaction. Resolution getting dragged in the middle of it all. Resolution up, down, up, down. He needs to go down. Yang trying to go through in the shallow grave will allow Resolution to get out, but they've lost the Dazzle. Move falling low as well as VGR moving in for more. Bursting down Saxtra on the Witch Doctor. It's a double kill for end. Yang taking down the Slardar as well. 3 more kills for VGR. It stands 8-1. They'll head into the pit. And at this point, I mean, this is really crumbling for DC. A total turnaround here in Game 2 compared to Game 1.
DC did not expect that they would be prepared with the Observers and the Sentries, thinking that the Lycan Wolves would give them a free scouting out. But VGR, they knew exactly what they were up to. But DC, they're feeling that they're getting outfarmed everywhere. Can the Wolves make a play here?
Trying to go for a bit of a cheeky sniper search, but indeed not going to be there. VGR taking Roshan Aegis now onto End's Gyrocopter.
They didn't even get any wards up with that smoke. At the very least, you'd want to get some wards so you can potentially gank that Ancients, but how much gold has VGR gained from this one spawn?
Absolutely, as we can see there, over a 10k lead at this stage. Obviously, to some extent, you know, it's going to be expected and kind of inflated by the fact that they do have an Alchemist, but still, 10k, that's the exact kind of lead that you'll be very happy with the kind of lineup VGR have. And a lineup as well that, you know, was thought to maybe suffer a little bit at the start, but they played it perfectly. And DC, they feel like they're struggling this game. They just don't have an answer to the way that VGR's playing.
Not at the moment. Maybe when Timbersaw gets more farm, they can burst down the Wisp without the help of the Slardar. Right now, it seems like the only threat is a Slardar jump, and as such, DDC can prepare for that with a defensive telekinesis, and they can kind of nullify any threat that DC has in a team fight. But if we can get big, then he can roll in. Maybe VGR won't be so set up with their positioning. Maybe the support will clump up. Then they can hit the 2-man stun. Then Lycan can run in and just grab their back lines.
VGR, of course, with the Aegis and the belt of End, feeling very strong and confident here with the push. Only Saxa and Wheat down here at the moment. As we can see, just scared to try and make a move here. We are onto them. Playing very, very reserved. Even as a Timbersaw realizes the fact that VGR, they certainly have the potential to bring that man down. He's already died twice this game. And unable to find himself any favorable kind of action. Only been able to farm around the map. Moves in again. Eyes onto DDC with a nice wraparound, and this is what we're talking about. We've got to be careful about being caught out like this. We'll get the Timber Chain off, but the cooldown slows there. They'll get themselves in close to personal. The stolen cars bouncing between the two of them. DDC setting it up perfectly there for the side of VG Gaming Reborn, taking 2, from DC. And it really has not been the Timbersaw game for Weehaw, it seems, Ben.
It most certainly has not. And the reactive armor plus Weave may be keeping alive, but the gyro pick just adds that extra level of damage that VGR's landed with the massive amount of magic. And the Dragon Lance too, especially difficult for all these melee heroes to get in range to do damage to them.
Coming in, and to come in. Misery and Moo are there. They do also have Resolution, who's been quietly farming up the jungle of VGR, trying to find just any kind of space he can to get those Necro books online. Manta now on end. I mean, 19 minutes in. The pace of this game is going perfectly for VICI Gaming Reborn. Alchemist continues to farm. Manta is going to be the next time. He's kind of halfway there at the moment. TP's coming into the top. It's just going to be, of course, the Alch just clearing out the wave. But this is really, it's not looking good for DC. They need to do something, Ben. And what is it at this stage?
They can hope for a bad relocate from VGR. Like, let's say they think that Lycan's getting out of control. They just need to kill him a couple more times. Maybe they can sit behind him with a cast into like a death ward with Timbersaw sitting behind with his burst. But I don't think VGR are going to make that kind of mistake. I don't really think that they're in a position where they feel like they have to go for any sort of risky move. Just keep farming up stacks, get oodles and oodles of gold on the Alchemist, and they can proceed into the late game with heavy confidence.
Look at this in the mid lane. DDC still something up with the telekinesis end, not wanting to commit the cooldown. Doesn't feel confident on the potential to go for that kill, and aware that DC may have backup behind. Top lane. See also a bit of a go here from VGR. No, and FY leading in, but Resolution turns around, chops immediately onto FY, but he gets himself out here. With the TP, he's fine. Resolution will continue to chase down No TP reactions at the moment, but the Chemical Rage regen more than enough to get him out. Meanwhile, mid lane going in onto DDC, but the turnaround's there, coming in with a cooldown, looking to take down the Witch Doctor. He's got a mega kill streak now for the man on the gyro end. We trying to move in and burst down FI, but at this stage he just doesn't have the damage to do so. Misery has to grave himself, get back up to the high ground. Saxa gets the car scout, but there's no follow-up from DC. They'll now move back in on the Timber, going across here, but still they just can't seem to finish off these heroes. Saxa coming close to being brought down again. Yang trying to get the final quill spray in. He'll just turn around, go for Wii instead. They'll take down Timber. Another kill for VGR. 12-1. It really has just been VG's game from the start. And DC, they're trying to go for a bit of a push on the top lane with Resolution. But No and the boys will take the tier 2 mid. And this game, it just continues to swing in favor of the boys on VICI.
And they don't have a good target to go on. You do not want to focus this Bristleback, who was built very defensively with the Vanguard and the mech. They wanted to kill the Gyrocopter, but it took so long to bring him down. The Manta, pretty defensive coming up from him, but very good at dispelling the amplified damage, and maybe they'll get a kill on FY, but he already has a Ghost Scepter, which Black mentioned as a key item for him, and it was kind of a question as how he was supposed to farm it, but at this point he is very farm for a Wisp and almost impossible for DC to kill.
Absolutely, as we saw in that last bit of fight, just Resolution feeling that he was going to be able to get away with a free kill on the Io. Very, very hard to do so. 9 impossible just as a lone wolf. And well, here we have it. Resolution popping the ult. Moo will get the jump in onto DDC. They'll go for this one and goes for the cooldown, and we're duped out. So this time DC find themselves a kill. So they didn't get themselves anything else with Amplify lay down onto N. Will remove it with the Manta style, and Yang coming in as backup. So DC won't be able to find anything else, but feels like the first time, well, it is in a while, that DC are able to find a kill. Won't pay with any of their own lives. No trying to look to catch someone out. Moo's actually coming back in. And around with this one. He's going to be okay. No catch potential from VG. So DC, they take a kill. It is just a support, but at least it's something.
And that was with the help of the Wolves, and now DDC probably eyeing for his gem and knowing that they don't want to focus Bristle, but he can just be up front with the gem, and they can constantly kill the Wolves, so the supports can hide in the fog, but they really want to. DDC does have his Blink Dagger though, so no huge loss for him.
VG, even off the back of an engagement where they lose one, they're still certainly feeling the strength from that they've managed to muster and continue to push down on the top. Moo going for a bit of aggression in the mid lane. DDC jumps in with the telekinesis, TP and relocate coming in. Moo, he's going to get taken down here by his own crush, stolen from by DDC. And VG there with a follow-up. I mean, they just can't afford to go for these pushes like this, because every time VG will be there to punish it. They'll smoke up, begin to get the move in on the middle lane. Saxa Needs to cross his fingers that he doesn't get spotted out by the two of them here. And he may have just walked into it in one top lane. Misery just coming out, but the team for 2, VGR still maintaining a very, very firm grip on this game.
And DC, knowing that they haven't been able to get really any kills with the Blink Dagger on the Slaughter aside from that one on the Rubik, trying to turn around their strategy and go for a more late game oriented. Slaughter committing for the Hand of Midas.
Bottom lane, TDC. Indeed, that's not going to work. We trying for the Timber Chain TP, but NoNo's there with the concoction. We trying to buy time. He will get the Bloodstone Suicide out just in time. But again, I mean, DDC managing to force that out in the sense that he had so much set up for the side there with the Stolen Crush still in the telekinesis. It's more than enough time for backup from the boys to come in.
Yeah, and that's little consolation for a struggling DC. 20,000 gold lead for VGR.
Now we're going to have a pause here from Resolution. Hopefully it'll be a brief one. We should be able to get ourselves back on with it. So just making adjustments here to the monitor. Should be fine. On PC restarted. Oh, come on. Windows update, eh? Probably.
How many people have been cursed by Windows 10?
Never mind, go. Okay, that was a quick restart. Impressive computers there. They must have some pretty good SSDs in these ones. Well, here we have it. We're back in. Restarted so quick, he didn't even DC from the game. That was impressive. But back on with this one. DC need to do something about this. And as we've been saying, it's just this inevitable force that's continuously being built up on the side of VGR, just still looking at this Alchemist. He's had a great game, NoNo. 0-0-8, pretty much uncontested farm.
That is a good game for Alchemist.
DDC just outplaying Mu at the moment. Mu unable to get the lock on him. And I mean, let's talk about it again. What went wrong here for DC so far? I mean, the panel, they seem so confident on the fact that the VICI Gaming's draft wasn't going to be enough to stand up against DC at the earlier stages.
Well, they didn't like the Dazzle pick for good reason. When you lead with the Witch Doctor and Lycan, and then you pick the Dazzle, they didn't have anyone to move around. The Witch Doctor was constantly babysitting the Lycan. They didn't want to leave the Slaughter alone on top, and Dazzle can't rotate and kill mid. Alchemist never felt any sort of pressure. They didn't need the Wisp there, and they could opt for this IO and Bristle in the off lane because of the stationary nature of these two supports. And without any sort of pressure from that, they weren't able to contest the stacks at all. You can kind of see where they were going for when Wee was there by himself, but he can't do it alone. It was that 4v1 is like, okay, well, we can't go into the jungle at all anymore. We can't contest those stacks. We can't contest the ancient stacks. And VGR just built a tremendous gold lead. I think NoNo got a little bit lucky with the bounty runes. But even without those, VGR would still have a massive lead at this point.
I'm looking towards, of course, Mr. End on the gyrocopter. And he working into that butterfly. I mean, you look at the side of DC there, and they're not going to have an MKB anytime soon on Resolution. At the moment, with the Hyperstone. We're certainly just going to look to try and finish
Wolves,
off
are they going to snipe the chicken?
Oh. At the moment, just following him. They don't really have quite enough damage by the looks of it to the courier. It's going to be fine.
Yeah, they were trying.
They certainly were. I mean, maybe for DC, one of the things we yet to see them have to do is kind of the high ground defense. I mean, how good is that for DC against VGR's lineup? How good is VGR's lineup at breaking the base?
With Aegis, it should be very easy, especially how Bristle is.
Like this again, we are getting caught out. They'll bring in a relocating NoNo with the cooked up concoction. Another easy one for VICI Gaming here.
I really like the Dragonlance on these short-ranged carries like Gyrocopter because it makes the tower siege a lot better.
Yeah.
Normally, if you have to go too close, you'll just get spammed down by Timbersaw. Slaughter will keep throwing amps out on you. You'll get hit out by casts. But with the Dragonlance, it makes it much easier to back in and out and just take some pot shots at the tower without any time for DC to respond. DC thinking about contesting Roach. There's no chance they can do this.
Coming out on his own in the river, will grave himself. Going for the TP, he's actually going to make it. They don't have any disable, so a nice escape from Misery. At the least, DDC, of course, will be able to take away for himself and grab the Shallow Grave, so they're going to have that as well for the next push. A very nice spell to steal for these kind of pushes that VICI Gaming are, of course, now going to look for off the back of that Roshan.
I think ideally he would have stolen the Shadow Wave. I think that'd be a much better grave. It's not like VGR are in
it's not like they're going to
dying.
die, yes. That is true, yeah. With the amount of tank that these guys have built up, it's looking very impressive indeed. It's a full-out Butterfly complete now for End is
This
just
is
on the way
time.
out.
They are so strong compared to DC right now.
This 28-minute phase, Manta, Dragonlance, Butterfly, Aegis, good to go. You look towards the Bristleback, he's halfway through an AC. You know, no, of course, with a completed full-on farm and push build. Manta, Radiant, Subterranean, it's all there. Everything ready for VICI Gaming. Here we have it, as you said, just this siege from the sidelines, sitting back, chipping away at the tower, and not a lot that DC can do to stop it. Resolution actually popping the ultimate here, preparing for some kind of fight. But VICI Gaming, they're just not giving it to them. They're playing it incredibly sensibly, and they have just stepped to their performance so much from what we saw in Game 1.
And they have a lot of sustain coming up for End with the mech, with the Wisp. No earn charges yet on the IO, but they can... I don't think they can take him down once, especially considering they have the overcharge to mitigate even further damage from them. No Crimson Guard out on the first back, maybe one more item they'd like to have.
Again getting caught out here on the front lines. Nice crush from Wii to try and stop the follow-up, and it will allow Wii to timber Chain back into the base. Fortification now coming out. About 20 seconds before the ult's back up on Resolution. Cooldown being used to zone back the side of DC. Saxa, no rocket barrage to the face, he's going to be fine. The racks may not be moved, getting the crush out. Deathwall being dropped down from the back, but it's just not enough damage at this point. Yang literally taking no damage at all from that Death Ward as he walks it off. And VICI Gaming just preparing themselves to move in again. Chemical Rage back up and available. At the same time, Shapeshift is there for Resolution. They'll try and run in. Maledict down onto the Alchemist, but Telekinesis from DDC holding Resolution in place. They've already lost Saxa. Resolution getting beat down here. They'll take down another, and DC being forced back to the base. And GG is called, Ben. 30 minutes in, 16-2. VICI Gaming Reborn turning around the series hugely after Game 1, coming into Game 2 like this, with a draft that everyone felt favored the side of DC. What a performance.
The Wisp Bristle kind of executed to perfection on the side of VGR, and DC just no way to handle the greed.
And there really wasn't indeed. 0-0-13 on No played the perfect farm game. I mean, I feel really on the side of VICI, just obviously go to the Rubik, a lot of plays from DDC that set up so much. We saw him constantly catching out Weehar on the Timbersaw with the lead in from the Telekinesis, and then Yang as well. I mean, he was the real carry here. 7-0-8 on his Bristleback.
And I think more so it's a great confidence booster for FY, who kind of got dominated in game number 1, and the question was, can he bounce back from this? Black wondered whether he would be able to recover.
Absolutely, and he really did, as you said. A perfect performance there from VICI Gaming Reborn. I mean, going into Game 3, what did DC need to change up here? Was this in any sense of them getting greedy with the draft? I mean, it doesn't feel like it. If anything, the greed draft was VICI Gaming, of course, with the Alchemist. What went wrong for them here in terms of hero picks?
I think just they needed their supports to do more and move around. We've seen Saxa on like a Roaming Doom, Bounty Hunter. These are sort of heroes that I think DC should eye, especially when VICI Reborn concentrates so much on the stacking and farming game.
Yeah, so if, as they said on the panel, you feel that the Dazzle pick may be a weakness here.
Yeah, I think that was it. But overall, VICI just played completely differently from game number 1.
Yeah, they really, really did. I mean, after these first 2 games, Game 3, I don't know how at all that is going to pan out. We should be able to get the Paul and the analyst back on. Paul, do you read me?
We do, loud and clear. How are you doing down there?
Not bad at all. I mean,
Good.
After this kind of turnaround in Game 2,
Right?
I don't know what to expect here in Game 3. I mean, after Game 1, you expect it to be looking towards a 2-0 for DC, but VICI Gaming there.
Yeah, I'm gobsmacked. I don't know, what do you guys think? Are you with Melini and OD down there?
Honestly, that should have been the freest Timbersaw game for Weehawk. That game was like freer than the Chinese teams at Shanghai Major, but he didn't look comfortable on that hero. Yeah. Like he missed he had like really ineffectual timber chains. He like timber chains like 2 feet in front of him. He doesn't get value out of his ultimate. Like all of that stuff, it didn't look like he was doing any damage, and he should have.
Charlie Yang delivering viciousness all day long. Ben, do you agree with him?
He's far more comfortable on those int heroes, the int playmakers, the Wind Ranger, the Leshrac, the Lina, the Invoker, and the Invoker was available to them. And
It was.
Timbersaw was a good pick, but maybe not for Wii. I'm not sure how many times he's played the hero.
I mean,
3 times. Three times. 3 pro games.
Yeah. What do you know what the win rate is? Did he win the awards?
2 out of 3.
2 out of 3.
Yeah.
Okay.
Which is, as Meatloaf says,
they were
bad.
playing American teams, though.
That is true. That was probably victories in NA qualifiers as well.
All right, well, we're going to leave you 2 alone, so you can have your back rubs and your massages or whatever you do in between games, and we'll be back with you for Game 3. Thank you very much for Melini and OD Pixel, and we'll get the views now of our full panel. Black And Purge, a game of two contrasts, really. I mean, first game dominated by DC, second game dominated by VGR. What made the difference?
I really do think it came down to the Timbersaw. They looked at the draft and they said, Timber's a perfect pick here. It's a bristleback. But the problem is that the way that they played it, if it's just a 1v1 mid and you're against an Alchemist, you have to have a hero that's going to beat him. And you have to be comfortable beating him. Because if you don't, and you go even on all the other lanes, Alchemist is going to get insane farm, which is exactly what happened there. I think the biggest mistake that we made, all right, it was definitely he wasn't practiced on the hero. That was really clear. He didn't really know how to play it. I think the other issue with it, his skill build was awful. You can't go 1-1-4 in a 1v1 against an Alchemist. That skill is really good if a lot of creeps are hitting you and then they're attacking you. But in a 1v1, you don't need 4 points. You need like maximum 2 points. You need Whirling Death. You need to get your damage up. Once those mid-game
higher
fights,
levels of Timber Chain.
Yeah, like when those mid-game fights happen, he's sitting there and he like throws his ulti and does like 200 pure damage other than that, and the heroes are still alive. If he had like 4 in Timber Chain and like 2 in Spin in his ulti, he would have actually done something. But in a 1v1 there, where they're aggressively dueling, you can't expect your supports to come in and get kills for you. Like, his skill build was only good if he was like the linchpin of the strategy. If he dies, they lose the game. And that wasn't the case there. He needed to beat that guy in a 1v1, and he had 4 in reactive armor. It doesn't do anything.
Okay, to end it on a positive note, though. There was so much negativity.
Yeah, so much negativity between these two.
Okay, so
you're right there, Black. Do you need some help? Do we call in medical assistance for you right now, or are you okay?
I think I'm okay.
Okay,
I'll be able to make this positive.
Okay.
We saw the IO Bristol. It worked out pretty well in the off lane. They had some rotations going on. And what was really important for me was the Alchemist. He actually did lose the lane to the Timber, not as much as he should have. But he transitioned into the jungle, which Rubik stacked already, and then Rubik took over mid, while Alchemist just farmed the jungle for like 5-6 minutes, and that's how he got his greedy net worth up. I really liked what they did there. They avoided the hard matchup, and it was a good decision by VG.
What changed for them, though? I mean, apart from the draft itself, because it didn't look like a totally different team game too.
I mean, I took credit for the DJ wake up, you know?
Right.
Maybe I woke FY up too.
Really?
Yeah, maybe.
Well, you just insult players in between games and they're back better than before.
I mean, maybe he heard my cry of agony, like, FY, get back. And he did come back.
The aggressive dual lane was...
I'm not impressed, Black.
Yeah, I'm not feeling that way.
Yeah, let's move on.
The aggressive dual lane was quite good from VGR, though.
Yeah.
like, Wisp plus Bristle, at first you guys were confused about it, but it allowed them to change up their lanes. In a lane where they're expecting to have Wisp Alchemist mid against a Timber, that would have been advantageous for DC. But when they put him in a 1v1, then Timber's still okay, but not as good, and then that allows him to pressure Lycan. Resolution didn't get the easy start like he did in game 1, so his farm wasn't quite the same, and it didn't allow him to like pick off the easy support heroes in the mid game like we expected.
I mean, we spoke about it too. The IO Bristol, if it works out, they're going to be all right, and the other formula to the victory was the Alchemist of free farming, and that happened too, and then they just won.
I got to give credits to the gyro pick as well. You saw there a lot of times where DC wants to fight, wants to go in, but there's just a gyro throwing down his ultimate there and just blocking the DC initiation. It's a great departure from the Morphling pick because Morphling couldn't do anything last game, but gyro, very aggressive early game core that allows your team to fight and to actually do something.
And the laning for it was great too, because then you have Gyrocopter plus Rubik, which is really good against Slardar. Like Rocket Barrage against Sprint, it's just tons of single target damage output, and that early team fight that they could use to prevent DC from winning those fights. It was everything they needed. In some ways, Gyro's is countered by Slardar, but when he's ahead and he gets Manta Style, then everything Slardar has is gone.
But also in the early and mid-game skirmishes and team fights in general, Alchemist Cloud plus Flag Cannon of Gyro is so strong, it like pretty much doubles his damage from the Flag Cannon. And we saw it there, the heroes just melted when Gyro was having free reign on them.
Other than the Timbersaw, DC overall were disappointing, Charlie. Why so? Do you think maybe they got a bit complacent in game 2?
Maybe a little bit, but it also had to do with the really defensive supports. Really, it was only up to, because the Timbersaw had such a bad game, it was up to Moo on the Slardar to start fights to try and do something. But it's just him going in alone. He doesn't really have any backup. He has 2 really defensive supports that can't go in with him.
Yeah, that's why the Bristle pick was so good, is because it turned from a lane that could have been like an off-lane hero versus 3 tri-lane into a dual lane, which has a hero that is very tanky, and they're weak on Disable, so they couldn't really kill Bristle. And Lycan is not very good contested, actually. He needs some free levels, he needs to be able to ramp up a bit, or minimum he needs a an offlane hero that he can just do what he needs to do, which is damage. But against Bristle, that doesn't work at all. He just turns around and walks away. And you're not going to kill Bristle with a Lycan. It's just not a good matchup there. That Bristle pick really screwed up what DC wanted to do.
We've talked a little bit over the last week or so, week and a half, about the Lycan picks. And it wasn't really that figured out when we came into the main event. But then Liquid lost with it, and that was the Nyx mid pick. And now we've seen a slightly different approach to it. Do you think maybe it starts to fall out of favour again? I know these things happen. It's an ever-evolving meta, isn't it, through the tournament?
Right. I think this was a good example of something that you can do to give Lycan a hard game, to shut him down. In all the other games you've seen, he gets free farm in the lane, and goes to the jungle, runs around, gets his Necro Book 3, and just starts taking your towers. But he got contested. He got contested in a lane that wasn't easy for him. It wasn't easy for him to run around and kill all these heroes. And I think that's a great way to deal with him, is don't let him get free farm. Sort of an age-old trick, but hey, it works.
But also we have seen Liquid run it a lot, and they first picked it, and he was always contested, Matumba Man, against the Tide dual lane, Tide Doom, and he would still just free farm. I just feel like Matumba Man has figured everything out about the hero, while of course Resolution played an amazing Lycan. He was like the only one who didn't die on his team. He had good split push presence, and it just feels like, you know, Matumba Man is the more like developed Lycan. Like, even though he gets contested in matchup, he should not even farm at all. He completely free farms still and is top 1 on the net worth.
And I think Resolution is just not quite hitting the tier 1 level of carry, personally. There's some games that if he gets contested, he falls a little short. Last game, the first game that is, he had free farm, he played very well, but other games, like the Weaver game, for example, from yesterday or the day before, he had free farm and he still underperformed, so he's not quite hitting that super good consistency
Well,
yet.
he did originally play mid, so he is still transitioning into that one position role.
Right. But he's got to be able to farm through disparity and use that to do good things. Like, yes, he didn't die, but his GPM was still only about 430. I mean, Lycan is a very, very fast farmer. He needs to get that up a bit, ideally. Maybe it's his team's fault, maybe it's him, but
it was a very hard game for him.
It was a very hard game for Lycan, definitely.
Okay, let's look forward to game 3 now. VGR with a bit more confidence behind them, Charlie. They only won 1 game at the Manila Major before today.
2 games now.
Now it's 2. That's going to give them a little bit more confidence. They go into game 3, what do? Do they stick to what they did in game 2? It's much more comfortable for them. Or do they try and go back to where they went in game 1 but do it better?
No, definitely don't go where they were in game 1. That is a dark, dark place. But I want them to draft heroes that can fight, that can do something, that can punish what DC wants. If they do that, I give them a much better chance. Like in game 1, they didn't even give themselves a chance to win that game. It was just, that draft was a hot mess.
Yeah.
But you know, game 2, they contest the lanes. They're allowed to get up their items and their levels to be able to, take the fight to DC, and you saw the clear difference there.
I felt like they counterpicked in game 2. Game 1, they didn't really do that much, and with the exception of the Morphling, kind of. But in the playstyle, Morphling wasn't the counter. In that game, they had the lane counters, and they had the playstyle counters that were going to come from a result of that laning.
What has this done for FY and his confidence and his team?
I mean, FY was always a very momentum kind of person. When they're riding the momentum, they'll usually not let it go. And when they're losing, of course, then he'll be very, emotional about it. So winning that game definitely puts them into the driver's seat for me. And if they stick to what they did in game 2, which was bring the aggression to DC instead of just farming away like they tried to do in game 1, then I think they have a real shot at taking this.
What will he be saying to his fellow teammates right now after game 2? Because game 1, obviously, he needed to get them back off the floor. They were literally knocked out on the floor. He's done that. He's persuaded them somehow by whatever he said in between game 1 and 2 that they could still win this game, and they've done that in game 2. Now what does he say to them, motivate them for game 3?
Well, what we always said in China, Jayo, and that's all.
Really?
In China, you just say that. It's like, like the fighting.
Like a motivational.
It's like fighting, come on, we can do this. We saw a video at TI5, I think it was RTK, he was just like, Jayo. That's kind of what the Chinese people always do.
The question is, did it work for you?
I own, man.
Well, he only had to play anti-mage, so it didn't really matter.
Hey, and Invoker. Don't forget Invoker.
Yeah, sometimes.
2 heroes, not 1.
Speaking about limited hero pools, I really feel like we needs to get on a hero he's good at. DC has lost 2 games now where we played a hero that's out of his best 3. Those 3 that he plays, he's amazing at. Timbersaw was not good. The other, what was the other one he failed at the other day? I mean, it wasn't like it wasn't Timber level, but
what was it?
It was something. DK. It was outside of his comfort zone, outside of his playstyle. They've got to stick to what he's really good at, and Weehawk can be the 8K MMR player that he is.
But then you have to go back to that last drive and say the Invoker was open right at the end of the game.
Well, Timber saw fit if it was a good Timber player. Honestly, if he just transitions and participates in fights early with a little bit of setup, yeah, he can get kills,
if he uses his spells properly, I think they win that game. Like, there's that portion in the jungle early game where it took so long for 4 heroes to kill him, but he's just like not getting the value out of his spells. I think that if that was like a Miracle Timber or a Sumail Timber, he kills at least 2 heroes.
But what also could have happened is that he played it a lot in matchmaking, and he was like, oh, yeah, I'm actually really confident on this hero. But then it is completely different in a tournament environment like this.
To me, it looked like what happened was they're like, Timber's a perfect pick. Weehawk, can you play? He's like, yeah, I can play that.
Probably,
and then he's like, what skill build should I go? And Moo's like, 4 in reactive armor is really good. But Moo plays off lane, and in those situations, yes, it's very good, but not mid. And I feel like he got pulled into that meta new skill build, that's the new thing, but he lost the base of the hero. It's about doing damage.
You play him in middle to just burst people down.
Yeah.
Especially against Alchemist. You pick it to counter the Alchemist, and he kind of just stayed on the lane and got hit by creeps.
Yeah. If Lycan has a bad early game, they're lacking damage, and Timber didn't bring that.
Well, I'll tell you one thing we have learned from Game 2 is that DC did not like the IO Alchemist, that's for sure. So those have gone in the first round of bans, and we've got to... I guess we figured out from Game 1 that they weren't going to give him the Lifestealer back either. So we're going to first pick Doom. Haven't seen that for a little while.
I do like the IO Alchemist band, especially the Alchemist one, just because, as we saw from the last game, they don't want to put Wii in a position where he might have to 1v1 an Alch with a hero he's not super comfortable with.
I like it a lot. I like it more for the IO band. I think FY on that IO, if I had to give the MVP to anybody, it would be him. He enabled so many heroes in that game. Like, he helped out the Bristleback, helped out the Alchemist as well. And when Gyro was getting ganked, he TPs up there, tethers him up, and then DC's like, oh, guess we can't gank this guy.
DDC played amazing as well. Everybody on VICI Gaming Reborn, they look like a completely different team.
Yeah.
So just like the commentator said, Game 1, really one-sided. Game 2, really one-sided the opposite way. Venge Bat is a good opening for VICI Gaming, though. And
now we go back to the Invoker.
All right, they're good.
Yeah, okay.
Iguchi.
So much more stable this time. Get Wee's hero out really early. Yes, it can be countered, but at least he's on his, arguably his best hero right now.
Yeah.
I think they want to ban out position 4 heroes that can get really aggressive in middle, though. Maybe like an Earth Spirit.
I would also probably maybe ban out the PL as well. The PL Invoker matchup is terrible for the Invoker.
It is. Maybe just ban Earth Spirit PL, because when you have Earth Spirit and they get their hands on like a DP, it becomes really, really hard for the Invoker to play.
Right.
Quick shout out for DDC, by the way. This is his 127th game in a Valve tournament, which is a new record.
He's been around since TI1.
Yep.
Right? That guy is very...
127 games.
He's always been very good.
Only in Valve events. Hal, Kuroki, they're still in the tournament, and they're a couple behind him. Hal's 1 behind him, and Kuroki's 3 behind him now. So they've still got time left in this tournament in terms of how far they could go and who could finish at the top of the Valve tree.
I feel like DDC's one of the Chinese players that's really been under the radar, despite always being consistently good and consistently being on top teams in China.
Yeah.
I think he's not talked about enough. He played great last game as Rubik.
He's got a great jawline too.
It's very interesting.
Honestly, it was a little random, but it was one of the first things that struck me about him when I saw him.
Charlie being random. That's so random.
Yeah, I wanted to say something nice about somebody. I can't do that, Paul. Why do I always got to be the heel?
Well, I mean, it's just not that you can't say anything nice. It's just you usually don't say anything nice, so we get used to that.
Yeah, no style.
Yeah. I'm going to get the GKY now, aren't I? But you can't say that live, so they'll have to figure out what GKY means.
I'll write it on an easel and send it to you.
Don't do that, you'll get fired.
Lycan gets banned out from VICI Gaming.
And the Phoenix for Digital Chaos.
One of FY's favorite heroes. I think they have a really high win. Probably not in this tournament, but in general, they have a pretty high win rate with the hero.
Yeah, it's off very quickly when he remembers that Phoenix is like 22%.
But before this tournament, they ran it, and they had a lot of success with it.
Yeah. They've run it here as well. Again, hadn't had much success with it at all in the group stages, but nothing. In fact, lost all their games with it.
I like the Lich ban a lot for VICI Reborn. They do have a tendency to play a little more greedy, and Lich punishes that real hard.
Yeah. So what's the Batrider counter, other than Tornado?
You know who's still left in this pool? Beastmaster. Untouched, unbanned, second phase, great against the Batrider.
There we go with the
great
Earth
in
Spirit.
general.
DC picked that Beastmaster right now.
I'm surprised they didn't ban the Earth Spirit. It's one of the best heroes to pressure to Invoker with. And if you want to have a good game for Wii, you definitely want to have that hero out of the pool.
Well, there are ways to deal with it. I do like the Phantom Lancer ban better. I mean, like, that hero just crushes Invoker mid. So it's harder to deal with in the Earth Spirit, and maybe they feel like Phoenix is just, they're not comfortable going up against the Phoenix.
Sunray Supernova is so scary. Pretty much all situations.
Yeah, especially against those heroes too.
What is there to think about right now for them?
Do they take the Beastmaster?
Yeah, this is the Beastmaster pick.
Can it fit their lane?
Do we take Beastmaster? Also, how do we protect Wii in the mid lane?
Yeah.
Because they could also Batrider mid, but they didn't do that.
I wonder if they thought that maybe if they left it, then VICI would pick Beastmaster, and they had a plan for it anyway.
Well, there we go, DP, Earth Spirit, as we spoke about before.
That's a scary looking lane for VICI Gaming here.
Yeah.
I mean, Witch Doctor is pretty good here, but
he's good in a defensive way, but like,
well, they will be ganking mid.
They will be for sure, but is he going to be in position? It's going to be the question.
They will be diving, so with Cask, and especially with DP, I think Witch Doctor Cask will be okay.
Yeah, should be okay.
It's really up to Saksa to really position himself well, get down the timings, and just think about when VICI is going to gank. You have to anticipate where the Earth Spirit is going to be and when he's going to be there.
So looking for the carry, and potentially the offlane they could grab the Beastmaster now.
I want to
give... It kind of works.
I would pick something very self-sustaining for Resolution at this point, because Wii's going to need a lot of help mid. Doom that's probably a Mu offlane Doom. I believe he's pretty much the only person that plays it on that team.
Yeah. I go with Beastmaster.
Or,
they do Beastmaster.
Okay.
Yeah. Really good against Batrider. And for last pick, I think they want something like a Juggernaut or Slark for Resolution. They can like sustain himself on the lane against the Batrider.
I like Slark a lot.
Yeah, that's a great idea. He's pretty hard to kill this game. It comes down to Earth Spirit Silence, Batrider Lasso, obviously, but
they can kill him.
Meatloaf ban? They're not going to do it because they've seen Invoker, right?
Yeah.
And Resolution can play Invoker as well, right? But
yeah,
he can. But I think they want to put Wii on it here, and
it's not the best Meepo game. It's okay.
Yeah.
I don't think it's good against Earth
No,
Spirit.
it's obviously in their mind as well as they think about this. They're going to be going through that.
I do like Slark a lot. They can kill him, but it does require a lot of coordination on the side of VICI.
You know what could be really good? What VICI did in the past, they run the Vengeful Core, they go with an Oracle pick, and then they're perfectly fine against the Beastmaster. They can protect the DP as well as the Batrider if they initiate on them, and they did run it in the past.
Yeah, that's the only downside thing of Avenge carry. It sort of works, but like you said, I'm not sure if they'd want to go that. I think VICI just plays standard here.
Oh, it's a Juggernaut ban?
I really do like the Slark, though. They need a carry that can easily deal with the Batrider, or at least keep Batrider on his toes, because if he ever gets pounced and a support shows up, Batrider almost always dies.
Yeah.
And if it's just a regular carry like Lycan or something, Batrider's always
they ban
Slark out
themselves.
And now they don't have Juggernaut either. Like, what do they want to do safe lane?
Okay, well, surely they know what they want.
Yeah, I don't know what they want.
So it's not like VICI goes first and then it's their turn, but I mean, there's some downsides about Slark. Like Earth Spirit can stun him when he's in biz.
Clinks.
Okay.
Instead.
Slightly.
I think Clinks is really risky against.
Ooh. And a Terror Blade from VICI Gaming just to throw it out of the window. Nice.
They picked it really fast too. They're confident.
They knew that's exactly what they were going to do. Okay, very quickly, let's go down the line. Charlie, this is a tough one.
This is a tough one, but I'm going to go with my original prediction and pick Digital Chaos.
Okay.
I'm going against my prediction. I actually like VG better here.
I feel more confident in VICI's lineup as well, yeah.
Okay, seems like the Terror Blade may have just about turned the key on our panelists. Let's find out what our commentators think as we head into Game 3. It's all yours, Odie Pixie.
Thank you very much, Paul. Indeed, Game 3 now coming up between the sides of VICI Gaming Reborn and Digital Chaos. The final pick, Terrorblade. Ben, talk to me about that. Is that how VICI Gaming are going to pull this one through?
Yeah, you should be pretty scared of that. Are you scared of Yang's Batrider?
I'm looking forward to seeing that. I'll tell you what is going to be scary. Weeha on the Invoker. The panel talks about the fact that Game 2, out of his comfort zone on the Timbersaw, but we'll see what kind of a performance he can bring out here back on his signature Invokers. We get ourselves straight into Game 3.
Digital Chaos versus VICI Gaming Reborn.
Here we have it as we get ourselves affiliated with both of the sides. A bit of a rundown, but talk to me about the Terrorblade, Ben. Why is it good here for VICI Gaming?
I think teams have been exploring solutions against these single target heavy teamfight ultimates like Doom and Beastmaster. And Terrorblade worked wonders yesterday, and dooming a Terrorblade doesn't really do that much. This illusion still output a lot of damage, especially when you have the Vengeful, Aura, and the Death Prophet's also really good versus the Doombringer, so they don't really have a good Doom target. And it's just good at pushing towers. They wanted a hero that can get involved early, push down, and it's good at split pushing like a Morphling, but it can also contribute team fights very, very early on. And he has 10 armor, 10 base armor.
That's an insane amount of armor indeed, but certainly the small health pool to kind of balance it out. And I mean, as you said, you know, in terms of magical damage, I guess there'll be a point where Weeha's Invoker can be a little bit scary for the Terrorblade, but it's all going to be down to how much he can do. And there's always going to be the potential of that, if it is indeed going to be the Exalt build, that roar into Sunstrike at a point, which can catch the TB off guard.
They do have to swap for that.
Yes.
And ideally, the Batrider would be able to lasso him in teamfights. You know, Yang's 8.4k.
8.4k?
8.4.
My goodness, I'm looking forward to seeing his bat performance. I mean, he is, of course, going to be down here on that off lane, dealing with the safe lane of the Witch Doctor and Resolution Clinks combination. I mean, the Clinks certainly picked up with what seemed like a lot of confidence there with DC's final pick. The Terrorblade did then come after. I mean, why the Clinks this game for Resolution, and how come something not like the Slark that the panel were leaning more towards?
I'm not exactly sure. Maybe they think that they wanted more heavy burst versus Death Prophet. Slark's better at longer fights. Maybe just wanting to blow someone up immediately with a roar into some combo. But at the same time, VICI Reborn have the Vengeful Spirit to kind of mitigate that single target focus that DC may be aiming for.
Resolution already on the spawn lane, a bit of aggression coming out for the side of VICI Gaming. Reborn as they force him back. He's got 5 stacks at the moment on him. Now wait them out. Top lane, Moo on the Doom. I mean, we did see, of course, game 1, Moo had a great performance on this hero. I mean, the question is these kind of two lineups got the potential to allow him to have a similar kind of game, or is it going to be a harder match for the Doom?
I think it's a much harder match for the Doom. There's a lot more that he has to deal with. No ideal Doom targets for him.
What lane as well. Look at this VICI Gamer Reborn coming in heavy onto Resolution. That's going to be your first blood here for Yang. You said he was 8.4k and certainly coming into this game with a lot of skill and a lot of style there. As Resolution just, the stacks got too much. I believe he had about 5 stacks on him as he went down there.
And the threat of the Earth Spirit, it's a little bit too much for them.
I just look at that, yeah, indeed on the CS. Resolution at the moment, Ben, 0-0. And then you look over to end on the Terrorblade. He's 8-8, a huge difference here in the first couple of minutes between the two safe lanes.
And another reason why they might have picked up the Clinks is because they're not on Dire, so they need some way to threaten the Roach. They had the Beastmaster to scout it out, and with the Invoker and the Clinks, they can actually take it down themselves much earlier than the Death Prophet with the Exorcism.
I'm talking about the Death Prophet in the mid lane, Nono, against Weeha's Invoker. At the moment, a slight edge for Nono, 10 for 4 against 8 for 1, but Weeha, of course, on his Invoker with Exalt build as well. He's always going to have the potential to back up, clear up some of the jungle creeps, so we can expect Weeha to still have a fairly solid start, especially with the fact that VGR, they are putting pretty much all of FY's attention towards that bottom lane. We're yet to see him really come in towards the mid lane, but they're not even bothering there. They just want to try and keep Resolution in place as much as they can.
Roll coming out, narrowly mixes Saksa on bottom lane. FY in a lot of trouble.
See if they can get themselves a kill. They can indeed. Resolution will be able to find one onto FY. Just as we said, this was an Earth Spirit looking to put the pressure on it. He can't afford to give away kills like that to the Clinks. So 1-1 now on the board for DC. If they step it up, yeah, got to be a bit careful as well. FY himself away. Straight back into the lane though. FY going to make sure that they can try and maintain It's this heat that they're bringing up on the bottom lane. And to Saxus, and they can get lead, and they will with the stun. The slow as well, it's a nice cast. It's going to buy him some time to escape. And will indeed be enough. Now they'll turn their attention towards Resolution, but he simply, Skeleton walks away. And DC will be able to keep themselves safe there at the bottom. Top lane, Moo, DDC just trading hits. Feeling confident to just come back in. Not too scared at all. Scorched Earth back off cooldown in 6 seconds. They'll try and continue to go on, and with the slow, the Wave of Terror as well, and with the Metamorphosis out, it's more than enough damage. End on the Terrorblade now, picking himself up a kill in this lane that he's already having a fantastic time in with regards to the farm.
I wonder if Moo's going to go for the phase boost like he normally does. I think he needs the armor versus the Terrorblade, especially with the added damage from the reflection coming out and the minus armor coming out from the Ventral Spirit. And do they have any stacks up for the Batrider? Doesn't look like it. That's going to be the key hero that can deal with Wee's Invoker. And knowing that they do have a Jungle Beastmaster, Yang invading that territory.
Oh, he might find a very easy kill. Oh no! He did get it. Oh, I nearly had a heart attack then. I thought he'd lost his tranquil, but he's fine in that sense, and the turnaround's going to be there. Misery, very lucky to escape with his life and with his tranquils intact there. A very risky bit of play there for DC, but it does end up going their way. My goodness.
Everyone's worst nightmare as a jungler with Tranquil.
I saw that, I was like, oh goodness. Had a bit of a heart attack there for Misery himself, but yeah, he had the backup. He had the backup, and Yang unable to punish him for placing them on the ground. Ooh. That was a close one indeed, but 2-2 still. I mean, certainly panning out to be the game that we were kind of hoping to be here in Game 3. Game 1 and Game 2 being relatively stompy either way.
Roll in on the mid.
Can they get this one? No, it's not going to be enough to set up onto a kill on Weeha. And Weeha still maintaining himself very well in this mid lane. Just still the big difference being between both the Terrorblade and the Clinks. But at the same time, Resolution can certainly, obviously once he gets that 6 online and kind of is at least just the Soul Ring, he's going to be able to try and look for some ganks. But the question is, I mean, looking at VICI's lineup, are there heroes that we can expect to see Resolution try and make early rotations onto?
I don't think so. The Death Prophet generally won't be that far out alone. I think they're going to be pushing a lot with the Ventral Spirit and the Terrorblade and the Death Prophet, and Clinks can't really gank into those. Maybe if Batrider gets really slowed down and he's forced to jungle by his lonesome.
Look at this toppers lane as well. They've laid down a ward. FY looking to try and get a perfect angle from the sidelines.
Oh, Misery. It's time. He is level 6 with the smoke, 6 minutes in. Sloxa looks like he's going to maybe smoke with him, but this is about that time for that first maneuver with the Primal Roar.
Roar and a Sunstriker certainly do wonders against the side of VICI Gaming. Still eyes on Tamil on the top lane. They brought no cross as well, straight in. It's on point and they'll take it. Another kill here for VICI Gaming Reborn, and another kill more specifically for End on the Terrorblade. And now with the Metamorphosis looking to take down a tier 1 as well. This has got to be one of the best starts we've seen for a Terrorblade in competitive. 6.5 minutes in, 2 kills, 47 CS, and a tier 1 as well, Ben.
Looks like he's going for the Dragonlance build, 2 Bands of Elven Skin. I like that build a lot.
Misery, he's going to find Yang. He's going to go for the Roar. There's the Sunstrike follow through as well. Can he finish this one off well with the help of Zaxxer? He will. That's the combination we're talking about. That big catch potential and a huge amount of burst at this stage of the game. Meanwhile, though, top lane, VICI Gaming Reborn continuing to apply the pressure with the Exorcism committed as well, looking to take a tier 2 just 7 minutes into the game here. FY caught out by the cast, but it doesn't look like DC can get the kill. And VICI Gaming, 7 minutes in, a second tower from this top lane.
Meanwhile, in the mid lane, will he get denied by No-No?
Will indeed. Another bit of favorable play here for VICI Gaming Reborn.
They're slowing down Yang a lot, though. Yang did get first blood, but now he doesn't really have too much to show for it. Pretty low on the CS, 2 deaths to his name, and the supports have not really had time to stack for him. FY more concentrated on keeping down the Invoker and Ventral Spirit, being that siege engine to aid Terrorblade and bursting down those T1s and T2s.
As we can see as well, and the TV, he's going to make a beeline straight for the bottom lane. Looks like he just wants to continue to push, continue to take these early towers and just find as much as he can. He really is having a great time so far, as we can see there on the net worth, miles ahead of that of DC's.
They really need the Invoker to burst down the Terrorblade, but Invoker doesn't want to get involved this early. When you're Quad Exor, you just want to get your Midas and keep on farming Ada occasionally with a Sunstrike, but without his magical damage output. He has 17 armor.
Oh, Saxa as well. He walks in, dispelling the smoke of FY and DDC. It's a nice cast, but I don't know if it's going to save this man's life, and indeed it's not. N coming in as well to get himself involved. Another kill for VGR.
And that's pretty much another tower for VGR.
More and more objectives being found here by the side. They're getting a huge amount of momentum. I guess, as you said, we're still kind of waiting for the point of the game where Weeha's going to be confident in terms of coming in and getting involved in the action. Maybe that's when we're going to see DC regain some sort of a grip on this game, but at the moment, it's certainly VGR in the driver's seat, taking another tower, more money into the pocket of Terrorblade, 4.8k net worth, and the Dragon Lance now complete. It's looking very scary indeed.
They're dealing with the Jungle Beastmaster very, very well. He's only been able to get one Roar kill at this point. He's doing decently in CS, but they've lost 3 towers as a result, and DC looking to retaliate. Another smoke coming out from Misery and Saxa.
Looking for some kind of Roar lead in. Resolution has got eyes onto Nono in the middle. And that's actually going to see the smoke come towards this as well. So DC, it will be a lovely kill to get with a lead in from the Roar. So she's going to be fast to buy time to get the Roar. He's incredibly tanky, not tanky enough to live through that. Though Maledict and a Sunstrike will be enough for the kill. VGR on the sidelines, maybe looking to kind of play around with this one, but DC forcing VGR back. So DC get away with a big kill. Forcing away the rest of the side of VICI Gaming Reborn. There is now a blink up on Yang's Batrider. So you see what kind of play they want to go once the Death Prophet's back in the game. We are now with the Midas complete. So he himself certainly has the potential of catching up End in terms of farm on the Terrorblade. But 10 minutes in, do you feel this is still definitely a favorable start for VICI?
Yep, especially if they keep on taking towers. Once they get a T1, get an Aegis up on Terrorblade, I think DC are in a lot of trouble, and this is before the threat of the Batrider. He does not have a smoke right now, but looks like his teammates will aid him. T2, 3 heroes. Where is the smoke, they are wondering? He didn't have enough money to buy it. And this is going to be a little bit too slow. They want, the timing just has to be very exact now. 2 supports have been missing off the map for a good 20-30 seconds. Let's see if they can get a kill for that. Radiant has used Scan. Did not catch out these 3 heroes, but you can definitely tell that they know that something's up.
They're trying to bait a bit with Nono again by the looks of it. VGR.
Saxa might be walking pretty close into it. They see him with the Observer Ward on that top side.
If Moo comes up here, he will be walking into World of Pain. He actually has a fair bit of backup though, so DC could take the fight. VGR already being a little bit careful. No, they still want to go for this one. Yang jumps in, can't quite get the lasso, so it's a failed initiation. Nice silence onto Saxa, Resolution from the silence. Now they get the lasso up, but the Roar's there to counteract the initiation from Yang, and Yang's down. The cast bouncing across to Nono. Can they get themselves in close and personal for the DP? Doesn't look like they can. But nonetheless, a smoke from VGR unsuccessful. A bad initiation from the Bat, and it's countered immediately by DC's presence there with the Beastmaster.
Yeah, and poor communication on that smoke. I think that Yang expected that the supports had to smoke, supports expected that Batrider had to smoke, and 15 seconds is just way too much time to be sitting around waiting.
And here's the replay as we can see Yang. He still wants to go for it, and at this point he jumps in, realizes his error. It's a nice silence on the sidelines to stop Saxa and Resolution getting in, but they're allowed to get the Beastmaster in from the south. That Roar to lock him down. The lasso does nothing at all, and Moo just turns around.
Not even that bad of a fight though, because Terrorblade just took a free tower in the meantime, and I don't think that's exactly what DC wanted at the end of that engagement, but at least they did not lose their Invoker or any other key hero.
That stat, the 4th highest ever net worth at this time of the game. That's pretty impressive, man. My goodness, certainly a great start here for the Terrorblade, but nonetheless, as we can see, DC still finding things.
They're scared about the Roche. The Hawk's already over there, worry that that's their neck detector, and it should be. Maybe once the Metamorphosis cools down, just in case DC want to take a fight over there.
VGR still being rather grouped up as for. I'm going to head up towards the top lane, but yeah, DC is making sure that they don't hang around for too long.
Severe lack of armor on the Doom. Yeah. He didn't opt for the Tranquils. He had a Wildkin creep, but he ended up eating the Speed Aura creep. Maybe wants like a Frost Armor, Casual Buckler. Sometimes we see like an early Helm of Iron Will for the Veil. But he needs armor for sure, or he's going to drop really quickly in team fights. And another smoke on Yang. They did just kill a Beastmaster Hog, so very unlikely that they're going to smoke directly after that. And they see the Necro books pop by Misery. That could be a good sign for them to take an aggressive engagement on DC side of the map.
Let's see what kind of a lead they get. Yang leading the way, of course. They will have eyes onto Moo. Moo, he's underneath the ward and straight in Yang. This time Moo doesn't have Misery to help him out. No one at all there to help the Doom, and it's a free kill for VGR that they'll turn straight away into this push on the mid lane. Exorcism's out, Metamorphosis as well. We can certainly expect to see this tier 2 just melt in a matter of seconds if DC don't come in for some kind of a defense. And DC, they're just simply looking for a trade. A bit of a push coming in on the bottom lane. They do not want to fight into Metamorphosis and Exorcism because at this point, they just can't. That is a huge amount of damage to try and stop.
Well, what can we do to stop this push? No Ice Wall, no Deafening Blast, and Tower is going to take a beating.
You can see Misery's continuing to try and go for that split on the bottom lane. As you said, tier 3 taking a fair bit of damage from the side. They will now react to the push from Misery, keeping themselves back as the Metamorphosis and the Exorcism comes to an end. We'll be able to hold on to the tier 2, but still, yeah, the pushing power from VICI Gaming this match is absolutely incredible.
Their 5 minutes way too strong. I think they need a smoke at some point with the Beastmaster to try and get some picks to slow down this 5-man from VGR. Their cores are very tanky at this point with straight treads. On Terrorblade, he's very difficult to kill. Death Prophet already has the Atos, not opting for the Veil. I think the HP is better versus the Doom and the Invoker, as opposed to a little bit of extra armor from the Veil.
Anyway, with the smoke, DC, they're actually going to go straight into the pit here. So VICI Gaming
There's already the Terrorblade illusion. It might scout it out.
Yeah, it has indeed. They know what's up. It's already down to half health. It looks like DC want to try and commit to this one, but VGR, they are making their way over. Roshan, it's falling too quickly though, and they will get away with that one. DC getting the Aegis onto Clinks, and VGR unable to react in time. So a smart play there from DC, and they get away with it without being punished at all.
Yeah, VGR were not ready for that. I was surprised that they committed to getting some damage on the T3 instead of Roche. It's a much safer play, and it will allow them to take out the T3. But DC with a slightly lucky DD rune.
I mean, it certainly does feel at this stage, the way that the game has kind of begin to plateau out, that the DC are going to be happy with this change of pace. We saw at the start the fact that End, he was ahead with the farm, but overall now DC, they have the net worth lead. And XP-wise as well, they're getting it more so across the map, split up a lot more than VGR have been. And now the difference between both Resolution and Weeha compared to End, it's not that big at all. And they're managing to catch up to the Terrorblade. And of course, they've still got 3 tier 2s to take, whereas VGR, they're also rolling at the moment with 2 extra tower gold being taken. So DC, they are slowly becoming this pretty scary force. You look at Resolution, 500 gold or so away from having the completed Desolator. And then DC, they're going to be in a really good position to fight and look for these kind of pickoffs as well. They've got a very kind of flexible lineup by the looks of it.
They're in a much better position now that VGR are very hesitant to push it together as 5. Their split push, their split farming has way higher potential than VGR's, because Doom can eliminate any hero that's pushing out alone, as can the Clinks, as can Invoker, and VGR, they can't farm out alone unless it's very safe on their side of the map. Also, DC have been doing a really good job putting down great wards and using that Hawk.
Yeah, absolutely. The vision's been huge, and Misery as well, as you said. Just the way he's been able to kind of lock down areas of the map with the vision control. It's been very hard for VGR to try and find these kind of successful rotations. They are coming across again into DC's half of the map, into their jungle. Eyes towards any kind of pickoff, but Sax is already backing off. Misery TP'd out, and they're going to be unable to find anything here again for the time being. They look back over towards Weeha, 500 gold away from his Aghanims. There's some big items indeed coming out. There we have the Desolator now done for Resolution. VICI Gaming Reborn, I mean, how well does their draft kind of stand up as the game goes on? Is Terrorblade really a sort of unstoppable late game force, or will DC always have answers to him if they're able to keep up and on par in terms of items?
I think with Invoker being this farmed, he can deal with all the illusions. I don't think it's reached that point where the Terrorblade illusions can take through that amount of magic burst. Even a Deafening Blast is a huge nuisance for the illusions.
VICI Gaming looking to continue the way that they've been playing this one. 18 minutes in, looking to take away DC's last tier 2. We'll be able to, so more money for end on the Terrorblade. So they may just continue to push it, maybe with Metamorphosis up. They do have Exorcism available. Let's see how hard they want to go in here and how DC's going to be able to respond to this one. So we have it ready for the lead-in. What kind of counter to this push are DC going to have? Just a cast coming out at the moment from Saxa. Misery on the side. Resolution ready to get into position. Necessarily going to be looking for Aurora if they can find it, but already VGR is respecting the defense of DC.
Doom on the top side.
Be careful about the jump in, and there we have it. Yang will catch out Mu on the Doom. Silence is out as well, but now Weeha with the combo are coming in with the Meteor, bursting them down. No, taken out of the fight here. Now the cast bouncing on, giving DC the potential to chase for more. Death Ward down, DDC punished as well, and the cast bounces continue to work out, allowing Misery to get the roar into Weeha's Sunstrike. They'll find themselves 3. They're going to get more as Wee gets the cold step off. Doom's out onto Terrorblade and DC. Taking down 4 from VICI Gaming Reborn, an incredibly successful defense. And Weeha, he's been having kind of a quiet, focused start, but that fight, he did so much there for the team.
VGR were just lured into this terrible positioning by that lasso. He was on the north side, and everyone had to run down that hill, which clumped up for the Invoker's huge burst.
I mean, look at this. We're seeing from Weeha's player perspective at the moment. The way he started it off with the Tornado into Meteor, gets the Sunstrike kill, and then immediately heading for more and finding the Terrorblade as well. Great play from him, but of course just from the team as well. And those cast bounces, I mean, this man, Saxa, he's a bit of a god on the Witch Doctor. Certainly RNG working his way there in that fight.
But that Aegis had a really large impact on that. If they had had the Aegis, they would have just run up with Death Prophet and started sieging the tower instead of having to be very worried about the Doom, about the Beastmaster coming out from the side. And that Roshan has completely changed the game.
So he has indeed certainly put a stopper to the early momentum that VGR had. It's pretty much all but gone now at this stage. DC certainly the ones with the lead. VGR, they can't afford to lose like that again when they try for these pushes.
I don't think they'll try for a push anytime soon. Yeah. It's far too risky. They just need to control the map so that they can get the Roche. I think they're strong enough to take a fight around the Roche pit as long as Death Prophet doesn't get bursted down, and that's mostly on the Death Prophet to watch out for her positioning, but also on the Vengeful Spirit, so she can be there for a defensive swap, sacrifice her life so the Death Prophet can keep Spirit siphoning people and Exorcism. She needs more armor. The Clinks with the Medallion as well as the Desolator just rips through her armor.
Yang again, I mean, he's coming in from the side, looking to see if there's any kind of opening, but constantly being spotted out by the Hawks of the Beastmaster. Mu. At this man, 2k gold. See what he does want to do with it.
I think there might be grouped up for a smoke on the Dire side, but it might be under that Radiant Observer ward.
Certainly close to it at the moment. They need to get a bit further out to the north, and now they are out of range of the vision, so good area to go for it here if they want to. At the same time, it may just be reacting to the bit of pressure that DC are putting in this top lane. But already, Resolution and Mu keeping themselves away from the action. VICI Gaming won't find anything here, and now Mu with that Blink Dagger as well, that extra bit of catch potential.
That's a curious build on Terrorblade, the Diffusal. It does synergize well with the Manta style, but I haven't seen it too often. I'm not a Terrorblade player.
We'll see how much that does. I mean, I guess it certainly helps in terms of having the Metamorphosis up and just that chase potential.
It's very agility efficient in terms of your gold cost. So 25 agility for a little over 3,000 gold, and you want to stack agility on illusion heroes. Generally, people like Scotty, I believe.
See what they can do with this smoke, Yang. Oh, if he can get the lasso onto Weeha, that would be a great way to start the fight, but Weeha just out of Vision's range at the moment. Yang's going to continue to move forward, but at the same time, look at DC. They're kind of prepared for this, but there's a jump in. They'll get Weeha. They need to take down the Evoker. The silence is down. The lasso as well. Weeha, he's going to get taken down. Mu as well, in a lot of trouble. The Death Ward's out for Saxy. Can they actually turn this one, DC? It doesn't look like they can. A third one down. And a perfect smoke from VICI Gaming. The best jump they could have hoped for. They're catching out Wii, taking him out of the fight, and then following it through into 2 more kills. That's exactly what VICI Gaming Reborn needed.
Yeah, and they next level with that wraparound throughout the mid. DC, they had scanned to make sure that they weren't approaching from the river. They were also positioned for the river.
And just look at that. Look how much damage No does as he rips into these heroes. Weeha's gone, turns towards Mu. He's gone as well. I mean, the Death Ward's beating into this Terrorblade, but with the amount of armor he has, he just does not care. So much damage there from the side of VICI Gaming Reborn, and just as you said, they could not have hoped for a better way to start that fight. But at least Resolution will, of course, live for it, keeps himself intact as he does manage to get away on top of the Deso. And now going to 3.5k. I mean, what does this Klinks need this game? Does he need to get a BKB against VGR's lineup, or does he just continue to build more damage?
I don't think he needs BKB. There's so much physical damage to deal with.
Spotted out Resolution as well. They already found 3 down bottom. They're going to find the Klinks eventually as well up here. Resolution caught out of position, and a huge pick off as well. Will lose a few hundred gold as well, as he was stockpiling it there, Resolution.
I think he's maybe considering it. I think one thing that does a lot of damage is actually the reflection from the Terror Blade. And Klinks will hit himself very, very hard. Aside from that, though, there's not that much, maybe a little bit from Batrider. I think they need to do a better job of protecting the Invoker. Maybe he'll get a blink. And
sliding in, grabbing out Saxa, ripping him away from the rest of his team. That will be a free Witch Doctor killer for VGR. The rest of DC splitting and getting themselves the hell out of there as quickly as they can. But I mean, you know, this game, it's really been back and forth, kind of going from that great defense from DC into VGR, finding those 3 kills and then 2 solo pickoffs. They are, you know, they are showing us that this game is far from over, and it's indeed going to be that incredibly close nail biter of a game 3 that we hope for.
Yeah, and that amazing smoke, which really solidified the second Roshan for VGR. It will be pinged out, and I don't think DC can do that now. They're still licking their wounds from the last couple of engagements.
Really are. No Witch Doctor for 10 more seconds. DC, are they even going to attempt to make a movement over? They are grouped up as for, and they are smoked. They do want to try for this. Let's see if they can get there in time. It's already a half health. End with a Metamorphosis. It's a lot of damage ripping through this Roshan. DC, they're getting into the neighborhood. They are close. They may have a chance of going for this. They'll jump in onto DDC. Raw, Sunstrike, he's down. Roshan is still alive here. Can DC get themselves over to the pit? Roche falling low. Can they get the steal? It's been taken down with the Dire. Aegis on the ground. End will pick it up here. But they've already lost a second one. End, he's going to get taken around as well. Huge combo. No, he lives through it. The Thunder. End keeps himself alive here. DC may have found 2. It's a good cast, a good death fort as well. Can they get these follow-up kills? Chasing down the Terrorblade. Axes fly through. They'll pop the Aegis. Can they kill this man a second time here? Misery doing his best to keep Yang away. The Sunstrike straight down onto the man and trying to turn and fight him with it. Oh, he's going to do it! He's going to do it! Terrorblade fighting through it. Doesn't give a damn that the dude's down onto a triple kill. He will finally get taken down here, but Misery will pay with his life as well. What an incredibly messy fight there around the pit.
Oh my god, Terrorblade at that fight. He didn't have any cooldowns. He had already used Thunder, already used Manta, already used Meta. How was he able to kill everyone that quickly?
My goodness, getting a triple kill just like that. Right, with DC just surrounding him, he did not care. The amount of damage output he can do as long as he gets Metamorphosis out of him. Talk me through it, Ben. What goes on?
Well, DDC just sacrificing himself so that they ensure the Aegis. There's actually a tornado that comes out, but no one inside the pit for DC to snatch it. So End is able to fortunately pick it up himself, and huge Invoker combo. Exactly where you want all these heroes clumped up.
It really had the fact that they couldn't kill End there.
They don't have vision around the pit. And that's kind of Yang with a flying vision, killing that.
If they had killed End at that stage, then this fight would have been totally different. But the fact, look at him. Look at this turnaround potential here. I mean, you kill him once, and it looks like to be a good start on the second attempt, because they do hit the Sunstrike, but look, just Terrorblade ban. Here we go. All right, looks towards. Who did you go for? He goes for Weehaw first. Easy kill. Looks towards Mu. That's another easy one. Saxa, yeah, he's going to be an easy one. It's just getting kills just like that. I mean, we're certainly seeing the strength of this hero, and I guess the question really begs is, I mean, do you think as this tournament goes on, we will see more teams be a little bit more confident in picking it up?
Yeah, they should definitely be wary of it. He has a ton of armor. Klinks had to leave the fight because he got sundered, and then Invoker had already used his first volley of spells to bring down his Aegis, and then I think actually No played a really big role in that fight. He was hiding inside the pit while the Aegis was respawning, and then he silenced them and came around with the Spirit Siphon to lock down Weehaw. But that was a huge turnaround. Did not expect VGR to come away ahead on that fight.
I mean, I guess kind of the little plus was the fact that they do obviously kill the Terrorblade at the end, but I mean, it's a nice bit of cash for Saxa. He's the one that got the final touch to it. But now the fact that, and got that triple kill, he was able to make the purchases. Skadi now complete on the Terrorblade as well. he is becoming incredibly scary. But at the same time, we have seen if Weehaw can hit the combo, it can certainly burst down the man, but it's going to get harder and harder as this Terrorblade continues to build up.
They have to commit a lot of spells, though. If they just commit the Invoker volley, he can just sunder, and someone else is going to die, and Invoker's going to be useless for the remainder of that fight. So they probably have to commit like an Invoker combo plus Doom onto him, I would say, just to be safe.
I'm looking towards Weeha's Invoker as well. 4k gold. I mean, is there any way that he needs to kind of orient his build in terms of dealing with a Terrorblade? What do you pick up as
He still has to worry about the Batrider. If the Batrider gets the last stone, or he gets swapped in the middle of a fight, he doesn't do any damage. So, like, Blink is an option. Lincoln's, I think, is pretty good on him, but I think Blink is the safest because you can split push a lot more safely with that. Could also just go for Octarine Refresher if he were just only worried about the Terrorblade.
There certainly is every reason to be worried about NCB after that last fight. And VGR maybe ready to look for a bit of a push here. If they're coming down the mid, they do have that Metamorphosis available as well as Exorcism, and here we have it. It's going to be an incredibly strong push from the side of VGR. See what DC can do. They will try and hold.
How do they kill the illusions?
Absolutely. Look at this ripping through the tower. Fortification will come out from DC. What kind of leading can they get? The Tornado comes out. It's only going to catch a Bat Illusion. VGR as well being thrown down, and will waltz into it. EMP just throwing everything down here. Weehaw trying to zone back the side of VGR. Cast as well, going to cause some issues, but not enough. I mean, no, just ready to frontline. The Ghost pummeling into the ranks. Wizzy jumps in with the Roar. They'll get the Sunstruck one. DDC with the Swamp, keeping the man alive here. Move, trying to move forward, get the Doom out onto end. The Resolution with the BKB, looking to take down the Terrorblade. Can they kill him? He's falling low. Will they do it? They should be able to. They'll get the Terrorblade kill. Yang and FI still trying to do their best to deal with this one as well. At the same time, no. The Exorcism has run out. It's a 2-for-1 at the moment. DC, they need to find more with Moo. Blinking in, getting the Infernal Blade down. Can they get the chase down? Sunstrike is going to connect on the two. The damage will be split. Cast, the bounces will be there once, holding back FY and No. They'll take it down. Oh, a great kick from FY. Rolling in. FY turning this one around. Resolution incredibly low. Only just getting himself out of this. They'll get the kill. They'll turn towards Yang, but Yang playing around with this with the Flame Break. He's still alive for the time being. Resolution in the fire though. No. Oh, keeping himself alive with the heals. We should be able to kill him, and will. Deafening blast from the Evoker takes him down. But still a 3-for-3 there. Not necessarily as big of a win of a team fight that DC needed. But at least they do take those 2 big kills on TB and the Death Prophet, but a fair bit of damage already done. Actually, they didn't finish off the racks in the mid lane. So all things said and done, I guess DC will be happy.
And another hero stepping up to the plate, Earth Spirit, when all hope was lost for VGR.
He just went straight back in. He was like, I'm going to die.
Yeah, and he got Resolution with that. That's the big kill. And Resolution is pretty underfarmed in this sort of situation, at least relative to the Terrorblade. And I think with Metamorphosis coming off cooldown very soon, with Exorcism coming off cooldown very soon.
Yeah, time to push again.
Yep. They need to be better about protecting the Terrorblade. I don't think he can reveal himself. That Meteor was kind of off the mark, but and moved around his hero, so it was very obvious that he was the real one. And then he got doomed, and that was the beginning of the bad part of the fight for VGR.
Let's see what we are. Just gonna be looking for anything here. Indeed, as you suggested, it will be that Lincoln Sphere picked up by the man, so a little bit harder for VGR to get those jumps in, and it looks like indeed VGR grouped up. Maybe going to look for something again down the mid lane.
I don't know if they want to wait for the Roche. It could be 2 minutes, 2.5 minutes. It could be 5.5 minutes. I don't think they want to wait. If they wait, the melee rack is going to be full HP. Right now, it's at a juicy 700.
Look at this from DC. They want to jump. They want to find something. At the same time, VGR, they're going to smoke as well. It's smoke on smoke action here. Misery on the front lines. Who's going to dispel who? DDC knows something's up. Has lost his smoke at the same time, so has Misery. A drop down ward, Sentry's making sure that it's not Resolution sneaking around amongst them. Yang now jumps up. Oh, he's got a good grab as well, taking Misery out. Hits Saxa, throws out the cast. They'll get a lovely tornado in the combo being dropped to Resolution. Hitting out with the damage here. Pulse the BKB, looking towards DDC. At the moment, only one dead. They're trying to take down and to get out the Doom. Move, falling low, but they found the kill. And can they finish it? Weehaw, he'll take it, gets the TV as well. 3 dead on VG Gaming Reborn. Siphon and Exorcism coming through Resolution. He will be taken down. Can they get themselves anything more? VGR, Yang. No. Looking to chase down Saxa. They'll get him as well. They'll find Witch Doctor. So again, another 3-for-3 trade. Still with the Exorcism up. We'll see if they can find anything else if they just want to calm down here. They did also manage to force out a buyback from Misery.
Yeah, 3-for-4 at the end of the day. And they had to commit so much onto the Terrorblade in this fight, and nice job by Mu identifying where the Terrorblade is at these fights and getting that Doom on him. Clinks blows his BKB, trying to finish down End, but then you have the Death Prophet on the back lines slaying everyone.
This is something going to be part of the fact that NoNo's been living throughout these fights.
And Invoker's living too.
Yes, that's true, and he's certainly playing this role well. We're seeing he's pretty much always the one to get the final touch onto the TV, just making sure that whatever happens, End does still die at the end of these fights.
Terrorblade might consider getting a Lincolns in this situation. What else can pop it? I guess Beastmaster with his Necros, or Roar, maybe a Casks. But Clinks can't pop it, and Invoker maybe with Cold Snap, I suppose, but Doom can't pop it. Doom and Clinks.
We're going to see that Roche is back up now, both teams.
They cannot give it to VICI REBORN.
They need to contest this one, DC.
Otherwise, the Doom is just useless. They'll just put it on N, and he doesn't have to use his Metamorphosis for the fight.
Going to be such a strong push if DC can get this. Sorry, if VGR take this away from DC, but DC, they know it's up. And send out some illusions into DC's jungle, so they'll know that VGR are trying to create space around the pit. BKB being picked up by the Terrorblade as well. I mean, this is obviously going to help him out massive amounts against Weehan. Let's see what I'm going to have to see. Just a zoning Sunstrike.
They don't have a gem up. Oh, they do have a gem up on Batrider. They need to kill that Hawk to secure the Roche.
DC, they certainly will want to fight.
And I don't know if either team have smokes. They've just been pumping them out like candy.
And DC are just going to get heavy with the aggression on the mid lane by the looks of it.
I think they should sacrifice. They would sacrifice a T2 for the Roche. So DC can't commit for that sort of trade.
As we can see, really, this game an incredibly close one. DC, they've got a huge swing, but after those last few fights, VGR, they managed to regain.
I wonder if they know that the Invoker has Lincoln. They might not know. We know. But that could be a very costly lasso.
Resolution, he's been able to keep farming throughout these kind of engagements. Coming up to 3.8k on top of the BKB that he did end up going for. And we've already seen he is doing massive amounts of damage. I mean, he is a key part of these fights. Even being able to do a significant amount against End, to just follow through at that extra damage on after Mu gets the Doom down onto the Terrorblade to make sure that End does die in these fights. So both teams just being very, very careful at this point. It looks like no one's going to get picked off. And the VGR, they are going to head into the pit, but again, the Sunstrike from Wheat is there. They know exactly what's going on, and immediately are going to start to head over. There's some good wards from the side of VGR here, so that they will have the vision of DC as they come close to this point. But DC heading back, they know that VGR is moving forward. But it really feels at the moment that VGR are just certainly maintaining superior control around the Roche, but they're heading back in. I mean, DC, they really need to get themselves straight over it, especially with the Exorcism out. It is going to be a quick Roche from VGR. VGR, it looks like they will get away with this one. DC, unable to deal with that. And that Aegis now picked up by NoNo on the Death Prophet. We'll find a DD at the least, DC, but VGR being allowed to get away with that, that's going to mean, oh, okay.
That was just his Manta slot.
That was a taunting BKB.
But DC don't know that he popped his BKB.
Oh dear. Oh dear. But nonetheless, they got Aegis. They're fine, man. They're happy, VGR.
But nothing for the Terrorblade.
That's true. He just of course being put onto the Death Prophet.
Might need some tricky illusion micro to throw off Mu. I think one wrong Doom could lose them the game.
Yeah, so far though, Mu's certainly been absolutely bang on with the Dooms. Each and every time catching out the main Terrorblade.
Yeah, need some mind games. No BOTs up on VGR will make pushing the lanes out very, very difficult. And DC with the BOTs up on Invoker, they can kind of delay the 5-man push from VGR as long as they can. And the split push threat from the Beastmaster with the summons will certainly be looking to stop that. You do not want to fight into VGR's 5-man right now, especially with just the melee racks up alive in the mid lane.
Bit of confidence being shown there by the side of DC as 3 members working their way around this bottom lane. Saxa, Misery, and of course Resolution on the Clinks in the nearby neighborhood. TP back already from FY. Looks like DC not willing to stay around any longer than they need to be. And really, it's just going to be a question of when one side looks to catch out another. I mean, do VGR need to continue the aggression? Do you imagine that we are going to see them try and make something big happen with the fact that they've got this Aegis and Cheese at this stage?
They definitely should. Terrorblade isn't going to scale that much more. He already does have 6 slots. I suppose he can pick up Hurricane Pike, but that's not that much of a power increase for him. Maybe to replace the Diffusal Blade with something Moonsharp, but all these are very marginal upgrades for the Terrorblade. He is as strong as he is going to get, and he was, I think, strongest relative to everyone else in the game when they pushed uphill with a Scotty, but unable to transition that into a melee Rex kill. Maybe they can get it now.
Absolutely, and also this timing as well where End has just finished off the Butsu travel. So as you said, this time they can go a bit heavier in on the push, knowing that if any kind of split is coming out from DC.
Maybe that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to get the Doom onto him and not commit too much.
The mid lane jumping in, he's caught out Moo here. There's a lot of damage here coming from VGR, ripping through the Doombringer.
That BOT's.
60 seconds down now for Moo. He is, of course, just, fair bit of gold short of a buyback. So this defense from DC is going to have to be done without one man. Oh no, the swap onto Wii. It's a huge swap as well. Wii will get the tornado out, can keep himself alive there. No! Ripped to shreds by VGR. The Deathborn will it find DDC. He eats the cheese. He'll still go down though. VGR, they'll finish off the melee racks. Buyback, of course, from Weeha to try and help hold. But they've already lost the full set of racks in the mid lane. VGR, looks like they'll hold back. They don't want to try and go for anything again as of yet. Waiting for the Exorcism to come back online again for round 2. Just going to head back and push out that top lane.
Who popped that Lincolns on him?
I didn't see, actually.
Yeah,
but I mean, they threw everything at that man. They really did. He got brought straight into the middle of the fight.
And luckily for DC, there will not be a time where the Exorcism will be cooled down. The Aegis will expire by the time it comes off cooldown. And they're going to have to wait for Metamorphosis as well, so doubt they can make another.
I think it might be actually the rod from the DP, and then they followed through with forcing him into the middle of them all.
Nice.
My goodness, this game certainly indeed proven to be an incredibly tight one. But VGR, even though they slipped up towards the middle, it certainly feels like they are certainly the ones coming back into lead. A resolution now of the AC as well. So.
And has sold his Dragonlance going into the Butterfly.
Very close to having the gold for that completed one as well.
And 2 Clarities in his inventory for good measure. What the heck was that? I just saw him throw it.
Octarine's down now for Weeha. I mean, if there ever was a man to even just single-handedly hold the high ground, Weeha on his Invoker is certainly the hero you want to see him on. Well, when it comes to these kind of pushes from VGR, because he can get a lot done as long as he's not caught out at the start like we saw just at that last fight where VGR came in. They've got to keep VGR in a safe position.
Whoa.
Oh, okay. The E-Blade Terrorblade.
What's the EV for?
Save people against the clings?
He's usually going to get doomed, though. Maybe he can use it on the clinks? Maybe he just wanted an item that they can push. I think that might be more it. Doesn't have time to go to the shop, and I think Butterfly is far more ideal in this situation. We'll see. Maybe he'll burst someone with his 214 agility.
Here we have it. The push again from VGR. Sending in the illusions. No, sitting back with the Exorcism. Fortification will come out. DC. What will they do to react to this one? No, they're trying to bring Nono in, but immediately DDC getting the swap out. Saving him, Yanks trying to jump in with a lasso onto move, but Weeha turns, trying to punish this, but now here comes the Terrorblade, ripping through the Doom, and turning to Saxa. Double kill for the man. Misery being slowed down by this Guardian End. He does not care that he's been doomed. Will just punch away at DC, forcing them back. Buyback from the Witch Doctor. They need to punish this. It's a nice ice wall from Weeha. FY got snapped up. They'll punish the Earth Spirit, but still End standing strong, turning back towards Saxa. The E-Blade nuke coming in. It's a dieback on the Witch Doctor, and Terrorblade ripping through the bottom set of racks. The Tornado, EMP, they need to kill this man, but he'll get forced out, saved by the side. Can they chase him?
He still has Thunder.
They're trying to move forward, and he is more than fine. Steals the life of DDC, and they just can't kill him. In fact, Misery will end up killing DDC.
Oh, he waved and killed the Necro Book. That's so sad.
But nonetheless, again, VGR, a second set of racks that they've been able to clean out. So much damage being done by this Terrorblade. DC just seem unable to kill him, even with Mu hitting the Doom onto this hero. They just don't seem to have the control or damage to bring him down.
He was very preemptive with his BKB. He BKB and then just turned on them before they could get any damage. I'm sure they got a Doom, but he's already popped all his cooldowns. He doesn't even care. He just right-clicks everyone down. And there's almost no way he's dropping during the BKB. He has 38
Absolutely
armor.
not.
And his illusions do too.
Absolutely not. And as we saw, they're just using the E-Blade to get those pickoffs onto the squishier members of DC. DC actually coming down the mid lane here. Misery, Mu, Resolution in the jungle towards the side, but I mean, this is such a risky play really if they go in against VGR's lineup. 20 seconds and Exorcism will be back online for No-No.
I think it's all on Wee to make the big plays.
It really is. He's got the Blink Dagger. He's certainly kitted himself out, ready to do so. Scan from the side of VGR will spot out that DCR hanging around this area, and VGR is playing it safe. They've got a smoke on DDC, and here we have it. Ready to try and punish the fact that Digital Chaos feels confident and has come out over across the river.
There's so many fail-safes to help the Terrorblade out. He has BKB for one, even Manta is pretty good. They have Swap, they have Sunder, they have buyback into BOT. There's so many ways that he can just stay alive.
See what they can get VGR. Very carefully moving up to the high ground. DC already, they know something's up. They backed right up into their base. Just Misery at the moment that's going out to try and desperately push these lanes out. Mid lane, Saxa needs to be careful. They've got this high ground ward here, VGR, so they know it's a clean initiation. Jumping in with FY. The Tornado will be there from Wee. How well can he hold this one off? And already making the move towards this top lane, ready to try for Mega Creeps. Exorcism coming out as well. How did DC stop this? They're a man down for 40 seconds. And VGR take the tier 3 move, looking for the initiation, jumping in Misery to follow through. There's a combo coming out from Weehart. DDC will be brought down, able at the same time. Yang caught out Resolution with the lasso and punching into them. 4 down, there'll be a buyback from Resolution, but this is looking like the potential end of the line for Digital Chaos. 3 dead without the buyback. It's all up to Weehart and Resolution, the 2 cores to hold this, but they've already been Mega Creep, and GG is called.
Damn, did you see Yang that last fight? Mu blinked in, he manted off, and then Mu just stood there. It's like, what do I do? Wasn't able to use Doom that fight, and that was the finishing blow. DC with an early exit to this tournament after what seemed like a very promising group stage.
Absolutely, I mean, they just got Terrorbladed there. The Terrorblade pick was absolutely perfect for VGR, and they knew exactly what they were doing on it. 15, 4-12, that's got to be one of the best TB performances we've seen, at least in a major environment like this. It's ridiculous.
Another well-constructed draft by FY, and I think they just baited out the Doom pick. They're like, okay, we're going to draft a couple of heroes that are very, very good versus the Doom. And the Clinks was not the best last pick it seemed for DC.
Absolutely not. Resolution struggled to get locked on this game against the Terrorblade as farmed as End was. And as you said, the Doom, I mean, it really felt like it wasn't the player, it was the hero. The fact that Mu, he was able to get the plays. He was constantly getting in and landing a successful Doom. But it was just the fact that this Terrorblade was so tanky, had the perfect backup. I mean, even small things like DDC, you know, his play with Avenge, constantly saving the life of Terrorblade in multiple ways, kind of swapping him out and also saying to End, sunder me, you know, take my life to save yourself. But what a game 3 indeed, as DC, as you said, a team that came into this and there was a lot of kind of hope being built up. They showed us that these guys, an incredibly strong team, but at the end of the day, VG Reborn with the Terrorblade card, pulling it out, moving on through the lower bracket. But that's it from me and you, Ben. Back to you guys on the panel.
Thank you very much, Odie Pixel in the commentary booth there with Melini, and we'll see them again throughout the tournament, of course. Thank you very much for great commentary once again. And a best of 3, the VICI Gaming Reborn have been reborn in the Manila Major. They are through to the next round in the lower bracket at the expense of Digital Chaos. Let's find out from our panel members what they thought. Charlie, we'll start with you. DC started this competition as one of the underdogs. We said that they were potential spoilers all the way through the tournament, yet they had such a great group stage. I think people started to believe actually they could go quite far.
Yeah, and I think they could have if they had cleaned up their play just a little more. If you saw both those games, a lot of the series that they lost, they had the potential to actually take those. They had the right draft, they had the right heroes, and their ability to you know, like take those fights, it's there, but there's just these little mistakes here and there, sloppy initiations, unfamiliar with heroes.
You pointed out in game 1 that there were some sloppy mistakes, and it didn't really matter at that point because they were so far ahead and it was such a straightforward game. But you're right in many ways in that they had to clean those up, and it never came.
Yeah, you can't win this tournament just banking on the other team to make that many mistakes. You have to shore up your own as well.
Black, impressed with VICI Gaming Reborn as to how they came back into this after such a demoralizing first game?
I don't know, they regrouped after game 1, it was amazing. Their game 2 was amazing. Game 3, they grouped up a bit too much early on. They had a huge XP and gold disadvantage because of it. And that one smoke was a completely game breaking. Until then, it was like all pretty much DC at that point because they couldn't fight anymore. And then after that smoke, they had the gold advantage from there to finish.
Yeah, somebody on DC always got picked off, basically. After the 15-minute mark, it was either Doom getting picked off or another important hero. Soxa died a few times as well. There's just a period of time where it's like, DC can win this, definitely, but death after death after death puts you into a harder place when you actually do take those team fights. And the team fights were going pretty well for DC up to 20 minutes or so. Even the Roche fight looked so good for them. But they had to kill Terrorblade in the Roche pit before he got the Sunder off, and they didn't fully commit. I don't think they had vision in there is the problem. I mean, Boulder was rolling through, it's doing a ton of damage, and then you lose vision. You can't run in there into melee range to see, is Terrorblade's HP full or not? It's a little hard, but they have to kill him. Once they kill him, the fight's straightforward, and they eventually did kill him in that fight, but then they got triple silence. They weren't able to kill TB without him doing insane damage before he died again, and then from there, you've got a Clinks, and you're going late game against heroes that are better late game than Clinks. And I like how they used the Clinks in the laning stage. They shifted a mid. It worked out really well at killing DP. They really shut down DP a bit in the early mid game, but it had to transition, and if you don't transition on Clinks, he's going to fall off, and that's what happened. Yeah.
Now we'll take a look back at some of the highlights. They won't be pretty reading if you're a DC fan this time round. But VICI Gaming, I mean, some of the fights were fairly even, Black. What was the difference, do you think, when it came to those team fights?
I mean, at first it was as VGR's team fight was way superior. But we see there, if they get the Smoke Gang on the Invoker first, which they've never gotten at all, then they would just win because Invoker was the main reason they won those fights. He was disrupting everything. He was their main DPS as well. And if they kill him first, they will win a team fight, which we saw there. And then after that, they just got their items up, and then it was DC. They couldn't fight anymore because the Clinks was just way too underfarmed from their early laning stage.
There was some great plays by the DP in here as well.
Oh, they actually did have vision. They had a Necro 3 in there. But he got so low. If they just would have right-clicked him 1 or 2 more times, they would have had it. But Resolution got scared there. If he just committed to it, the TB goes dead, or goes down. It's an Aegis respawn, but maybe they can kill DP in the meantime.
But it's just really scary because of the... It wasn't the last patch, it was like some patches ago. Even when you kill TB in Metamorphosis, he will respawn with Metamorphosis on still.
And there was the triple silence. Weehawk couldn't cast a spell. Mu couldn't cast Doom right away, so he gets an extra illusion off, and he casts Reflection, which lowers their movement speed. It was so many prompts. So he did die, but...
This is when you get like really excited, you know, there's like, oh, kill TB again, kill TB again. Why was Weeha in melee range? It should never happen. Like, you know, they just got overexcited, and they forgot about the DP.
Yeah, agreed. It just comes down to cleaning up their play, like those little mistakes where TB's running out of the Roche pit and at like almost no HP trying to sunder at everybody, and then everybody from DC is running away from him instead of focusing him.
And they also ran into this problem here. They won the team fight, but now they're running into Ghost Scepter problems. The Resolution had to go an AC build in a lot of ways because he needed resistance against TB's damage and Exorcism. But if he just had a Diffusal Blade, he would have just been consistently killing somebody at the start of every fight, and he couldn't do that.
It was a great kick too from FY.
Oh yeah, that was so good. And after the silence, this meant Resolution went down here. Great
and it's so hard with Clinks. When you die as Clinks, you have no real like catch-up farm. You have no farm mechanic. If you die in teamfight with Clinks, you won't get fat. And he was really underfarmed. They needed him to bring the DPS because the TB went for BKB. If you don't have the DPS for Clinks, then you can't kill him.
And then from here, every other fight at the end, it was always Batrider going in first, catching somebody from DC. This forces Misery to buy back. He doesn't get raw before he starts the fight. They ultimately do doom the Terrorblade, but I believe this fight was about even 3 for 3, but the important heroes on VGR stayed alive, with the exception of TB.
And Misery did have to buy back in this fight. He does end up using Roar, but it's very ineffective. There's no follow-up damage.
Really tough game for them. Witch Doctor worked out pretty well, I actually thought, in the first 20 minutes because this cask stuns illusions for 5 seconds, but at some point Witch Doctor felt pretty useless.
Yeah, DC did have some great fights, some great initiations, but the problem is that they have to consistently do it, or else the margin for error on VGR's lineup is so much greater. The late game TB, it's incredibly hard to deal with DC's heroes.
Yep, and you can always thunder if you don't execute perfectly.
Yep.
And you're against a Bat Rider, so there's a good chance that you're not going to execute perfectly.
Like, you're out of position with TB, you're really low, you get swapped out, you run back in your thunder, and suddenly the team fight is won.
With the fact that we've seen this Terrorblade twice now, it's won twice, been very effective in both the games it's been played. It is a pocket pick right now. Do you see it coming out more though? Do you think other teams are going to be looking at this and thinking actually that's a really effective way of catching teams out in the first pick?
We already spoke about it. Like, if you get a last pick TB in and a really good lineup, it is like so hard to counter him. This game he had a completely free reign. There was only the Doom, and even if you get Doom, TB he cares about it, but you know it's not detrimental that he like stays there. He just keeps hitting you with the Metamorphosis on, and you will just die as Doom. You get Doom off, but you die in 1 second.
I think the key for DC here is that they should have taken a lot of these fights before Terrorblade went into Metamorphosis, before all their spells came off. They'd allowed them to just walk up to their high ground, get off all their sieging spells, and then they took the fight.
Right. There's like TB had 2 Metamorphosis illusions, then you blink in with Doom, and you're like, okay, I'm dead.
Yeah. They had to start the fight before VGR started sieging their high ground.
Yeah.
Really tough game for their for DC. They've got to be sad about that one, I think, especially the way Game 2 went. Game 3, they could have played it better, but I think it's just clear that they weren't the best team here. They did have a lot of mistakes.
What can they take out of this that's positive?
Well, they got second in their group. They went pretty far. They went to winners bracket.
They're the highest placing North American team at this tournament.
Is it really? They're all gone? Is that what you're saying?
They're all gone, man.
EG call.
And that was second round of loser bracket, so that's not very deep.
9th to 12th is the official finishing place for DC. I would imagine if you'd said to them before the tournament started, you're going to finish 9th to 12th. Do you want to play your matches and see whether you do any better? They'd have probably thought we can do better than that.
Absolutely. I think a lot of people thought they could have done better than that. I think if they replay this series, maybe there's a good chance that they win it again.
Yeah, I definitely think so. But I think it's clear that they learned Wii needs to have good heroes, or he needs to expand his hero pool. I mean, that's a very common criticism for a lot of mid players that are coming from pubs.
Yang had a very good game.
Charlie,
Oh yeah,
absolutely. There were, messed up a few times in the early game with his initiations. Once on the Beastmaster, once on the Beast.
The Doom.
Yeah, and then once on the Doom. But you know what? Still consistently throughout the rest of the game, started fights for his teams, got lassos off on the right targets. All the fights that VG won were on the back of Yang.
And this is like great to see. Many players, when they do those mistakes, they actually get affected by it a lot. They're like, man, I can't mess up again. But he actually just recovered, and then he played it perfectly.
And he also made it so hard for his opponents to kill him. How many times did he jump in, pops Ghost Scepter right when they try to kill him? Like that time that Resolution died when he ate the Ancient. He would have died earlier if Resolution just killed him when they chased down the TB in the first place. And if he would have been dead there, then Resolution would have been alive and possibly killed the Death Prophets. If a hero like Bat Rider can just stay alive during that fight and come back through and keep putting sticky napalms and maybe cancel TPs, it's huge.
Yeah, he ends up living through that entire fight as well.
All right, we'll get more from you in just a moment, but now we're going to head back to the main stage because Sir Action Slacks has found his man, and his man is End.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome. I've got End, I've got our translator, Helen, and I am ready to roll with you, buddy. You just survived your elimination match against DC. You sent them packing, and you guys are moving forward in the Manila Major. It's got to be feeling good. Oh.
刚刚你们获得了胜利，然后也顺利把 DC 淘汰了。你现在感觉怎么样？
现在感觉很开心吧，可以多打几轮。
I feel super happy. I can play a few more matches.
That's good to hear. You're going to have to. But let's talk about that last game. Now, Terrorblade, as a casual viewer, every time we see Terrorblade, we get a little nervous. We think that it's a risky pick. How confident were you guys with that pick on Terrorblade?
刚刚第3盘的时候拿出了 TB， 对就是在家里观看比赛的观众来说，可能是一个很危险或者很冒险的选择。你们自己觉得呢？
TB 这个英雄是我2年前的一个绝活吧，我对这个英雄非常有信心，而且 TB 这个英雄，我们在出国之前，我们也是练了很久，胜率也是特别高的一个英雄。
We actually practiced on TB quite a while before coming to the Manila Major, and it's one of our heroes that had a really high win rate. I'm very confident in this hero.
All right, very good. Thank you. Now, a question I've been burning to ask you for quite some time. Excuse me. A few months ago, you decided to study under Burning instead of playing. I just wanted to ask you what you were hoping to learn from him.
之前你选择当替补，也是向 Burning 学习，而不打职业选手。就是你为什么做出这个决定？
当初是因为没有其他路可以走了吧，因为被 UHome 踢掉之后也没有好的去处，然后我也觉得就是当时技术可能确实没有那么好，静下心来休息一下，正确的认识一下自己，才有助帮助提高吧。
At the time when I was kicked from eHome, I didn't really have any better options, and I felt that I did need to improve on my skills as a player. So I decided to take a break and re-identify myself as a player.
All right, very good. Now, personal question for you. In Game 3, we saw a spectacular moment. You were moving down as the Terrorblade, and you popped your 10-second BKB for seemingly no reason. I just want to know what happened.
刚刚在中路，就是你拿到 BKB 之后，就突然开了，为什么会这样子做呢？
那个商店老板骗我，他说这个 BKB 可能是国产的，不是10秒，然后一点，哎，还真10秒的。
Well, the secret shopkeeper told me that the BKB might have been made in China, so I wanted to test it if it's 10 seconds. And actually, it is 10 seconds.
Well, glad we all know. Thank you very much. All right. So you've been a rising star in the Chinese scene for quite some time. You could have picked any team you wanted, but you went with FY and VICI REBORN. I want to know why.
你也是一位很有天赋的选手，我们觉得你去哪支队伍都可以的，但是为什么选择在 FY 那个队伍呢？
因为我很喜欢 VG， 然后我也很喜欢 FY。
Because I really, really like VG, and I really, really, really like FY.
Oh, how beautiful answer. Well, you guys played really well. I'm so excited that you guys get to continue your run in Manila. You're up against either LGD or Team Empire next. Are you ready to face them and bring them just as much hype as we saw that last series?
你的下一个对手可能是老干爹或者 Empire， 你有没有信心就是面对他们？然后你想面对是谁呢？
想和国外队多打一会儿吧，因为国内队伍对我们太了解了。
I want to face against the foreign teams because Chinese teams know us too well.
All right, well, let's see if you get your wish. We're going to find out soon, but for now, we'll send it on back to Paul over at the panel. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much. So Action Slacks once more with the questions. He did very well there, didn't he? Did you notice how calm he stayed, considering that his team just lost to VICI Gaming? He did very well indeed. Well done, Sir Action Slacks, and well done to End and the boys from VICI Gaming. Charlie, just how far can they go now that they've got this confidence, they've got a bit of swag about them, FY's confidence again is returned. Can they go further?
Yeah, actually, I think there is that possibility of them taking a series against either LGD or Empire. I wouldn't say that they would be the favorites against LGD. We'll see how Empire does against them, but I think there is that possibility that they showed signs of life here. They showed a play style, something that they prefer, taking it to the late game. And that might work for them depending on how well the other team plays.
Yeah, late bloomers don't often do well at these kind of tournaments because you kind of need to get going early on. We've already seen teams fall out because they haven't got going early. VICI seem to be bucking that trend.
The little thing that worries me for them is, he also just said it at the end, after Star Ladder, which they won against mostly foreign teams, they only played against the Chinese teams and they just didn't win anymore. Now he just said, we are not confident to play against Chinese teams. So for them, I actually hope they have to play with his Empire because, maybe he revealed like a little bit of weakness.
A little bit of weakness, maybe. Purge, final thoughts on the match?
Yeah, there's not a lot of Chinese teams left in the tournament, and unfortunately for him, they're on his side of the loser bracket. But if he gets through this, and hypothetically NEWBEE wins, then he might be able to make a run through the Western teams. So they definitely impressed me. They clearly played better in the DC that game, and they deserve the win.
Absolutely.
All right, thank you very much to all three gentlemen. We'll be back at the panel very shortly, of course. We're heading towards a break now, though, because our next series is just around the corner. It's LGD versus Empire.
Next matchup, LGD Gaming versus Team Empire.
All right, I was walking by and I saw you had an interesting bag. May I know what's inside of your bag here?
This is a hot dog sandwich.
Bring it out, man. We got to see the hot dog sandwich.
Okay, sure.
Okay, yeah, put it down. Oh, okay, I'll hold your water. What do we got? Oh, yeah, so this is what they're selling in the arena, right? Because we're trying to give people at home, like, see what it looks like from here. So, open the hot dog sandwich.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. It's very delicate. It's very large, yes. You can open it a little faster. It's up to you. You don't have to. There we go.
Food. You can't really rush it.
That's true.
It's like art. You know?
Filipino food, yeah. You guys are very big on the food here. Oh, oh, oh! Look at that sweet hot dog. Yes. Can you eat it for us, as fast as possible on camera?
I can only take a bite.
Okay, one bite, but make it a good bite. We're gonna zoom in. We're gonna make it as good as possible here. Show you the arena food. Make it a real sensual bite. Here we go.
I'll make it as delicate as possible.
There we go. All right, here, take your bite.
Can I do that?
Yes.
All right.
Oh, yeah! Oh! Woo! Now that's a hot dog sandwich, my man.
Fine.
Sir, hello. I'm looking for some beautiful signs. Let's take a look at this. Oh, we got the Mushi, we got the Love, the Shadow Fiend right there. What is this down here? What is that?
Bole.
Bole. What is bole?
Bole means Ken.
Ken. What?
Ken.
Ken. Oh.
Ken.
Oh. Oh. Okay. Ah. Yes. All right. So I want to try something here.
Yeah.
Is there any chance you think that you could help me, like, get a speech going, get some kind of crowd going for FNATIC? Can we start something? All right, how about we try this? I'm gonna try to go FNATIC. What should we do? Like FNATIC, FNATIC. All right, you ready? Let's see if we can do this. Here we go. You guys want to help us? We gotta do a FNATIC cheer. All right. FNATIC, 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 FNATIC. You got nothing. They didn't help us at all. Yeah. All right, so we just say. All right. Okay. Thank you, guys. Thank you. All right, we were walking by, and these guys were all yelling that we had to come over here. And now you guys are all calm. What up? That's great, man. Kiss me? No. Come on. I'll take it. I'll take one for the team. What do we got here, bro? Come here, bring it in. Bring it in. Just one on the side. Come on, baby. You got this. No, not me. I'm not going to do it to you. You have to do it to me. That changes everything. All right, just right here. Come on, just get out. Who do you think should have won this major?
Team Liquid, for sure.
Team Liquid. Any particular hero or person that you're interested in on that team?
Fada.
Fada. All right. You got a very cool look, kind of like Fada. You remind me of it, man. Very cool, relaxed guy.
Yeah, I've been a fan since C9, so...
Oh, okay. Let's give a cool, relaxed look in the camera. Do our best Fada. You're in on this too. You ready? Just give it a 3. We'll turn around and hit the camera. All right, you ready? Yeah, just look right at the camera. Give them your best Fada. You ready? 1, 2, 3. What's your name?
Pao.
And your name?
Gerd.
All right, how you guys liking this event so far, man?
It's amazing. The production, absolutely amazing. You've got the triple screen. You've got
it's speechless. It's speechless.
Cam. You've got courier cam. Pop champ.
Oh my God.
How can you watch any other tournament without this kind of production?
That's what I'm talking about. Amazing.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Manila Major, day 3 of the main event. We have lost many teams along the way already. We're about to lose one more as we head into our final series of the lower bracket for today. After this one, we'll be heading back up to the upper bracket. Semi-finals 1 and 2. We'll find out 2 of the teams who will finish in the top 3 positions by the end of day 3. 93 heroes so far, an incredible tournament already, and plenty more to come. We've had a little bit of a change on the desk, so let me introduce you to our 3 panelists. We've got 2 returning back who are joined by Fogt. How you doing, Fogt?
Good. Happy to be here.
Yeah? Everything good?
Yeah.
Had a bit of a lay-in this morning?
Yeah, I ran into Charlie though, so
Did
just
you?
everything went a little bit
that must have put a real downer on the day.
But then that video just cheered me back up, you know?
I know,
it's
right?
so pleasant.
I know.
It's such a big difference from Charlie in that video.
I mean, I love those videos, right? But there is one small problem with them. It feels like I'm hosting a travel show. Do you know what I mean? I feel like I should come in with a, you know... So the hotel we stayed in was like 3 stars, and it was really good, and it had this, and it had that. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong.
I think you're right.
I can agree.
I just don't know how you make a good joke following up your first statement, that's all.
Right.
I feel like you put yourself into a corner just now.
Did I? Did I back off?
I just don't know what to say about that. I don't know. It's a hard joke.
It's low MMR jokes, I guess.
I only think about video games. I don't think about travel shows. I watched those like 3 times in my life.
Come on, Perch. You don't even think about video games. You think about Dota and items. That's it. I've seen him shopping, right? I've seen him in a shop. He's literally got an itemization bill on there, going around the shop, picking stuff up, putting it in.
Believe it.
He's got timings on the trolleys down the aisles. It's unbelievable. So sick. Black, how are you doing?
Don't look at me. I was spacing out thinking about anti-match while you were doing like your jokes here. I don't even know. I'm just thinking about the game. Happy to have Fogt though. I was never with Fogt. I haven't been on the panel with him before. It's going to be good.
It's going to be good. It's going to be good. All right, let's get the teams out, and we'll get more from you gentlemen in just a moment. It is time to introduce you to our final lower bracket game, and here are your teams.
The return of superstar Xiao Wei to the battlefield has placed the expectations of a nation on the shoulders of this Chinese organization. With a world-class support player in MMY and one of the most experienced captains in the scene. This team is here to prove they are still a Chinese superpower.
Welcome on stage, LGD Gaming!
After being through hell and back, this organization struck gold when they wiped the slate clean and put together this incredibly talented roster. Thriving off the success and experience of CIS veteran Scandal, as well as the talents of Afterlife and Ramses, they conquered the European regional qualifiers, qualifying the organization for their first ever major, the veritable underdogs.
Welcome on stage, Team Empire!
Here we go then. LGD versus Empire in the lower bracket. All the marbles at stake. The loser of this game finishes in 9th to 12th. They will be the final team eliminated today, at least. Anyone will be down to our final 8. Will LGD be joining that final 8, or will it be Empire? Let's find out from our panel members. Perch, we'll start with you. We'll start with the LGD. they had a fabulous group stage, and when you look back at the results in that group stage and compare them to what happened in the upper bracket, the win over MVP Phoenix is what stands out right now as the most outstanding performance that they've had so far.
Yeah, they beat them convincingly in the first game they played Phoenix. In the second game, they're on the back foot, but they were able to hold out long enough due to maybe's tinker. And then they ended up beating EG 2-1 to go to the winner bracket, which, looking at it now, maybe not the most important thing ever, but they're in the low bracket now. They've got to beat Empire. I think they're the favored team, probably, but Empire looked a lot better yesterday.
LGD's strengths and weaknesses in terms of coming into this tournament as underdogs. Many people even said, how are they even here? Like, how did they do that from such a strong region? And actually, they've confounded all of those, haven't they?
Yeah, absolutely. We were talking about it a bunch in the group stages where, like we looked at the community votes, we looked even at some of the talent votes, and they were kind of at bottom of the barrel, but we were talking to a bunch of the other players and hearing just like, wow, these guys are godly. Be careful, do not underrate them by any means. And now we're starting to see the performance out of them. A few other games, maybe a little bit shaky, but in the end, you could see that they have a lot of teamwork, a lot of synergy between the 5 players.
And Black, coming from this region, having played in this region, when the other Chinese teams worry about you and start telling other people that they're genuinely worried about your team, that's big praise, isn't it?
It is, especially because in China, everybody plays really stable. Nobody plays overly aggressive, which I also said earlier is the biggest weakness of LGD. If they face those really aggressive teams, which obviously is not true anymore. They fought FNATIC yesterday. They barely lost. They beat MVP 2-0, and they're getting a lot more comfortable against those super aggressive teams. And I think Empire also falls into a category. So I think they're the favorite because they also have more experience on paper.
Okay, all right, well, we'll get more on them in just a moment. One of the most experienced players in their lineup is a man called Aggressive, and Sir Action Slacks caught up with him just after the group stages.
All right, here with Aggressive. How you doing over there, man?
你现在怎么样？你好吗？
挺好的，我现在挺好的。
I'm all right. I'm pretty good.
All right, now let's talk about LGD. You're a very strange team. A lot of people say there's a lot of talent, but you could have a lot to prove. Some consider you underdogs. Do you consider yourselves underdogs?
据说老干爹可能是一支比较奇怪的队伍，就是你们是很有天赋，不过实力到底如何比较难评量。有些人认为你们是所谓的黑马队，你们认为是这样吗？
我觉得我们实力还行吧，就是属于那种，就是也不是很厉害吧，然后就是大家都在慢慢的磨合中，还在成长中嘛。
I think we're okay. We're not particularly good, and we can still get a lot better, and we're still bonding together and growing as a team.
Wow, that's a very harsh answer. Jeez. I thought that he'd be a little easier on himself, man. I mean, goodness. All right, let's talk about you as a player. Your name's Aggressive. You play very aggressive heroes. Lifestealer, Lycan. Where does that anger come from? What makes you want to get in there so bad?
那当然，你的名字是 aggressive， 意思就是进攻性很强，可能有点头硬啊。你喜欢玩的英雄，比如说狼人小狗之类的英雄，那这种性格是哪里来的？这种气氛是哪里来的？
性格就平常的话，自己比较喜欢动啊，喜欢玩啊，就是，然后人的话，有时候脾气也不太好吧，就是比较冲这种，然后玩的游戏的话，就玩的那些也比较喜欢打架啊，然后喜欢冲的那些英雄啊。
I like to move around and play a lot, and usually in terms of temperament, I've got a bit of a temper, and that makes me a bit angrier, I guess. And so when I play games, it all comes together, and I like to go pick fights.
There you go. All right. When you were on CDEC, all right, LGD was the team that always kept beating you. Now you are LGD. Do you feel okay with that? You've kind of joined the enemy.
就是你以前在 CDEC 战队上时，你们好像老是败在老干爹手中。那么现在你成为老干爹了，就像加入敌方一样的，对你对这个有什么感受？
以前虽然说经常输给老干爹，但是我们 TI 干掉老干爹，然后还是挺爽的吧。然后加入过去的话，也是为了拿冠军嘛，主要是想赢。
Even though we lost to LGD a bunch of times on CDEC, we did beat them at TI, so that felt pretty good.
Right.
And I joined LGD, but it's just about chasing championships and success.
All right, good enough for me. Another question for you. I hear you hate any food that isn't Chinese food. Is this true?
据了解，你好像除了就是中餐以外，不喜欢吃别的地方的食物，这是这样吗？
不是的吧？其他国家的食物有些好吃的我也喜欢吃，就是也有喜欢吃的嘛，就是可能大部分那种就平常的食物的话，可能就不太感兴趣。
Not necessarily. There is food from other places that I like, but not super plain and super common food.
Okay, good enough. So, before you started off, you were a pub star, and then you said your dream was to play at a TI. That's all you wanted. Now is the dream to win a TI?
你一开始打职业之前，你好像是打公开赛、天梯赛比较出色。然后，你当时一开始说你的梦就是能够在 TI 打比赛。现在你去过了 TI， 当然，你下一步的梦想是不是赢得 TI 冠军？
因为之前没打过 TI 嘛，然后第一次打 TI 拿到亚军的话，也感觉自己运气比较不错嘛。然后之后的梦想就是希望，因为我在 CDEC 没拿过冠军，基本上就是希望拿一些大赛的冠军嘛。
Yeah, so first time playing at TI, we came in second and felt kind of lucky to be able to do that, but obviously the next step is to try to win a championship, and weren't able to do it at CDEC, but keep working towards that.
Okay. Well, last question for you. Now, we've talked a lot about aggression, killing, anger. I want to bring it down a little bit. Aggressive, I want you to tell me something that you think is cute and beautiful.
我们提过很多，就是比如进攻性的，就是你的性格。那我们现在转个方向来说，你认为某些东西是比较可爱的，比较可爱的。
什么东西可爱？
就问你啊，你认为什么比较可爱，是比较引起你另外？随便你说。
不知道耶。不知道什么东西比较可爱，就是你这样问我的话，我没一个概念。
I don't really know what I'd consider to be cute. It's almost like I don't have this concept.
You don't have the concept of happiness and joy? Come on.
那引起你高兴的呢，让你比较高兴，感到很爽的呢？
很爽。
你比较喜爱一些什么？心中比较喜爱一些什么？
比较喜欢到处玩啊、吃啊、喝啊这种啊，然后打游戏啊，玩 DOTA。
I like to go all over the place and eat and drink and play Dota.
That is the most carry answer I have ever heard. Well, you heard it from him first. Aggressive, the carry of the year, and somebody we're going to see a lot more here at Manila. Thank you for your time. Thank you for the translations, and we'll see you more at the Manila Major.
Get the strong impression if Aggressive was a panel member, he'd be the Charlie Yang of panelists. Sir Action Slacks with the interview there on Aggressive. He'll need all of that steeliness, though, in this next game, because I've got a feeling they might just get a good game from Empire, as we show you their lineup in just a moment. Empire, in many ways, mirror LGD in terms of group stages. When you look back at the results of their group, bearing in mind that they had OG and NEWBEE in the group, and now they're still in the tournament, you have to sort of go, well, actually, they came out of a very tough group where they took games off them.
Yeah, they had arguably one of the hardest groups possible. They did have, complexity, which we were saying may not have been like the strongest in that group, but still, they came out, they showed a lot of good games. Coming back here into Manila, we saw them, of course, last time when they were here. They had those extremely memorable black holes by King R, stealing them from Puppy, and I'm really curious to see how much they feel the crowd again, if they're really going to use the crowd to build their force again. Because I heard that crowd when I was watching ESL, and they were loving it.
Yeah. And Black, from a point of view of the neutral, do you favour Empire or do you favour LGD just slightly? Because there can't be much between these two teams, really, on paper.
As I said, for me, LGD looked really weak against aggressive teams, but they polished a lot. And now they seem to be very strong against aggressive teams. And on top of that, they have an experience advantage. So I think they're slightly favored. Not that much, because I feel Empire is much like MVP, a LAN team.
Yeah.
On LANs, they always show up, just like MVP, and I think they have a very good shot at taking it.
Okay, Kevin, I want to talk about Empire in the context, okay, as a team that haven't come together very recently, or have come together very recently, and yet they're playing with almost no fear. They've come into this tournament with no fear whatsoever. Is that the nothing to lose mentality, or is it just how they're playing?
And it should be, yeah. They're fairly new players on their team. I think this is the first time the organization has ever made it to a major tournament, like a Valve tournament, for example. So they're coming into this. They're going to do as best as they can. I'm not really sure if they're going to match up super well against LGD. In the group stage, Empire got 2-0'd by OG. They came back and played OG again. And this time, they got a game off of them, but they still didn't win. And I would say that OG and LGD's playstyles are semi-similar. They're very like group up, teamwork together with super talented mid player kind of a thing, and good carries as well. I feel like it's going to be hard for Empire, even with that aggressive playstyle, to be able to outperform over them.
Okay, when you look at the two teams, and on paper, you look at Empire as a relatively new team, full of new stars, potential stars as well. One of them that stands out is Ramses.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think he is the youngest person.
I think he is.
I believe he is the youngest
he's
person
17
here.
right now.
And he's been performing excellently. Like, there's no way to say that this guy isn't the star of this team. He's the newest one to come out here. We have Scandal, who's an absolute veteran. He's been around for 4 or 5 years. He even was around in the Han time when he was very dominant. And now you do see, like, looking at the scores too, he actually has arguably better stats than Aggressive, which is pretty absurd to really think about.
Yeah, when you look at the LGD lineup, Aggressive maybe, who's got pretty much every record right now offensively here at the Manila Major so far, average levels, most last hits, average GPM, all of those average kills, 13 average kills per game, by the way, which is way ahead of anyone else at the Manila Major. And they've got Zhao 8, and they've got MMY, and they've got a brand new star in the team, September. You have to ask the question, how the hell have they not won anything yet with this lineup? When are they going to deliver?
I think just maybe like the teams that they've been playing versus, maybe just understand them. Like in the beginning when they were first joining up, like in the China region, they were playing against teams that just understood them. They were like, oh, we know how these teams play, we know how Aggressive plays. He was pretty much the one who created the staple of, hit level 6, maybe even like level 5, and instantly make a move, like just constantly showing up at team fights and being that presence on the map. So maybe the teams that they were playing against just know them that much better, and now we're going to see if it changes up.
It's a great point.
And they're still a little new as well. Like, they've only been an official team since March, so it's pretty typical. Every year rolls around, Zhao 8 goes AFK after TI. He's like, all right, guys, got a couple months to ramp up. They could do very well this major, and even if they don't, even if they go out this round, I think they stick together and they have a really good shot at TI. They may have to play qualifiers.
I want to bring Black in on this point with his Chinese experience of playing in China in the region. What is it about this region that the players seem to hop around every single team? I think Aggressive sort of made a small note about it in his interview where he was saying he's chasing championships. Is it simply that? They're all chasing championships and that's why we see so many of them hopping around all the different teams?
I think it's certainly part of it, but most of them, like you see Burning, he said he retired many times and came back. You see Xiao Ba came back many times. I think for them it was really just, how can I make the most profit? Because they were streaming a lot during those times. They even said openly they didn't care so much about Dota unless they're actually playing at the TI.
Right.
They said TI is the only important tournament that I have to play. Then after half a year, they come back.
Invictus Gaming as well. And if you look back at the roster of LGD, almost every player that's played on the roster has played for one of those teams at some point. And then they've also played for 2 or 3 other teams. What is it that makes that happen?
Well, I can just speak for myself. Like, when I have a reputation of joining a lot of teams.
Well, I didn't want to say anything, but
but I did.
Well, I mean, we got 2 here.
The 2 of us right here.
Yeah,
it's pretty dangerous.
I don't know what your reasoning is, but mine always was, I'm trying out a team for a couple of months, and then if there's like an obvious issue, I'll try to fix it. But if you cannot fix the issue, then you do not want to waste your time or your team's time. Then you eventually want to join a new team because you know it won't work. I think, at least when I spoke to them in China, they gave me a similar answer.
Right. I mean, I suppose that works for you, but when you get kicked out of every team you've been in, it's probably harder for Fogged, right?
Yeah, definitely.
Come on, man, I thought you were going to do better than that. Purge, let's start with predictions.
It's painful. It's too painful.
You know I don't mean it. LGD Empire, which way are you going?
I'm going to have to go with LGD again. Well, I didn't rate them over FNATIC. I went for FNATIC, but I think LGD is a better team than Empire. I think FNATIC could get top 4 at the tournament. LGD couldn't. I don't see Empire getting nearly that high. I could see them going a couple more rounds, but LGD could go really deep here.
Okay,
I have more faith.
For me, it's LGD as well.
Yep.
Yep. I also going to say LGD, and I think that it attains a lot to their way that they play. It's different than Empire. Like me and Black kind of discussing it. Empire has Scandal, who is kind of their like setup. He sets up a lot of their ganks and everything. Meanwhile, Maybe is this like massive carry for them, while they also have aggressive. Zhao 8 plays that kind of like massive team fight role for LGD, while Afterlife is also a kind of semi-carry. So they have this kind of swapped around roles in comparison to each other.
Okay, so going for experience between the three of you, all three of you going for LGD. Why don't I just throw this in there? If they shut Maybe down, have they possibly got a chance?
It's hard. There's so many star players on LGD. Like, even if you shut down both cores, you still have to worry about MMY doing crazy stuff around the map and making lots of space. And even Zhao 8 sometimes can have really good games.
Got the social media predictions in. Twitch chat says Team Empire will win this one, 53-47, still very close.
I feel that's a bit biased.
I can't look at the graphs when it's a Chinese team. They're consistently undervalued, I think.
They are very undervalued. And on Twitter, it's 55-45 in favour of Team Empire. That's basically 55% of votes have come from the Team Empire social media chat.
Exactly. Like they've been building the memes up for years for this purpose. They finally got into a major, and it's been worth it.
And
finally.
I
Sixth man for Team Empire.
Yeah.
I personally actually feel that it's like more like 65-35 in favour of LGD.
Okay.
So,
yeah. As far as that, you think?
Yep.
I mean, we set this up at the very beginning, that this could be quite tight still. We had a tight series first game of the day. Do we not expect this to be? Is this 2-0?
I think LGD like struggled a bit yesterday. Maybe were a bit unlucky, you could say, but also FNATIC played extremely well. And I think today they're gonna bring it back. They have a lot to prove after that, and they have to survive.
Yeah.
This is a survival.
Yeah. How do they react under pressure, Black? Do you think? With that experience that they have with Zhao 8 there, he's going to keep them calm, isn't he?
Yeah, he's definitely going to do that. As I said earlier, they had huge problems. They would always crack under pressure. They would just get run over. Now they just compose, and they just fight back, and they'll win.
Okay. Is one of their potential problems, though, the fact that Empire could just go into this and go, doesn't matter to us, we'll just do whatever we want to do. Doesn't matter if we lose. We're just nothing to lose in terms of playing the match. So maybe they can be a bit feistier in the draft.
I think it's similar to how CDC was at TI5.
Yeah.
Because CDC was just like, well, we are here to play. We have no pressure. We are not the tournament favorites. We're just going to play and win. And definitely Empire has a similar mindset.
Okay, we're into draft number 1. 4 bans so far.
Not out of the ordinary.
First pick Aspen.
Empire's 2 bans were exactly what I was thinking about too. Like the Tidehunter needs to be addressed, and absolutely, like Maybe's Invoker needs to be taken out of the game.
And then we also spoke about Empire's position 4 player. He really loves his Earth Spirit, and they first pick it right there. LGD coming back with Phoenix, not the best hero at the tournament, but at their disposal it's really dangerous. And of course, Beastmaster just like a really standard pick.
Yep, Zhao 8's Beastmaster.
And I think Empire did have to just open with aggressive heroes. And not necessarily, doesn't have to go all the way late game into aggressive ganking sort of stuff, but laning stage definitely.
Yep.
Force them to rotate, don't let them get away with greedy picks. Try to delay things like Mechanism or put one of their heroes behind where they expect them to be. That way it's delayed when LGD can group in 5-man push or take Roche.
Yep.
Yeah, I think a good one that matches that is, we've been seeing, it hasn't had the best win rate when it's picked in the first 2, but I know that Empire does like it, which is the Death Prophet. It's pretty decent versus everything that LGD has. Of course, Beastmaster can isolate it, but with the Earth Spirit, it's like you were saying, it causes that aggression.
It is really good, especially if Earth Spirit ever gets up to the Aghanims, and you can just save him, and you can't burst him at all, and he will heal up to full HP.
This is the other hero that Empire is focusing on super heavily. They've played it, I think, 5 out of the 8 games that they've played here, I want to say, and they've had a pretty decent showing with it. I think they won 4 out of the 5 of them, so it's not too surprising to see that picked up in the first 2 for them.
It's growing popularity as well. One of those heroes that sort of snuck up on us, really. We weren't featuring it in the top 5 most picked, but it's now the 3rd most picked in the tournament. So.
And it's got like a 75% win rate.
It's down to about 62.5.
62.5? Okay.
But it's still, great stats on it right now.
I really like that Empire chose those 2 heroes first, because for me, the hero really depends on the support's movement, and those 2 heroes are the most comfortable heroes. So they secured them first, and they will go into the cores after. I really like that.
How do you feel about them revealing their 2 supports, though, right away? You think that's just fine, just because of the aggressive manner of it?
I feel it's fine because the 2 supports, Disruptor and Earth Spirit, they can both be very aggressive and both be very defensive as well. So it doesn't give away too much.
And they scale really well, of course.
And they scale really well late game, of course. And now you can counter their cores with your cores.
Yeah, and of course, like these 2 heroes have those massive team fight abilities with semi-short cooldowns, which is really nice. And of course, Disruptor with Glimpse always punishes when teams are, trying to back out or doing anything like when they go over aggressive.
And on top of that, both of them are really good against Phoenix too. They can cancel the Sunray from really far away. That is definitely needed against when you just max the support Phoenix build.
Yeah.
I don't know if their roaming setup is going to be that great without Invoker, though. Like it'll at the very least it'll delay when those early ganks will work.
Yeah.
And like you guys said, Earth Spirit Disruptor are very good at messing with that, and they can zone the offlaner quite easily with Disruptor. I feel like Empire is the better tools right now. It's one of the Phoenix traps. Like if you pick it in the first phase, especially when it's your opener, you can start reacting to it. If you limit what the Phoenix does in the laning stage, then it becomes a much worse hero.
Yeah.
Teams are just so good at killing the egg right now. I feel like Supernova hasn't felt like the same skill this tournament that it had the last month or 2.
Because people got used to the hero, they're like, oh, there's level 1 egg. Even if it's like a blink range away, you run there, you hit it once each, and you're just dead.
Yep. Free hero kill.
Yeah.
Broodmother ban.
Yeah, that's the kind of stuff that Empire is going to want to pull out occasionally. Just a weird hero, I think.
You think the Earth Spirit is going to couple up with another aggressive offlane hero and they want to put on some pressure, or how do you think they'll take it from here?
They could, but I think that they were more likely to probably pick up Scandal's hero here. They will probably look at either the Dragon Knight or the Death Prophet. They've really been favoring it. It fits their playstyle. It gives them an objective taker, which they sometimes lack, unless they put Afterlife on like a Furion, which we do see him like. And a Furion could be quite appropriate versus Lion and Phoenix. Both these heroes require a lot of levels, so he can really disrupt the short lane if they do decide to go for like a tri-lane.
I mean, the next core pick is going to reveal a lot about Team Empire. Right now, we don't really know where they want to go to. They could go late game, they can go super aggressive. They go with the DP, one of the staple heroes, yeah. One of their favorites as well.
Just it's so good with the Earth Spirit. I mean, we were seeing it like always. Like even though Earth Spirit got nerfed and Death DP got nerfed, like previously, like those 2 heroes were so prominent just because of how easily like the combo is just quite easy to land. Spirit Siphon with the Boulder and pretty much anybody's dead in the early game.
As soon as Earth Spirit is missing, you need to dedicate that support to the mid lane to counter gank, because as soon as he rolls in and you get the Siphon on, you're dead. You can't get out of it.
They also have 3 silences on Empire right now.
Yep.
Phoenix is going to have a really tough game. Especially if they initiate first, too.
Yeah.
I still really, really like the Furion for Team Empire, but for LGD...
What are we looking for, maybe? He really likes his Ember Spirit, he really likes his Invoker.
Ember versus the triple silence, though.
It's
a little bit scary, but we have seen them do that. Like sometimes he's just not afraid, and they're very bold with it.
I really like Empire's draft. It looks like they're really prepared for this, for that Ember pick. Or they go back to the ZK.
They go back for the Dragon Knight themselves, which
that's fine.
He had really good
thing,
success yesterday.
The only other thing he's really played is the Puck, and it's not been particularly good.
Yeah, not at this tournament.
In the last 10 days, has it? So.
Out of a lot of the mid players, though, I really respect maybe's Dragon Knight. I feel like he's one mid that plays high action heroes like that can actually transition into the tower push, into carry. You just have to be a lot more consistent in the early game. You have to be comfortable with playing from less of a lane advantage. And maybe he's one player that can definitely do that. Same thing happened against FNATIC. They would have won that game if it wasn't for DJ's Enigma. He would have. They just would have won it. Dragon Knight turned into a hard carry. It's just you can't play through Black Hole.
But they have to be really careful. DP alone already beats DK. If there's an Earth Spirit on top of that, it can get really rough for him. That being said, yesterday he beat Mushi's DP with his Dragon Knight.
Yeah. And this is quite a change-up actually for Empire. Not a change-up in the tournament because we've been seeing a lot of Slardar, but they haven't really been drafting this hero too much. They picked, I think, these exact same 4 heroes at their day versus Complexity, and they ended up rounding up their lineup with the Lone Druid. So maybe that's something that they're looking toward going for.
What was the Slardar as a carry or offlane? Offlane, right?
It was a... Yeah, it was offlane, so it was Afterlife playing it, so...
Right. Slardar Earth Spirit actually can disrupt a lot on the safe lane as well. And they have so much kill potential. They have double slow, double stun. If they get the levels up, then the safe lane is really threatened.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we'll be seeing that as an offlaner, just because we do tend to see Ramses more on those like hard carries, like, you know,
like
Slark, those things that we used to see a lot more.
And I really love Slark in this game already.
Yeah.
Or they didn't ban it out, I actually think they will pick Slark if they can.
Taking a little bit of time for their ban, really deciding. LGD's lineup is quite well-rounded. They do have quite good team fight. They have objective takers, and they have a lot of physical and magic damage between all their heroes.
One of the heroes that are really good for LGD right now could still be the PL, one of Aggressive's favorites as well.
Yeah.
If they actually pick the Slark, I think they will definitely respond with the PL.
PL against DP Disruptor Earth Spirit though, like if you ever get stunned, they're gonna have the follow-up silence almost every time. Like, yeah, he's got Manta Diffusal Blade, but I just feel like they have the right tools to deal with him. He never wants to buy BKB, so silence is eventually going to pose a problem when you have that many of them.
But if he gets out of control, it's really hard for Empire to stop him, I feel. Like, if he gets those 2-3 items up, he's just going to charge at them, while the DK and the Phoenix, like, you can't ignore them. They will stun you up, and then the PL will come in from behind maybe and create a lot of chaos.
I don't completely agree. It all depends on whether or not like a support dies first. If Disruptor or Earth Spirit is the first hero that dies, then I feel like PL works. But if PL's going in, if they go in like Death Prophet or Slaughter, there's always going to be the respond, either a Boulder Smash or Disrupt ult on PL, and then he's got to survive through that, and it's sometimes tough.
So they do take this arc. And I'm actually looking at Sven for LGD. It's a bit of a change up from what they've been doing recently, but I feel like it fits pretty nicely into it. Versus the Death Prophet, versus the Slardar, it really enhances everything that they need in their lineup.
The Warcry counters both of those heroes perfectly, and it makes the safe lane pretty strong too.
Yeah, and it gives them... It's also just because majority of aggressive heroes are just banned out at this point. So
What does he have left other than PL? Like, Sven is not typically an aggressive hero.
It's like Sven, PL, Drow Ranger, if that. I mean, he's played it a few times.
Yeah, but you don't want to get it. There's no way you want to get it.
Definitely not this game by any means.
So it's probably between Sven and PL at this point for them. What do you think is better for them? Do you think Sven is better than the PL?
I like Sven better personally.
I like Sven personally, but I mean, Aggressive has one of the best Phantom Lancers, and he's played it into any lineup. He's played it into silences, he's played it into massive stuns, and he just doesn't really care.
I mean, CDC always first 2 picked it for him, so they really don't care about counters.
Yeah.
Taking their sweet time for the last pick. Taking down.
Bum bum. People are just yelling. Everyone's excited here.
Okay.
Wow, and they go for the Ember.
Against so many silences, this is really ballsy.
Very bold. Very bold.
Okay, we'll just go down the line very quickly. Best draft?
I think I like LGD's better, even with the Ember Spirit against silences.
I think the overall draft is a little bit in Empire's favor for me, so I think Empire is going to take this game.
I'm going to go with black and say Empire as well.
Okay. Very interesting indeed. Very entertaining and interesting draft as well. Head over to our commentary team for Game 1.
Thank you very much, Paul. That's right. I'm LD, joined here by Waga. Waga, big match. LGD coming in probably as favorites in most people's eyes.
Definitely.
After seeing the draft for Game 1,
Yeah.
do you favor them in this?
I actually don't like the last pick Ember so much. As they mentioned, triple silences can be really dangerous, and Slark is pretty good at just finding and being aggressive against Phoenix and the heroes that they have picked here. So I favor Empire on the draft, but I think LGD should be winning this series.
All right, let's find out who's going to take Game 1. We're ready now. It's LGD versus Empire. Let's get into it.
LGD Gaming versus Team Empire.
And so it begins with something a little bit different here. The level 1 smoke TP to drop wards. Actually something that I think NEWBEE started doing in the group stage. They did it 2 games in a row. They got a really deep hill ward both times. Was not scouted. Have a feeling Empire saw those replays.
TPing out to just drop wards in general, from mid lane for off lane, it's just super important in this patch because TPs are so cheap, LD. 50 gold is nothing. So definitely worth getting this vision. and getting it before the enemy have any idea that you were there.
I saw Chuan plant a similar ward here, but it was just a little bit too close to the tower's true sight and ended up getting dewarded right away. But this one,
I think you should not be too greedy about how you place it. The millimeters are not that important. Just getting it really close.
Just a little smidge. No, he's safe though, and this is not a ward that you're likely to expect. You may realize they have a hill ward, but will you get the deward on that? It's so deep.
Yeah, probably any mid-sentry is not going to find this because it's so far in, as you mentioned, close to the tower.
Generally put it down more in the river.
Exactly. You want to cover both sides, and then you will end up missing this one.
All right, Rune's about to spawn here. So, Wagger, you mentioned very difficult Ember game. LGD do have some other heroes that can create space in the mid game. They have pretty decent Roche lineup, and they do push fairly well. What are the keys for them? Assuming that Ember is not going to have the easiest time on his own, like, how do they give him some space to be aggressive?
Well, it is about Beastmaster and Dragon Knight and how they take down towers. That's going to be super key for them. Of course, the early rotations from Mamaye on the Lion is going to be important too, but just how they translate level 6 DK is going to be the key focal point.
LGD playing this a little bit greedier here, starting the Beastmaster in the jungle and leaving the Phoenix solo in the off-lane. And that means maybe won't have help mid. Something that we were discussing is having the Phoenix park behind maybe. He doesn't get it.
This is just classic harass. This is always what you do when you play Earth Spirit. Every single game, maybe. Just being a little bit too aggressive there, not pulling the creep so much, allows him to take a lot of damage.
Yeah, he has to remember he's not going to have help, as you can already see the pressure mounting on the bottom lane. Phoenix not really seen too much as a solo offlaner. Against a Disruptor Slark, there's definitely some kill potential there.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that lane, but I suppose he just wants to leech experience while they jungle up the Beastmaster.
I do like this play from Empire as we see aggressive movements from Miposhka, immediately trying to at least harass the BM a bit, keep eyes on him, but Xiao8 will just head to the other side of the jungle and won't be pursued any further.
It's hard to chase after him. You can't really go into towers or run around towers. You put yourself at risk getting killed. And I'm a little bit surprised by LGD's draft. Granted, Empire did ban out the Tide in the first phase and Invoker as well, so pretty good research by them.
Something that you mentioned, you get a quick chance to talk to them, and they really are, they're a bit afraid of that LGD team fight, and they view it as like the key to beating LGD.
Definitely. LGD always drafts heavy team fight heroes, and especially on Xiao8. He has played one Beastmaster game in the last 9, but in all of the other games he played Tide or Enigma. So he loves being this teamfight controller. I suppose he can do it a little bit with Beast, but not as much. It's more pickoffs.
We'll see if he can have the same impact. Used to be probably his most famous hero back when he pioneered that Inner Beast Max first build in the mid lane. You'd constantly just shove in the lane, always control the runes, slow push the enemy tower, and that's kind of where Director 8 went from a meme and kind of a bad thing, like, oh, they're trying to put on a show and they're acting when they're losing the game, to this guy's directing all the action and he's just carrying the team to victory. But he's in the off lane here. It is a different world in Dota.
It definitely is.
Or the jungle, rather.
You gave me some fond memories, the solo mid, Xiao8 Beastmaster. He played really well on that mid. Again, probably going to see some harass here from Dragon Knight as soon as he gets close.
Oh, what a great kick, but the follow-up roll not quite on point. Still, though, they get the Spirit Siphon out and maybe under heavy duress, but he is CSing quite well, Waga. 10 CS against this amount of pressure.
Yeah, he's doing really well, keeping up, and Miposhka sadly just missing his rock there as he dropped it down. If he rolled over the rock, he probably would have landed the roll. But probably wouldn't have secured a kill anyway. DK is really tanky with 2 points in Dragon Blood. It's more about trying to shut him down, but as you said, he's getting farm.
He's getting farmed so far in the off lane. Our Phoenix for LGD, Sep, he's getting this level. Is already 3.5 to 3 minutes in. The Beastmaster, not entirely unchecked, but Xiao8's still doing decently here. It feels like overall, LGD, they're getting enough out of the lanes to justify this jungle Beastmaster.
They are. It comes down a little bit to me, how much can they shut down the Slardar? Because we've seen games where a Slardar gets really shut down and still has massive impact just off one item. Just get the Blink Dagger and you can set up non-stop for your team. You don't have a long cooldown ulti to rely on. You just always go in. So close eyes on Afterlife on this offlane here. Only level 3.5 so far.
Yeah. Free farm for the Slark as well. The Slark-Slardar duo, there's a lot of pick-off potential and burst damage there. And so far, Ramses is being left entirely unchecked. He has already picked up the Gloves of Haste. Are you expecting a Midas this game?
I don't really like the Midas anymore. I don't think it's a good item on Slark. You need to be active much earlier than that. Just Power Treads is fine and go into aggressive items such as Sanxia Echo Saber or Shadowblade Echo Saber, and then go from there into Silver Edge, which is such a good upgrade. But no, if you go Midas, you really take the backseat, and DK are going to be happy if you just farm out against them.
LGD, just a fairly plotting laning stage. Up until now, we've seen some movement from the Earth Spirit, but more just to control the lanes as opposed to really trying for a kill.
Yeah, more importantly, LGD, all of them are getting some farm. Even the Lion is doing pulls and getting some CS here on top lane while they're controlling the Slardar quite well. So I think LGD are getting a little bit more out of the lane.
Yeah, and you know they're just waiting for that Dragon Knight ult to come online. And frequently what we've seen out of the likes of NEWBEE as well is they'll just bring him to the safe lane and they'll just immediately try to take the tier 1.
It's the easiest tower. It's so hard for everyone to rotate up there and defend. And it's pretty low incentive. It's just the tower. It's
the Radiant off lane, so it's the least important tower.
Exactly. It's far away from Roche. It's probably not going to mean much in any time soon. It's just about the money. But if you're Dragon Knight, you want that money. You're going for the gold.
Went for the early Quelling Blade, 22 CS, only slightly behind the Death Prophet that's gotten a lot more help here.
He's doing great. Maybe is a solid player. Probably at TI5, I would call him one of the best players for sure. At TI5, he surprised me a lot and just impressive plays on many different heroes.
Yeah, to the point that his Invoker, I think only Miracle can really lay this claim, is first stage ban worthy.
I think
banned all 3 games versus FNATIC.
Yeah, I definitely think that Miracle maybe, and also I think Weah plays a solid Invoker. We saw it earlier when they struggled, but wasn't quite enough.
So for LGD, Nighttime has descended. The 6-minute rune about to spawn. Already Beastmaster about to hit level 6. The Dragon Knight also about to come online, and that is where you expect Xiao8 to make his first move. Looks like they may be smoking here momentarily. Bounty rune up towards the top side.
I must say,
Scandal not heading for it, though.
A little bit worried about Empire and the way they drafted, though. Even though I favor their draft, having 3 silences on the same team can sometimes be, going in.
Oh, bottom lane. Looks like they're moving forward onto the Phoenix. Sep has been caught out here, but he does get off the Icarus dive. Double TP reaction. MMY finding the 2 heroes. Oh my god, is he playing Tidehunter or is he playing Lion? Now into Miposhka. That's the first blood. Ramsey's forced to run away, but Aggressive can chase this out. He's burning him down.
God.
So close to killing him. Doesn't quite finish the job, and now the counter gang comes in. Aggressive is overextended. He's going to give up the counter kill. It's a 1-for-1. It ends up being an Ember for an Earth Spirit. Not the trade LGD was looking for.
A great reaction by Empire, but they also moved a lot of heroes to do that. But they're trying to shut him down.
They did at least get the first blood.
Gonna dodge the roll, and he's probably gonna be fine as Lion is here.
Good 2-hero kick by Miposhka, salvaging that, and will disengage now, as it looked like they wanted to play around the Dragon Knight ult. Xiao8 has the roar ready. He's prowling about. This is where LGD, every time those ults are up, they will be looking for pickoffs.
Definitely. I love the way Empire react, though, bringing a lot of people down bottom, because you know the way Aggressive is gonna play. He was the one who set the standard for what to do. Oh, Slardar walking a little bit too close to Xiao8, but gets away.
That fog, though, and it is nighttime, so they're just gonna steal the creeps instead. But already LGD, after running the Jungle Beastmaster Waga, farm here pretty close, but they're up to almost a 2,000 experience advantage.
Yeah, they're getting a lot. I think that's just about the Jungle Beastmaster, as you said. You get so much out of that support, really, as Phoenix is your offlaner sort of in the early game, and then you switch the roles again. So Empire, of course, they don't rely so heavily on levels, though. I think they rely a lot more on items. Get items on your Slark so you can start fighting. He's a hero with very bad stat gain, which is why you need to go and get some heavy CS before ganking. And he is 56 CS, way above anyone on the side of LGD.
Yeah, not dying to that Ember was so key.
Oh, yes.
It was very close. And he did end up going for the treads as well, which almost certainly made the difference.
Yeah, just having that extra HP coming in. And, the Hawk, gonna find Afterlife.
He might be sent to his namesake as he gets caught out by the chains. The roar is there. LGD, an easy takedown.
And Precision, immediately trying to take a tower, get some objectives. Dying close to your towers is always painful, because then, as we see, the buildings just start falling.
Meanwhile, the mid lane maybe has been rolled on by Miposhka, but they're going to turn this. The Sunray comes in.
Good silence.
Miposhka forced to retreat, but the silence will save him for now. A dive over the top. It's going to burn Miposhka. Finishes him off. Sep doing work here from the off lane, and maybe has just not been a possible kill. Empire continue to devote time, resources to shutting him down. He's still farming. He's still getting levels, and he's not dying.
They don't have great damage coming in from their support, so if they're going to try and kill him, they need to get that max level, I think, in Spirit Siphon, and they also need to have Disruptor there, because they just don't kill him with 2 heroes.
Yeah, he did go for the 1 point in the silence, as you pointed out earlier. Certainly, it paid dividends, but that's a situation where that extra bit of damage could make the difference. Also, still no Exorcism here.
Yeah, he's holding on to it, realizing they probably can't go for a push early on. I suppose that's a fine build, and they just want to get some items before they put this pressure. It's understandable. When he has the Veil, though, I think you need to look towards being more aggressive on the map.
I've bought the Helm of Iron Will, so that'll be the first grab here, as Miposhka says. I hate Hawks.
Rolling on top of the bird. Well, I must say, speaking of birds, Sepp on his Phoenix playing really well so far. It makes me happy because he had some nervous play yesterday where he played Doom and got some really sad ultimates off, but so far doing really well in this matchup.
He's already cracked level 6 here bottom, and it has been one of his absolute go-to heroes, as we could see, not just in pubs, but I think especially in competitive play. And it's really been a lot of the Chinese teams that have brought the Phoenix fully back into vogue. Now everyone's running it.
Oh, NEWBEE play it so well, I think, and just scrimming against them, LGD.
Kaka is pretty scary.
Definitely. You have to respect it. It comes down to not just the player. Sometimes it's just about how you play as a team. I think the only real Western team that I think played really well is OG. Fly played really well, and it fits their style as well.
We're going to see our first big movement here for Empire as they smoke, head towards the top lane. We get the Inception cam. LGD, will they be seeing this?
He's being very careful here, Mama, yeah. He knows. He can feel it.
Hugs the tower. Does not break the smoke, but already they're abandoning the woods. Xiao streaming towards the bottom side of the map. LGD have completely read this movement from the looks of things. The Dragonite is at the tower mid even. They are just so far away.
Yeah, they know what's going on, and they're getting a lot of farm meanwhile bottom with the Ember. Because it's so hard to gank, he's playing very confidently. And mid, they revealed everything. When the DP pops ulti, you know what's going to happen.
She's not doing that on her own.
Yeah, exactly.
The Ghost Lady has some backup.
Sepp gonna find Miposhka here.
Oh, they move up onto the high ground. They are juking it out in the jungle. Does Sepp want to engage? MMY in reserve. Not going to commit to that. But as soon as Exorcism goes down, Waga, is this where LGD immediately try to take a fight? Do they go like towards the Roche pit? What is their plan?
I wonder. I think they can actually put pressure on the tower. You have the DQ ulti, and with Arcane Rune as well, you're going to have it up again very quickly afterwards. Going for a smoke play here. Want to go behind Ember.
Let's see where they head. They're moving down towards the bottom lane. They do opt to bypass the pit, so they're going to join up with Aggressive up to 1,400 gold. So the Boots of Travel could be coming here soon.
Yeah, definitely going to be a Travels rush. They're still looking for something here. They have the Hawk. Oh, they see King R.
This could be big. They're going to dive on top of him, and then the Lion Stun comes through. King R, really no chance. MMY disintegrates him with the finger.
Oh, they have the Necro Book now as well, and Xiao H, so easy push for them. This tower is going to fall immediately. No way you can TP and then defend this. Even if you had, Exorcism enough, there's no way you TP into it.
With it down, there's absolutely no chance of any sort of Empire defense. So LGD, probably one of the strongest objective gaming teams, is doing their thing here as top lane. Miposhka does roll, but Aggressive still burning him down. The Sunray comes in. A double fire special is enough to get the kill, and that is the Boots of Travel. Already online for Aggressive. He'll get his first big item before the Slark of Ramses. Still working on that Shadow Blade.
Yeah, he's going to have even more kill participation. So far, been in 4 out of the 5 kills as well. They always manage to use Aggressive. Whatever hero they pick, he's going to be taking part in so many kills.
So what's next for LGD? They've taken their first tower. Are you just waiting for an Empire Exorcism?
It's just resetting right now. You need to wait up, maybe even wait up the armlets, but definitely wait up the next DK ulti. He still has it running, but not enough duration to go mid for a push. But you can keep looking for pickoffs and just wait to take the mid tier 1. Once that is gone, then you can go.
Speaking of pickoffs, Waga, MMY Blink, 13 minutes in, already online.
It's crazy. That's a crazy good timing for a Lion.
And this is with a Jungle Beastmaster and an offlane Phoenix. Like, if those guys have a harder time, MMY doesn't get a space, but he does it as really the only hard support for this team at 13 minutes.
I mean, it really shows when you look at the net worth. They're so even, everyone on the side of LGD getting a lot of farm. Meanwhile, Empire, of course, having 2 top farmers, DP and Stark.
A lot will be required of them this game because LGD have 5 heroes who are getting farm and levels. The Lion,
they're gonna go.
Looking to move in. Here comes the debut. He creeps forward, but Miposhka hugging the tree line. Oh, he wanted to hit that creep, and this could be his downfall. There's the stun. Follow-up Hex. Sunray as well. Will he make it out of this? There's an Icarus dive forward, and Aggressive commits, but he walks right into a Boulders match. The chains are there. He will fall. Wow, no rotation, Empire just letting him go. They're busy heading bottom. Looks like they want a piece of Xiao 8.
Yeah, and he's gonna go down here. The Glimpse is not gonna allow him to keep the outs.
Static Storm and the Glimpse, no chance of that. And Ramses will debut his Shadow Blade, so a counter pick, and it's a core for support. Again, Empire coming out on top of that.
Pretty fine. They used the Static Storm, which they probably didn't need to in the end, but it's better safe than sorry, I suppose. And Lion, even after going for that pick top, he will now have ulti coming off cooldown very soon, so he can go for a gank again. That's why he's hanging around here, realizing
buys the smoke.
back.
Yeah. LGD just very systematic. Anytime an ultimate gets wasted by Empire, they're going to take a fight. Whenever a new item timing comes out, they'll go for a pick off. They'll buy the smokes to enable it. It's going to be very organized as far as how they apply pressure here on Empire.
And they have an Invis rune right now sitting on maybe. He will see Scandal coming in.
Look to go on this instant Dragon Tail. Lion's a bit far away though. They're really going to have to dive for this one. He's all the way back behind the tier 1. Jump the gun there, perhaps.
Oh, they cannot go on maybe right now. If they do, it's going to be a massive mistake.
He's got armlet. And they're looking. Ramses, though, is going to reveal that smoke as aggressive. Surges forward, just confidently roaming about the tree line here. Does eat a tree.
They don't even have Beastmaster here, and still they're looking to maybe go on the tower.
They just feel so bold right now with the blink on Lion, with the Dragon Knight as a sturdy bulwark in the front lines.
I think you could keep farming with Empire right now and dodge this fight. If you're not going to take it, definitely don't be here. You want to keep getting gold. Right now, not defending.
Oh, maybe looking to clash now. There's the Glimpse to set it up, but it's on to maybe. The tankiest hero is getting healed up by a Sunray. Then MMY comes in again with the stuns and aggressive with the chains. They nuke him down quick, and now the egg on top. Scandal is melting, hexed up. Even with the ghost, will he live long enough? The chains come through, he's surviving. The remnant's running up, and aggressive has to hit the eject key there. Couldn't finish off the DP.
Slardar goes down as well. Meanwhile, Beastmaster getting that pick. Man, this fight, so low HP on a lot of Empire.
They almost got 3 more kills on LGD.
Yep.
They end up getting crushed in the fight.
It looked beautiful for him for a while, but in the end, just getting a support and an offlaner, not a good trade at all. At least the tower went down before Empire took the fight, so LGD, they get a little bit of a reward there, and probably they will hold their tier 1.
Yeah, MMY gets silenced here pretty early on, and he eventually lobs out the finger onto Scandal, but wasn't able to burst him early. It seems like the rest of the team got a little distracted and driven back to the north. They just didn't focus TP.
It was just good reaction as well coming out from Empire. The fact that they went on the Phoenix Egg together, the Slark just managed to bring it down.
Well, you know, Walker, you said there's a thing that's perhaps too many silences, but that was a fight where having that extra one can make the difference.
It definitely could. It's just sometimes you would want to have reliable stunts on instead of all these silences. Of course, the ES has both, so I guess he's best of both worlds. But for now, a lot of stacks onto the Ancient, preparing for the Battle Fury on Ember is LGD.
And to some extent, potentially the Dragon Knight as well. I will say that that's one thing we saw from LGD yesterday, is maybe does, I think, one of the best jobs as a Dragon Knight player in the team as well at just keeping his farm up even in the late game, where he was the most farmed hero overall, and there were some hard carries in that match.
That's definitely true. He's probably going to go for it immediately when he gets his level 11, because it's still a fair time until the Battle Fury is up.
LGD probably displeased with the way that fight went, but they will reset here, working towards the Phoenix Midas as we hit the 17-minute mark. A very close game, Waga. I think that's what we were looking for, is a BO3 where the teams are evenly matched, and a 3,000 gold lead for LGD, no experience difference, and LGD do have a significant tower edge, so if you account for those towers, it's basically dead even.
I also think that Empire have the potential threat, right? They have Slark. He's starting to get a lot of items. He's the most farmed on the map, and when he completes up his Echo Saber, he's going to be really, really good at just bringing someone down quickly.
Do you think LGD can deal with a really farmed Slark? Let's say it's going another 20, 30 minutes.
It all comes down to Beastmaster and how good his vision is. Here comes the smoke, so no vision is going to save you from this one. Need to read it perfectly.
Empire moving towards the Roche pit. Might be worried about an attempt here from LGD. They're grouping up at the ramp. Let's see where they go. They get an Observer Ward down, but it's under a Dire Sentry.
Yeah, they saw it. They know exactly what's going on now. LGD immediately backing off, putting DK in a safe spot.
And Empire, think about it. They will do Roche fast, but LGD are in position to contest. They commit the Exorcism. They have the amp damage. This thing is not going to take very long. Can LGD fight? Do they even dare?
They're not
The
really
boards are
right-clicking
coming in.
though. There's a lot of hesitation here. They need to hit with everyone if they want to kill it fast enough.
It's not dead just yet, and the team is coming. Phoenix is there with the Sunray. Empire gonna have to clash as Ramsey's dropped low, but they've caught aggressive on the side. Static Storm committed. They stun him. Can they burst him down? He wants to get away from those silences. He can't. Finished off by Ramsey's, but the finger is there. Deletes the disruptor. Now they need to focus on Skin On with the Necrobook damage. They'll bring him down too. Two have fallen. And it looks like Empire are going to have to beat a hasty retreat. Maposhka on the run as well. He'll roll to the south. Ramsey's scrambling backwards. So in the end, Waga, they are forced out there.
Man,
He just going to the Slark though, and he does make it out.
Exactly. So they keep the Aegis. They lost DP though. That's really costly. But getting aggressive, I'm pretty sure Empire are happy with this. The only downside is they used the DP ulti. So for now, need to be a little bit careful how they take the fights.
Well, I mean, you mentioned it could be one of those Slark games, and getting an Aegis at this stage as Radiant is huge.
If he finishes up his Silver Edge in a short amount of time, then he's going to be extremely strong. And right now we're looking, yes, it's an early Blink Dagger on the Lion, but he doesn't have that much HP. 740 max HP, you're going to die immediately.
He could be food. Dragon Knight becomes much easier to bring down if you can remove the Dragon's Blood. Well, that's tanky.
And Slardar was spotted going towards top, so aggressive should know that something could be up. Gonna back out.
Aggressive not having a particularly explosive performance thus far. Some close calls where he just barely failed to kill the Slark bottom. Mid lane got involved in that big skirmish, got the 2 hero chains, but ended up losing that engagement as well.
I think he's doing a good job, but he's playing a little bit disconnected from his team, and he's getting caught out a little bit by Empire. They're reading him quite well, but if he went in with the stunners, then he could do a lot more impact, I think. And especially playing around Xiao 8 and his Necrobooks, of course.
Well, you know, I guess it's fair to ask like, how much of that comes back to they don't have the more iconic Xiao 8 heroes for this patch, like the Tidehunter being the biggest one probably of all. Even Darkseer at times has been a go-to for LGD.
I think that's the reason we see LGD not constantly pressuring and just using that threat of a black hole or a rabbit. Because right now, they are farming Ancients and they're getting a lot of resources, but they're not shutting down Empire. Empire are actually looking quite healthy in this game.
And Empire are feeling strong as they group up with 5, all to the top tier 1. They'll bring that down. Ramsey's getting the last hit. Slark accelerating into the lead. A 2k gold advantage over every other core.
They don't actually have a TP right now on Slark. I think he should go and grab one because they can defend bottom.
Empire want to try and force LGD back.
Exactly. I think LGD will dodge, so that's why they should probably be ready to fight Empire.
The Silver Edge has not been delivered. There's a DD rune up on the Dragon Knight, and with that, LGD plus the Necrobolt will easily trade here. I think at that point, one team will back down in the game of chicken.
Exactly. LGD gonna be very happy getting that fair trade-off. I don't think they should have gotten it against the Aegis on Slark. For sure, that was a win for them.
Buys them some time now as new items are under construction. BKB nearly done for maybe on the Dragon Knight, and just now picking up a Blink Dagger on the Xiao 8 Beastmaster. So LGD will have much better initiation, and it'll be a little easier for them to walk into fights with these 2 pickups.
Yeah, in fact, he has the entire BKB. He just needs to send the courier back and pick up the hammer. He has the recipe on it, so he's getting quite farmed. 1,000 gold on top of the BKB, which is flying in. And he's sort of good, but if a Slark gets to that point, when he has a Skadi and he just gets all those items, he's going to hit you a little bit, disengage, and keep going in, back in and forth. It makes, I think, MMY's job pretty hard. The Lion needs to shut down the Slark and make sure they can't go and retake these fights.
Yeah, if you imagine like a Linked Sphere or potentially a Lotus Orb later on to ensure Ramses doesn't get chain stunned and bursted, then things get even trickier.
Yeah, you could definitely pick up a Lotus Orb later on, even Slardar. Looking for kills here. They have pretty good aggressive vision.
Moving in, Empire ready to pounce, but Xiao 80 blinks out. Afterlife a bit slow there, and meanwhile, MMY also retreating, but he's on his own, and the amp damage will set up an easy glimpse. MMY, he just stops moving, takes his hands off the keyboard and says,
he knows.
Better luck next time.
Yeah, sometimes you just know it's over. Just accept it. And meanwhile, Sepp actually dealing the split pushing Phoenix with the Sunray.
If you're going to lose something, probably best the Lion. He does have his blink already.
That's true. He has everything he needs to actually keep working into the late game. And speaking of what you need, Ember now finishing up his Battle Fury. 23 minutes, pretty slow for a fast travels in this game. But he finally has it, and that's going to make him a lot faster at times.
Ramsey, though, starting to flex his muscles as he moves around the map onto Xiao 8. We'll get the slow there with the Echo Saber, and easily enough to bring him down. And, you mentioned Lion being an easy kill, but Beastmaster, even he can suffer.
I actually think that Ramses plays very similar to the way Illidan plays, which is interesting with Old Empire, of course, but
yeah,
he plays a really, really good Slark. I played against it, played with it. He's solid.
10 out of 10 would have on your team again?
Yes, it's quite decent, LD.
Don't know if you can combine that with the Waga Void, though.
Easy stomp here, the Centaur, slowing down the farm of LGD.
Maybe too much farm required, but
maybe so. He's looking for the wards right now, trying to find out exactly where the wards are. Of course, always so comfortable having a Slark on your team. Just gets the D wards done for your supports. All they need is to actually buy a sentry and, you know.
So we're closing in here on the next Roshan, about 2.5 minutes or so until the earliest possible respawn. Do you see either team having an edge around the pit? Because I always, whenever I watch any team, but especially LGD, like their dire side, they are all about the objectives. Last Roshan fight, a little bit sloppy, but Empire did manage to scrape an Aegis out of it. Do you see it going the same way again?
It could definitely go their way, especially as they could pick up a Blink even on Dragonite. And if they do, every single hero can jump into a Roche pit. They have Blink on Lion, Blink on Beastmaster, they have Phoenix with the dive, they have Ember Spirits. They would actually have so much mobility, and it is a Blink Dagger for Dragonite. So yeah, they have pretty good Roche fights, but at the same time, Empire have a strong team fight. And if Slark catches them out before they go Roche, that's when it gets dangerous.
LGD
smoking up,
winding up with the smoke here. And they will deploy a Radiant Scan, but I think this one expires even if LGD walks straight towards it.
That's quite a while, but they're hanging around, so yeah, it's not gonna reveal anyone.
They're letting the Hawk do the scouting first. You can see that little pink dot on the minimap just flying around.
They're smoking in the Hawk as well. He's undercover. Gonna be safe.
Finds nothing so far.
Ramses was looking for any pick on top lane as well, as Ember was split pushing. Just wanted to get a few hits on him to steal that stat.
Oh, they might find someone here though. Miposhka is dark close to getting caught. Scandal there, but Empire just trickling back. Have not seen this yet. Send the Hawk in a bit deeper.
And this is the kind of play that Liquid was doing a lot. When they're winning games, they always go into enemy jungle and just threaten so much, taking territory. But LGD, they're not really going to find anyone here because Empire read it quite well.
So they miss. And Roche coming pretty soon, potentially. There's a smoke still ready on Miposhka.
Also want to mention that Empire, while there's a lot of Blink Daggers up on LGD, they have 2 Force Staffs. The Blink Force Staff, of course, on Slardar, and they also have the Force Staff on their Disruptor.
Look at this, though, Waga. Double BKB on the Empire cores. Do LGD have the physical damage to deal with these?
I don't think they do. Not this early. I mean, you have Ember, but it doesn't really benefit so well from the Beastmaster aura. You don't really man fight as an Ember Spirit.
Yeah, if only it worked on the Sleight of Fist cooldown.
Exactly. Keep a lower cooldown, please.
Octarine Ember. Incoming.
Arcane Rune?
Arcane Rune, too. That would be the sight to see. The Hawk flies high. Empire will quickly poke it down, and we might have that big Roche clash building up. There's a roll into the high ground. Miposhka engages, and it all breaks out. MMY, though, with the 2 heroes done to start this one off. They go into maybe dropping the Static Storm on him, but he's BKB'd. He waltzes away. Still, though, he's dropping. Ramses continues to work on it, but he gets turned on. Almost finished off. He will drop in the end. MMY able to combine with the team, bring him down, and then the kaboom. Scandal next. That's 4. LGD completely wrecking Empire in this particular fight. The lone survivor.
Just destroying
a very
them.
sad disruptor.
No, that was amazing play, and they also burned all the mana on Slark, so that's why he could not ever get off his ulti there. Even if you don't get a perfect chainstorm, hey, if you have Necrobooks and Lion on your team, the mana is gone quite fast.
Forget about Roshan, LGD say. Even if he's up, we want to go onto the high ground here, force out a buyback, but there are no buybacks, Waga. And even if Death Prophet had it, no ultimate available. Static Storm on cooldown too. There's really not much Empire can do to stop this push. LGD could be it's a very decisive first lane of Rax. They will glimpse back, aggressive, so unfortunately he was pretty close in the mid lane. They leave a remnant there. The tower drops. LGD, they're not going to try to bite off more than they can chew.
That's still
They take
fine,
that
though.
tower and they go back.
That's so much money going the way of LGD, and also prepares. If you ever play against a Beastmaster and a Dragon Knight and you have exposed Rax, that's always so uncomfortable. Because you can lose that lane so quickly if you ever fight on your side of the map.
And late game, you know, we've seen Eternal Envy in the past on Ember can actually split push very effectively, especially if you risk going for a Rapier later on, even without it, just some heavy damage items. And it's a very mobile carry to take those deep tower siege attempts.
Exactly, and now LGD are completely controlling the map. aggressive, farming up the enemy Ancients. They're farming their own Ancients, getting a lot of money into LGD's bank here.
Man's style looks like nearly complete now for Aggressive, so gets a tool for almost all of the silences.
Exactly. All those silences is going to count for nothing when you have the tools to deal with it. And BKB on DK already solves that for him. And Ember, of course, that Mantis Style going to be amazing for him. Dragon Knight has some Maelstrom, by the way, adding up some DPS.
Any particular reason for the Maelstrom this game? There's no illusion heroes, no big creep army.
I wouldn't say it's just securing late game more. I don't think that's much more than that. Of
More
course,
for the farming than for like the raw DPS, you think?
Yeah, definitely. And I think the Mjolnir effect is going to be pretty good for him later on, just canceling some potential blinks from Slardar, but I just think he wants to keep up in farm.
Oh, it's Roshan again where the dance begins. Last time Empire got routed. Will the Dota gods smile on them this time?
Very hard place to fight for Empire. Of course, you don't know where the Hawks are going to be at all times. They killed one of them. Could be two on the map, though. Second Hawk is flying out.
It was a pretty halting movement towards the pit, and in the end, Empire, they back down. They retreat to the safety of the bottom lane. The Hawk is always watching.
Yeah, they do ping it out, so they know it's there. They have a pretty good ward on the side of Empire. Gonna nuke it down. But right now, Empire looking very indecisive.
And they're getting out farmed, Wagga. Right now, Ember, Aggressive, starting to really catch up here. He's only like 600 gold down on the Slark, farming out the middle lane.
No downtime on a hero like Ember. It's like playing Tinker. You never have to just wait around, and this is what hurt Slark. He just joined his team for that. He was like, okay, we're gonna push, but nothing happened, and now Ember is starting to catch up. Slark not that far ahead anymore.
LGD smoking and moving. It's not towards the pit. It's the wraparound. They head up the ramp. Empire not there to catch them out, and they are going to catch Afterlife to start this party. And he's going right back to
so much regret.
Aggressive, instantly forcing out the buyback here. Even with it, though, I think LGD potentially continue chasing.
They can back. I mean, there's no reason to take this fight. You can just back up, play around your big spells.
Scouting for a safe pick here. They send Illusions, the Necrobook out in front. If they find someone out of position, they might jump. Otherwise, they have the option to back.
Definitely. They could take the fight here as they still have Blink and BKB on Dragon Knight.
Oh, they're trying to flank, and Ramsey's coming in from behind. It's on to Xiao. He goes, catches him out. Beastmaster will drop early. MMY caught out too. The cage comes down, and
Death Brother is dead though.
Takes it. But now Ramses has to do a lot of work. Aggressive with the egg there. They're trying to work on it. The Slark should be able to bring it down. The Echo Saber making the difference. 3 heroes end up falling. They lost their Death Prophet, sure, but they're getting more. Oh, good timing there on the Remnant. Aggressive will make it out. Still 3 for 2 there with the buyback. So a 3 for 3 overall.
A little bit greedy sticking around after that buyback. I think you need to respect your opponent, even if you're ahead. And here we go. No BKB up. Maybe.
Could be a 4th kill. Maybe. Has no BKB, like you said. Can they get a stun there in time? You betcha. A glimpse as well. They're going to beat him down. That's 4 falling. LGD, normally a very patient and disciplined team, Wagga, but the Necrobook was on cooldown, the Roar was on cooldown.
And that's
they
Roche
still
if you
forced
don't
the fight.
If you don't contest this, easy Roche here. Many stacks stolen, Essence Shift for Slark, and of course, the minus armor from Slardar. They don't want to give it away for free though.
They have the Necrobook up, the Roar's online, but the Phoenix still dead for a while here. The Dragon Knight out of the picture for 45 seconds. Don't really see this being easy for LGD. Xiaowen's going to take the gamble. He's alone though. He's going to throw his own life away very likely, but the finger combined with the book still nets them a kill, and Aggressive joins the fray. Ramsey's clearing up the Necrobook, losing about half his HP. That top lane got shoved in, and Empire are denied.
Oh, look at Roche. He's so low HP. You don't want to give this away.
Give me that Aegis. Oh, he's going for it. They're even committing the Exorcism for this one. The Sunray working Ramses. He's a little hesitant. He backs out of the pit. He walks back in. He will BKB, commits, grabs it, gets the extra life.
He doesn't want to get linked by Lion there, so that's why BKB just making sure. I think it's worth it. Better safe than sorry again.
Yeah, LGD not wanting to risk any more lives. No Icarus dive into the pit there.
All that on the back of one greedy play. LGD a little bit undisciplined, I think, sticking around when they could easily have gone out after the Slardar buyback. So that was a little bit of a misplay.
It's really been their hallmark this tournament, and historically for Xiaowei teams is, you know, they might fall behind the laning stage, they might even get outdrafted, but they generally don't flop completely in teamfight execution. But this was definitely a case where Empire forced those mistakes out, and that is, to some extent, just the power of Disruptor and the power of Slark.
Yeah, Slark in particular, because it's so hard to see exactly where the initiation is coming from Empire, and he just wrapped around all the way around. Meanwhile, his DP got caught out. Didn't really matter, because Slark just went to town as DK wasn't there to follow up stun him.
Both teams smoking now, but there is an Aegis advantage. Empire lacking the Exorcism, though. As LGD creeps up towards the mid lane, they're going to see Scandal. Do they go on him? Yes, sirree. Maybe he's there with the Dragon Tail. MMY there to assist if needed, and instantly LGD pushing into the Aegis, but meanwhile top lane, they've cut out aggressive. The Remnant slowly crawling to the right, and Empire are going to be forced back. They know there's a flank coming. Phoenix arrives, but MMY has walked into the Ramses trap, and Ramses racking up the kills here. God, he hits like a truck.
He got bashed. He couldn't get his ulti off.
That Echo Saber making the difference here.
Buyback from DP, and they're trying to chase for more. In this on Slark. Trying to find Xiao 8. He doesn't have Blink ready. 8 seconds, 5 seconds.
Looking for more. The young gun getting to work on Xiao 8 next. Give me a bash. Give me a bash, says Ramses, and he gets it when he needs it. This Slark is becoming a problem.
This is what I was worrying about. It was such a nice pick by Empire, grabbing up the Slark last pick against so many, single target stuns against Lion.
You called it, Waga. The Lion is like 2 hits, he's dead. Instantly, the Slark gets the Echo Saber, double attack, he melts.
Echo Saber and Basher is beautiful together. Oh, he actually camped the Spirit. He messed up.
They were waiting here. Ramses, maybe we've jinxed him slightly, but I think LGD might need the help.
Yeah, he tried to pounce, but right as he pounced, the Slider Fist was out from aggressive, so he actually missed. That was a little bit funny. Probably wouldn't get that kill anyway, but he just keeps holding a lot of Essence Shift. He has 69 right now, and of course Ember losing 10 stacks right now.
I don't think we've seen him without any Essence Shift stacks here.
No, he always
he's had at least some for like almost 10 minutes at this point.
And that's the way to play Slark. You need to be in the face of the opponents always, just sneaking around with Silver Edge, jumping them, looking for kills. And this is not really how LGD want to play. Normally LGD, much more methodical, not so chaotic. And against a Slark and a Slardar, chaotic is what you get. It's like playing against MVP right now. That's the way Empire are drafting. And I really love the inspiration they take from them.
Yeah, LGD, as much as it feels like they're reacting and getting outmaneuvered here by Ramses, they are leading. They have a 10,000 gold lead nearly, about a 3,000 experience lead, which hardly counts at this stage of the game. They are slightly ahead, Waga, but it just feels like Ramses is kind of getting under their skin.
Sometimes the numbers are not going to tell the whole story. It's just the Slark is getting so far.
This Abyssal Blade is online. Seth, where are you going, brother? But he does get the egg out, and Ramses gets hexed up. The follow-up stuff comes through. That's going to be the Aegis hopefully dropping if you're LGD. They get it.
That was so much committed. Multiple ultis.
Empire have the Exorcism now. So that all of that for an Aegis.
I think he's just smiling right now, I'm sure. Ramses, after that, dying like that is not even bad for your team.
LGD do have a roar, though, and they're going to use it here. Blinking forward, working on Scandal. Xiao 8 starts it up. MMY follows, and then the BKB comes up for maybe, but Ramses gets on the Seth, brings that Phoenix down. Fire burn no more. Now he wants a piece of the Blue Dragon, too. Chasing after him, but slowed down. Getting kited a bit. The Necro Bolt working him. The BKB is going to wear off. Does not want to give up that second kill. Ramses will have to back away, but LGD on the hunt. There's the Hex. They gotta protect this Slark, and they will after life. Combining with Knar to turn the fight, and Ramses now confident, moving in, but it's into a Dragon Tail. The 4-step pushing it forward, but he gets off the ultimate. They can't kill this Slark. He's a real problem. Aggressive, and maybe though do survive. And he's a little low, and the Slark has to run away. Ramses lives, but at what cost? 4 others drop.
He's the lone survivor. He gets the gem actually.
That was a lot of commitment to save the Slark, though.
That was definitely a lot, and it's so hard. I can't believe LGD keep going for a Slark first, but they make it work.
Had him there.
They make it work, and I think a lot of it comes down to the farm they have on DK and Ember. Both of them are really getting strong. As much as we're hyping up the Slark, they are getting all the items they need.
And that's something that, again, maybe is exceptionally good at on the Dragonite, is the support stacking for him and him making sure to keep his farm up. But this was the fight where basically, yes, Slark lives, but he's too low to re-engage. So the 2 cores of LGD are just killing off supports in the back lines.
It's also a great game for this Mjolnir on Dragon Knight, because you can't really prevent some of the damage you're going to deal. Earth Spirit and his ulti, the Disruptor Static Storm, the DP and her Exorcism, a lot of it is just going to happen and trigger off the Mjolnir procs.
And I guess the one other concern, Waga, is Ramses only has so many more slots to work with here. This is a Slark with some room. He can replace the Echo Saber. Doesn't need to bear the gem. If you get a Moon Shards, sure, but eventually he's going to run out of slots. LGD have 2 late game carries who are farming extremely well.
Yeah, definitely. He pinks out, they find the ward. Probably should just jump up and look for the ward here with the Slark. Yes, he finds it. He has the jam himself, so doesn't need his supports to run over there.
Like, is there a point where the clock starts to tick for Empire, just seeing how poor the Death Prophet and the Slardar are? It's just the Slark getting farm.
I think so, especially as they went into Shadowblade on Slardar. I would wish for him to go for a different item, because I don't really love the idea of having 2 Shadowblades on the same team against LGD, who are always so good at moving together. They have Gem and they have Necrobook. It
and
doesn't
the Hawk
really,
as well.
Exactly, it doesn't really strike me as a great itemization.
So BKB, maybe hard.
BKB for sure, just as a leading item. That would allow the Slardar to be much more aggressive in these fights. Also, they need to keep Scandal alive. These team fights, he's getting bursted down on his own, and he doesn't have that much armor. Even if he has BKB up, he's going to get destroyed by the Ember and the DK right now.
Yeah, they've gotten their next round of items here as well. You mentioned the Mjolnir, and the Dragonite also has a Crystallis to go with it, and a full Daedalus up, as well as 3,000 gold on Aggressive, who is way out on top when it comes to CS. So LGD, they may have faltered along the path, but overall, the game's still tipping more and more in their favor.
They're definitely getting there, and with bottom lane being exposed since a long time, they want to get to this Rax. They know if they just take one fight right there, they could probably get the Rax killed.
That would be big though.
Oh, he knows. He was not there for long. He doesn't stick around.
Pokes like just a single hair out, and then immediately the Remnant on back.
Yeah, he just Sleight of Fisted, used his Manta Style during the Sleight of Fist, and then immediately when he lands, jumps away. Hard to catch.
It's Empire who's looking for the scrappy kills now. LGD may be more of the pick-off lineup on paper, but the game's developing. They're the ones who are confident to take the head-on fights.
Well, the way it looks right now, LGD do have really strong pick-off, and that's why Empire are not brave enough to push out bottom. You can't really go alone down there, and if you bring everyone, then Ember is again going to pressure the other lanes. So it's a hard spot to play out for Empire, and LGD are just waiting for Roche. That's all. They're trying to get next to Aegis and push with that.
Yeah, up in 1 minute. This time they have much better vision control heading towards the Roshan. The deep ward bottom, no Slark there to relay that there is vision. The Hawk up, you can see over in the Radiant jungle, and the Director just telling his team, be patient. The Aegis is coming.
And that's going to be so hard to deal with. When they put an Aegis on this Ember Spirit, it's going to be extremely hard to lock down. He can be even more in the face of Empire.
So it falls to Ramses now to be the front liner.
Oh, that's a big item. I didn't notice, but there's actually an Aghanims now in King R. And he's known to have some big ultis in the past. He loves playing Disruptor. If he gets a clutch ulti off on the Dragon Knight, he can't even BKB.
And they just got a BKB on the Ember as well, so that could be 2 cores getting denied in these fights, especially that fragile Ember.
So they do not want to give away a free Roche. They want to take a fight for sure before the Aegis. Of course, that would negate.
He's out far. Phoenix, bit of trouble, but Ramses won't commit too much on him. Lets him out. Doesn't use the Abyssal Blade.
They still haven't shown this Aghanims as well on Disruptor. Trying to keep it hidden, just staying back, even against these Hawks. He has been out of vision.
He may poke himself out there momentarily though, but here we go. There's the stun, instant burst from LGD. They commit both BKBs, and now just regular auto attacks, bringing Scandal low. God, he really is under farm. Down to half from just Ember Spirit right clicks. And now, Empire forced out the Exorcism.
They can't fight anymore, Empire. They need to back out. No Slardar, no buyback as well, so that is going to be Roshan going the way of LGD,
and
unless they pull crazy pay.
Not only that, Waga, but there's going to be no Exorcism heading into a potential high ground push here, and there's no Octarine, so it's a full, roughly 2-minute cooldown on this thing.
Oh, that looks pretty grim, but DK did use his ulti, so he's also not going to have his ulti form. That makes high ground siege a lot harder for LG, but if they realize that they have a timing now, they should go for it.
Yeah, there will be a window of about like 40 seconds where the DK ulti is up and the Death Prophet ult is still down as they chain out Ramses. Aggressive will get flipped here. The Static Storm deployed, and that is the Aghanim Static Storm. This is the debut. It could be big. Aggressive down. That's the Aegis on the deck. Do Empire get out cleanly? You know he's going to be hunting for the deeper kills. The Remnants forward, looks for the chains, gets it on Scandal. The Sunray comes in as well, and Ramses trying to find the squishy backliners onto the Phoenix will go, has the egg, gets him, blocks him down, pops the BKB. That's one out of the fight, but so too is the Death Prophet as Afterlife reemerges. They get Shell 8 as well. This Lark's heating up. Aggressive reluctant to fight into him. He wants the Dragon Knight assist. They're going to just ignore him, bypass him, head for the backline as they turn onto Ramses. Getting lower and lower. He leaps up to the high ground. The chase continues. The sleight of fist a bit too much. And now two have fallen. Disruptor limping away, but LGD, they keep both of their big cores. This Dragon Knight is a beast. Triple kill for Maybe. Right up there with the Slark, leader in net worth, 10K ahead of the Death Prophet, and still holds the cheese after all that.
Yeah, both Maybe and Aggressive just coming through in these fights, and they were so lucky to keep their Slark alive even, as MMOI was trying to go in there and get him killed. And he has ulti still after that fight. It was on cooldown from the first fights. If he had that, would have been even more punishment.
It feels like this game is starting to come down less to play and more to simple math, really, with LGD leading by a pretty significant gold margin, having the map control to take Roshan, having buyback gold for a lot of their key heroes. They have insurance policies on their insurance policies at this point.
Definitely, and speaking of insurance policies, they have tier 2 towers as well. It's just looking very good for LGD right now, but there is a glimmer. When you look at Empire and the way they take team fights, there's a glimmer of the Slark just going out of control, but he doesn't quite have that damage yet.
Well, last fight they had the Aegis, so perhaps if LGD get punished, now there's still buybacks to worry about, but maybe you can kill that creep. We saw that in the FNATIC match where I think it was mid-1 on the PL bought back, but couldn't TP in and almost ended up costing him the game.
That could definitely be a costly move, and as you said, if you get a good static storm on someone who doesn't have Aegis now, that's going to be very nice.
But it's a very high order, a tall order really for LGD. They have to have immaculate execution. Or for Empire, rather. LGD have a little bit more breathing room.
Oh, definitely. LGD can take it quite easy in the way they take fights, because DK should not be getting bursted by anything, really. Before he uses his cheese, there shouldn't be anything killing him, apart from maybe that Static Storm. But if you Static Storm DK, I'm pretty sure you lose the fight. There's more important targets in this Ember, maybe even the Lion or Beastmaster before he gets his ulti. But going in,
Pochka's just wanted to do a spot of warning.
I don't know what he's doing.
Well, he'll do a spot of thinking now in the Falcon.
That was, I have no idea.
And they could end up costing them because they have committed for this with the Shiva's Guard and Aggressive moving in. Empire, just like that, 3 heroes assassinated off of one bad roll by Miposhka. But they just walk into, I wouldn't even call it a trap really. It was quite obvious LGD were all waiting there with the Ember pushing out bottom. This is a methodical team. They will push in the lanes before they go for the high ground siege.
I'm just lost for words, and this is not going to be something they can defend without the Static Storm. It's going to be too hard to get the DK away from the towers, and even the Necrobooks are still alive.
Empire, for the most part, a younger, less experienced team. They have had some big LAN experience as of late, Waga, but a lot of these guys, they're relatively kids compared to LGD, who have done it on the big stage time and again, and maybe that newness to this level of competition showing itself here.
Yeah, definitely underestimating LGD there, and I think it was in a point when LGD put a lot of pressure on mid lane as well, so it's pretty obvious that they are 5-manning. The last 25 minutes have been 5-manning from both teams.
I mean, it's LGD. From the time that you enter the map, it's pretty obvious they will be 5-manning at some point.
As harsh as we are, that's how costly it can be in the mid to late game. If you make one mistake like this outside your base, 2 sets of racks are gone. So it is crucial for the game.
So with that, we're going to see another opportunity here for LGD. They're working towards a refresher orb on Xiao 8.
Gonna be a beautiful pickup for him. Even more lockdown to bring down the Slark as well, just keeping an extra ulti. And of course, even against DP, just holding her still, she will die to physical damage. She hasn't picked up a new item in forever.
Like
DP,
15-20 minutes practically.
If you get underfarmed as DP, you always have such a hard time. You need Octarine, you need to snowball.
She needs a lot of armor at this point.
Very similar to Leshrac mid in that regard. If she doesn't get item progression, it's going to be hard. Courier snipe attempted here maybe. They saw it fly out, but no, they're not quite close enough.
like, I'll try. I'm too slow.
I can get it. Just give me 5 attacks.
You might believe he can fly, but it's only the donkey who activates that tower.
Poor Boar.
And good news for Empire. Ramses does complete what could be his last big item before the high ground breach begins in earnest here.
The butterfly.
It's all in on this fight.
There is actually an MKB as well on Ember
already
before he completes the butterfly. So that's pretty sad news. But at least the Dragon Knight only has a daedalus.
Ramses will definitely take what he can get, but LGD are not in a hurry right now as they already have caved in the mid lane as well as bottom. They can, if they really want, just wait for the next road.
They can be very systematic about this. They need the refresher to complete, I think, before taking the next fight, because you're so close to it. 700 gold, you definitely don't want to take a big team fight before that. And also, we haven't really mentioned, but Sepp on his Phoenix, having the Shivas and Lotus Orb, he's a very big factor in his team fights.
I think he's done it without a Midas here at this point.
Oh, he had the Midas and sold
that's
it.
right, he sold it.
And I love that he did. So many players on Phoenix do not sell Midas when you have level 16. And I don't understand why they keep it. Sure, it can give you a little bit of gold, but if before one fight you can finish up that Shivas faster or finish up your next item faster, it's so much better.
And Shivas against the Slark especially relies so much on attacking quickly to get essence shift stacks and snowball in the fights.
Yes, I would.
Very big deal.
I would maybe even like to see him go for an Aghanims in this game, just for that extra amount of hits on the ulti as well.
So LGD are going to wait for the next Roshan, it looks like. An Empire, they'll have a little bit of breathing room to think about this, but the lanes are shoving in. Very difficult to exit the base.
Well, right now it's just control time for LGD. They don't want Empire to get too much space. Empire should be stuck in their base, and that's the end of it in LGD's eyes. And Empire, they're not in a spot to disagree right now.
They're pretty much just going to take whatever dish LGD serves them and hope they can eat it.
Pretty much. And Scandal is picking up items now. He has a lot of money. What is it going to be? It's going to be
plate mail for now.
Yeah.
Saving for buyback, it looks like.
Suppose if he gets the Chivas, that's a big pickup for him and his team.
Still Empire. If they give away another Roshan, it feels like going to that pit will be blatantly obvious for LGD.
Well,
can they actually withstand all the extra lives?
To give away something, it needs to be yours in the beginning, and I don't think Roche is something that Empire have right now. They need to make a crazy play, and it would be so obvious. The lanes are pushing in. This is what happens when you lose 2 racks like that. LGD are just so happy controlling this.
Slow and steady.
Definitely.
LGD always known for their patient Dota down the stretch if need be.
No stressing, says Xiao8.
Just breathe. Relax.
And meanwhile, we see Empire. I like their cute little picnic they're having here with Slardar and Slark. The pick-off party. They want to find someone, but
you wouldn't. I mean, I guess they're ugly-looking fish, man.
They could kill Ember, but
they
that's
have to stick
only
together.
That's only if Ember sticks around for a second. Then they can kill him because they have the Abyssal Blade, they have the stuns. But Ember, every time he TP's top, he just does one slide of fist, drops Manta Style, and immediately remnants out. He's not showing for a second.
Yeah, just impossible to kill him if he does that, and it's enough to keep the lane going against them.
They're going for a fight. LGD.
LGD thinking Empire, thinking what we are. They're just going to wait for the next road. They're actually rolling the dice here. Yeah. The whole team ready to rock and roll, and it's Miposhka just a bit far out. It was his early roll last time that caused them. Just disintegrates. Xiao8 refreshes. Is he going for the second roar? Do they just take that third lane of racks? They may not even wait for the Roshan now, Waga, and there's no buyback. This means they're playing the power play here, and it's about to be a +2 advantage. Afterlife gets up a crush, but it's too late to save his buddies and Ramsey. Gets caught out. Quick roar. Follow up now. Slark already driven back to the tier 4s, and Scandal's committed the exorcism together with the Spirit Siphon, but he has to be careful as Aggressive marches forward, committing the BKB. Maybe just critting onto Ramsey's. One crit brings him very low, and Scandal just melts even faster. That's nearly 4 dead.
That's
they say, screw
game.
the Megas. We'll take this straight onto the road. LGD a little shaky there in the mid game. Felt like the Slark had a moment where he could have snowballed, but a very underfarmed Death Prophet down the stretch.
You could definitely see, though, in this matchup, the Empire, they can definitely upset LGD in their playstyle. It took a while for LGD to find their rhythm. And Empire, they definitely have their own strengths playing towards them in the early game, but sadly, just falling behind in gold steadily as the Ember kept farming.
So where specifically do you think it went wrong? Were they not greedy enough on the side of Empire? Did they give too much space to LGD? Was it just bad execution down the stretch?
I think they rely on chaotic Dota, and they didn't get it so much. A lot of it comes from maybe their mid hero who didn't really fit so well for a chaotic playstyle. You need to look for something that can fight better into this. An Invoker would be beautiful, but they banned it themselves in the first phase.
Yeah.
I just don't think DP was the right hero for them here. It's going to be a little bit hard to play it out.
And you could see that LGD, they know how to play against Death Prophet. As soon as that first ult got used mid, instant smoke, go for the tier 1 bottom.
I mean, while I say it, the DP could definitely start snowballing, getting a lot of items, and then you take all the towers, which is going to benefit the Slardar even more. So I see what they were going for, but didn't work in this game.
All right, well, game one wrapped up. Now Empire, they find themselves on the verge of elimination here, trailing 0-1 to LGD at the Manila Major.
Yes, they certainly do. Thank you, LD. We'll return to the commentary desk, of course, for game number 2. But LGD do indeed find themselves a game away from making it through the lower bracket. Let's find out from our panel members what they thought of game 1. We'll start with Purge. Interestingly, LGD is a very long game and possibly shouldn't have been if they hadn't been so, I don't know, cautious, I want to say, in the mid-game.
I mean, I think the way that they played was relatively fine. I agreed with your guys' assessment in some ways that the draft was better on Empire, but the significant thing was that maybe just weathered every roam on him. He basically played Dragonite versus a dual lane, and he still farmed about as good as Scandal did, and he still ended up getting 17 kills at the end of the game and being one of the top farms. Like, he weathers everything, and he still does amazing. So with that kind of an early start and having to play from behind, it's like this patient, deliberate play that LGD, they looked really good that game, in my opinion, and they constantly played over Empire, and they always initiate properly.
You even said it. You were like, he's playing a Dragon Knight. It doesn't look like he's playing a Dragon Knight. He has almost 30,000 net worth. He's tied with the Ember Spirit, tied with the Slark, way ahead of the opposite mid hero. Just unbelievable performance by Maybe.
We have said so many times in the tournament, right? DP should destroy a Dragon Knight. Yesterday, he won against Mushi's DP. Today, he won against Scandal's DP. When he plays the Dragon Knight, it looks like the other way around.
Isn't it odd, though, that in both occasions, and I noticed this yesterday when they did it, and today, whenever that ult goes off from DP, they're like, we're out of here. They're playing ultra cautious. That was what I meant about the cautiousness. They respect it almost. Yeah. Or is it nerves? I almost think it is actually genuine respect for the hero. They're just like, okay, we're just going to back away. We'll wait our time.
Oh, absolutely. We were kind of like saying it between the three of us. We saw Scandal, like, the only times he really even used his ultimates, it wasn't a team fight ultimate whatsoever. It was, this is purely objective based. There's no way we're fighting Exorcism with the team. We're taking Roshan, we're trying to take towers with it, but I think that also taints to Zhao 8. I think his positioning in the Hawk in those team fights was spectacular. He would see the back line, he'd see exactly where Death Prophet was positioned, and Empire doesn't really have any heroes to save the Death Prophet if he gets initiated on. Black was saying, you know, if Earth Spirit gets to that Aghanim Scepter, there is that, but that takes a lot of farm, that takes a lot of progression, and they weren't able to get to that point.
Okay, well, we'll take a look at the highlights shortly. Black, in terms of the way that LGD have performed overall in this tournament, and the players that they have, particularly Maybe, who's the highest average kills of any player at this tournament, and by some distance, and again exceeded the amount of average he's got in this game alone. He and Aggressive are involved in almost every single kill during this particular match as well. You've got to say they've got the potential to go a long way.
I mean, we have said it before, Aggressive was regarded as the best carry in the whole world. Maybe was regarded as the best solo mid in the whole world. Combine those two together, which LGD did. You see the results are amazing. They can be amazing. But the rest of the team and the strategy has to come together as well. You can't just count on those two players every game.
All right, let's go through the highlights.
This was a big one. The first Roshan gets low. Ramses is forced. He gets forced to use everything, but they do end up picking up Aggressive here. And I feel like it's really hard for the Disruptor this game. He needs to have his position perfectly to get those the ultimates off on people. But it's very hard, especially once the BKB start coming out. If he misplaces his ult in one situation, it costs them the entire fight.
Right. At best, they would only kill one hero on LGD in a lot of cases. Like, oh, they killed Aggressive there, but they weren't even close to killing Dragon Knight in that fight.
Yeah, and this was a huge fight that ended up going very poorly for Empire. Miposhka was unfortunate that he went in and he didn't catch anybody with the silence. He gets the stun on Maybe, but Maybe gets his BKB off, and they end up wasting the Disruptor ulti again. They didn't get the Disruptor ulti on the two supports. They didn't get on the backline. They didn't get it on the Ember Spirit. So they were just able to use their spells absolutely freely. And this was the one time when Exorcism was used in a team fight, and it lasted for 8 seconds. He just died instantly right after it was popped.
Before that, the only times the team fought was when they actually picked off Scandal on the DP, which was a lot of times. Like, he got caught out a lot.
Right there? Yeah.
Right there. They focused him down first, and then a team fight. The last fight, as you said, was the first time, I think, in the whole game where Exorcism went off and they actually fought the fight. Because they saw Disruptor ult is down, we have a chance here, and then just took it.
Yeah.
They ended up killing the egg, but that was maybe one of the better fights for them. They almost got Maybe as well, but nice Remnant usage there.
Yeah, you were saying as well, like, it's very hard to play the Death Prophet in this game. So like as much as it may have looked like Scandal was just like out of position at these times, it's extremely difficult for him. They don't have any way to save him. The 4 staffs are like the only potential to save him from once he gets initiated on.
Playing DP without a hero that can save you is really, really hard because you're always #1 priority for every team in every fight. You're the #1 focus, and if their team can't keep you alive, you will lose the fight.
Yeah.
And this is the style that LG's been playing. Sometimes they do it with Tidehunter instead, but I personally felt like single target disables fits them a little bit better because it's less reliant on going all in on a fight. If you initiate with Ravage and you only hit 2 heroes, then Tide's impact is kind of done for the fight. But if you can jump in with Dragonite, who's super farmed, even a Beastmaster on some of those lower cooldown abilities, or a Lion, it lets you weave in and out of the fights a bit more. And that's, like Paul pointed out, he said, every time Exorcism is popped, they get scared. But I think that's because they say, okay, Exorcism, give this 2 seconds to reassess and say, do we fully retreat? Can we go back in? And they play around that very well. They look great this game, I think.
Something we criticized a lot with LGD was they relied a lot on those team fight ultis with a lot of cooldown, like a very, very long cooldown. And this game, the biggest cooldown was the Supernova, which is at 110. But they don't even need that to properly fight because they just jump in, pick one off, and then Empire already can't team fight anymore.
Yeah, it was just like Ramsey's kind of running between 4 or 5 heroes trying to do his best, but they did a really good job of kiting him around. The heroes that LGD have were very good versus that, and maybe it was just too massive. Like honestly, like 24,000 net worth on a Dragonite. There's almost no way for a Slark to kill him alone. And then this was quite a big mistake by Miposhka, unfortunately. Going out to get the ward out, LGD gets 3 kills out of this, I believe.
And it was the game.
It's pretty much the game-losing move.
But in the end, it looked really, really bad for them before that already.
Yeah.
Maybe he tried some sneaky ward that gives him the advantage, you know, like a high risk, high reward play. Didn't pay off in the end, but they definitely had problems before that.
Yeah, absolutely.
And if the Death Prophet dies that much and he's matching the form of a Beastmaster, he can't compete with the other cores. Yeah. It's impossible.
He needs to be really tanky on a hero.
Yeah, his item progression was like he got a very early Veil, he got a pretty early Yule Scepter, he even got a decently timed BKB, you could say, but then it just absolutely stopped. It plateaued at like 24, 25 minute mark, and then until like the 44 minute mark, it was the same exact items. He just died like 5 or 6 times back to back to back.
They had so many stuns. Like if he gets stunned once and then there's follow up, he never gets to pop BKB, he never gets to pop Yules. It has to be somebody else maybe looking for him, looking for the fights, maybe put Slark walking around in the front and back him up, but it's kind of the same principle. The same could happen to Slark. If they initiate on Slark, they can chain stun him and kill him, and that's arguably worse than DP dying right away.
Yeah, Zhao 8 made a really good move at like the 25 minute mark. After he did have his book 3, he picked up the gem. So there's no way for Slark to really get in on that backline because of that. He has the ability to just see him every single time he goes for the Lion or for the Phoenix.
Teams just starting to come back into the booths and get themselves settled. We're a few minutes away from the second draft of the series. I just want to highlight the MVP as well, maybe.
Maybe, for sure.
Yeah, 17-2-7.
On Dragonite.
On Dragonite, yet another in excess of 13 kills. That's the average he had before he headed into this. So,
what was his assist in this game?
Unbelievable.
7.
Very low.
Yeah, he had 7 as well.
24 in total.
Aggressive also, as a note, 5-2-21.
Yeah, ridiculous. They complemented each other so well in this game.
They really did, yeah. I mean, either one of those were involved in almost every single one of LGD's kills.
Does that actually bring maybe's kill death assist
even higher?
Does it bring it higher?
It does make it even
I was going to say it might bring it even lower because of how ridiculous his.
Yeah, he has been ridiculous, but yeah, it takes it even higher.
Okay,
and he was already excessively ahead of the next player on the list. So he's having an absolute monster of a tournament.
Someone's really excited for that.
Obviously, someone is very excited for maybe
70 kills,
as they should be. Also, want to give you another stat that Knoxville's given me as well. He's been a gem, by the way, Knoxville. Shout out to him. This effectively is a 60 match, okay? Which, you know, we're talking about a $3 million major, of course. Sometimes we don't talk about the money too much because we've kind of got we've been normalised towards it, but I think it's worth saying. 45k, of course, for 9th to 12th, and then 105 for 7th to 8th. So it's a decent-sized amount of money. The last time an LGD team earned 45k or more was at the Shanghai Major, and the last time an LGD earned more than 105 was WCA in 2015. So
everybody's screaming for them, and you can tell how much they appreciate it. These guys wear their heart on their sleeves, big smiles across their faces. Even after dropping that game, they still feel great coming into it.
You could see it. They looked like a bit down and walk into the arena. Everybody's like, and they're like, oh yeah.
We're like, we can still do this, you know? They believe in us. We have to prove it to them.
Yeah, heart on their sleeves, no shoes on their feet.
Yep.
Have you noticed that?
Flip-flops maximum.
Flip-flops.
Max
Maximum.
flip-flops. Yeah, max
Slippers
flip-flops.
against
Last time Empire earned more than 45k. Game show Global Esports Cup from last year in December, so it's been a while for them as an organisation. Certainly as a team, this would be their most successful, regardless of what they do, whether they go on to the next round or not. But they've got a tall order ahead of them. Kevin, what do they need to do draft-wise game 2?
Man, I don't think it's draft-wise. I think it's play-wise. If they're dual roaming mid and they're trying to zone a Dragon Knight and DP is still matching him in CS, there's a problem there. And I know there's some kind of a balance. You Spirit Siphon, you say, I need to get value out of Spirit Siphon because it has a long cooldown, but you got to get your last hits. You have to minimum beat him in last hits, I feel, if you're in a 1v1 and Spirit's constantly rolling on him successfully, too. He had to get more farm, and he had to take that advantage into the mid-game team fights, and maybe he was matching them, which made all those Roche fights even harder.
I love how LGD they didn't even care though. Like maybe he's just like, I got this 2v1. Don't worry, guys. Like Beastmaster's jungling, and Phoenix is like, all right, I'm just gonna take the offlane. Like I'm gonna become a core at this rate.
And as soon as they were ready, they moved out, and then they just fought. Picked them off. Easy farm for DK. He came back into the game massively. Well, he was never really behind, I guess.
Yeah.
He should have been, though.
He should have been.
He should have been, but he wasn't. And that's really what made the game so easy for them.
The only other thing I'd maybe say is they needed more magic burst. If you're, like, a lot of the heroes they had were very ramp up over time. Disruptor, even Earth Spirit, does a lot of magic, but it's not burst. They got to kill Dragon Knight right at the start, and Slaughter is kind of a solution to that, but if you miss your timing window and you don't kill him a bunch, then at some point Slaughter becomes less effective. So maybe pick a more nuke-heavy lineup in anticipation of Dragon Knight being a popular pick, even if they do get the code matchup.
Okay, we've been talking a lot about heroes today because we've had 93 of them picked, and it is the record now for a tournament in Dota 2. Of the heroes that haven't been picked, I'm just going to give you a few from the lineup. We'll ignore Arc, Bloodseeker, Chaos Knight, Lina, Luna, Ogre, Omni Knight, OD, Pudge, Pugna, Sniper, Techies, Troll, Warlock, Wraith King, and Zeus. They're the only ones that haven't been picked, in addition to Meepo and Storm Spirit, which have been banned but not picked as well. So there's quite a lot there, you think, but actually it's not really that much at all. Is there anything in there you think we might see come out over the next few days? We've got 3 more days after this one.
We have seen a lot of Omni Knight cheese in the past, and I'm surprised we haven't seen any of that yet.
Slacks would love that too.
Yeah,
He'd start running around the whole arena.
I think we might actually lose his voice.
Yeah,
if
definitely.
that comes out. Yeah.
I'm actually quite surprised to not see the Chaos Knight. I know a lot of us have been talking about it.
It feels like we've been talking about it all week.
Yeah, he's been buffed so many times. Armlet's been buffed. Like it's very
it makes a lot of
surprising
sense
to
as
not see him
well,
picked
right?
up.
Yeah.
We brought it up in the first group stage today.
Yep.
Why is nobody picking CK? And now still nobody picked it. And
Someone's
as well.
got that, Kevin, haven't they?
well, yeah.
Someone's got that as a pocket pick at some point in the next 3 days. You've got to be seeing this.
Half of those heroes were occasional Alliance picks, honestly. I think Alliance is one of the teams that pull out those most random. They could pick Ogre,
they've played
they
Ogre
could pick
before.
CK, they would pick Wraith King. These are all heroes they've picked semi-recently. All of those things could be...
Capitalist raised a good point that MVP in the past had picked Warlord. I think that was probably when March was there, but
that's
nevertheless,
another hero.
It's you know,
he could be
teams
played.
don't forget after all. They know how to play them.
Well, he could be good against this Phoenix hype because Troll Warlock obviously hard counters Phoenix.
Yeah,
And
but on the other hand, there's been quite a lot of answers to Phoenix at this event, hasn't there? So I think they've got the number on that one now.
I don't think they need more than that.
No, probably not. Anything else in there? Maybe the Wraith King?
That's also Alliance, I feel like.
Yeah.
It's one of those Alliance type heroes.
And Zeus as well, as far as Zeus.
Yeah, I was a little surprised about Zeus, but you can stack pipes now, so in some ways...
And
Bristol's
he got
a little
nerfed a bit.
popular.
He got nerfed a bit too, like 1% less damage on the static field.
I also heard as well, and this is top secret, I can't tell you which team, but a team did tell me they were going to pick Luna.
Oh, yeah.
Can you tell me if they're still in the tournament?
They're not in the tournament, which is why I can tell you that one of the teams that are out were going to pick Luna. And, yeah, we don't get to see that anymore.
Why didn't Wings do it? They picked support Luna before. Why didn't they do it?
Support Luna.
And they won.
Yeah,
oh, God.
they did.
Really?
But that's just Wings things. We've already discussed
it.
Hashtag Wings things.
Hashtag Wings things.
We already knew that from the group stage. We're into the second draft by now. No particular surprises in the bands with the Life Stealer. And
maybe LGD's
the
going to change it
going
up
as well with the Tide.
Right.
Yeah. Do you expect many changes? Because like Kevin made a great point that wasn't really drafted. You guys, in a way, favoured Empire's draft as a more standard draft, and it didn't work. Now they have to perhaps go outside of the box.
Well, they just stole the Phoenix from LGD for the first pick. But we went back to it before, like Phoenix first phase is always very vulnerable.
It reminds me of it's the counter swing after a hero gets really strong. You say, that's the best hero, that's why we lost, and then you pick it first, and they have something that dismantles that.
I actually thought they were going to pick the Disruptor first, because that's what they've been
that's
doing all the time, but LGD goes and they take it themselves.
Okay.
They take Batrider Disruptor for themselves. Right, like...
We see your Phoenix and we raise you a Disruptor and a Batrider.
Right back the other way. But it is also significant to point out that the sides are the same, and the picks are the same as well.
Yeah, a lot of teams are favouring Radiant these days. It seems like the Chinese teams still like Dire.
It's because of, Dire is mostly because of Roshan.
Yeah.
And I know Secret in the past they favored Radiant because of the offlane that you could pull the camp, but
and I think a lot of Euro teams sort of followed that lead as well.
But now you can also do it at Dire, so that advantage is not that big anymore. Obviously on Radiant it's a bit easier to pull off, but it's like a very tiny advantage. I feel the Roche advantage is still a bit bigger.
Yeah, I agree, absolutely.
Especially when you grab heroes like Batrider. How can you do a contested Roche against a Batrider? It's so difficult. You're just wrapped around by cliffs. If you don't have mobile heroes, he pops in, he pulls somebody out, leaves them on the cliff, like the Alliance game.
Yeah.
Alliance lost a fight because they had a Slaughter on a cliff and he couldn't get down.
Loader was just stuck there for
going back to
probably about 30 seconds, I think.
Yeah, until he died.
Yeah.
He was done.
Big change up here.
Yeah. But one of the most seen combos in the tournament.
Yes.
Phoenix complementing a Void, very strong. Phoenix pops the egg, you can chrono first, you pop the Sunray, there's like many possibilities.
It's semi-okay against Batrider as well. It's a carry that if he survives that first burst, he can live, as long as they don't follow it up with the Disruptor ulti. So maybe some way to back him up, something like a Venge perhaps, or something like that, and he could actually be all right.
Yeah, I think the Venge is a really interesting pick because I feel like Disruptor actually is probably one of the best, if not the best, versus Void, because in the laning phase, of course, you have their damage, which is dealt over 4 seconds, so he can't really time walk it off. Then he, of course, his ultimate just really counteracts him in every form.
Yeah. I feel like so many of these games are coming down to one team's ability to initiate, and at some point I feel like it's going to be pushed towards supports that can save that person. Like if OD was in the meta, I think people would be picking OD all the time right now just because you could Astral some guy that gets initiated on, whether by a Ravage or a Roar or a Blink Dragonite stun. Shadow Demon. I'm going to try to sell it again.
We're going there again, are we?
Think of all the times DP got initiated on last game. If they just disrupted him, they could actually take a fight. They could ulti, Yules himself, and then take the fight.
Are you on some sort of commission from Ice Frog or something?
Disrupt
Shadow
is such a good... Look at, what about Alliance's strat? It was a little cheesy. The Centaur Shadow Demon, and then they just sent it next to towers, and it reflected damage. That was really cool. That's maybe the one way you can abuse him. It's not going to happen. I want it to happen. I want it to happen, but it's probably not going to happen.
This is like me wanting to see more Jakiro, and it's based on fact. And actually, we're both going to see about that many times. So
I agree, though, Kevin. Like it's very good versus a bunch of the heroes in this draft. It helps, of course, when a hero gets locked down. And you were saying it's very prominent right now that the team that initiates. Come on, the team that initiates
doesn't need any more.
That is almost every game.
And it's also very good versus like these popular heroes like Lifestealer. It's extremely good versus it. So
why not Winter Wyvern, for example? Yeah, it's actually very good versus Lifestealer. Yeah. That's actually a really good point. That could justify it alone, because Lifestealer is consistently... No, seriously, it's picked in first round, so you already know what the carry is.
Fogged?
SD can... I mean, there's usually better ways to counter open wounds, just a Force Knife, for example, but if they have stunning combos with Lifestealer, maybe it could work. Why not Winter Wyvern? Similar thing, Cold Embrace, as long as they don't have an A... Things like that.
Yeah,
but if you want to pick Shadow Demon, well. If you want to pick Shadow Demon, you need a good combo with it. Like Alliance did it with a Centaur.
I love this.
I can't believe we're still talking about this, but okay.
Like I still feel like Oracle is just like more versatile hero.
That's true. That's definitely true.
Yeah. I'm surprised most people, like a lot of teams, didn't pick Oracle in conjunction with DP. I think that's one of the strongest combos in all of Dota.
Io was a good example of another counter to that. Just relocate back.
Yeah. The hard counters Void. You chrono someone, relocate out,
pull them out.
It's really good versus Batrider or versus Phoenix as well, because of course if you're tethered up to somebody, you have overcharge, helps kill the egg. Wisp has no turn rate, he's able to turn and kill the egg very easily.
Yeah.
Plenty of options on the LGD side now.
And DK and Death Prophet both banned out though this game. So we're going to be seeing a big change up between the mid lane here.
I'm surprised we saw the Nightstalker ban. Like LGD didn't run Nightstalker that much, right? Are they scared of it, or?
Probably Vision plus Batrider sets up relocate ganks. Well, they didn't pick IO yet, but...
Are they trying to force maybe onto the puck?
Possible.
It's less of a carry hero. He definitely plays more carry-centric mids.
Yeah. His top 4 most played in the last 3 months: Invoker 26, DP 8, Puck 7, DK 7.
What about Ember Spirit?
6.
Six
times. It's
They
the fifth most used.
They swap between the two, and we do see the Scandal going for the Puck
Scandal
instead.
Puck.
Interesting. We do get the Puck.
They need damage though. Like all 3 of the heroes. Phoenix offers a bit of damage, but not that much. More like teamfight control, and they do go back to the Ember Spirit. We don't know whether they put it middle or carry yet though. They always alternate between that.
Great response though to the Puck.
Yeah,
of course, you can't phase shift during series chains. It's extremely obnoxious to play against.
Does anyone want to take a stab at the win rate right now on Puck at the Manila Major alone?
I'll say 28%.
I think is it sub 20 now? Yeah.
No way.
18.1%.
Used to be at 20, and
it was 22 the other day, and we've seen 2 more.
Teams are just losing with it.
18% win rate on the Puck. I think that's probably the lowest popular pick plus 10 picks in the tournament I've seen for a long time.
Oh, there we go. So we do get the Mipushka Ricky.
This got real good all of a sudden. Ricky counters Ember Spirit in the laning stage. Silence against all these heroes is quite good, actually.
Okay, so maybe he's going to go with the Ember.
Actually, I'm not too worried for when it comes to the DPS department for Team Empire, because LGD only has squishy heroes so far. They have no tanky hero at all. So Empire is not necessarily going to pick a burst hero, but they definitely need to pick a hero for the safe lane. I think they shouldn't safe lane the Void in this game.
Yeah, definitely. I don't think so, at least either. Usually it's actually Afterlife.
It's usually Afterlife playing, yeah.
And he can get away with it too if Ricky shows up in lane. It's a disruptor IO.
Yeah.
If it's a tri-lane, it's a little dangerous, but if it's just one, they could even go aggressive with the Void and get a kill there.
Do you like anti-mage this game for Empire Black?
Not particularly.
Not particularly? Okay, well, I had to.
He likes AM every game. What are you on about?
Yeah,
It doesn't matter what game
I can't just admit it though.
Oh, okay.
Like,
So is that a secret? Were we supposed to keep that
Okay,
quiet?
look.
Okay. I'm sorry.
When I'm back, if I'm back,
if you're back,
Tiny,
nobody is
For
allowed
Empire?
to ban my AM.
I think there was a combo that we actually used. There's a combo that we used to see a lot, actually, the Puck Spectre combo, but people are kind of drifting completely away from it. I don't know if maybe Empire would go back. It is one of their staples. Ramses loves playing it. He's extremely good at the Spectre, and it fits their lineup.
And it's really good against IO too.
And oh my goodness.
the best
well,
carry.
there's also a Beastmaster which completely got missed through all bans.
So they are doing the Void short lane.
carry, yeah.
Void carry.
We have seen from China though a lot of Beastmaster safe lane 2 before the Manila Majors actually.
Before the Major, yeah.
Then you have like a minute 11 Necro 3 and you just put on the pressure. We could see it, but probably not from Empire. They're not the team that usually does that.
That's a pretty smart draft from Empire, Kevin.
It's pretty good. I'm not sold on the Void carry versus the Disruptor, because if he jumps in first, he'll get glimpsed back, and then their DPS is gone during Chrono.
So one of the things that we've seen a lot of is the Lycan in reply to the Phoenix. Which way round do you like the draft this time, Kevin?
I think I like LGD's better.
Tough one though, Black, isn't it?
I think LGD is better simply because they have no answer to Lycan push. Like they have the lockdown, but they can't really kill him.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go LGD as well. They're not really they don't have any big cooldown reliance like Empire does. If they play around Empire's cooldowns, they'll take this.
Okay. Thanks to all 3 of our panel members. We'll get their expert views after our second game. Are LGD on the way through, or can Empire pull it back? Let's find out.
Thank you very much, Red Eye. That's right. We're live here at the Mall of Asia Arena, down on the floor, Waga, getting ready for Game 2. This could be Empire's last game, but the panel believes in their draft.
They do.
You?
I do, of course. It's a carry Void. I'm happy to see it. Actually, is it though?
I guess we're going to find out soon. The teams have entered the field of battle, guys. Let's get ready. Game 2 is beginning now.
LGD Gaming versus Team Empire.
Well, Waga, we thought it was a carry Void, and I was going to say, I understand why Blitz can't be here. Storm is not a relevant hero, so he's not a relevant caster. With the carry Void, you would have a lot to talk about, but
I
it's
could
not.
just leave now, right?
It's Afterlife, so, I mean, can we get someone else down
Yeah,
here?
get someone here who's good on the no-carry lineup, because they don't have a single one. They're doing Ramses on Beastmaster, Boots first. This is really crazy coming out of Empire. They have a support Ricky, they have an offlane Void, they have a Beastmaster who's going to be farming with Boots first. This is just really out there by Empire. I feel it's a lot riskier than a safe lane Void for sure.
It definitely feels that way, and it's weird to say that because like a month back, yeah, some people were playing in pubs, yourself most notably, but it definitely wasn't a go-to competitive way to play the hero.
It's been used in China, Europe, and NA, I'll have you know.
You're
LD,
a pioneer.
with great success. So, in my 8K MMR opinion, it's a good pick.
All right, well.
Very humble.
Let's get you in the game. Maybe we need to sub one of these players out. But that'll be for another day, guys. As the runes do spawn here, who's going to get them? Afterlife aggressively moving for that bounty rune up top.
He didn't get it, though. Took some decent harass as well. 280 damage. He didn't get to time walk away.
Time walks a bit of it off.
Oh, look at this.
But already.
Are they going to predict the sneakiness?
Dirty little Riki.
Very dirty.
Very dirty.
Oh, the crab, he knows.
They're going to
the spider.
The IO making the long journey back, but, well, is he?
ITZY the courier, staying safe.
Yeah, it's one of those things where, I mean, really the only other team that was running a lot of Riki coming into this event was Venom, and they're not here, so.
Oh, DC has played it quite a bit as well on Misery.
That's true. Other teams have been picking it up, but it's not like something you've practiced against all the time by any means.
Yeah, definitely. And it started to get more and more attention than the Bounty Hunter, partly because Bounty Hunter was also nerfed. Top lane Afterlife taking a lot of damage.
Yeah, he'll time walk it off, but already under heavy duress here, and that Riki has moved all the way bottom immediately, chewing into the IO, something you were talking about. IO's very low base armor.
Exactly.
Going to really suffer from the backstab damage.
It's a perfect target for Riki. Actually has no armor at all, unless he stays under a tower where he gets 1. But if he stays all the way back there, it's going to be harder for Xiao to be aggressive as well.
But very patient from LGD. As soon as they see the Riki show on the map, then the courier comes out mid. So they're not going to give away that 3 additional gold and nerf their opportunity to win this lane. So maybe doing well here so far against Scandal. So they have 5 and 2 to the forward 1 of the puck.
Playing really well. He's always so solid, though. I feel like maybe he's probably one of the most mechanically talented players in the world. He's just that good. But Scandal is also a great mid player, so good matchup.
Scandal has had those breakout performances for Empire, but we haven't really seen that Scandal in this series, and not really so much even in the whole event. At times he's taken over games very aggressive, but when he's forced to like sit back and play more of a passive farming game, to me that's where he's not in his comfort zone. And that was what happened last time around, but he's on puck this time, not the Death Pro.
Definitely. I'm just blown away at how easily maybe last hits under tower against the puck, trying to deny him as well. He's going to be at 12 CS already. That is such a good score.
He's straight up just winning his lane here. Afterlife starts to, I wouldn't even say trade hits, just bully the safe lane Lycan of aggressive a little bit, but still getting to CS. We do see the pulling being attempted as Disruptor now will move down towards the bounty rune. He's going to grab it top quite a bit after it spawned. And some rotation from the Riki moving, journeying up, looking to harass that Disruptor.
I like that he has Arcane Rune on Riki, but he only has Cloak and Dagger. That's his only skill. And the Fate Delay is actually the same no matter what.
Feels bad.
Yeah, it's pretty sad.
Is he going to smack him? Yeah. Just giving a little poke in the butt. A little more. And now he's out of there.
And he will struggle with just one nuke like this. Riki has no HP regen. He's in a pretty bad spot against this.
Time to go home.
Yeah, time to walk back to base, I guess.
It's been pretty ineffective so far on the Riki.
He's level 1. Yeah, it's not great times. I feel that Empire is just way too crazy. They could have laned this in such a different way, played it in a much more solid way, but we'll see what they can do, I suppose. This Beastmaster has to come through big, and he doesn't even get levels that quickly farming safe lane.
They're getting out-farmed for now, and it also puts Ramses in a very different position. Normally, Empire play around him is more of a hard carry, but obviously they felt like they had to make a change.
I just wonder why, though. Beastmaster jungle and offlane Phoenix could have been super strong in this game.
They move in on the mid lane. They get the chains off here on Scandal. Can't phase shift, and it's cooling down for the time being anyway as he orbs back to safety. Kanar will re-engage.
If maybe he had just a little bit more experience, he would have the Sleight of Fist as well to finish off that kill. He's not going to get it, though.
Bottom lane. Batrider getting a lot out of this. Xiao 8 will take the Sunray damage, but already has the completed Tranquil Boots here as well as a stick. Seems Empire struggled to shut him down with that safe lane Beastmaster.
Well, it's MMY, really. He just had impact on the bottom lane first with a Wisp, made sure the Batrider is not going to die, can play aggressive as well, and then he went mid. Bottom now, though.
There's the first dive. Kanar moving in again. This time he has the Clown, and Xiao 8 will drop Empire. They might be getting out-farmed a bit here, but they grab the first blood, and that should put them into the lead.
Yeah, definitely. That's a good thing for them. Mid, though, maybe. Again, playing aggressive.
Yeah, diving in there onto the puck. Can they chase him down through the trees? Winding after Scandal. Pretty low and will fall to that last auto attack. No points at the slight though, but the IO will keep him alive. He'll be just fine.
Yeah, he's just fine. He's even holding on to his fair fire. He's so chill.
As much as LGD feels predictable in some of their overall gameplay strategy, this game is a departure for them, Waga. Much more of a pick-off lineup, much more of a mobility-based draft. It's not that heavy team fight composition that everyone was game planning for looking at LGD in the lower bracket.
I don't really know what's gonna happen here. It's just crazy stuff coming out from Empire, and LGD playing a pretty solid laning phase so far.
So where is like the kick going to come for Empire? Who's the hero or the player for you that drives this game heading towards the end of the laning stage?
The thing is, they can play on the back of many of their different ultis. When they have level 6 on Void and Beastmaster, both of them can set up fights. And Phoenix is probably going to be the one who needs to be there to bring damage. Same thing with Puck. He can also lead. It's just that damage needs to be there, and they need level 5 on Phoenix at least, the Sunray upgrade.
Seems like some shenanigans from that Phoenix was pulling creeps all the way into the big camp there and getting a bit of extra golden experience for the team.
Some more shenanigans as well, as the Ramses walks into a side shop and buys Ring of Health to be efficient and then selling it again to get some HP regen. Not a nice, cute little play.
Jackie Mao might not be here on the stage anymore, but his spirit is haunting the game.
No, the efficiency, it pleases me.
Pleases you, indeed. Bottom lane, that rider is getting jumped on as Icarus dive forward, moving on to Xiaowei, but he's got the lasso, and backup is coming in the form of MMY. They pulled in Ramses deep. Can they kill him off? They glimpse him back as well. 3 heroes descending on the safe lane Beastmaster, but he withstands the punishment and will make it out with ease.
1000 HP and a magic wand. That's going to be hard to work through, at least with these heroes. If they brought in the Ember, probably they could have gotten that kill, but Disruptor TP'd first. And Ricky still just stalking around, trying to find any way to mess with this Lycan, who does not want to back, in fact. Salve's up and Clarity is up.
Aggressive playing this very safe, but Afterlife, he's getting farm here, Waga. For
yeah,
now,
37.
He does get the headdress. Normally this is like into the Vlad's build. Oh, he has the Chrono actually. I think looking for 1 bash on aggressive and then maybe would consider dropping it. Do you like Vlad's this game if that's the build-up for Afterlife? I know you're generally a proponent of the carry Void. He's in the off lane here. Does that change anything for you? Or?
I think Vlad's is fine. If you're going to play the off lane position, it's better because you can just translate into taking towers more easily with this. But I also think he should probably max out the Time Walk, but he's playing very confidently top.
Maybe he does have the Remnant now, but that won't necessarily help him against this double silence combo. I do have some kill potential.
He sees the Disruptor and Wisp coming in, so Void is going to be perfectly fine just here.
Musical lanes, we've seen Riki stalking through the Dire Woods. Now we saw a couple supports TP bottom. Now it's LGD journeying, mostly focusing their attentions on their own woods, but this is the power of the Riki. Even if he doesn't find early kills, he can get great wards out, and we've seen 2 now planted down.
Surprised he just runs away instead of sticking around for the experience, and he actually gets scouted there under a ward.
Kanar in trouble. The chain's coming through. He drops the Cloud. He immediately goes for the TP out.
Glimpse.
And he gets flipped just in range for the Disruptor, and now they might be able to run him down. Blinks to the north. He tries desperately to retreat, but he will be cornered and brought down.
I feel he should just have sat around because he scouted the big stack and just got a little bit impatient. Batrider was not bottom, and there's a massive stack on that big camp, so just sticking around, he would have gotten so much experience.
Perhaps a missed opportunity there as a double smoke purchase from Empire really dictates their game plan here moving forward. They have Chrono, they have Roar available, and they have the Necro 1 flying out, I imagine, fairly soon from Ramses. You can see the courier moving now, so...
It is the Necro 1.
It's go time for Empire.
Definitely, and they have so many things to set up, as you said. The only thing they're sort of missing right now is Phoenix getting level 6 would be really helpful as well.
So what's your target? They have a lot of setup. They have like a good timing here. Who do you want to kill?
I think Lycan. Just try and slow him down for sure. Play in the enemy jungle a little bit more, but look at Xiaowei. He already is so close to a Blink Dagger on Batrider as well.
Yeah, so just had about 900 gold, but that was before he cleared all these big stacks.
Yep.
So now he zeroes in on it. And they are leaving the Beastmaster bottom lane. Looks like they're using him to apply some pressure. Riki just trying to leech a bit of experience, keep eyes on aggressive.
Now he's getting it. Got level 4.
Is anyone going to come to defend that bottom tower? We see Batrider, Xiao8 winding his way down there, but he's very low on mana, doesn't have the blink yet.
He just wants to farm, nothing else. He just wants to go here, Firefly, back off, and be sure to pull the creeps.
Objective first one claimed, not by LGD, but by Empire.
Yeah, safe lane Beastmaster probably should take a tower early, so a little bit awkward pick, but works.
Sep glimpses back one, and it's Kinar's turn to have a crack at the Disruptor, but while that's going on, Ramses is getting chased out by the Angry Wolf. He's very tanky though, even with crits, it's still a difficult kill.
He needs body blocks.
He needs maybe to help, and they get the chains just in range. They grab the one position Beastmaster, and he is the leader in net worth for the Radiant, but with that death, Ember gets on top.
Really good pick-off for him there. Getting use of the Lycan ulti early as well, and they have Vladimir's, so if they can push down bottom, maybe take the tier 1 there, they could think about Roche. You don't want to rush Roche too much though, because ever since the change to experience, it's not worth going 5-man into Roshan and losing all your lanes.
And there's no huge hurry here. They have some Roche potential, but you're up against the Riki, so you'll need sentries there. The Hawk can scout you. There's a big team fight potentially once Phoenix gets level 6 to worry about with the Chrono. So it will be a risk if LGD try for it. Instead, they try for the smoke, but they've lost another tower here. 2 tier 1s already down.
Getting a lot of play on the side lanes is Empire.
And they move in. There's the Batrider Blink debut. Static Storm layered over the top of this, but Poshka will drop.
Yeah, really good getting the pick off there immediately with a blink. Reveal on Batrider. And probably gonna get a tower in trade, but Void is pushing so much on top. They just want to try and puck ulti them and hold them mid, but actually Puck moving in for top.
There's a Roar ready here. No relocate just yet. And they have the Necropoke, I believe, available. Maybe he's very far out in front. He really wants to get those boots of travel. You can see Ramses thinking about having a go at him. But Lycan will TP back to the top lane. They think that tower mid is already secured, and they're looking to hold the line. And we'll see a TP now for the Batrider as well. Afterlife will be forced back. Looks like the Bat ended up canceling his TP. Just wanted to scare Empire away.
Oh, Kingar actually finds MMY.
This could be huge, but MMY not caught in the middle of the smoke, more to the side of it. He does get follow-up silence, though, by the Puck, just barely clipped. Then down will go, and the coil comes onto Xiao8. The Chrono there as well. Xiao8 off to the left. Sep getting focused by the Void. Kinar trying to make his way in and bring him down. The Cloud deployed once more. Can they kill him? You betcha, but maybe arrives. If he can kill off Afterlife, not really worth it for Empire. They've lost a huge hero. Now they're going to drop the Puck as well. Suddenly, LGD, the whole family comes in. But it's not very family-friendly fun.
No, definitely. And taking these big team fights for Empire is going to be hard because look at Void. He's level 8. He's actually 2 experience away from being level 9, but he doesn't have max on Time Walk. 12-second cooldown is a long time in a team fight.
Yeah, versus 6.
He could have lived, but he died on the tower. This max on Bash, of course, increases his damage a little bit, but it's definitely not worth it if you're going to take these fights.
There's a lot of abilities in Dota where like that second skill point doubles the efficiency, going from like 100 damage to 200 or from 50 to 100. Void actually, it's that last point where it doubles in value, going from 12 to 6 seconds.
You could argue that it's more than double. If you think about in a different way that every 6 seconds you mitigate the last 2 seconds of damage, then that's a bigger difference for 6 than 12.
Right.
So it's
you've
an
only
extreme.
really got 4 seconds where you're not.
Exactly, it's an extreme value point, but doesn't go for it.
Not living the extreme life for now. They did smoke for this, jumping onto Ramses. They get the Static Storm down as well. Relocate coming through too. Scandal in position, but doesn't want to take the fight. They even have the Phoenix there. Too bad the Lycan's also been brought in for some additional ground reinforcements, and they will now turn their attention to this tier 1 top. Empire, do they even consider a fight into this? They don't have the Beastmaster, they're lacking the Chrono.
I don't think you do. I think you have to give this up. They're trying to get a chance with Puck, but he doesn't have Veil. The damage is just so low. In fact, it's going to be LGD who back off and play it safe. Do not have the Necrobook yet on aggressive, so just trying to play it safe.
Some good deep wards here by Empire, but I mean, for me, I guess the question is, Waga, can they take advantage of them? It's LGD who have the really mobile draft. They're the ones who can bring 4 or 5 heroes almost instantly to any engagement.
That is the
Will
downside.
they be able to use these?
That is the downside, and you mentioned it when we were just looking at the draft and talking amongst ourselves about it. They don't have a lifesteal. They can't really infest and easily help out the Riki in these ganks, and I just see their draft being a little bit wonky. The way they laned it, it's so hard to see how it's going to execute well. The Beastmaster looking
mean, maybe he gets Boots of Travel, but he's a long way from that, unless he wants to skip out on the upgraded Necrobook or a Blink Dagger.
I think then you're just giving up all your tower pressure. Speaking of which, they are getting the mid tower right now. Trade is trying to be had by LGD, who are going top.
Empire looking to make it a 2-tower advantage, but as you said, there is a trade brewing. So Empire press forward. Taper, they do have the better team fight if they can combo these ultimates together. But LGD, they have this mobile, finesse-based draft that can bait out ults, that can potentially find the power play as they blink in. Static Storm was there, but just a split second late. They are going to clip stack after late. Maybe it's not late after all. They had a second round of attacks. Kingnar, though, looking to bail out his buddy. He'll drop the tricks of the trade, forcing Xiaowei back. They get the kill. The Roar even committed for that one.
Works out pretty well here for Empire.
Now the Chrono, aggressive ran into it. The Wolf has been controlled, but the relocate is there to save the Daedrex. Right out of the Chrono, but only slightly, so he can come directly back into the fight. Maybe on the back lines, working on the puck. He could potentially bring down 3-4 heroes. Scandal Chain, it'll die even after the orb. Do they get Ramses as well? This could be a third kill. Again, Ramses about to die.
The neutral!
By that neutral.
That was crazy.
Ice Frog. Well, I would say smiles on Empire, but he does still die in the end.
The only way he smiles on you is by killing you?
That was like one corner of the mouth slightly raises up.
That was crazy.
Not a full smile.
That was some long-range Hellcaller blast as well. He got his back. At least the carry Beastmaster is denied by neutrals.
Well, you know, when I was at Starladder, Ake said it's the best creep in Dota.
Yeah, it is.
I think
pretty
he meant
good.
when it was in his hands or the hands of a jungle player.
It is a good creep.
It's so good that it even wins fights against actual heroes as a neutral.
So easy to micro, even neutrals do it themselves. Meanwhile, that was a very deep dive in LGD. They have so good heroes to punish. Even when they mess up their initiation, they don't get the grab, and Disruptor pretty much whiffs his entire ulti. They can still win that fight, because Ember, he just feeds some people who run into tower like this. It's so easy to just pick your target.
As long as LGD don't clump up into the big combo, I was going to be able to relocate, save a single hero that's chronoed. You can glimpse back the Void potentially when he goes in. They have an instant initiation that can prevent the egg in the form of the Static Storm Lasso, and hasn't been perfect from LGD, but it's been solid. And solid for now has been more than good enough as they jump out to nearly a 6,000 gold lead here, about 8,000 experience, Waga. That is a huge experience lead at this stage.
It is a lot, and if they ever get a hands on Roshan, which could be really soon as well as Lycan is thinking about it, then they can start thinking about tier 2 towers and just adding more control to their map. And this is before they even had Battle Fury and Ember. He's going to start farming faster. We saw it in the last game, how much he can just control when he gets that. And in fact, that was aggressive playing it, and now it's maybe, didn't really bring it up, but they do have multiple players playing so good on different cores.
Yeah, probably the two best Ember players in China on the same team.
They're really solid.
Yeah, these two cores have been very stable for LGD here when they needed them to be. Empire find themselves on the ropes. Game 2.
They're just so underfarmed. At this point, you're looking at a 9,000 net worth Lycan. What do you have to show on your team? You have a mid puck who's doing decent, then you have an offlane Void who's less farmed, and a Beastmaster, position 1, who's even less farmed. It's just...
It's such an un-Empire draft, really, to see Ramses. I mean,
it is
maybe like a Slardar type of hero could have been a compromise, where he's a little more of a tempo controller, but he scales well. But
yeah,
I mean, they went full tempo control with the Beastmaster, and it's just not how Empire has been playing over the past couple months.
It just seems when you pick a safe lane Beastmaster like this, you need to get so much done, and you could just do it as a jungler, I think. Just a greedy position 4.
We saw it from LGD last game. And they did it with a fairly weak offlaner, just a Phoenix.
Meanwhile, Roshan is, of course, claimed by LGD, and the tier 2 tower top was taken by Empire, so they're still trying to be on top of things, getting a trade for the Aegis, of course.
Not an even trade, but I think, like you said,
they got the poor end of the deal, yes.
If they had an option, they'd probably say, yeah, let's take that Aegis away from LGD.
Well, not going to be so easy as is in the hand of Lycan. Actually, a glimpse coming in mid.
Static Storm there. Relocate. Is it coming in? Nothing doing right now. Tricks of the trade used here to try and keep their Riki alive. And Seth is going to get caught out, picked off in the end. Will end up falling. They're still not bringing in the IO or the Ember. Knar will make it out.
I'm really...
Big miscommunication there from LGD.
I'm really surprised he went because the Wisp was not close to any core that he wants to relocate in. The Lycan was on his own, and he's not close to Ember either, so...
Maybe he expected like a suicide bombing MMY to just charge it with the spirits, but...
that would probably be more feat, I'm pretty sure.
MMY's like, you're on your own, buddy.
Yeah, I don't know. A little bit of a freebie by Sept. He almost did kill the Ricky, but almost did kill a support. It's a very risky play from a normally disciplined LGD.
Yeah, the good news for them is it's only a support. It's a hero that doesn't need farm, and the cores are still keeping the lanes mostly pushed out. So doesn't slow down the Battle Fury timing too much. Don't lose the Aegis off of it. It's definitely a mistake they can recover from. We'll see now an Arcane rune on the Ember.
Very nice rune to have, in fact, on Ember Spirit.
That Sleight of Fist.
Oh yeah.
Even the change to some extent. It's a pretty big cooldown reduction.
All of the skills, really. I mean, Flame Guard as well. It's a nice thing to have more uptime on. I'm gonna go for a tier 2 tower push now. It will be hard to stop this one as they don't have the Chronosphere for another 35 seconds right now.
Aggressive siege here. Empire, despite having a massive wombo combo.
Lycan push. That tower just melts.
Have to try find a way to execute. And doing so into LGD is very tricky with the glimpse to counter-initiate with Xiaowei to start the fight on the Batman. LGD commence their siege, looking to KO Empire, and they're going to start it off with the last one, King R. It's an ill-fated Riki.
Oh,
he tries to stay alive, but there is no escape. There is no mercy. And LGD turn their attention now to objectives, working on the tier 3 tower. Another Sleight of Fist coming through.
Probably just going to back out.
They're not going to overcommit for this as their gem arrives.
There's also so much farm on bottom. Just want to make sure to keep not overextending when you don't have the Batrider grip. The lasso is quite important for him.
Yeah. Back to systematic Dota. Use the lasso, get a pick, push in the tower, go back to farm.
It's just about playing on your terms, right? When the enemy has Puck ulti, Beastmaster ulti, Phoenix Egg, and the Void ulti, why fight into that when you don't have your tools anymore? Just doesn't make sense. So.
And there are still 2 tier 2 towers up on the map, Waga, so there's plenty of easier lower hanging objectives that could be taken first.
And that's pretty much how last game looked as well. Empire just getting one of the tier 2 towers and then really just took long time for them to get any control.
So a smoke from Empire, Afterlife out in front. Been a very quiet game for these Empire cores. Nobody's really stepped up, but perhaps it begins with Ramses. They're going to commit a roar here into Aggressive, but he holds the Aegis, and he will have it for round 2 of this fight. So one big ultimate already down, waiting on the Chrono, waiting on the follow-up. Flame Break pushing Ramses back into the Thunderdome, and Aggressive marches out of the cloud, trying to get off the ultimate, but the Chrono's there. The Dome will prevent it. Can they burst him down? The egg on top, flying. Ivan the relocate save. It's MMY again. Momoya to the rescue, and now LGD, they'll try to turn this. Aggressive even going to break the coil, just charging forward confidently onto the Void. Afterlife out of mana, pretty much out of the fight. And meanwhile, in the middle of it is Scandal, getting locked down, focused and finished off. Now the rush is on. Empire turning, running, trying to survive. Afterlife has no timeout. Don't even think he can TP. Mikoshka likely to go down here too. Firebird hits the deck. 3, about to be 4. They're routing Empire. It all started with a relocate save, and it ends with utter catastrophe as the Empire crumbles.
Yeah, they haven't actually played Wisp that much in the last month, but a lot of it comes down to the fact that they have Mamaya, who does play really well on it. Yeah. Beautiful play.
There was a period where no one in China was playing IO. That was TI3. Times have changed. MMY, even dating back to the old TI4 DK, was top-notch on this hero, along with Super, lowercase Super, and we see it here.
Lowercase Super, yes.
LGD after that, they're looking to potentially even close this game out. All the ultimates are on cooldown, Waga. Even if you have 5 alive, how to Empire fight?
It's going to be very difficult. And again, the Batrider just looking for stuff. Gonna back off in the end. They got good damage onto the tower, 1000 HP gone. And I think Empire showed some sign of life. The fact that they can get the Lycan that low, but that was when they really brought everything for him. And LGD were not really that close as well when the fight started.
So now we head into the, I'll call it the mid-game already. We're well underway with that, where they don't really have a true carry. Puck isn't farming enough to take over. Kanar is a support Riki. The Beastmaster has not exploded in net worth. Empire don't even have a damage dealer.
No, they don't. And that's really why I just jumped ship in the beginning of the game when I saw what happened. It's crazy what Empire are doing. It's really just pulling some insanity move, which to me it feels that teams do when they feel that they shouldn't be able to win. You do something crazy. Going here.
Roar mid on aggressive. Will there be backup in the neighborhood? They're bringing it in. It looks like the Chrono's there. It catches out 3. Beautiful from Afterlife. That's the kind of fight that Empire were looking for. And now MMY could be in trouble. The IO's going to likely drop here. Will the Ember be able to clean up? Working on Ramses. The Flame Guard's still active. He's going to have a Slate of Fizz. Gets the kill. It's a 2 for 2. That's about as good as you're going to get, it feels right now.
Oh, is it over though?
They're going to lose a third. Potentially the Glimpse back right as the time wall comes out. Now Afterlife finds himself roasted from 2 angles. LGD cook him, broil him, and serve him up for dinner. Even an amazing Chrono, it just isn't good enough right now.
No, that's just how it feels as well. They managed to kill off aggressive on his Lycan here. They killed him earlier when he has the Aegis as well, but they haven't killed maybe a single time. He's 7-0-10. He's just looking so strong on his Ember. Already has that LinkedIn Sphere along with his Battle Fury. And 1,000 gold to boot.
7-0-10. He has been in on all but 2 kills from the mid lane, and he hasn't died yet.
Yeah, it's definitely looking worrisome. When he has Lincolns as well, it's going to be so hard now, because Beastmaster cannot lock him down at all. You have to rely on your silences, but if he just wants to add up a match style later on, then that doesn't work either.
So far, all according to the script here for LGD, the director getting to see the action play out the way he desires, and he's looking to head into what could be Empire's final act as he fireflies over the tree line, looking to isolate Ramses.
I'm not going to go for it.
Just going to kill the creeps.
Yeah, he doesn't want to go too close to a tower when they don't have the relocate up. It is up now, but maybe that was a little bit too late for him.
We're in the intermission right now. LGD are going to wait until that final act.
Oh, I love the fact that he has Ether Lens on Batrider as well. A really strong item, in fact. So good at when you have Blink Dagger, you can blink from so far away. You can Force Staff people from farther away. Doesn't actually increase your Force Staff range, but still going to be great. And just, it's quality of life. When you're trying to Flaming Lasso someone, you're not going to have to suffer that much from the short catch range.
Yeah, and the other thing is, even if you would get, I don't know, the other big item to me, BKB this game, you're up against Void and you're up against Beastmaster, so they have other ways to deal with the Batrider initiation. But Lasso here comes on to Afterlife. Can he find a way out of the Thunderdome? Oh, Flame Break comes back, he time walks out, but he doesn't really go anywhere. LGD do get the kill. Another grab on the Void, who is almost, I mean, barely half the net worth of the Ember.
And he also is so squishy. Oh, solo kill attempt here, gets it as well.
They get MMY, Empire. But
it's a consolation prize, but at the same time, you got 565 gold for killing that Wisp. That's a lot of money.
It's a sign of just how far behind Empire are.
That's true.
They need that gold.
They're trailing pretty badly in this game. We see a Necro Warriors going to war.
Apparently Lycan is the real Necro Warrior.
Yeah, I mean, the leader, Beastmaster, he just bailed out, so. Poor soldiers, no leader.
Lycan's liking it. Empire moving towards the pit, but they do so without their Faceless Void for 8 seconds. He won't be able to get here. There are no tier 1s up mid or bottom. It's a long journey for that Void to come to this Roshan fight, but Empire feel hell-bent, just pressed into attacking and moving on in. Phoenix up on the high ground, drops a very early Supernova. Doesn't seem like it's going to really affect too many of the LGD heroes as they hunt to the south side instead. Supernova down, not a whole lot gained from that one, and now Puck trying to control and isolate Scandal. LGD will bring him down too. Perhaps they get the Shao 8 kill. They commit a Chrono for him as well. He's the hero that Afterlife could get to, but Miposhka gets munched up. They have no real big ultimate at this point with the Puck dead, the Egg already committed, the Chrono down, the Roar, the one that is still there. Empire getting hunted out. They isolate them, cull them from the herd, and pick them off one by one. 3 now fallen. They're double buying back into this fight, Waka. They have to win a Roche engagement off of this.
I think they realize if they lose Roche to LGD, it's just over.
I mean, you can someone may already have GG queued up if they lose this fight.
Well, the thing is, can you even kill Roshan that easily yourself? You have Beastmaster, sure, but you don't.
Batrider's up in 20 seconds. Necrobook is there.
LGD are backing up. They don't want any of it.
I think they want to reset. Let's see. They do have a relocate available. No, they're coming in. They just want to do it properly. Sight of Fist is there, and in comes the big bad wolf. Gets roared immediately. Static Storm onto Ramses, trying to bring him back into the pit. Jumping forward, and maybe who snatches the Aegis, and Empire's hopes of a comeback Roche fight. They did get the last hit on the big rock, but is it really enough? Miposhka grabbing what little he can. Now will scoop up a bottle on the way out, but Chao 8's there on the chase. The Firebird ain't going anywhere, at least not easily. He gets dragged back towards the tower. Flame breaked into it.
That's gonna be.
He's not immune to the flames.
That's gonna be really, really harsh. And Ember is just diving into the tower as well. No respect right now, just finding them.
Now diving deeper and deeper, make it 4, and it might even be a 5th, maybe hunting Scandal back to the well. This is looking bleaker and bleaker by the second. Empire now down almost 20,000 gold and experience, not even 30 minutes into the game. 10 farm Lycan.
10, 0, and 14 on this Ember Spirit. So strong performance. And of the entire team, again, LGD, they just play very, very coherent with each other.
And
always
like
going
you said,
together.
they have 2 Ember players. He's
Yep.
not even the one who always plays it.
Both of them are showing off that they can play quite well.
Everyone's talked about the MMR of MVP, but LGD has some incredibly high MMR players in their own right.
That is true. That is true. Grinders.
They've put in the work here, LGD. Teams were criticized at the Shanghai Major for maybe not preparing enough, but this LGD team has come to play Empire. They gotta find a good fight as Scandal leaping in, gets off the coil, aggressive on the backside, pops the BKB as the Ember Spirit cleaning up. There's a nice Supernova combo here potentially coming as they work with the Chronosphere to bring them down. It is gonna end up hitting the deck, but aggressive is just so damn tanky. Where's he going? Does he run? Does he fight? The orb comes through.
So fast.
Poshka dropping low there to the Necro Bull. Can they finish him off? Shall wait. Hunting, trying to finish off Scandal 2. Seth's gonna glimmer. They are gonna get the kill. It's 4. Beastmaster dead. A full wipe. LGD wiping the floor with Empire.
They get every single player. Man. Empire just trying desperately to do anything to come back into this, of course.
And the more
elimination is waiting, and
the tighter they try to hold on, the more it slips through their fingers.
yeah, this is just LGD's game. You can't take it away from them. They're too strong at this point. Oh, Sep gonna die to the Ricky.
All right, Kinar gets that, but LGD, they'll get their vengeance here. Perhaps Tricks of the Trade does come out, and he has the defusal, but it's only for now. It's a full team wipe again. 5 heroes on the sidelines. Empire.
They put him back in the grave. They're like, no, stay there.
And Riki buys Tranquil Boots at 31 minutes.
That's a good pickup. Gonna help him with the HP regen.
Surely the game changer.
Oh yes, it's coming in.
It feels like they're at death's door.
And I really feel that LGD they play such a solid early game, but at the same time, you don't have anything to worry about with the way Empire laned this and the way they drafted this. There's just no threat of any late game or mid game. It's just a laning stage.
It's one thing to make a drafting adjustment, but they made such a radical adjustment that just felt like they were also missing pieces for the overall game plan.
Yeah.
Didn't have a carry, didn't dominate the lanes, didn't really shut down the Bat Rider. Ember was farming well. I mean, part of that maybe just comes down to individual skill, as you point out with maybe always doing well in his lane. Last game we saw him in a 2v1 as a Dragon Knight, and he still basically breaks even on CS.
And they also don't have the best stuff for Avoid in this game. They only have the Sun Ray really to shoot into the Chronosphere.
They're just buying whatever the hell they can. It's going to be an Aether Lens for the Phoenix. It'll be a medallion for the Beastmaster, but at 32 minutes, these are not the items you want to be seeing coming out, and certainly not while your base is completely under siege. Ember's in deep behind enemy lines, maybe looks to go. He gets hit by the Sunray, the Chrono gets dropped, but it doesn't catch out maybe. It's a full HP Shao Eight that's getting worked on with Afterlife, melting to the crits, being driven back. The egg gets dropped, and maybe he's just going to work it down with auto attacks on the Ember. Can he finish in time?
Oh.
No, he's going to have to run away. LGD diving towards the well. They might have overextended a bit here. The Aegis will get popped. Shao Eight working on Kinar, trying to finish him off. They've got a fresh life on the Ember. Kinar sliced up and spit out. Maybe continues to not die. This Ember Spirit absolutely sensational. He gets another 16-0 and 16. He's got more kills than all of Empire combined, yet to die, and he's looking for more. Remnants forward, swagging left, right, all over the place. Empire just can't withstand the punishment. Another kill. Give this man an ultra. He wants the rampage. Diving to the well. Will he get the cleave? The GGs come out. They don't want to die to the rampage, but they might give it up anyway. Maybe. And in the end, slight mercy. He'll settle for the ultra.
And they're going to end the game on 14-37 as the score. And LGD 2-0 against Empire. Really dominant performance and just solid play from every single one of them.
Well, we saw Eternal Envy Spirit in this series earlier. Now,
definitely.
Theban living on, but Empire going home, Waga. They just were outclassed by LGD.
Yeah, there's nothing else to say. They just stepped up and played good. And a lot of the Chinese players really said that before a tournament as well, that LGD are strong. You should not underestimate them. And here they are, proving it.
I will say for Empire, this is still a very young team. They haven't had all that much main stage experience, but they have shown a lot of promise. This game, they faltered a bit. It felt like in the draft, they weren't in their comfort zone, and they got outplayed on top of that. But I still see potential for this team moving forward.
Yeah, definitely. They have a lot of potential. It's just about finding what your style is, finding what you can do as a team, and utilizing the great talent they have in these players.
You look on the other side, LGD, they've got nothing but experience, poise under pressure, whether it's Xiaowei. Even at this point, maybe in aggressive, they're veterans. They have played and performed at TI at some of the biggest stages. And on the back of that, LGD, they stay alive here in the lower bracket. It's a 2-0 victory over Empire.
Thank you very much, Wagger and LD on the commentary that time round. Let's catch up with our experts then. First, we start with Purge. A brilliant demonstration, not just from LGD, but also from MMY. And of course, maybe in particular.
Yeah, I learned something very valuable. There's no reason to ever pick Shadow Demon when you have an MMI IO on your team. There's no, because it does everything that SD kind of does, but better. Like every Chronosphere is countered. You can counter nukes. You can counter team fight. He can just keep people alive. Like he made one mistake the whole game, I think, by not saving it. He went on Lycan. He didn't feel like he had to relocate, and then he got chronoed. But that was the only time I felt like he made a mistake that game. He just kept all of his cores alive and allowed MMY, or I'm sorry, maybe to eventually just outplay the whole game.
Yeah. How impressed are you with maybe? I'll just give you the stat as well. Nox just gave you the maybe's 30-minute net worth was 20,210 gold. It's 190 gold short of the all-time Ember record, which has stood since the middle of March 2014.
I mean, I don't know. How do you stop him? Like every game that we see him play, he's just so good. An unstoppable monster at this tournament.
Absolutely.
Even when they lose, he's outshining everybody.
Yeah, and MMY really was the catalyst in this game for it. Like they did the dual lane mid, and it just, even though Scandal was getting decent amount of CS, you could say, in the mid lane, it was just nowhere near enough. They got absolutely run over.
Game ends 38-14 in kills. Maybe ends 17-0-16.
Yeah, he's part of like almost every kill. That's absurd.
I mean, this game was a very slow roll, though. I mean,
Yes.
it looked quite over at a very early stage,
absolutely.
so they were, in a lot of ways, padding their stats. But I feel like the main issues were that Empire's laning stage was weird. They did off-lane Faces Void, they did safe lane Beastmaster, they got pressured pretty hard in the mid lane. It wasn't very easy for Scandal. It was kind of like a reverse of Game 1, except LGD's lanes were really successful. All the pressure they did, they got a lot out of it.
Yeah, the puck really suffered in that mid 0-8-7 on Scandal, and a level 14 puck against a level 25 Ember. Going to get a bit of a beasting in there.
The issue is really, if you have a safe lane Beastmaster, you need a carry hero middle, like a TA, like an Ember yourself. You cannot have a puck there. You just don't have enough DPS. We saw it in so many fights. They chronoed the Lycan, they roared the Lycan, and he still survived for like 10 seconds, and then he got relocated out, and they were completely out of position without any cooldowns.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know.
Here we can see it too. Like they have to expend multiple ultimates to just kill a Bat Rider, MMY,
And then
beautiful
relocate out.
relocate instantly as soon as the Chronosphere comes down, and that's all of Empire's ultimates expended. And this is where LGD shines. You know,
and
as soon
then
as all the
maybe
ults are
runs
down.
in. Maybe runs in, just kills them one by one.
He's like, yep, I'm unkillable at this point. This is where it was still relatively close.
And now the Satyr.
That was their best
How
fight,
does that
actually.
hit him? That's actually absurd. That Satyr Blast reaches him.
It was like a square.
Right?
Yeah.
That was their best fight, I think, the whole game, and it was countered by IO. If there wasn't relocate there, the Phoenix Egg would have landed. It's such a good combo to have Phoenix plus Faces Void, but the IO always saved the one guy that was out of position, and then their ultimates didn't get enough damage.
Yeah, and here it's going to happen again.
Yep.
MMY setting up the relocate. They almost bring down the Lycan, but instantly brings him out.
That one was so close.
Yeah.
I don't even think the tether had connected yet. He just teleported, basically.
Yeah.
He knows his ranges.
Yeah. Getting used to the channel time versus as a Wisp versus Void and versus those type of heroes that can just kind of interrupt you is really important.
It's very important, yeah. Especially against Void, because if you don't do it, you will be chroned yourself,
Yeah,
and the relocate will be cancelled.
Yeah.
I really liked how well Lycan worked against Faces Void as well, and this has been happening game after game after game. If you pick Lycan and you have somebody on your team that has some setup, you just drain his mana, and then Void's a terrible carry or a terrible offlane hero because he can't keep backtracking the damage, and he's not that fast either.
Yeah. They just weren't able to get enough out of all of their ultimates. They'd like we were saying, they have to blow multiple ultimates to kill one or two heroes. And once those ults are down, like we were saying, LGD's team fight. It's not about their actual team fight. It's about prolonging the fights, making Empire use their cooldowns, and then just running them over.
I mean, in that fight, we see some signs of life, but they just don't even have the late game. Even if they do win a fight or two, the Ember Spirit will just outshine them completely, and they just couldn't win it anymore after they failed to deliver in the early game.
Yeah. Do you think that might be the last time we see the puck here in Manila?
I hope so.
I doubt it, but I hope so.
Current win rate dropped to 16.7%.
I would love to know what the win rate is with Lifestealer, though. That's the one place where I think it could have some value
on that,
in the right matchup.
Okay, that's a good point. I like that.
Yeah, he's only won 2 out of 12 games, though, so I'd imagine it's still probably quite low.
Yeah, probably still.
But yeah, it was just, if anything, like the margin of victory for Empire was extremely small in this game. Like you were saying, they didn't have a late game carry to progress. It was really all up to the Void and the Beastmaster to do so much in this laning phase, and it's really not possible versus the heroes that LGD has. And even if you do make everything happen, how do you really break high ground versus LGD's team? They have a Bat Rider, they have an Ember Spirit, they have so many different functions.
We spoke about it in the past, how important it is to not be under pressure of having to go late game. And this game, Empire felt the pressure. They made so many tower dives that they usually don't make. Like, it was really uncalculated. It was really weird. Like, Empire usually doesn't play like that at all.
Yeah. Do you feel also that LGD played quite safe in both games?
Oh, yeah, they did.
Absolutely.
But
they weren't going to take any risks, were they?
Every show, a team is like that.
Yeah, super disciplined.
Yeah, like Obi don't have ults. They're all up. We have like a 10k gold lead, but okay, let's just go back, make it a 15k gold lead, and go again when we have our cooldowns up.
They are looking like one of the best teams here now. It may just be because they're going through the lower bracket and I'm looking at the teams that they're playing against. It's not looking too bad for LGD here.
It's kind of like what we've been harping on over and over and over, you know. Talking to other teams throughout the group stages, we were hearing how much of a powerhouse this team is, and they're displaying it. Especially, I have to just keep pointing out maybe.
Yeah.
He has what? I don't even know what his kill ratio is right now.
Well, it was 13 before this series started. That was his average kills per game.
That was probably like 14.
Maybe even higher.
I think he's had 17 in both games, right?
Right. So maybe like 14,
so yeah,
14,
it's
15.
definitely going to be pushing up. I'm sure that it'll be updated fairly shortly. We'll be able to tell you exactly what it is. But he's having an absolutely sensational series. And again, we've given him the MVP for this game because although MNY's had a fantastic game as well, who else do you give it to in this kind of situation?
Yeah, they all played so well, but you really have to give it out to him. He's just stood out in both games in the entire series.
Okay, Kevin. Knoxville says, with Lifestealer, he's won 1 game of 3.
1 game of 3?
Yeah.
That is better than 18%.
Not by 15% better, so almost double, almost 2 times better.
It doesn't match up super well against a lot of the mids as well. It's like Death Prophet, Dragon Knight. Like, Puck doesn't have that much damage, not enough to be able to beat those heroes single-handedly, and yeah, he's just not scaling as well in terms of a nuker.
Indeed. All right, we'll get more thoughts from you in just a moment, but Sir Action Slacks is with the MVP of the game and the series.
Hello there, your MVP of the last series, the man with the highest gold per minute average in all of the Manila Major. We've got Maybe and translator Jack. How's it going?
就是恭喜你是本场比赛经济最好的选手，恭喜你们战胜了帝国。你好吗？
谢谢。
Thanks.
Hey, no problem. Now, I know I just met you, and your GPM, it's crazy. So here's my question. How do you farm so well, Maybe?
就是他是以那首比较火的歌来问你，你的经济和刷钱的效率为什么那么好？
因为我其他4个队友比较厉害，所以我打钱就可以赢了。
My 4 teammates are really good, and so makes it much easier.
All right, I'm sure they are. Let's talk about those teammates. You and Aggressive go way back. I'm talking way back, CDEC. And tell me a little bit about his relationship now that he's back on your team.
那谈起的队友你当然跟87比较熟悉，你们以前在CDEC 上是队友。那么现在你们2个又在一支战队上，你对他如何评价他和你们的关系？
现实和游戏之中都是非常好的伙伴。
We're really good friends in and out of the game.
All right, man. Now, you two, for some reasons, like to switch your roles around almost every game. You go from mid to carry. You swap all the time. But just between you and me, which one of you is the better mid?
你们俩经常喜欢交换位置，比如说大哥和中单，你们会交换。那么就以我们俩之间来说，哪一个打中单打得更好
那肯定是我打中单比较厉害，他打大哥比较厉害。
I'm definitely the better mid, but he's a better carry.
Oh, all right, there you go. From the man himself. All right, last question here for you. Last time you faced off against VICI Gaming Reborn, they stopped you from coming to this very stage. They 2-0'd you in the ESL Manila qualifiers. So I gotta know, man, is it time for revenge?
上次你们与 VGR 交锋时，他们打败了你们在 ESL Manila 预选赛，防止你们来到本赛场发挥比赛。所以这次你们下一轮的对手是他们，你有没有报仇雪恨的态度？
有。
Yeah.
Yeah? Yeah! All right! There we go. Okay, well, we'll see if that revenge fantasy becomes real or what's going to happen in that next series. But for now, let's go check back in with Red Eye and the rest of our boys over on that panel.
Thank you very much, Sir Action Slacks, with the interview once more. And maybe the MVP, not maybe, definitely the MVP of both games and the series. Congratulations to LGD. We'll wrap things up now with all of you fine gentlemen as we discuss LGD's rise through this tournament. They're guaranteed top 8 now, and the road looks good for them to make at least the top 6 fold.
Yeah, I would definitely agree with that. Not too surprised coming up for maybe a couple of us, because like we've been saying, we had a little bit of inside information, but maybe toward the public and everything, it's definitely a great surprise for their fans.
China rising.
China rising.
China rising. Shanghai was difficult for them. Very disappointing. Yeah, very disappointing indeed results. But this looks pretty good right now with what's going on in the upper bracket and what's going on in the lower.
I mean, they will have to kick each other out in the next round, and VG said they really hate playing against Chinese teams, and I feel a bit sorry for them that LGD is playing so well right now. Like, how do you beat them when you're already scared of them?
Yeah, it's a bit tricky, isn't it?
Worst case for China is that LGD goes to the next round, one of those teams wins, and then hypothetically NEWBEE loses to FNATIC. Not so likely, but it could happen, which puts NEWBEE as the next opponent in that follow-up match, so they could just be knocking each other out one by one.
But we're guaranteed 2 top 6 Chinese teams, which we didn't have in Shanghai, so I guess that's
respectable.
Yeah, massive improvement.
Yeah, definitely a huge improvement.
Okay, let's check in with the bracket and show you where we are right now. We'll update you on the lower bracket in particular, because we've had 2 series in there, which now means we complete round 2. As you can see at the bottom of the bracket, VICI Gaming going through after a 2-1 victory against Digital Chaos, and you've just seen LGD coming through 2-0. They'll now face VICI Gaming Reborn in the lower bracket semi-finals. Team Liquid will take on NEWBEE. Those games will take place tomorrow. We're going to switch our attention next, though, as we head to the upper bracket. And with that, we'll set you up nicely. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, though, it will be the upper bracket. We're down to just 4 teams in our upper bracket. Who goes through to guarantee a top 3 place?
Next matchup, MVP Phoenix versus OG.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Manila Major, day 3 of the main event. A terrific crowd has joined us once again here in the Philippines. We're getting used to it, we're getting a little bit spoiled by the fact that the crowd are so good, but nevertheless, we think they'll carry us through the next 2 series. We move to the upper bracket now with a very big match indeed between OG and MVP. Charlie, let's start with you.
I'm so excited for this matchup. Both teams have been playing super well this tournament, and you know it's going to be good when before the match, Winter tells me, man, there's nobody to flame in this series.
He's a private private flamer, though.
Oh, yeah.
He keeps it all on the DL.
You guys don't know. You expect me to, like, talk bad about everybody, but Winter, he's the real flamer.
If people saw Winter playing Mafia or Werewolf, and then he brought that kind of attitude to the panel, do you think like people would be shocked?
Absolutely.
They would, wouldn't they?
He would be fired. They'd be like, why is this guy in the panel? He hasn't said anything all game. That's weird.
Anyway, welcome to the panel, Winter. How about that for an introduction? You got your own Charlie Yang intro.
Thanks, guys. I appreciate it. Thanks, Charlie Yang. Thanks, Paul. Thanks, Kevin.
Thanks, Purge.
That was a pity, thanks.
See, you missed that. That was a thanks, Purge easy there.
Yeah, that's a good.
That was a really easy one there. Kevin, how you doing?
Pretty good.
Good first couple of series?
Yeah, they were really good games. I'm excited for this one. This is going to be possibly the match of the day, but even NEWBEE FNATIC's going to be really good too.
Is there a danger we built this one up too much? I just get worried, because when we talked about MVP Liquid, we were like, this is an easy win for Liquid. They're playing really well.
Oh, who said that? Nobody said that.
I'm pretty sure someone said that on the panel. Anyway, but we saw some terrific Dota from MVP, terrific Dota, and we just... I want to see it again.
I just hope they retain that. They kept that series. It was a little different, but definitely much better than their previous ones. If they hold on to that, they play the same against OG, they're going to 2-0. But
absolutely.
It's so fun to watch. I hope they hold it.
I don't even care if they win. I want to see MVP play like that again. Yeah. I've never seen that before. I still can't get over it. It was beautiful to watch.
I just want to watch QO versus Miracle.
QO versus Miracle. Yeah. I think you're definitely going to get that. There's no doubt about it.
No, I want the QO that shows up, not the other QO.
That one. Okay, all right. Because there are 2 versions of it. I'll agree with you on that one. Also, the supports in this game as well. Really, Febby has been absolutely incredible this event.
Yeah, and both teams have different ways of playing. Like MVP's supports are so aggressive early, and we see it in some of their games. OG, they've been tending to go towards more defensive support. So it'll be a very different. We might see a very different style. One side being very defensive, the other side looking for kills all the time. So it'll be fun to watch.
Could that be the counter to Phoenix though? Because they have played a lot like that. They'll play 2 supports like Dazzle, Winter, Wyvern. That's how they won Frankfurt Major. Then they pull back and do the same thing at Epicenter. 2 defensive supports again. Put like a Huskar in the game. That could be a good solution against what Phoenix does.
Yeah, but I don't know about just picking defensive supports in the early game against MVP and just let them play their game.
Yeah, I feel like letting MVP go crazy and letting them do what they want is a recipe for disaster.
How does that let them do what they want? You know they're going to run at you, and you know that they're going to dive at you.
But it's like a 50-50 shot, right? You camp in one lane, and you wait for them to gank that lane. What if they gank the other lane, and you have the TP, and you're not in time?
If you have 2 supports that are mobile that can't do anything, I don't think I've seen the team do well with that yet, let alone against MVP.
All right, you guys can carry on arguing. We're going to get the teams out, ladies and gentlemen. MVP and OG.
From qualifier hopefuls to direct invite material, they have single-handedly put Korean Dota on the map. Tempo controllers, these players are incredibly fast-paced, built around the talent and flair of QO. They are relentless, trained assassins in swift execution.
Welcome on stage, MVP Phoenix!
Frankfurt Major champions are now back and stronger than ever. Blessed with one of the most gifted players of the modern era in Miracle, Crit and his teammates create the space for this 9K MMR prodigy to work his magic. A blend of character and charisma, this team is on the brink of a return to dominance after being humbled in Shanghai. This could be their moment.
Welcome on stage, OG!
Game on in the upper bracket semi-final. Just 4 teams remaining to see who finishes in the top 3 of that bracket. Guaranteed top 3 if you can win one more series. The Frankfurt champions, OG, going up against MVP. Let's get the thoughts of our panel right now. Charlie, we'll start with you. MVP.
Amazing team. That game, every time I think about it and you ask me about it, I don't even have words to describe it. Just go back. If you haven't seen it, go back and watch it for yourselves. It is, I want to say, the finest display of Dota I've ever seen in my life.
Really? That high? And you have seen an awful lot of very good Dota over the years as well.
Yeah.
You know what this reminds me of is during that interview with Aggressive where Slacks asked him what his happy place was, and they got this really close shot and he just didn't know. But it's like Dota for you. That would have been your moment. You would have thought of MVP playing that game and just tear.
Yeah, absolutely. I remember those moments where you think you've seen something at the highest level and then you see that and then you're just like, I know nothing. I'm lost. What is the world?
Is it a stretch to say that they've almost invented their own style, own play style that we just haven't seen before?
I mean, it's not like they invented it. They just play very aggressive, and Southeast Asian teams mostly play like they stay very aggressive in the early game. They run at you. They don't like to play long CD spells like the Chinese teams. They play around their ultimates.
Yeah. But is this better because it's more well-rounded?
It's fast-paced.
More, the execution is better, perhaps.
Yeah, and the execution is definitely better.
Yeah, but then when you play like this, there's always a risk where you make more mistakes because you're playing so fast.
Yeah.
So they've come a long way. Ever since the first version of MVP, they've always played like this, and they've gotten better by reducing their mistakes.
And there's also the aspect that they've chosen not to do things that everybody assumed were, no matter what, the right thing to do, such as farm jungle, farm on the way to places. They give up farm to be places faster, so it basically offsets and confuses top teams that expect everything to be a certain script that everybody else plays as. If they skip that, it gives them a huge advantage.
Going back to the script, it's like you expect them maybe on a certain hero like Slada to roam when he gets a blink, but this guy, he gets an armlet, and he hasn't got blink. You guys are relaxed, everyone is relaxed, but then they go smoke with the Slada with armlet and they gank your safe lane. That's what you don't expect.
Okay, all right. I want to bring up the group stages because it's easier to put things into perspective. Now, we've just seen LGD play absolutely incredibly in the lower bracket. They won the group that MVP came out of and beat MVP in that group. What does it say about the quality of those two teams right now?
I think they're teams that didn't look amazing in the group stage, but they're on the up and up. I think the last set, LGD has been playing their best set so far of the tournament. The last set MVP played, best set of the tournament. They could meet in the finals.
I think every game, every day is different. Something that one of the worries I have about MVP is, yes, we saw that beautiful display from them, but can they keep it up? The pressure, the intensity, the concentration to play like that every single day, every single game is so taxing. Can they do it again? And maybe MVP didn't have a great day during the groups. Are we going to see that again?
Sure.
Who knows?
Okay, Green Dream, indeed, or Dream Green. You can have it either way around. Let's talk about OG right now because they are the Frankfurt champions. Can't take that away from them, but disappointing in Shanghai defending their title. They've come back to form recently again, much in a very similar kind of story, really, Charlie, as to what happened just before Frankfurt. We'd had the patch just before. These guys seem to be really good at picking up on the patch early. They're reading it really well. They've got deep hero pools to help them out of the problems that most teams have when they adapt to a patch. This is manna from heaven for them, isn't it?
Yeah, you know what I actually really like about them in their Navi series? You expect Miracle to be the star, but in the Navi series, he played Magnus, and he made No-Tail the star. No-Tail was the one with the most farm. He empowered him all over the place, and he wasn't that, he wasn't the typical carry player that you expect out of Miracle. It was No-Tail, and that's somebody that in the past has gotten a lot of flack for maybe being the weak link of OG, but he performed marvelous that game.
Yeah, that's really true. They didn't use him to farm a late game secure. They used him to counteract and shut down the enemy mid. That was his goal, and to empower, obviously. But for him to take a Magnus, and yes, he got good team fights, but he's never going to carry on Magnus. He just countered the enemy mids. He just did that with his super high MMR.
Let's talk about the mid matchup and show you the role comparison that we're going to bring up inevitably when we talk about OG. We're going to be talking about Miracle. They play around him so well as well. But as you said before, No-Tail being that important player in the team, Miracle was able to sacrifice for him if they need him.
He can, definitely. And No-Tail has been picking up the slack really well this tournament. That jug game that he played when Miracle was playing Magnus, I thought No-Tail did his high ground push perfectly. Like everything safe, spinning at the right time, using Manta style at the right time. It seemed like they're the most disciplined pushing team, I think, in the tournament.
They're very well put together now. I was up in the VIP lounge with OG earlier today. They were having lunch. You know who wasn't there? No-Tail. You know what he was doing? Playing pubs, practicing. It shows me like a high level of commitment to the game, high level of commitment to just self-improvement. And I think it's a little bit rare to see out of a top team, a team that's achieved something at the highest level. You tend to slack off a little, but he hasn't.
Yeah, going back to your point, you guys talk about how he's actually much better right now. He's hardworking. It used to be their weakness when they could only run one style where Miracle is the super farm heavy hero, but in the Magnus game they showed that even No-Tail could have carried the game, and Miracle could be played on a tempo control. It gives your team so much more flexibility because you can play two styles, and it's very difficult to draft against that.
Yeah, not only that, but the team have great support play as well. It's not like they're weak in any one particular area, is it?
Yeah, I mean, Crit set up a lot of those kills on Dendi the one game Miracle was playing Magnus, so it wasn't just him by any means. They both played great. Moon has had some fantastic performances as well. Like, all of their players are extremely good at their role, including Fly.
They have a very good system, how the team works. A few as well.
Absolutely, and something that I want to talk about that most people don't talk about with this team is Fly. I think he's one of the best captains in the world, not just like at drafting or strategizing, but at being a leader. He's incredibly calm, and I think he's one in a very similar way to Kuroki. He enables his players. He understands what they want, how they work, and then he drafts around that, not just whatever the meta is.
And even past those teamwork aspects, he impressed me a lot at the last TI. Last TI when he was on Complexity, right? He would play a lot of like 5-position Lina, and by the end of the game, he'd be like the second most farmed hero on his team. He had like a lot of amazing individual performances coming from a support role, and now he's playing very conservative 5 stuff like Dazzle, Vengeful Spirit, but always knowing that he has that potential to go big with items is always a huge asset.
Yeah, their drafts have been always their main strength, right? One of their biggest strength. Like during Frankfurt, there were so many games they cheese their cheese is not even like they just out.
It's just a different
style.
They
just
of
outpick
draft,
their opponent. They play Husker, they play Brute,
Meepo.
Yeah, they play Meepo. Like all those heroes, you have to draft. Like when you're drafting against them, you're thinking about all these heroes that they might pick, and you have to make your draft proof against all these heroes. Yeah. Because you can't ban everyone.
Yeah, and that was the point we were sort of making early in the group stage, is that coming off the back of a patch change. I mean, Kevin pointed out it's 5 weeks ago now that we had the patch. It's had a bit longer than it did with Frankfurt, but still, people are finding what heroes fit into the meta, what heroes fit into their team. OG don't really care about that too much because they've got so many that they can choose from. So it's almost easier for them to just pick whatever they need at the time they need it.
Because the system, they have a few systems. They can run Miracle on the tempo control. They can run him on the core and put their tempo control on the safe lane. They sometimes even put Moon on a more farm hero like Prophet. They have so many systems. It's very difficult to go into the game and try and guess what they're going to do now because they can do so many things.
Is it the hardest test they've faced so far, bearing in mind they've already played NEWBEE in the group stage?
Absolutely. Really, it all depends on can MVP keep up that level of perfection that they had against Liquid. I think, like, how do you play against that?
Yeah.
It's not a drafting issue. It's just, are you better than them or not?
It's just about reacting because MVP is so fast, and yeah, OG, they have a lot of systems that can work for them, but for them, choosing the right system to go against this so fast team and being able to react to it is very, very important for them.
Kevin,
I think
what's the key to unlocking them?
They have to pick and play the strategy that beats that aggressive style, and they have to not get overrun. That's the important thing, because once they get behind, OG plays a style where they get to a point in a game where they hit a timing window that they can either push, team fights well, and even if they're going even, they usually have an advantage. So if they get blown over and they lose like a 5-0 team fight, in a lot of cases I don't see OG as being able to come back from that. So they have to make sure that they're stable, they don't lose a major team fight, that they go at least even with MVP, and if they can do that going into the late game, they should be able to eke it out in the super late.
Okay, when I spoke to No-Tail just before the tournament started, before the group stages, I said to him, what's your biggest issue right now? And he said, going past 35 minutes and winning games. I mean, that's the only way they know how to win a match, is what he basically was telling me. So with this, presumably, they're going to have to try and stimmy MVP in the early game to just stop that happening so they have a chance later game.
Yeah, that's the jobs of the supports, I think. The supports have to stabilize the game and maybe, like what we discussed earlier, not pick too defensive because otherwise you would just let MEP play their game, like the Dazzle picks and the IO picks. So maybe they have to pick much more like Earth Spirit. I would like Earth Spirit or Tusk so they can fight and control the lanes much earlier instead of just sit and let MEP do their thing.
Yeah, sure. I mean, are OG able to play the fast-paced game that they need to finish the game early against MVP? Is that an option that they can explore?
I think it is, but then they're trying to beat MVP at their own game.
Don't they just need to survive the early game? They don't have to beat MVP
I
fast.
think the key here for OG is going to be winning the lanes. If you can come out of the laning stage even or ahead, you're in a really good spot. Just don't be behind.
I think
even
is already great. Like winning the lanes might be harder because of the way they run their system. They don't focus so much on picking lane dominance heroes like MVP. So I would say coming off even would be good enough for them.
Oh yeah, I definitely take that.
Especially because their picks too. They just pick like semi carries, Slardar, Axe offlane, things like that. They don't usually have hard carries.
All right, it's prediction time. It's time to put the proverbial neck on the block, Charlie.
Oh man, I'm gonna believe in MVP. This is I think the closest prediction that I've had to do so far. It's just about who shows up today. That's really it. I'm gonna believe in MVP.
Yep, I agree. 50-50 game, and man, I thought you were gonna give us the draft first before you asked the question.
Not this time, Winter. Not this time. We're knuckling down on this, pre-prediction stuff.
Despite what he did to me previously, but I'm still gonna go with him, MVP.
Really? All right. Okay.
Man, I'm MVP biased because they used to beat me all the time. That was left me
career.
with a lot of fond memories. So I think I'm gonna have to go with MVP as well, but I'm not completely confident. I think OG could definitely win this.
Yo, stop hedging your bets, man. Just pick one.
I picked one. I picked right at the start, and I'm saying
all right,
I'm not
don't
confident.
qualify it. Don't qualify
Why is that
it.
not qualified? You can put it down on math. You know what Knoxville is going to do when he takes that statement? He's going to say he chose MVP. And I'm confident with that. No, I'm not confident, but I picked it. It's on paper. I wrote it down. I wrote down MVP, and I walked away. And that's how my numbers get tracked. It's not about hedging bets.
All right, 3 out of 3 for MVP. Twitch predictions, by the way, 55-45 in favour of OG. Do we have to Twitter? Yeah, we do. 58-42. Yeah. So not quite 50-50, Winter, but
that looks like
still pretty
about
close.
Right. I was talking to Charlie before he came up. We were talking about who might win, and I was like, oh. It will be close, but slight edge to OG. Very, very slight.
Okay. So what did you get for MVP?
Just a feeling because he went for MVP.
Right.
And I thought he would actually make a better call than me.
So you're basically agreeing that Charlie knows what he's talking about.
When we were walking to the stage, I didn't listen to him and I took the long way to the stage.
Right.
So I'm not going to make the mistake again.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
All right.
That makes sense.
Yeah, it's good logic.
MVP has bigger peaks. If they hit their lows, they're definitely going to lose. I think it's probably more likely that they'll have some less beautiful games on average. But I do feel like MVP's playstyle is pretty good against OG.
Yeah, playstyle-wise, I think we're looking forward to how MVP play. would it be fair and not too rude to suggest that if OG have to slug this out, they'll do that to win?
Oh, absolutely. You could say that about any team here. They're going to do whatever it takes.
They're going to cheese to win, you know?
Oh, yeah. They'll pick Huskar, they'll pick Meepo, they'll pick Brood. They'll do whatever they need to. And there's no shame in doing that.
Okay, we're a couple of minutes away from the draft at most. Let's start talking about that draft. Kevin, I think this could be really exciting in terms of the way that these two teams draft. Already talked, Charlie brought out some great points about how Fly's done that throughout this tournament and throughout the career that he's had. The Meepo hasn't been picked yet. It's been banned 8 times. In particular, it's been banned against OG in the past as well.
It's an option.
I mean, does that enter the minds of MVP? Do they have to think about that in each game?
Yeah, definitely. I think the team most likely to pick weird picks is going to be OG, especially those kind of out-of-nowhere strong carry heroes like Meepo. Phoenix feels pretty static sometimes in their picks. Slardar for QO, maybe the occasional
That's the key hero,
Spirit.
though. I think that's the key hero, like Slardar for QO. If they can actually get the Slardar, and usually when they get the Slardar, they run Invoker mid. Because QO doesn't play the Invoker. When they have Invoker, MP takes the mid lane.
Yeah,
so I think that system is the most scary from them. Because you might not see a traditional carry hero in their lineup. Because of amp damage and alacrity, the heroes actually hit very, very hard, so they don't need a carry.
Okay. What about with Io, though? Does either team ban it? Do you let it through? I mean, they both play very well.
Io, Tusk, Earth Spirit, all these heroes are very, very key in this matchup.
There's a lot of contested heroes between both teams.
What do they focus? Do they focus the carries? Do they focus the supports? What do you think that each team will do?
I think in this matchup you focus on the supports. The supports for both teams tend to enable what the cores want to do in this matchup. They're all the core players in this matchup are incredibly flexible. They play a lot of different things. So focus on the supports that enable a certain play style.
Okay, well, draft has begun. No big shock to see the Lifestealer banned out.
So
number one, it's becoming the most popular ban, certainly at the main event.
OG first pick, MVP on Dire.
Yeah.
So Earth Spirit, like we talked about, very contested, so being banned out right away.
And you expect to see probably the IO banned here?
Maybe, maybe not.
Maybe, really they might give it away at the Slardar.
Okay, so they get the Slardar and then MVP ban the IO.
So they're going to ban most likely the IO here, unless they're getting a trade of a Slardar, which they're not going to get.
Yeah.
So Beastmaster's open. Doom and Bounty Hunter have been like ignored in a lot of the games in the last
we even
few
saw a
series.
5th pick after ban.
Oh, they're leaving the IO open.
Bounty in the last game as well. Okay, so OG will go with the IO.
No surprise there.
Oh, that's very strange though that they banned the Void.
Might suggest they've got something planned?
Specific? Yeah, it might, because it's not very common to actually ban Void here in the first phase.
Jug opening.
It's very punishing of dives, and Phoenix will be diving, so.
Yeah, maybe. Like, they don't want a big AoE controller, but Tide could also do the same thing.
Void can also disrupt your cooldowns. You saw in the last game that MVP was really good about using their spells whenever they're up, and then time dilation totally screws all of that up.
Yeah, but the other thing about the Void is like he's one of the few offlaners. If you try to roam a lot and you don't focus on shutting him down, he can actually get so much farm from the offlane. So maybe that could be the reason. But it's still strange to me that they actually removed the Void here. And their opening is quite standard for MVP playstyle. Bounty, Jug, heroes that can fight very early, roam around, make tempo. They are very good in the lane.
And Jug in the hands of OG is a hero they pick very often, allows them to do push strats, and also he's hard to gank in the lane, especially if you have a bounty hunter.
So are you saying this is a block pick?
It's a mix of both. I'm sure they're happy to play it, but it's also a really nice block pick against OG.
It's like a very flexible pick for MVP because they do run Jug mid. So you're not very sure whether the Jug is a safe lane carry, mid hero. It's still open for MVP here. And for OG, they have like a very classic opening. IO and Beastmaster, arguably two of the best and most influential heroes in the game right now. You have a lot of global presence, map control, good lanes as well.
I'm a little surprised actually that MVP banned out the
DP.
The DP, yeah. You've seen in the last couple of games, it hasn't had the best win rate. It is something that is incredibly cooldown.
It's strong though, don't you think? Like it's something
it is strong, but it's also incredibly cooldown dependent.
Yeah, but the lanes, he's very good in the lanes, like we talk about in the panel. Like laning phase is very important for MVP, and if they don't want to pick that hero, they don't want to give it away.
Fair, but who do you think? Do you think OG really runs it that well or that successfully. I don't see.
No-tail plays it, right? If they pick DP.
Yeah, it would be a no-tail hero.
It's decent against Bounty Hunter roam since you can heal.
But it's still like a hero that might get ganked because you're not a queen or puck against BH. But
I feel like it's a hero that MVP could really exploit, so I'm surprised that they banned
yeah,
it.
they could have definitely picked it for themselves with the BH. We've seen so many DP plus Earth Spirits being so effective. DP plus Bounty could do the same thing.
Could just be another mid hero they prioritize heavier, like Invoker. They do get the first pick out of the second ban round.
Well, and as you say that, Invoker in the crowd.
So last ban here. OG can still go so many different ways. They could Beastmaster jungle if they really want to.
Yo, I like the Lycan.
Yeah, I like that a lot.
I like the Lycan ban because they have Beastmaster and Liquid have shown Beastmaster plus Lycan is
yeah, and I was going to say
crazy good.
Exactly what MVP wanted to do to Liquid in the upper bracket in the previous round.
Those are the two most scary heroes together, I think, with the bench.
Okay, the Invoker's gone.
So what Q is going to play? Is he going to... He might actually take the junk mid this game if he doesn't have any other good options for his team.
Alright, well we have it's a very standard Witch Doctor pick here. Yep. Great against the IO, great against the Beastmaster, heroes with summons. And
yep, good against, good in the lane, so they're solidifying their laning phase right now. They're very good lanes, and we'll see what OG goes for.
How do you feel about Witch Doctor skill build? I know Soxa has been doing a lot of Maledict lately. I feel like it's one of those things that has some good value.
Depends on your...
It depends on your lane.
Off lane. It depends on what is on the off lane. I think if it's against a tight hunter, you would always want
Maledict
because he can't crack and shout it. And
but if you can
maybe against Prophet, you want the heal.
Yeah, if you can zone out an offlaner without Maledict, then you don't need it. It's really just about, hey, am I alone? Is cask and stats
do
enough?
I need the Maledict to get the kill?
Right. If not, then it's not really value.
It's definitely a good heal game anyways. 2 AoE heals, no?
Yeah, I'm thinking what actually might OG go here because they have so many options. Their drop is really, really open with the IO and Beastmaster. They can go for a push, they can go for a split as well, map control game. There's a lot of ways they can play. And obviously we mentioned the Huskar earlier, which could be good with the Oracle plus IO, like 2 defensive supports.
I like the synergy a lot here in OG's opening 2 picks. You have the Roar into Relocate combo as well.
They need damage right now, basically, with the Roar.
Talking earlier about heroes that haven't been picked yet. MVP Phoenix in the last 3 months have had 6 OD picks.
That hero is too weak now.
I think it's way too slow for their playstyle.
For the way they're playing it this event.
Yeah.
No, that hero was very strong in the laning phase before. Now with the nerfs, not so much anymore. So I think that it's very unlikely we might see the hero. Maybe if it gets a little help next time. But
well, we have 2 defensive supports.
Well, we might see the Huskar. Right?
They can A. Well, I can't because they pick Witch Doctor.
Yeah, they have Witch Doctor and PH. So they need a lot of heroes that can deal, like maybe get a Silver Edge or a lot of physical damage. It's always at the back of your mind when you look at the IO and Dazzle. Oh crap, they might actually go for a Huskar here. I mean, they can still like pick something else like a PR because PR is really good with Dazzle. That's why it's so stressful when you're playing against OG. There's so many cheese picks that you have to worry about.
They're good at cheesing and they're good at regular stuff, so it's an extra scare factor.
Yeah, you just need to keep it in your mind that you have a draft and you remember those things that OG might do.
I mean, on the bright side, they've got a lot of really good physical damage, but against Grave and Relocate.
Maybe the Axe pick here against Dazzle might be good.
That's a good idea. I really like
they
that.
have played
it.
It
is
is
really good.
Yeah, they
it's
have played that.
One of their heroes.
Good call.
So that's the Axe, and for OG, there goes the cam again.
What is that, the Kiss Cam?
Is that the Kiss Cam?
Not sure that was.
That was the broken.
Oh, this is the Kiss Cam.
Alright.
We're still searching for our first, by the way. Still haven't had one of those. Sometimes, if we don't have one by the final,
why are
John,
you
it's
looking
me
at
and you.
me?
It's me and you, buddy.
Charlie, you want to be on Reddit? Be really easy.
I feel like between all of us, we're on Reddit enough, guys.
Far too much.
So very standard pick, DK. So they have a lot of sustain, push, with Beastmaster and Dragon Knight, so it's still possible that OG goes for a last pick that can scale very well into the late game, and these 4 heroes alone. Crazy picks? Maybe.
I mean, can Miracle play a maybe level Dragon Knight? In which case he can scale.
Doesn't No-Tail mostly play the hero?
They've both played it. They've
Okay.
both played it, and I think in this case, with them trying to give No-Tail more of the farm priority, I think this will be a Miracle Dragon Knight.
I see. Okay. I mean, it's still open, like I said. Like MVP's lineup right now, the Jug might be mid, the Jug can be safe lane, so everything is still open. Both teams, last pick is very, very open.
Jug mid would be so good against Dragon Knight.
Well, there are a lot of things good against mid Dragon Knight. That's the problem with the hero, right?
Magic damage is maybe the best, especially with Bounty Hunter on top
Raindrops, you know, that's why you get the raindrops.
Does that work against Spin? I feel like
might
it
we
doesn't.
see a they ban Timbersaw. We might see a Meepo actually. Because if these 4 heroes are not actually that great, I mean, they are okay, but I don't know.
Well, they couldn't ban both Asuka and the Meepo, so
it's okay. It's not. I
But
don't
it's
like
not
it
last
versus
pick, you
Axe
know.
Witch
Like,
Doctor,
yeah, it's not last pick, so you're not that confident if you want to pick the hero. If it's a last pick, maybe you're more likely to go for it. PL would be maybe I don't know. PL doesn't seem.
I mean, their second core has to combo with IO. You can't just do IO with one core, especially Dragon.
You're talking about Bristleback?
We've seen OG run
Like
IO combinations that are a little untraditional.
Okay.
So that's the
we
Miracle
saw this
hero.
earlier on in the tournament. VICI Gaming, Reborn, played it game 1. They lost that game very heavily.
Yeah, Morphling's pretty good versus those heroes. They don't have that many lockdowns, so you can always morph.
It's good against Axe. It's good against Juggernaut. You can wait for him out of Omni Slash. You can morph.
You can replicate the DK as well, so
or the
when you're
Axe
pushing.
as well.
Yeah, Replicate is real good against all of MVP's cores so far.
So 4F is playing the Axe. Juggernaut, I'm still not sure who's going to play it.
My worry though is that Morphling takes so long to get online.
Yeah, but they do have 4 other heroes that can actually buy time for him to get online, so it depends on how, like you mentioned, how the early game goes.
Right, it depends on how the lanes go. And if MVP is able to get off to a good start here, I worry about OG's ability to take farts.
I still don't see them having a really good Morphling solution in the mid game though. As long as he presses Morph before he gets disabled.
Maybe you just don't need to deal with the Morphling. Maybe you just win before Morphling comes online.
With what?
I think that's what MVP are going to be looking for.
Oh,
here,
this is like the MVP type of
Okay.
heroes. Like they run at you and they just, you
It's a
know,
QLM member.
try and just run you down, kill you repeatedly with the bounty on the track.
Okay, Charlie, who's had the better draft?
I've never been a fan of Morphling in this meta. I'm going with MVP Phoenix.
Oh, this is tough, but MVP.
I think if they didn't have Dazzle, I would be cool with OG's draft. So I'll say MVP. Dazzle versus Axe.
All right. They're not completely convinced here on the panel of the draft, but we are convinced that we're in for one hell of a game. Enjoy it with your commentary team.
7K China greater than 8K Europe. Those were the fighting words of Febby shortly before we started this match. I think Febby's forgetting something very important though. Miracle does have 9K. Ben, where are your bets really lying on this one?
I like OG here. I think
Okay.
the Wisp Morph is going to be much better than the Morph we saw earlier today.
But what about the Morphling? I mean, Charlie was pretty skeptical of it, so was a lot of the panel.
I think it's really good. Axe is almost never going to call him. Let's get in the game.
All right, on the way. OG versus MVP Phoenix.
MVP Phoenix versus OG.
As you can hear the crowd backing both of these teams quite heavily. OG have a slight edge, I believe, when it comes to home crowd advantage at least. We could already see as our OG players head out to lane. Everyone's quite excited to see what this matchup is really going to turn into. It should be a lot of action both and forth. Both of these teams really known for being quite aggressive and trying to establish some early dominance, more so in the MVP camp. They did start out with those two rather defensive supports in Bounty Hunter and Witch Doctor. What are your thoughts on those two heroes not quite being as active as perhaps MVP are used to?
I think it's okay when you have a Morphling. Morphling doesn't need 2 items to fight when you have a Wisp behind him. And on top of that, you have the Replicate. Replicating an Axe is team fight winning with the counter helix doing full damage out from the illusion, and they don't have a Hex, they don't have a Lion to take it down. And
well, OG already off to a good start. Obviously, the counter ward being laid down. Looks like MVP Phoenix going to swarm over that top rune. Bounty is going to be traded off. No contest here. Our bounty hunter is obviously going to be the one to watch when it comes to the first 5 minutes of this laning phase. MVP's Febby has been known for excellent roaming on the bounty hunter. Very, very disruptive hero. And a player that really seems to fit his playstyle as well. He's going to start out in mid, but we already see the way OG are going to counter this. They have a counter ward already laid down on the hard right side, and they've got Dazzle sitting behind No-Tail now.
Looks like both teams will probably have a hero dedicated to jungle / stacking. We see 4Ev not even bother dealing with the Wisp in the morph.
The top lane looks like Moon may actually be a little bit caught out here. It's going to take a lot of damage from the spin. Doubt they're going to go for the full-on dive. Just bring him low enough that he's scared to come forward. Trying to put some pressure on the Beastmaster. One of the heroes that seems to be the most problematic in the tournament as a Beastmaster seems to always be able to get decent offlane farm and even better jungle farm at times.
And their heroes definitely scream aggression. Even the item build coming out from Juggernaut. Boots first on MP to try and get that first kill.
Febby still maintaining his place here in the mid lane after he managed to take away the enemy's counter ward. They're going to get some damage onto QO though, and the boar actually rotating across as well for just that extra hit. QO still up in CS a decent amount. Meanwhile, the Axe, this is something that OG do really need to be concerned about. The fact that they have these two defensive supports for Rev. We've already seen the power of this Iron Talon first Axe and the way you're able to use Battle Hunger to stack up. This is an Axe that manages to get level 6 by like 5 minutes sometimes.
It's going to be really devastating once that first smoke comes out. I don't know who he really kills though. It's pretty difficult to jump with DK. I suppose not so much when you have the Ember Spirit.
Moon Meander has completely abandoned his offlane now. Something that he's moaned quite a lot about is the Iron Talon gaming that's currently happening in the offlane, and it seems like he wanted to try and make it work in the offlane, but unfortunately is going to be forced back to the jungle with only that Quelling Blade. Jump in on mid lane, they're going to get some more damage on QO. Back to tier 1 tower he goes. Dwindling in CS now 6-0 compared to the 12-4 on No-Tail. Fly really making sure that No-Tail has the best start possible. Febby's going to show up again. Just does a little bit of harassment damage on the Fly, but again, this lane matchup is always going to go to the favor of OG, it seems.
Two melee heroes cannot deal with the Shadow Wave. If they get too aggressive, they can just eat a full heal bomb if they're close to the creeps. And there's not really a way around that.
Do you think the trade-off is worth it for MVP Phoenix, the fact that they're going to have a faster jungler in the Axe for now, but will have a slowed down QO Ember Spirit in mid?
As long as they pick up track kills, it's fine. And they're getting okay levels on Bounty Hunter. Ideally though, you don't want to split the experience with QO. You want someone down there to soak up XP. And 4F noticing that there's a lot of range creeps in that bottom lane. We'll come back.
Yeah, time to pick up all that experience. No need to let the creep wave go into the tier 1 tower and get a lot of free damage as well. Meanwhile, Febby's actually going to be interrupting Moon as he's full-time jungling. This is why Moon didn't want to start off in the jungle in the first place. Knew that Febby was going to kind of be there right next to him, sharing half that experience and being a rather harassing force.
Didn't Miracle play Morphling versus that one time? ROTK had that Chronosphere. That stat just popped up that he hadn't played any Morph, but I was pretty sure that he had.
You could be right.
Bad statsman Ben. That's my nickname for Nox. We love you, Nox.
QO trying to get that 4-minute rune, but Fly already in position. The bottom rune's going to be taken away by
chicken
the
snipe by
Wisp as
Febby.
well. Trying to pick it up. Crit is going to fight for Rev for it. He managed to get the Arcane rune, but is low enough that he can't actually fight Crit too much more. The important thing is they're denying QO this bottle, so he's not going to be able to get that free refill. He's probably going to have to go for a fairy now on the courier.
Febby went for the chicken snipe, didn't get it. He only got one hit on it, and then it flew over the cliff and decided to suicide in the Radiant large camp.
All in all, it seems like OG's static laning phase seems to be going pretty well. NP, I like the way that MVP Phoenix are already trying to put pressure in that top lane, taking away that tier 1 power as fast as possible. And if OG want to be able to contest that, it means they have to bring Moon out of the jungle and up to the offlane once again.
Io's getting a lot of levels. He is very vulnerable to like Emperor and Bounty Hunter jumping him, but he is level 4.5 right now, and getting a lot of stacks and gold in the process. So if he's difficult to take down, Morphling can go ham in these fights.
We're going to have just a lot of really big sustain from OG between the Dragonite, the Beastmaster, and the Morphling. Rather tanky cores across the board. And then you have these two ultra defensive supports in both the Wisp as well as the Dazzle. It's going to be a hard way for MVP Phoenix to actually cut through these heroes when it comes to team fights.
If one hero falls, though, with Cole, I think everyone else is going to fall. And Grave is not particularly great.
Yeah, that's true. Forev obviously with the big counter. They are going to pop the ultimate here. No Tail trying to go for QL, but it's now going to be surrounded by 3 heroes. That fourth comes in as Dubu's going to throw out the paralyzing cast, but here comes those 2 defensive supports. Forev, he does have that level 6, so even if they manage to get off the Shallow Grave, it's not going to matter, but the Culling Blade, it's just not quite enough. Now they throw out the Shallow Grave, and damn, I bet Forev misses that Culling Blade now as QO needs to be healed up by Dubu. Runs out of mana though, and QO may just get run down, kicked to death by Moon. Barely able to stay out. Meanwhile, MP gets the spin onto Fly, knows he's dead, and just accepts his fate. Finally, the kill being picked up by Crit for first blood, but Witch Doctor manages to secure the counter onto Dazzle.
Yeah, MVP not really on the same page there. They had the Axe run back when Ember Spirit was about to get that Searing Chains and put him in that critical HP threshold.
And then that increased movement speed might have made all the big difference for MVP Phoenix in the continuing fight.
Well, that was 4 on 5. Morphling still farming peacefully in that bottom lane.
Miracle's going to be a pretty happy camper this game. Item build wise, where do you really see the Morphling? How quickly does he have to be a part of these team fights for OG?
You don't really need that many items when you have a Wisp behind you, because you can just sit very low HP, like 500, 600 area with a lot of agility, and you get a lot of attack speed from the IO. You can just straight right-click people down.
Always an excuse with Ben. He says that Miracle game was on his Smurf account, apparently.
I remember that. One of ROTK's many missed Chronospheres.
Merlini, always keeping track of ROTK's failures. 1-to-1, pretty slow static laning phase so far, even though we saw that action in mid. Both teams backing out to their safe lanes and continue to farm away.
Yesterday I was talking to one of the Chinese casters. He called Swindles the American ROTK.
Oh, I bet you enjoyed that one quite a bit, didn't you?
Yeah, we need Jack to tell us the gossip on the Chinese scene.
Still trying to do this sort of dual lane scenario against QO. Probably the most explosive player. Oh, and Forev in some serious trouble. Miracle doesn't have a waveform for another 3 more seconds. It looks like Forev does have the movement speed to get out. The Battle Hunter keeping Miracle slowed down just enough that he can catch him with a second waveform. Meanwhile, QO is playing a rather dangerous game. He's going to come forward, tries to go on Fly. Is low enough. Another right click almost finished them off, but they still managed to get the kill on the Dazzle. The Boars, though, get the kill for Moon instead. Not worth the trade-off. As MVP Phoenix, QO is perhaps just a little bit frustrated with the laning phase and how he's being shut out by OG.
It's really difficult for these melee heroes to go onto the Dazzle. He got QO so low due to the level 2 healing wave on the Dazzle. They have the summons, some for the
Beast of the top lane. Forev is going to be able to keep him slowed down with the Battle Hunger, but it looks like No Tail turns around, managed to get the stun. MP going to try and pursue still, but we have the Dazzle right behind him, and Juggernaut out of mana for the Omni Slash.
And Crit is just 1 stack away from getting level 6, and as soon as Miracle joins these fights, I think MVP's in a lot of trouble. Track not maybe like 3 or 4 minutes out from being skilled on Bounty Hunter. He's level 4.5, just got scouted with the Sentry Ward in between the T1 and the T2.
Febby is going to sit on top of Moon. Moon obviously does know about Febby's rotation, so this shouldn't really be a problem for him. It just seems like OG have really managed to create a strategy that slows down the game so much that MVP Phoenix aren't able to use their signature aggression to get the normal laning phase lead that they want.
And I think OG realized that it's very difficult to beat MVP at that sort of game.
Tier 1 tower is finally going to go down in the bottom lane. Miracle picks that one up, speeding up his, what I can only presume is the Lincolns required this game. You've got Omni Slash, maybe Paralyzing. Oh, jump on mid, QO going to die again as Moon Meander manages to make the initiation there alongside No Tail. And the relocate is just easy follow-up. Now they've got 3 different heroes, all cores here, ready to beat down that Tier 1 tower, and MVP Phoenix not in a position to defend, really. It looks like they're still going to try and collide here, but QO is still another 12 seconds out.
And Miracle hits really hard right now. 119 damage, combine that with Inner Beast and Overcharge.
VICI trying to get the deny. Meanwhile, MVP Phoenix coming in from the side. They're going to go and start going on crit, but Miracle is going to challenge Dubu here. The right clicks are almost enough to finish him off, but he managed to get a fairy fire. Meanwhile, crit. Oh, a heal actually managed to stop the Culling Blade, and again, that movement speed might be critical as MVP Phoenix are not able to get themselves, extricate themselves out of that team fight. That'll be Axe going down first. The Witch Doctor almost cleaned up. VICI almost going down as well as the Flame Breath. Almost finished them off there. QO not being there for the fight, obviously, because he was dead, but MVP Phoenix still trying to force that one. Seems like a bit of an error on their part as OG proved to be just a bit too strong.
They really need some sort of jump, either QO being farmed, maybe Axe getting a Blink Dagger, but MVP, they seem a little bit lost without the skirmish advantage. OG have the mobility advantage with the IO. They have the vision advantage with the Beastmaster, and he's just not able to search for the fights that they're looking for. Still need track. It's coming out soon on VICI.
It's rapidly going to get all the more dangerous if No Tail can finish up his armlet. And we're actually going to see a rather fast Necronomicon thanks to these fights going the way of OG on the Beastmaster as well. And obviously Miracle is always going to be a problem as his tankiness as the Morphling is going to be hard for MVP Phoenix to cut through.
He is way ahead of Juggernaut right now, 1,000, and that was just a pure free farming morph in the bottom lane, uncontested.
They're going to get another Tier 1 tower to make that lead even larger as OG can rather easily still rotate to bottom lane and defend as QO tries to go for the push.
So they need more items on QO. They also need to be wary of the Beastmaster smoke ganks into relocate. He is their best setup. Dragon Knight is far too clunky of a hero to set up for relocate ganks until he has Shadow Blade or Blink, which is often eschewed for the armlet like we've seen most games.
Right. That was supposed to be the bit of an advantage that MVP Phoenix were going to have, right? Between QO being this easy jumping hero and the Axe supposed to be picking up a relatively fast Blink Dagger. There should have been a time period around 15, 18 minutes where MVP Phoenix would have been the ones determining the starts of all the fights because their initiation. But now with this early farm, it seems like OG may actually be able to get their initiating items at a relatively quick pace. MVP Phoenix, smart though, they're going to be able to spout out crit. Will be able to get their first crack kill of the game rather easily. Turn back towards Miracle, who's already got a replicate out, so he can jump over to that one. Paul is going to lead the way though. They are going to get a lot of damage onto Miracle. He's ready to jump out in a second and should be able to escape. Meanwhile, the rest of OG using that time where MVP Phoenix were trying to go on Miracle to push down the Tier 2 at top lane.
And Miracle doesn't have any items right now, but he is nigh impossible for MVP to kill. Track move speed simply not going to be enough, just lacking any sort of damage. I think they only got like 500 damage on him at that point, and he salved up, he's back to full HP.
And OG going to keep going, forcing the TPs out from MVP Phoenix. QO's going to be the first one, actually gets burned out of mana there from the Necronomicon, and can't continue to fight even as the rest of his allies start coming in. And P just takes a consolation prize in the little Necronomicon warrior. But
in a Vanguard, he's really committing to the fighting build. He's going to fall way behind Morphling with this build, I think.
Yeah, he really is, especially since, I mean, it's 13.5 minutes. We've only seen 9 kills so far. Unless somehow MVP Phoenix managed to force OG to fight a lot, it seems like OG can read these item builds and just go, that's fine. We could just draw out the game, slow it down, split push to our heart's content, and stay away from MVP Phoenix and naturally get a farm advantage.
MVP's getting close to that point though. Just 150 gold until BOT's on Ember Spirit, just a couple hundred gold until Axe gets his Blink Dagger, and that might be the word go.
MVP Phoenix are going to need to get a lot done during that small window of time though, as OG racking up even their lower cores, like the Beastmaster and Dragon Knight, are about to contest the Juggernaut. They can jump here on a replicate, blowing everything they had. Meanwhile, in the middle lane, actually centering up, here comes to relocate. They're going to jump on an MP. They manage to get the Primal Roar. The spin, not enough as Jesus. That Shadow Wave from Fly manages to help OG burst down the Juggernaut so quickly.
And an invisible No Tail set that kill up. And the siege continues.
MVP Phoenix, particularly with one hero down and a bounty hunter on their side, have nothing to be able to defend against these tower pushes when there's 4 or 5 heroes grouped up together like this.
And maybe 2 defensive supports is the key to slowing down MVP's pace.
MVP Phoenix, knowing they can't really do much at this point, continue to try and farm up on QO as he pushes out the bottom lane. Does have those boots of travels ready to go, but it's not going to be enough by itself, that's certainly for sure.
That should be the Blink Dagger reveal. Axe is farming mid, and OG will definitely know that he has it.
Even FNATIC is going to be quite squishy as he doesn't have a Vanguard himself, obviously needing to speed up that initiating item. Couldn't go for the Vanguard or anything like that, so even if he does manage to get the right kind of jump, he may still get bursted down relatively quickly.
And a very early gem pickup coming out from Crit.
I like this. OG have a very clear advantage. They'll just be able to build on it if they can keep this gem in their hands. Meanwhile, MVP Phoenix need to be able to go for this smoke
I think it was
up, but
scouted out by the Hawk.
Yeah, the pings already came out, and the Hawk scouted that one away. It looks like they're going to go for yet another replicant bait here. As they move the replicate into the river, MVP Phoenix scouting it here.
And that is a farm
jump on FNATIC.
Beastmaster.
Oh, Miracle himself actually jumped over to him, trying to pick up the battle root, but this could be perfect. Miracle almost gets bursted down immediately, starts morphing strength though, and now the rest of OG able to surround their carry and push back against MVP Phoenix, getting the initiation, and now the push uphill. FNATIC stuck on the cliff is going to try and make his way back down, blinks in, manages to get the call, but just can't get the damage done as the rest of his team is being pushed back by NOTAIL. Now FNATIC is going to get stunned up by Miracle, rather large stun at that. QO gets the chains, creates the space for FNATIC to be able to get the blink out, and MVP Phoenix should be able to escape with no further losses, but considering that was a smoke gank that turned awry, losing the bounty hunter, it's not a good sign for MVP Phoenix.
They committed an Omni Slash, they committed a Death Ward, and he still had 1,000 HP, and that was before like a heal came out from Dazzle, and IO came in to rescue him from that gank.
Part of it is that the Witch Doctor, Dubu actually choosing not to go for any levels of Maledict, and this is one of the abilities that the Witch Doctor is supposed to have to help cut through these tankier heroes like the Morphling, but he got the early Voodoo Restoration, which we saw was actually rather necessary, but because MVP Phoenix weren't winning fights, he has had no level progression since.
And there's no way they can stop him from morphing.
Yeah. Need some way to be able to burst him down a bit faster, but that's just not going to happen with the Lincoln's complete on Miracle, and now we can start moving forward.
Febby runs into Moon. Moon just kind of like, oh, hey there.
All right, Febby keeps on trucking. Runs hard left here and looks for the TP out. Is he going to make it out? Moon, Primal Roar, ready to go. Oh, almost. Must not have been paying attention to his screen, as that gem should have given him the free kill. MVP Phoenix at least know about this gem pickup now and will play accordingly.
Ooh, a very dangerous pickup from Dragon Knight with the blink. You get that instant stun onto Ember Spirit, onto Juggernaut before he can spin, and a couple of dead heroes. And it's also a really good setup for the relocate from Crit.
OG, they can definitely continue to play defensive if they want, but they're actually going to go for what is essentially a 5-man smoke. They've got the replicate of the Morphling joining them in this smoke while Morphling himself pushes out bottom. This allows OG to perhaps get the surprise jump on MVP Phoenix. There it is, the Blink Dagger reveal onto QO. Follow up, Primal Roar to make sure there's no hope of QO being able to get out. And OG, now with their positioning, will push high ground and challenge MVP Phoenix to defend.
And where's their anti-push?
Absolutely
jump in
nothing
on this.
He's supposed to jump into a Morphling and a Dragon Knight who are tanky as hell and get burned away by the Necronomicon. He doesn't really have a hope of cutting through those heroes, and he's just going to end up losing a lot of HP and mana in the process.
And now Ember Spirit has to feel very worried.
Well, they managed to get a call on NOTAIL, pulling him back into the Tier 3 area, but there are no disables whatsoever to keep him in that position, and Miracle's just going to right-click that Tier 3 down with his agility morph.
There's very little spam from them. They can't clear the creep wave at all, and they can't get Dragon Knight low to the point where he's forced to retreat. They just kind of took a T3 for free. Maybe once Ember Spirit gets Battle Fury, they can start doing some damage. Maybe once Witch Doctor gets those Maledicts that you were talking about. But as of right now, MVP just far too weak.
We were talking about this actually in the drafting phase, whether or not we liked Bounty Hunter in the first one too, and my argument was that MVP Phoenix is one of the few teams that can actually make the Bounty Hunter 1-2 pickup work for them, because they always find a way to make their aggression work in the first 20 minutes, but that apparently is completely wrong, as OG have developed this exact game plan in mind to be able to deal with MVP's run-at-you style.
And OG kind of postured for an aggressive smoke. There was a scan, as well as a hawk that scouted out the axe, but the way they were around the ancient, just all sitting up on the high ground, daring MVP to challenge them.
That's not going to happen in MVP Phoenix. Unfortunately, they don't even have good rotating potential. That would be the other objective that MVP Phoenix on dire side like this would naturally fall back to if a smoke doesn't work, but not the case here.
And still, where's the damage coming from? MP with just a Claymore to aid in his damage output. Axe forced to go to initiation item, the Blink Dagger. No Blade Mail, not that it'd be particularly useful versus OG's lineup. No signs of a Scepter coming out from Witch Doctor. And barring like 2 or 3 track kills in the next couple of fights, it's going to be very difficult.
Could be a decent pickup, but unfortunately, they don't quite get it. They have the vision from Bebby. Arrow actually going to be able to slow down these two heroes, maybe long enough for the Axe to be able to jump in, but not fast enough as Bebby does get bursted down. The Axe still not here, and is not going to be able to get there in time to be able to get the Culling Blade. No Tail gets stalled up a little bit more. MP is going to join the fight, actually. They do have to relocate forward. They're just looking to be able to pop this Dragon Knight. Finally, they will bring him down with that pop, but no, it's now going to be the Witch Doctor who goes down. They turn towards taking at crit. 3 more seconds, but not fast enough. The Culling Blade takes him out. Now MVP Phoenix on full retreat, at least attempting to, but Perez going to get caught, and MP, who spun away, is now trying to keep that healing ward to somehow run himself all the way back to the tier 2, but it's just not going to happen. Not even the tier 2's up. He's got to make it all the way to the tier 3. QO providing interference. Looks like the chains was just enough to slow down the pursuit of OG, and that was actually a pretty damn good trade-off there for MVP Phoenix, considering how far behind they are. A 2-for-2 trade-off is maybe more than they even expected to get.
Yeah, OG did not have their numbers there. That's not really where they were expecting a fight to be taken from MVP. Still, they're feeling very comfortable. Didn't lose the gem. If they lose the gem, then they might feel like they're in a little bit of trouble. But up until that point, Febby can't really roam around the map, can't provide any intel, and if he dies first in a fight, they don't get any track kills.
Back to the Battle Fury for the Juggernaut. Feels like MVP Phoenix now have to start thinking about farming and split pushing and trying to push this game later, even though that's not what this lineup is really intended to be about. Unfortunately, their laning phase didn't work for them, and they have to try and look at plan B and C.
Is there a plan C? I think plan A was get track kills. Plan B is let's just get Battle Furies and farm up and stall until we can win team fights through sheer damage output. However, OG smoked under their T1 tower.
Those boars getting a lot of information right now on MVP Phoenix's positioning. They are going to back up to their tier 3 tower, feeling rather unsafe, as that bottom lane pushing out so far is probably a little bit of a warning signal to MVP Phoenix. They may still get caught here, though. As a jump in, Dragon Tail leading the way. They manage to get the call counter, but still, Miracle's going to be able to pop QO nonetheless. And Forev, again, just not tanky enough to be able to survive the onslaught of 5 different heroes. And now OG, they go straight for the throat, trying to take out the melee racks before the 25-minute marker. And they will take it indeed. MVP Phoenix not able to provide a response just yet. Trying to slow this push down as best as they can. The Necronomicons, OG playing this very disciplined, very safe. Even though there's still no QO for MVP Phoenix.
You say that and there's a 5 strength more from the...
They gotta go back in. Maybe they were perhaps a little bit afraid of a buyback there. The Ember Spirit, they know they're well in control of this game. They don't want to do anything that puts that at risk.
Yeah, they can just take out Roche. Morphling just does incredible amounts of right-click damage. They're struggling to build damage, but by the time they complete damage items, they'll need defensive items to deal with the Morphling right-click. And there's no way they can lock him down in fights. They have the Manta style, even if they lock down his main hero, he'll still output a lot of damage with those illusions. And replicate on either Axe or Juggernaut will still be pretty huge.
MVP Phoenix know they can't just farm away. They need to get aggressive and see if they can actually get a track kill. And if they win a fight like this, they can actually turn it into a fast Roshan. But
Scan just came up for Radiant, but already
MVP
suspecting
Phoenix,
what's happening.
They're going a long way around here. And this may actually catch OG off guard all the way behind the tier 2, perhaps. They back away, and QO gives up all chase. He's going to head out the bottom lane. And Miracle reveals that the Ember Spirit was just here, leaving a remnant behind.
And I don't think that ward's going to last long. Very common move. Smoke into the opponent jungle, try and ward it up and get a pick later.
Moon. Quick Iron Talon takes that vision away from MVP Phoenix, and they're left with nothing on the map now.
And then a Hawk into the pit to even address that potential issue.
Yeah, just in case, as OG retreated, somehow MVP Phoenix did manage to make their way into the pit. That knowledge is secured for OG, and again, just sitting back, playing the farming game. Miracle farming up Ancients. They've got Hero pushing mid as well as top. Even at this moment, when they know the smoke has been defeated, they just managed to counter the vision. Even at this moment, OG are still playing rather defensively around each other, grouped up. No one's farming the bottom lane because they still don't know where MVP Phoenix is.
And MVP don't really have the farming items yet. Ember just got his Battle Fury, so it's not like he's going to get out of control anytime soon. Juggernaut just completed his.
Spots MP, immediately backs himself away, expecting the rest of the team to be behind him. He does have the relocate save from Crate ready to go, but MVP Phoenix, they played enough WISC games in their lives. They know always to look for the WISC first. Shuriken and Track not going to last long, as Miracle already has completed Manta and uses it to get the track off of him and start split pushing that top lane without any danger to himself.
So what's MVP's plan of attack next? They don't have any smoke, so I don't really see how they can get the jump on OG, but OG are still out farming this gold lead. Steady increase in green, 12,000 for OG.
It almost feels like if you're out of smokes, MVP Phoenix may have to consider buying a gem of their own. Now, we know right now that vision isn't actually a problem, as OG don't have any aggressive wards up, but if they did, there was just no opportunity for MVP Phoenix to actually ever force a fight like they want to.
They don't have any gold to play around with.
Yeah.
Which normally isn't an issue for Bounty Hunter.
There's the Blade Mail for the Axe. That's a little something, I guess, against the Morphling, but again, as I said earlier, nothing to stop the Morph itself.
And he still does a lot of damage when you have defensive items, because he still has a lot of stats, as opposed to Juggernaut. If you build a Vanguard, it does not help your damage output at all. And Morphling, if you build a lot of strength, you can just morph all that into agility and still hit really hard. He's hitting for 250 with Inner Beast and Weave.
Getting some damage on the top tier 2. Doesn't matter to OG. They'll give that up if necessary and continue to push out the bottom lane. They'll probably take this tier 2, and they can even go high ground once again, trying to force MVP Phoenix back to the base. Gotta go for a TP. Actually, No-Tail's gonna see if he can catch QO at the top lane. He's TP'd to the tier 3. Gonna make the jump, manages to get the Dragon Tail. Is there going to be a relocate follow-up? Doesn't look like it. Not just yet, anyway. They're gonna continue to try and fight this one out with No-Tail, but they know there could be reinforcements at any time, so they don't challenge that one off from OG. And a tier 2 for tier 2 is all she wrote.
Morphling closing in on that IF Scotty. It's going to be very problematic for Juggernaut. Even with the Vanguard, he's not going to be able to run away with that spin.
And he's certainly not going to be able to cut through the Morphling with his Omni Slash. This big increase in stats to Miracle as well.
Dubu trying to get one last cast out probably in this left lane. But
he's got to put some pressure on the lanes, right? Nobody else can really do it. Like, if he gets caught in that sort of position, okay, as a Witch Doctor, he doesn't really have much net worth anyway. He's just throwing all of it into wards, so if he can at least keep one hero of OG back, like he just did with Moon Meander, this does give MVP Phoenix a hope of maybe pushing forward, see if they can get numbers advantage for a team fight, or even just drawing the game out.
Oof, QO narrowly dodges a gank there.
18,000 net worth on Miracle. He is 5K, over 5K net worth ahead of the Juggernaut. Goes to show what a beast he's been. Never dying, always split pushing away. They just never addressed him in the laning phase, and he's become a persistent problem ever since.
Looks like the smokes have finally cooled down for MVP. Desperate maybe to make a play around the Roche. which OG is starting at this very moment.
This is probably their best opportunity in the next 5 to 10 minutes for MVP Phoenix to try and get a fight that's to their advantage, but unless they go right now, they're not going to be fast enough. They're still sitting inside their base, and it seems like OG, thanks to all the information they have, will freely take an agent.
Yeah, and they lost all of their towers on their road. It's very difficult to contest this. If Ember Spirit even tries to attempt a slight, he could get stunned, roared, blink Dragon Tail, to anything that can just annihilate him.
The only ward they have up on MVP Phoenix is the 2 wards on the left-hand side of the map. Nothing even close to Roshan, so.
Moon's maybe thinking about a relocate setup.
If you can lead with that Primal Roar. Well, the free pickoff on QO, but never mind that. OG can actually just keep on pushing. They don't even need Moon Meander here. Just Miracle and No-Tail by themselves are rapidly chipping away at that tier 3 tower. MVP Phoenix, they're trying to set this fight up from behind right now with this smoke. It's going to cost them their tier 3 tower, but they do manage to get the initiation. Who's going to be the first one? Almost gets bursted down. Cooling Blade not going to be there in time, but they've already lost their Witch Doctor in return. Healing Ward also down, and MP has to retreat all the way back through Miracle. Is going to start slowing him down with that Scotty. Now buybacks coming out from MVP Phoenix. Witch Doctor's going to be one, and I imagine that Brev's going to be coming up next. Miracle jumps forward and takes the Witch Doctor out a second time. Sleight of Fist just not doing enough. Jump forward, No-Tail not able to catch QO, but they've already taken the objective they needed. Brev pops the blade mail as he managed to get the call onto No-Tail, but he's being tanky, and MP, he doesn't even come close to cutting through the dragon as Brev goes down to secondary time, and now MP going to be chased away by Miracle as there it is, MVP Phoenix. They probably knew it for the last 10 minutes, but this is very clearly GG in game 1.
Rampage denied.
Just an ultra kill for Miracle, but putting in some work with that Morphling, but it was all set up by the space grid and just overall strategy of the laning phase by OG. They never let MVP Phoenix start that running ground.
And they had very difficult cores to kill. The Morphling on the bottom lane, the Dragon Knight in the mid lane. Beastmaster did suffer a tiny bit, but at the end of the day, they knew that MVP had to try and pressure them under the T1 towers, which was far too difficult with the Dazzle and the Ion.
So OG, they very clearly have thought this one out and how they're going to be able to deal with MVP Phoenix. MVP Phoenix now have to take the break between game number 1 and game number 2 and think about what's the solution to OG's very defensive lanes. Is it trying to draft themselves even more aggressive, or perhaps changing up their game plan and maybe pushing this more of a mid to late game? We'll have to find out, as I'm sure our panel has lots of thoughts on this game 1 under destruction by OG.
Thank you very much, Capitalist, on the commentary panel. Of course, we'll go back to them for game 2. Let's get the thoughts of our panel right now, and a very impressive victory, Charlie, for OG.
Yeah, and you know, somebody who doesn't get a lot of credit in terms of winning lanes is No-Tail, and that was the key here. QO lost his lane. Granted, it was 2v1, but No-Tail controlled that very well with the help of Fly on that Dazzle.
I think the most important part was that his initial block was super good, so that when Bounty shows up mid, right away, he can't even dive him. He's just running around empty like nothing was happening. And Fred was in the jungle, getting stacks and things like that by himself, but nobody's in the off lane then. So their experience gain and their overall pressure on the lanes was just really weak the first few minutes.
I mean, both teams were mirroring each other because both teams were doing the same thing. They had off lane, which has no one there, but the main difference is Beastmaster against Axe. Both got level 6 about the same time, but Beastmaster doesn't need a dagger, and Axe needs a dagger. That's why OG could have actually played much more aggressive despite the fact that Axe was also trying to run around and create space, but Beastmaster got a lot more done. That's why I was talking about during the draft, I was really surprised by the Void ban, because they could have easily banned out the Beastmaster and a lot of things would have been different, because Beastmaster is just so influential in the current meta. He does so much for the team.
And even in the off lane, if Axe was there against a Morphling and a Dazzle, how does he pressure those heroes? They're ranged. Morphling can just sit back. Worst case, he waveforms away, and he has mobility and offensive potential against Axe. So Axe was forced in the jungle. He can't do normal Axe things, allows him to pressure, and it was all kind of on whether or not they pressured DK mid, and because he wasn't able to do so, it just put Phoenix on the back foot.
Yeah, it was really important that Phoenix came out of the laning stage ahead, and because of that, MVP was never able to be successful with their trademark aggression. You saw they tried, and they went on a couple of heroes. They were successful with 1 or 2 here or there, but it wasn't enough to get them back into the game.
It was really hard after like QO lost his lane, and then the Beastmaster just didn't need a blink, so OG was able to use the other 4 heroes to just fight and buy space for the Morphling. Like I talked about in the draft, they don't need the Morphling to fight. The other 4 heroes can already fight by their own, and Morphling is just happily taking towers, pushing. He got like, what, 30 minutes Lincolns this game? Like he was totally uncontested at all this game.
Suddenly made it look like a hero that everyone should be picking.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I think they could have picked a lot of different things for Miracle in that game. It was really just about the fact that he was uncontested and OG's other 4 heroes played so well and secured the game for the Morph.
They ran a very good system this game. Like sometimes maybe you don't see them prioritize helping no-kill a lot, but this game they just basically was helping him and making sure that he win his lane. So like Charlie mentioned, because QO lost his lane, the whole tempo of MEP got like disabled. Like they couldn't play their normal game.
It was this fight that they needed to win, really. Frev went for the dunk, but he was way over 250 HP. I don't think he realized that QO had another Searing Chains.
Yeah.
If he would have stuck with it, they would have gotten that chop there, regardless of Dazzle being there. And then they all get attack speed and movement speed, which increases and makes up for the damage that they're missing because QO had a bad lane.
Yeah, that could have been big. That was the fight where Morphling was farming all the while bottom. Yeah.
And the same thing, if he would have gotten the chop off on IO there, instead Dazzle timed his heal perfectly, instead Frev would have lived, and he ends up dying instead.
At this point, MVP were already screwed because they lost towers. They didn't have an advantage. Bounty was basically not doing much for his team. So DK dictating the pace of the game, pushing, killing heroes, ganking with relocate. He even got a blink this game just so that they could use the relocate offensively.
Is there anything that MVP can take out of this game in a positive way?
No, I think the Void ban was just really
set them on the wrong path.
Yeah, it was just really big. Like it's just a ban, but it's very different if they would have banned the Beastmaster and gave them. I don't know if they would have gone for the Void, but Beastmaster for me just did too much that game. He did too much.
I think it's a real good lesson for MVP in that they can't get behind on lanes like this. They're not against a weak team. It's when you face up against really strong teams that don't make too many mistakes, it is very hard for that aggression to.
I don't think they wanted to go behind. Like it's just like I felt like they didn't expect probably the Dazzle to help the DK so much.
Yeah. It's the issue is that they have to expect teams to try and win lanes against them, and in order, like in the past, in a lot of series, they've come back by just trademark aggression. Other teams make mistakes. Other teams don't expect MVP to be as aggressive. Teams will now. They know what they're going to do, and so they can't take liberties with the laning stage.
So you would have actually preferred them maybe to finish their lineup with like a queen, so you win your lane harder?
Not necessarily. Maybe just give QO more help. Like even if the block wasn't as good for QO, Bounty Hunter still has a really hard time like helping the Ember in that lane. It's a DK and a Dazzle. Bounty Hunter, he comes out of Windwalk and hits the Dazzle once, and then Dazzle heals, and then everything's okay.
Yeah, they didn't have much options there with the type of supports that they went for. Right. Yeah, that's why during the drafting phase we were talking about how important it is to pick their supports. What supports do they go for? It would decide the outcome of the mid game.
And it pretty much did. Yeah, okay. When we look forward to Game 2, MVP needs to change things up. I mean, you've already mentioned the one thing. Do you think they actually just go ahead and ban the Beastmaster straight away?
Yeah, I think if they're not picking the Beastmaster, they have to ban it. They cannot let Beastmaster through, and they didn't get any good trades in my opinion.
Yeah, okay. So they ban the Beastmaster, where do they go after that? Do they find some more aggression? Do they give QO something different?
Lane, better lanes, like the other ban I wanted to talk about is the DP ban. They could have went for the DP on their own. So those 2 picks would have given them much better laning phase. So I think that's a very good step. First step, they need to be able to get much better picks for their lanes.
Okay, MVP for the match, no tail. Not Miracle this
he
time,
won.
right?
He won his lane.
Yeah.
So he dictate pace of the game with his blink, with the relocate. So he did everything for his team. Push towers, kill heroes, won his lane. What more could you ask from a Dragon Knight?
And you don't say that often about No-Tail.
No, and the funniest thing is, I don't know whether you know what name he's using in-game right now, because I just looked at one of his pub games before he came out.
Is it an anime name? Please don't tell me.
It's not an anime name, it's No Brain. Because he genuinely says he felt like he was playing without a brain. So he's actually playing as No Brain in-game right now. I mean, it's a lot of hard work being put in by that guy, and it's paying off.
Yeah.
It worked out well. It's all comes down to how well he reacts to those initial ganks, stunning the right target, getting out in time. He was backed up by his supports really well, but that turned everything around.
Yeah, I think OG's system this game was really good. What MVP can do is just pick better, like stronger lanes. They have to pick matchups that are going to win the lane. They can't expect to go for normal matchups and expect to win the lanes. Maybe against other teams, it was possible for them, but against a stronger opponent, like Charlie mentioned, they have to go for heroes that can actually do that, and they have to be able to execute it much better. It's way more difficult to pick a weaker 1v1 matchup and expect to, we can actually still win this lane.
Okay, we've got some social media questions as the teams will re-enter the arena. OG on their way back to the booth right now, in a good frame of mind, no doubt, as well, after a very, very convincing first game win. They'll enter the booths. MVP Cup will be back very shortly as well. We do have some more social media questions. We'll take one from Taco Hustler, his name is. Question for the panel: what would be the Lotus Orb interaction with Sunder? I think that's a Purge question.
Not 100%, but I assume it should just cast it twice, which means they'll swap health and then swap again. Probably.
No change basically.
Yeah.
Like swap, basically.
Yep.
Okay, well that was very easily dealt with, wasn't it?
I mean, you could ask a million Lotus Orb questions. I'm sure there was a Reddit thread about it right when it came out. That's better than us for this one, I think.
I think
pass that one off quite
the
nicely.
one that makes me remember the most is the Omni Slash. You basically see two heroes jumping around, but nothing is going on.
A couple of them are really cool. Charge of Darkness, Snowball.
Snowball.
You can
that's
you
like
can
game losing
the
snowballs.
game for your team with a bad. Honestly, with both of them, Snowball and Charge of Darkness.
Okay, we'll take one more. This one, I'm not even going to tell you the name of this particular person. Majors outcomes are becoming less and less predictable. Why? It's a great question, because we've already spoken about the depth of talent in the teams and how wide the pool is in terms of who could win this major. But why is it, Charlie?
Like we said earlier, everybody is getting better, and so the gap between teams is becoming a lot smaller. And at the same time, the favorites that we expect to do well, to come in to win tournaments, they're constantly looked at. They have a target on their back. Their play style is constantly looked at and studied. And at the same time, the meta also constantly changes. The team that won the previous tournament or the previous major might not have a playstyle that fits the new patch.
And how often has there been a Valve tournament, for example, where the favorite goes into the tournament and they actually win it? It's pretty rare. I think that maybe the only one is TI3.
Maybe, yeah. That's only
they were a favorite going into it, and they did end up winning.
Yeah, only just as well. It wasn't like it was straightforward, was it? So
sort of. I mean, that best of 5 was very contested, but they lost barely any games.
No, I don't think they lost any games leading up to the best of 5.
Yeah,
that was the only games that they lost.
It was 21-2 they were at that particular event. Yeah, it is interesting, isn't it, how it's evolved. I mean, even if you go back to TI5 last year, EG weren't the favourites going into that. It was Team Secret after a great dominant run through the summer. We went into the Frankfurt major. Everyone's again talking about Team Secret. Other teams, no one had OG on the radar as the potential winners, especially when they had a poor group stage and then ran through the lower bracket, and then they win. Likewise, Secret, then when they went to Shanghai, no one was talking about them because they were in disarray before Shanghai, and then suddenly they come up big and they win the tournament. So it's very difficult to predict the winners right now. We all had Team Liquid pretty much that would win this particular tournament. I know a number of you in the analyst team had them. They've still got a chance, of course. They're still in the tournament. They've got a tough road through the lower bracket now. So favourites not always the best place to be, Charlie.
No, it's a lot of pressure put on you as well. When you go into a tournament as the favourites, you feel like you have to live up to people's expectations. You don't want to get flamed by Twitch chat. You don't want to get flamed by Reddit. So you're thinking about all these little things going into your match when, if you're an underdog or you're not the focus, you can just think about your game.
Okay, we're into the second draft. Well, I saw a little smile from Winter there as well when you mentioned.
Yeah, I was gonna say
you don't get flamed by Twitch.
you're not
Winter
gonna,
doesn't care.
No, you're not gonna get flamed by Charlie. That's the most important thing.
Oh, come on! What you do at the tournament doesn't matter. I'm gonna flame you anyways.
Fine, whatever, dude.
GKY.
Well, we are into the draft now.
So, Beastmaster, there you go.
Yeah. Called by Winter.
And they get the Slada.
Approved by MVP.
And no IO.
This is looking much, much better for MVP. Despite being on the Radiant side with the Slada, But this opening I like much better. And with the ban as well on the Beastmaster, if they're not going for it.
You've removed a lot of the heroes that gave MVP problems in the last game, but I think it still comes down to winning lanes.
And OG is very good at winning lanes with Phoenix. So
this was probably what they were worried about from the last game. The team fight, Phoenix, FV. But honestly, if you're MVP, because your playstyle is so fast, wouldn't you rather fight against an opponent that has a lineup that plays around cooldowns?
Yeah, absolutely.
Because they're weak when you're playing so fast.
Which is why I was also surprised by the DP ban last game. Just they've shown that they don't care about big team fight ultimates. Just constantly run at them.
Maybe this game, banning a DP would be much better since they have the Void Phoenix. Yeah, but from the previous game, definitely DP could have worked really well on their lineup.
they might just Venge here as well. Good against Faceless Void, synergizes with Slardar.
I talked about this in game one. Slardar, when they have Slardar, they will have Invoker. MP will play Invoker and they will run safely in Slardar and QO.
True, and if they let it through, it'll just get banned second round because it combos so well.
It might be also a deny pick because they have Void, they might go for Invoker. So.
Do you know NEWBEE is in the last 3 months has played 41 times on Witch Doctor. His next best hero at Spirit 18. That's how much they favour that Witch Doctor. After that is the Venge. So it's a fair bet it's going to be one of those two, and I guess that's probably why they've put the Invoker in first phase.
Yeah, I like the Witch Doctor or the Venge a lot here for NEWBEE. It's great counters against the Void. For the Witch Doctor, maybe you get a good cask that disrupts whoever's in the Chronosphere. With the Venge, you can swap out whoever gets focused by the Void.
Do you also think there's a point here with the Void in that because MVP banned it first game, does that not tell OG they're scared of it? Is there like an alternative mentality to this that they go, well, okay,
probably
they banned it against us, so they're probably scared of it. Well, let's pick it then. Let's throw it at them.
Definitely. It's a little bit of a tell. At this level, I think teams are banning out heroes that they just simply don't want to play against.
Yeah, but it's still surprising though because when you talk about MVP, they're fast. So being fast means you're good at playing against teams that rely on cooldown. So that's very weird that they are afraid of playing against a Void.
But maybe they're worried about the lockdown more than anything else.
It's punishing. Like if you don't have something like an IO on your team and somebody hits Chronosphere, they're going to die. And a fixture of MVP fights is they go in and out, in and out. And usually at low HP.
Beastmaster and Void, I don't know. I just think that Beastmaster just does way. I'm not saying Void is a bad hero, but Beastmaster is a better hero. Like Beastmaster just provides a lot more for the team.
What about going high ground? Faceless Void's way harder there. If MVP goes earlier game, then if they're trying to take a high ground Rax and they just get triple chrono when they're overdived, then they lose the game. They don't have the late game carries. That could be worse.
But they couldn't get there the last game because Beastmaster did too much in the early game. And MVP was supposed to win. But they want to win the early game.
But if they could have done more with the Axe, for example, if it wasn't a Morphling, I think they could have done it with that lineup. It just was difficult.
Yeah, they needed to help him more. I think maybe dual lanes.
There's no Lycan ban here either.
Well, yeah, but OG, I think when they have Void, it's least likely that they go for...
It has really bad synergy
Yeah,
with
the synergy is not so good. So I would say maybe that's what MVP are thinking.
Tinker, maybe?
This is what they did when they opened the draft with CM Void. I can't remember which game, but I was watching. It was the previous series.
It was against Navi.
It was against Navi. They opened CM Void, and
then they took an Elder Titan, and then they had
fourth pick.
It was Magnus.
Yeah, they had Miracle on the Magnus.
It's a good way to beat good mid players. If you land the Echo Stomp, you can get Skewer off, and you can screw it back towards Zero Tower, which more or less guarantees the kill.
Yeah, and then having an Elder Titan sit mid for you and just constantly throw spirits out, it's so annoying to play against.
But this game, I think it's very likely that it's going to be a Quasvex Invoker. It's much more difficult to do that against a Quasvex Invoker because you have much more movement speed. And it's basically harder to gank you because you have the Ghost Walk early as well, Tornado, whatever. So it might not work as well this game.
Why do you assume Quasvex just...
They always do Quasvex when they have the Slardar. They very rarely do Exort because they want to play very fast-paced Dota.
Okay. And yeah, it's a lot faster there.
Yeah. Exort is... I mean, it's good versus the Blink Crush, but for the game, like the bigger picture for the system, your system is slower. But when you have the Quasvex Invoker, you fight much earlier because you have the Tornado EMP, which is, great against the Void, especially. So I think that's what MVP wants to do, and what they recognize that Invoker can be played in this way after all the nerfs that he got for the Exort spells.
So they do go for the Venge.
Yeah. Again, great against the swap, saving heroes if QO or MP get caught out. you do have that ability to get them out of trouble.
It works against Chronosphere, works against Echo Stomp, works against a lot of good things here. And if he swaps himself into Chrono, he'll just reduce the damage of his opponents as well.
Yeah, it's a very stable support. I think what they saw in the last game, hey, we got really far behind in lanes. I think Venge in this case is, you know, if one of their cores gets behind, Venge can sort of a buffer system.
Yeah, I'm thinking whether if they want to go Darks here against the Slardar so you can disrupt his farm, and then you put Void safe lane, and then you have like this wombo combo with the Chrono. But it's primarily to slow down the Slardar's farm in the lane when you have the Iron Shell. And they would maybe do like Elder Titan, Darks here, like dual lanes. Okay, so the Void is most likely confirmed as off lane now.
Yep, so the Sven is for no tail.
Safe lane with the Phoenix.
Do you guys feel like this is too greedy? Especially with like Tide, like they'll just block Ancients. They're going to move around, they're going to put a lot of aggression on Sven before he gets major items. Like he can jungle, obviously.
If they don't do well in the lanes, it might be too greedy. Like both teams have heroes that utilize Ancients, so like you mentioned, Kevin, Ancients would be very, very key in this game, whether MVP catches OG when they're doing the Ancients or whether OG catches them when they do the Ancients, because both teams have very big team fight AoE ultimates.
And if Phoenix wins a fight as well, they can take Roche so easily. They have 3 minus armor spells.
But then the EMP would be great as well against the Sven. So all their heroes are actually very vulnerable to Tornado EMP.
Yeah, I really don't like the Sven pick here.
Well, last time they ran something like this, they did do the Miracle Magnus, and they had a Juggernaut for no tail.
Yeah,
same thing, same system.
Yeah.
Right.
So the Sven's for no tail.
Yeah.
So don't you guys think Jug would have worked better? It wasn't banned.
No, it wasn't.
They might have wanted the armor against Slardar, the War Cry. That's probably the biggest reason why they actually chose for that.
It's also an additional form of lockdown. Last time when they did this, they had a CM with the Juggernaut.
Yeah, with Phoenix Sven is better. Yeah, that's a very good point.
And MVP Phoenix this time, they do ban out the Magnus. They have been doing their homework. You know, this is their wombo combo. So it'll be really interesting to see what OG replaces the Magnus
and
with.
for MVP, what's their roaming hero? Ricky, Bounty, Tusk is also available. Maybe Tusk. Do you like Tusk here, Charlie? Maybe.
Not so much. It's like I would like Tusk better against like a Beastmaster or something, but it's harder to save people with into a Chrono.
It's pretty good against Elder Titan though.
Yeah, it is.
I like the Sigil versus the Sven as well.
That's true. I think it definitely has its uses. It's not bad by any means.
But it's also not great.
Yeah, I mean, you can also help initiate with Slardar, but yeah, it won't be a Tusk.
I like Line here. They have so many melee heroes. It's just any disables that they can get is going to allow them to easily kite over OG.
It's just a different system though. They won't have a roaming support here, so maybe the bench can be a roaming support, but wouldn't be as effective as the other heroes we talked about.
Well, this time the two supports can move together. It's not great.
It's not great, you know, like moving two together. So we'll see. Like, for OG,
they can definitely zone Void though. Like Void can't go to lane against 3 stun heroes.
The greed is real, man. But they have a lot of damage.
And TA here has a great matchup against the Invoker.
Especially if it's a Quaspex Invoker.
They have nothing to really burn through Refraction.
Yeah, they didn't have good Refraction options.
In a lot of ways, this is a great TA game.
They do have a lot of disables though. So I think I would actually go for MVP again once more, despite them not doing too well in the first game.
Okay, all right.
Are you looking at me? What about Charlie? I'm not ready.
Hey, I went first last time, man.
I don't know if I'm ever going to be ready for this one. I like the Phoenix draft better, I think. But OG's, I don't know. I'm not confident.
Charlie, final word?
I mean, no, I don't think any of us are going to be confident about this pick. I think these two teams are incredibly evenly matched. You know, I'll ride or die with my panel brothers.
Right.
I'll pick MVP Phoenix.
Nice. Charlie's on board with the boys. He's riding and dying with them as we enter Game 2. OG 1-0 up already. Let's rejoin Merlini and Capitalist.
Very dominant game number 1 for OG, but we'll see what happens, see whether or not their wombo combo lineup is going to actually work out for them. Game number 2 of OG versus MVP Phoenix starts now. You're heading on into it then? Your thoughts?
MVP Phoenix versus OG.
Okay, now you get your opportunity to have your thoughts, Ben.
So Winter talked about the Quas Wex Invoker. I think Invoker works way better for MVP than, Moon. Not in a great spot.
Quick jump away with time walk, he'll be okay.
Yeah, the Invoker is, you don't have to fight off like that much with Invoker because he's still scales very well and they're into the mid and late game. Like last game they had an Ember Spirit, he just doesn't farm that fast. He needs to get those first couple of kills. But Invoker, he's more than happy to just get a Midas and sit back, and it just felt like MVP was constantly under the mentality that they just had to fight on their side of the map because they did. They had a Bounty Hunter, they had Ember Spirit, they just had all of these heroes that need to fight face to face.
It was the 1-2 Bounty Hunter that I felt like really pushed the draft where MVP Phoenix were under such a time constraint and trying to force action. Now their lineup actually does scale a lot better mid to late game than they did last time around. But there is still that last pick of OG, the Templar Assassin. The panel was really favoring that one, particularly since we know that MVP Phoenix do prefer to go for the Quas Wex Invoker. This makes it all the stronger for Miracle.
Especially when MVP, they banned out the Earth Spirit, they don't have the Bounty Hunter, nor do they have the Riki. So there's not really any pressure coming Miracle's way, and he even was able to eat that ward.
Yeah, the early ward placed down by OG did scout a similar positioned ward from MVP Phoenix being placed, so Miracle gets a free 100 gold and some healthy regen off of that one. Meanwhile, you could see the top lane, they're actually going to go onto the Tidehunter and should be able to pop him here as a nice clap comes out. Great combination from OG punishing Forev on the Tide.
Man, that stomp did a lot of damage.
Yes, it did. Stormbolt setting it all up. That stomp actually does quite a bit when you're able to hit both the magical and physical damage dealing stomp.
MP suffering pretty greatly in terms of CS and in health in the mid lane. It's just not a good matchup for him at all. I wonder if he will try and get the Exort for the Forge Spirits to try and pierce through that refraction as well as have some sort of damage to win this last hit battle versus Miracle.
The silver lining for MVP Phoenix being, of course, that their bottom lane should be able to zone out Moon Meander's Faceless Void to at least okay for the first few levels. You just have to make sure that the lane doesn't actually push forward.
Their other two lanes are winning so much, so as long as Moon keeps the supports from moving around, which is very difficult with the line, maybe the Venge, then he should be happy.
They've actually doubled up on range creep, so even Moon Meander is going to be able to get a pretty decent laning phase unless MVP Phoenix can get the right kind of pulls in.
Oh, and Crit just killed the Observer Ward on the top lane. It's really devastating for Forev.
So absolutely no vision left now for MVP Phoenix, as they're not going to be able to see potentially some of these rotations of the Elder Titan and Phoenix. And this is a Crit specialty as well. He doesn't actually have his level 2, so it looks like he's going for the Courier pickoff, and he may have actually timed it perfectly. Walking Courier is making its way past the tier 2, but unfortunately, he's going to get the information a bit too late, so can't chase it down.
And I wonder when MVP is going to go for the smoke timing. They do have a smoke on Lion, can smoke up himself and Dudu, but with Moon playing pretty aggressively on the bottom lane, Moon was just got some hits by Roche, but with Moon constantly down there, he can kind of warn his teammates if supports are coming.
Rev going to be hit once again. Oh, unfortunately that crit just not close enough to be able to land the Echo Stomp for the extra damage needed, and this lane will be giving all the experience over to the Tide. So Forev finally able to pick something up past his level 2. Meanwhile, Moon Meander is going to be playing that off lane into the camp now. He did his job for the first few minutes, kept those supports down there, and is now going to try and pick up some levels for himself off the offlane camp, but Febby's going to interrupt that one, actually takes the CS away from Moon, and gets half the experience as well.
Surprised Tidehunter hasn't gone to stack the Ancients a little bit more. It's just much safer for him. Right now, it just feels like he's always going to die.
Yeah, once he gets hit by one Stormbolt, most likely he's going to get hit with the full Sunray as well. But it does seem like he's going to be able to, kind of like the same idea you had for Moon Meander, keep the supports there rather than ganking up that mid lane. The difference is OG, they don't need to gank up mid. Templar Assassin's doing absolutely fine.
MP is doing very well. 16 versus 18 as a Quas Wex.
He's going to be hit by the Stomp though. Miracle looking for the side blades to be able to finish off MP, but he quickly rotates to the right side, and Miracle not able to get that second hit in.
That would have been sick if he could hit that side blades. Nice moves by MP, holding his own in his lane.
Yeah, as you said, the CS actually
he's
doing
well
like
for himself. Very, very well. This is probably the best that you can hope for as an Invoker versus a TA.
he's going to have the completed phase boots here pretty quickly. A lot of the reason he's able to do so well in the CS is because he maximized his damage really early on. Straight null talisman into both of the damage components of phase boots before completing the actual boots themselves.
Yeah, that's a very smart play from MP. It's very tempting to get 1 point in Exhort, but it seems like they've already committed to the Quasflex Invoker before the pre-save and spawn.
And FNATIC, despite dying a couple of times, is able to pick up a decent amount of experience. He's level 4 compared to Moon Meander's level 3.5. So
and a wraparound coming from Dubu, maybe looking to get a kill onto Moon. They just popped the Observer Ward, looking to get that kill into tower push.
Yeah, whenever the creep wave pushes like this, you always want to see if you can catch the offlaner. Unfortunately, not going to be there in time. QO barely missing out on the Slithering Crush that they would have been able to combo pretty damn well. They're actually going to give some support now to Moon Meander to make sure he can move forward and collect this experience crit. He's going to sit behind Moon Meander. The MVP Phoenix get aggressive like that again. Going to go for the stomp. QO out of mana. And no to be able to challenge much.
He will get that armlet up pretty early.
This does mean FNATIC's going to be really happy without the Elder Titan. MP almost dropping there, but does manage to barely get off the Ghost Walk in time. Miracle obviously not having the vision. Is he going to be able to finish him off?
MP dropped the Tornado EMP onto Miracle, but instead of turning around and running, he just went onto MP, almost killed him.
And he's got plenty of regen still with the bottle, as well as a healing salve still in his pocket for the Templar Assassin. So he's able to play that pretty aggressive game. That is the one downside, right, of this phase boots first Invoker. It's the harassment potential of Miracle. That's the way he's really going to be able to keep up the pressure. But Quas does seem to be doing just enough to be able to keep MP in fighting shape. He's now going to back up, help Dubu clear through this small little medium stack.
I wonder what Sven's going to go for in terms of his item build. I don't know if getting the HOD is a huge priority for him because TA can just do ancient stacks and stack them herself, and Armlet is far more popular at this point, and Armlet...
Rev going to be stoned up once again, does manage to get off the Anchor Smash, doesn't matter though. That pure damage cutting right through the Kraken shell. And now they're going to be able to put a lot of damage on this tier 1 tower. Meanwhile, Miracle spots out the Courier, gets it for free. That's going to be wards down for an extra couple of minutes for MVP Phoenix. And that lack of vision may end up costing them, as the tier 1 tower, if it goes down in this top lane, this will free up a lot more space for the OG heroes to rotate around without MVP Phoenix having the knowledge.
Noto actually put 2 points in the Stormhammer, realizing that Tidehunter just constantly sitting into the lane. That little bit of extra magic burst helps a lot.
Yeah. Anything to threaten the Tide as much as they can. They can't let Ferev come forward and bully these two constantly. There goes the stun. Sun Ray once again. Ferev not quite level 6, doesn't have a stun to stop this one, but it looks like his full HP is going to be enough. Plus the fact that No Tail did not have God's Strength this time around.
I think Armlet might be better for Sven just to deal with the amp damage, having that plus armor.
It does take away a lot from what Sven is supposed to be, right? He's supposed to be this farming carry that is able to get really far ahead due to the nature of him quickly farming through stacks, and a lot of that does come through
Miracle sitting in mid, waiting for a double Mel Strike perhaps on MP.
This could be close. He does have the quick reaction tornado ready to go. He's going to pull up the slap, doesn't actually manage to get the Melt Strike, and immediately the tornado follows up. MP is going to be slowed down, but not enough for Miracle to get even close to getting that kill.
It was a nice try. I actually saw him do this a lot more when TA was more popular. He would always try and sit around on cliffs and go for the double Melt Strike. Back to your point about the Sven not being terribly farmed because of if he doesn't go for HOD. They do have the CA for massive damage output.
Chronosphere, they're going to try and catch out and kill QO with this one. The Sun Ray, everything else seems like it should be enough. He starts sprinting himself away. It looks like the wand may be just enough. No, it's not going to be, as Icarus Dive comes through. And Fly is able to pick up the last hit there. Good setup there from OG, making use of the Chronosphere as soon as possible and punishing what we've seen from MVP Phoenix, really liking to be able to farm up and get that armlet onto the Slardar, which he does have now. And this actually may be a little bit of gratuitous timing here for MVP Phoenix because he has that. We've seen the way the last time MVP Phoenix ran the Slardar, they would really rotate the Slardar before they had the Blink Dagger, and this may happen again.
as QO comes back to life.
Let's see, Invoker. Looks like Urn is almost complete on him.
Yeah, they're actually, they put the Slardar up at the top lane, and they're going to 4-man smoke from mid up to top to join that Slardar. But OG seem to have this read.
They just need to survive. I think they have a lot of damage output as long as they survive in the team fights. Yeah. They have natural order to aid them, the minus armor from the TA.
Yeah,
if
look
they
at
want
that.
to focus on targets.
The scan.
Wow,
Gonna scout
perfect
this out
scan.
rotation perfectly. OG just seemed to, I mean, there is a lot to say about the way that MVP Phoenix switch up the aggressiveness of their style and make rotations that many other teams wouldn't. But it seems like OG do have the playbook on MVP so far.
And now they're going to do the big stack with Miracle and try and get the T1 in the meantime. And MVP, they're probably a little bit worried that OG might go for Roche at this point. From their point of view, they do have the minus armor on the TA. They probably don't know that she doesn't have a Blightstone right now, but it is very possible with their lineup.
Meanwhile, they're going to trade tier 1 for tier 1 with the Sven clipping away at that bottom lane. This does leave some free time for MP to be able to farm and push out the mid lane, but all in all, OG dodging the smoke is to their advantage.
In the quiet win on the side of MVP, it looks like Febby. Febby has 1850 gold. This might be a great Blink Dagger timing for him if he can leave this next fight unscathed.
Yeah, that may be something that actually catches OG by surprise.
Yeah, it'll come out possibly before the Slardars.
So OG are actually trying to set up some aggressive vision. Now, Tornado, EMP goes out, misses out on the Elder Titan though.
The Ancient stack with just so much gold. Fly almost level 6. Elder Titan with his 1 point of Earth Splitter, they are ready for the team fight.
All they have to do is hold the right side, and they've got control of both their Ancients as well as Roshan. This is why you see OG taking so much control of the Radiant jungle and setting up for a potential kill here on Forev. They need the right kind of Chronosphere to be able to set this up, and they've got it perfectly. No Tail will be able to beat into the Tidehunter underneath the Chronosphere like that, but it's not quite enough. And now Forev, he's gotten off the Anchor Smash, and they might just be able to pop Moon, who's completely out of mana. Forev burning on the side. Moon battling up against MP with the amplified damage on him. Just a little bit more damage. Somebody right-click him, but no! He's making the escape away in MVP Phoenix. They've already lost 1, about to lose 2 if MP can't get away from Miracle. Febby hoping to be able to get some mana. The Stormbolt comes out. Miracle's got the time, plus the Sunray to be able to take out MP. OG diving in deep against MVP Phoenix, but will score 2 more kills, and perhaps make it a third. Febby, he thought he was going to be all over, but not over until Miracle picks up the triple. Maybe underneath the tier 2, has to back himself away. The Supernova covers his tracks though, and OG will be able to escape unscathed as they continue their streak of no deaths.
Nice play by the Vengeful Spirit, just barely outside the Chronosphere, and again, nice combo with the Tornado EMP, but I don't know if it's going to be enough.
MVP Phoenix knows there's a lot on cooldown here for OG, and they can try and fight this one, but OG comes storming in through the back line, and now the stomp, it hits on 2, and MVP are going to be left to die here as QO. Oh, and managed to get off the armlet toggle just in time. Crit managed to dodge the Tornado, though. Somehow OG keeping all their heroes alive. QO gets popped, and Febby underneath the tier 1 tower. Doesn't matter. OG will take it all.
These stomps are just destroying the team fight from MVP. It kind of halted the momentum that the Ravage was supposed to bring to them and turn around that fight.
How many times have we seen a hero from OG be able to escape from the team fight of just a sliver of HP? And that all just comes down to the laning phase. If it goes slightly better for MVP Phoenix, they at least get some trade-offs. But OG being far enough ahead, they're able to keep heroes like Moon alive, despite having no health and very little mana.
Yeah, the Sven and the Faceless Void are just meat shields for Miracle. And with that, very confident heading into the Roche Pit. Don't even need any minus armor from the TA to do this one.
Yeah, absolutely. And quick Aegis now for Miracle, I'm guessing, is he could just go all out aggression from here, pick up a faster Desolator if he wants to, alongside the Blink Dagger. Nope, they're actually going to give it to the Sven instead.
And I guess I jinxed Febby. He's still sitting at 1,800 gold.
You really did. Unfortunately, it just wasn't there for that last fight. Could have made a big difference. They're going to start clearing through some Ancient stacks. Febby's going to try and take some of these last hits, it looks like, for the Blink Dagger.
And I think most of the time I personally prefer the Blink over the Mech. a lot of times on a tight, unless you have really good tower siege. But with their lineup, they can't siege towers at all. They need to get the jump on OG. They need to be able to blow up a couple of key heroes, Elder Titan, Phoenix, Faces Void in particular, before they get off their ultimates. And if he just has a headdress, it's not going to be possible for them.
Right.
Unless they have Blinks on Slaughter in line, which are not quite out yet.
And QO hasn't actually had quite the game that he was hoping to in that safe lane ever since he came in for the Chronosphere. He's been down ever since with just that armlet. OG, meanwhile, they've got some vision inside of their own jungle that they have to be afraid about if No-Tail farms up too far forward. MVP Phoenix may be able to find the gank, but they are actually playing so defensively around him right now.
They're too close to their Blink Daggers. They don't want to take a fight right now, or anything that could be even potentially bad.
Understandable for MVP Phoenix. OG, it just seems like the game plan for them. Every single time MVP Phoenix are off map, if we don't see them, we stay grouped up, we wait for them to initiate, and we'll counter it. That being said, as you pointed out, MVP Phoenix want to be able to wait for their Blink Daggers, and they'll get them by doing some neutrals.
So now they're eyeing the TA. They know that Sven has the Aegis. He has a Blink Dagger, so he's going to be able to dish out a fair amount of damage, but TA is their primary target.
One of these squishier glass cannons in the game. MVP Phoenix just need the right kind of initiation, but OG are always putting these meat shields, as you pointed out, on the front lines. No-Tail and Crit. And even our offlaner Moonmeander is actually making for a decent hero to soak up damage. Beating away at the tier 1 towers. Seems like they've got this one well in hand with MVP Phoenix still staying around that mid lane. A lot of vision there from OG. Is actually scouting out these rotations thanks to the ward just in front of that tier 2.
Heavy just needs 50 more gold or 75 more gold until he can get that Blink Dagger. Does not want to take any chances. He can get probably one shot by Miracle now that he has DD in his bottle.
Yeah. OG, even more vision being set up near the secret shop area as they're going to go for 2. And MVP Phoenix, again, still not trying to fight. They complete the Midas. They've got one of the Blink Daggers in hand on the Slaughter. Mech is going to be pretty greatly delayed. They do have Lion just now picked up his Blink Dagger. I see nothing left, really, to stop MVP Phoenix from looking for this fight. They've been off map for so long. OG still maintaining a very disciplined front here, as Miracle's gonna be the one to scout this out. The smoke does pop, he immediately blinks himself away, and OG start responding in time, but QO still managed to find the jump on a Moon. Is it going to be enough though? They try and blow him up, the Sunray over the top is keeping Moon alive, and now the Lion instantly dies to Miracle, and he's gonna look for one with the double damage. QO doesn't stand a chance. The rest of MVP Phoenix being cleared out by No-Tail as he makes sure there's no push forward by them for Rev. If he wants to be able to survive through this, may even have to blow the Ravage, but he knows it's not going to be worth it.
Wow, Miracle with the big blazer, just sitting there, melted, popping the smoke, and then backing off. And Moon kind of got caught unawares because they didn't know that they had the Observer and Sentry on the high ground to scout him out, but Miracle just did too much damage in that fight. Desert now complete.
Yeah, Fly with the preemptive Sunray as well, keeping Moonmeander alive.
And Crit's positioning has been really good. He's always just sitting really far back in the trees, hard to find an MP.
Free kill there, Chronosphere with a Sunray. The Invoker burns.
I didn't think this game would be more lopsided than game number 1.
No, that's pretty crazy. 0 and 14, 18 minutes in, 12,000 gold lead, 14,000 in golds, 12,000 experience.
And a desperation smoke from MVP right at their T3 tower.
QO fighting interference here, does manage to get an amp damage up for some information. They're going to move left instead, try and catch Miracle, but he managed to make the blink away first. They just don't have the instant initiation they need to be able to catch a highly technical player like Miracle with the blink dagger.
And the timing is also a little obvious. It's right when the Aegis is about to respawn, which is a very common smoke timing.
So in that case, OG sitting behind their tier 1 tower, waiting for MVP Phoenix to make the first move, because OG will always clear out neutrals a bit more efficiently thanks to the natural clear through of both Sven and Templar Assassin. Crit even can push out some lanes with relative safety. Now that he's got a Yule Scepter, he is going to be hit by the crush, but
He's tanky enough and still has that utility item in his back pocket if things get nasty.
And the gold lead is a nasty 16,000.
It just keeps on plummeting down and down. All right, smoke number 2, MVP Phoenix.
TA
wrapping up.
sitting in meld. They do have a dust.
Is Miracle gonna scout this out again? The smoke's gonna pop. Miracle, blink away. Twice in a row, Miracle spoils MVP Phoenix's attempt at a smoke initiation.
And Radiant just used a scan near the Dire secret shop, so they know that there's a couple of heroes in that area.
Honestly, OG, they're just making it look like it's too easy to read MVP's movements.
Yeah.
VKB now up for the Sven. At this point, we're not even looking at OG dodging fights necessarily, as they have such a gigantic net worth advantage that they can fight into MVP Phoenix.
It just seems like they know exactly what MVP's move is going to be next.
Yeah, exactly. Now it's their turn to be on the offensive. MVP Phoenix trying to do some ancients of their own. OG have plenty of initiation though, thanks to moves. They're going to be able to make the jump, manage to get the Stormbolt. Baby's going to be first. Now they've got the Chronosphere on it too, with the Sunray over the top. Miracle with the double. And MVP Phoenix still struggling to find a single kill in this game as we push past 20 minutes. And OG wanted to make this a flawless victory as they try and end it a little bit earlier as they push down tier 2 in mid.
And just excellent vision provided by the TA traps and the Observer Ward placed by the supports. MVP have nowhere to hide. They use all their smokes trying to move offensively onto OG's side of the map, and now they don't have any smokes. OG can pick and choose MVP's heroes as they will.
Moonmeander not going to give up this tier 2 as a free trade-off. He'll TP himself up there solo to stop the Invoker's push, and this is what's really dangerous. The fact that Moonmeander feels safe enough to be able to challenge Invoker solo like that and stop his push means that OG will just claim more and more map control as they rotate the rest of their heroes down to the bottom lane. Start surrounding the Roshan pit. It's not quite yet time, but it will be the next big objective for OG, it seems.
And MVP have one aggressive ward close to Dire's T2 tower, but aside from that, they don't have any eyes on OG. They probably know that they're just farming the heck out of their Ancients, but they can't do anything about it.
Yeah. Getting a smoke into that area is particularly rough when you have the 2 tier 1s on Dire's side still up. Right? There's no entrance or wrap around behind that ancient area that you can get to with the tier 1 and bottom lane still up, so MVP Phoenix are just kind of struggling to find any ground to hold on to, as they're even losing their own ancients, No-Tail clearing through that.
And the longer the delay, the more BKBs are going to be up on OG, one already up on No-Tail. Almost a second one completed on the TA, just needs 250 gold for that. And all their heroes are pretty useless against BKB aside from Slardar, but he can't do it on his own.
Certainly not. Not with this kind of farm, only 7k net worth on him. Nowhere close to the 13k that both Templar Assassin and Sven are holding on to. Gonna try and chip away at this tier 1 for now, but you never know when OG's initiation is gonna come through. MVP Phoenix posturing like they should be able to counter initiate, but I just don't have the faith.
Maybe they can catch Moon as he blinks in with a quick Hex.
Yeah, Febby counter blinks in, tries to get the Hex off before the Chronosphere animation completes.
The only problem is that with that is that Crit can come in with an immediate Astral Spirit in the Stomp. Yeah. Without any BKBs, they can't prevent that from happening.
And MVP Phoenix not able to play the follow-up there with no Blink Dagger on the Tidehunter as he does go for the Mac.
Yeah, I think at this point he probably should have just committed to the Blink Dagger.
MVP Phoenix, knowing that their jungle is pretty much open to OG at any point in time, are going to invade into the Dire jungle themselves. Maybe try and get some aggressive vision up for now.
And they think they're moving into OG's blind area, but there is a trap right next to Febby.
Meanwhile, Roshan time for OG. As they've got plenty of physical damage and minus armor to do it quick. And this doesn't even allow MVP Phoenix, it seems, to be able to Well, no, they will be able to get that tier 2 in top lane. OG don't really care about it though. They'll get a tier 2 of their own at bottom as they start setting up for what is probably going to be a high ground push. There's not much that they really need in these team fights past the BKBs to be able to win against MVP Phoenix. As long as they don't get caught out by the Ravage or the initiation of Febby, they're good to go.
And as backup, they have the hand of Midas on the Phoenix in case someone tries to get heavily focused down later. Maybe he can pick up a Scepter, but that's talking about Waylay. I don't know if MVP can even survive until then.
Yeah, you're talking about 35 minutes plus when I'm not even sure if MVP Phoenix are going to be able to stop this one push uphill from OG.
God Strength come forward instantly, hexed up, nice play by Febby. Tornado EMP, BKB is going to be used by No-Tail. Now they turn towards Forev, trying to force out that Ravage. Well, the BKBs are still up, he doesn't even use it. Instead, he holds on to it as he's going to buy back and try and go round 2. OG can just try and back away if they want to, but they're going to stay and fight with No-Tail holding the line there. Managed to get a Stormbolt and a 3-man Chronosphere from Moon. Their Ravage is going to be able to zone back some of the heroes, but they still have to follow from Crit. Long-range counter initiation. He's managed to hit the ultimate just on time. Mass buybacks now for an MVP Phoenix as they have yet to pick up a single kill. They just don't look to it all. Crit, he might even die, but the Gold Scepter goes down. QO can't even get him as OG swarm into him. Crit hiding in the trees. MP wants it bad. He's going to look for it with the EMP. Still not enough, and the GG goes down. A flawless game from OG as they move on in game 2. What a powerful performance.
It's been a long time since I've witnessed a shutout in high-level pro Dota.
Unbelievable. MVP Phoenix were moving into this series looking so good, having beat Liquid 2-0 like that, but now it's OG's turn to get the 2-0s. They walk out onto the stage feeling very good about themselves. They put on one hell of a show. I think every other team's going to look at that and go, what the hell?
And probably a lot of props goes to OG's coach, Matt. I'm sure had a big hand into this.
I mean, the strategy that that OG seemed to have developed specifically for MVP Phoenix, very defensive, especially in game 1, seems to leave MVP's aggression completely stalled out.
And that's a lot of zeros on a scoreboard.
Well, MVP Phoenix, a rough loss for them, but maybe they'll be able to come back in the lower bracket. We'll have to see what their chances are, and how far will OG go in the upper bracket? That's something our analysts will have to decide for themselves.
Thank you very much, Capitalist. Welcome to the Church of Dota. Repeat after me. Brutal, savage, wrecked. Yes, it was a complete shutout for OG. Fantastic performance for them as they move on to the upper bracket final and guarantee themselves a top 3 finish and $300,000 to boot. Let's catch up with the panel now and see what they make of a fantastic performance from OG. Charlie, dominant.
Absolutely. I'm getting like ESL Frankfurt 2014 flashbacks. EG gets shut out by IG. That was, I think that was the last time we've seen a shutout like that.
Nox is on it right now. He's busy delving into the stats to find us the last time we saw a shutout in a pro game. But I mean, what do you say about OG's performance? It was flawless.
Yeah, masterful. I talked to the guys before the match, and they seemed very confident. They're like, we have a plan going in. They weren't worried at all. I think they really took the time to sit down and figure out, this is how MVP is going to play against us. This is how we stop them.
Yeah, I think the key was, what it looked like was that MVP came into the room and they said, this is exactly how we play, and this is exactly how you can beat us. Because in both games, game 1 was just like game 2. The only difference was how hard they lost by. Like, they grabbed Miracle, a hero that gave him an ultimate or an option to stop smoke ganks and to waste the movement of MVP. It happened in Morphling. He was making replicate illusions that kept tanking ganks. That game, he got TA and he kept hiding places with Meld. It's like they always knew when MVP was going to move, and rather than just avoid it, they just broke the smoke with a hero and made them look terrible.
Yeah. As you can probably see, the graphs are they're a bit broken right now. And OG get a rapturous set of applause as they leave the stage after their victory. A 2-0 thumping of MVP. It's hard to discuss this without trying to put this into context of just how good MVP were against Team Liquid. just 2 days ago.
For OG,
where is that team?
2 games, 2 different systems. They just played so well, and I mean MVP's system, like what Charlie mentioned, they knew what was coming. They understood the movements and tanked against like Perch.
Could you not argue though, Winter, that Team Liquid knew what was coming as well?
They should have.
They should have known, but I think the system, like what they did, maybe wasn't exactly as good as what OG did this game.
I think OG owes a lot of credit to Liquid in that match for tanking the gank, so to speak. Like how MVP showed amazing stuff versus their series versus Liquid, but they also showed exactly what they were going to do. They showed what they were going to do at the highest level, and it's a great replay to study, and OG did exactly that.
And I feel like MVP's heroes are pretty static. They don't diversify it too much. Lots of Slardar carry. They do Invoker. They'll swap it out a little bit, but their supports are straightforward. You're talking about the heroes NEWBEE played. It's like 3 heroes.
Yep.
They fit their strategy to a specific thing. They do their playstyle in a specific way, and OG completely dismantled that with 2 semi-different drafts with lots of different heroes, and they made MVP look like a bottom 4 team here in this series.
I mean, can we just talk about No-Tail? This guy, like he has so much fun both the games. He was so efficient. Like before, like 2-3 months before this, people were like, oh, he's the weak link. But this series, he was almost on par with Miracle all the time with his net worth. He was participating a lot, farming well, like doing everything again for his team.
I would say he even played better than Miracle this series. If you notice, it was him and Fly that got the 2 kills on Forev in the offlane that really set Forev back in the lane. And MP actually did a pretty good job keeping up with Miracle in the mid lane, despite getting camped by the Earth Spirit.
Yeah, they did such a good job with that too. To kill the Tidehunter. Normally what happens is Elder 10 gets boots, he goes mid, he tries to zone the mid hero. Instead he shows up top randomly with Echo Stomp, a really good level 1 damage ability, and they're able to kill Tide right off the bat, and then they kept doing it. And after those first 2 deaths, Tide is effectively zoned. He would have been okay versus Sven, but after dying twice like that, boots advantage with Sunray and the occasional Elder Titan showing up, like Frev got nothing.
Yeah, that's the reason why I mentioned like Tusk or other heroes that can move early. Because they needed a support to help in the laning phase. The last game they did with the bounty, but he didn't do much. This game they didn't even have any supports that are going to roam around to help the lanes. So everyone was just left alone. Elder Titan running top, ganking, running mid, pressuring. Like I even wanted to comment actually, Invoker doing very well this game, despite having a terrible matchup. He was supposed to be even far behind in terms of CS against TA, but he did a very good job to keep up.
Yeah, indeed. There are some records that have been broken in this game. One of them is the MVP, because we can't really give it to one, so I'm just going to do this. This is the MVP for the game. There you go.
Yeah, they deserve that one. The only thing is I'd
what else can we do?
I throw a little picture of Effing Mad on there somewhere, because I guarantee
I think we should add Mad, aka Sebastian, who we've had on our panel many times in the past. He's a good friend of mine. He's the coach of OG, and you have to give him credit for the drafts. I mean, they were just flawless.
Yeah, for the longest time, OG has actually wanted him as a coach. He coached Alliance for a while. It didn't work out with him, and OG was just waiting for the opportunity for Mad to get free.
Yeah.
And I think you can really see, especially this game. This was such a strategic victory.
Yeah.
You got to give credit to the coach.
Yeah, absolutely. Some other information came from Nox. These are pretty good. The last shutout at a Valve tournament was at TI5, where Cloud9 shut out IG 16-0. Before that, you have to go back to TI4, where Mouse beat Liquid. And Na'Vi then beat Liquid. Both of those were shutouts. IG beat Orange at TI3 9-0, and IG also beat Na'Vi at TI2 with a shutout. That's the only shutouts. This is the 6th time it's ever happened, and it's the largest margin of victory when there's been a shutout. Just more and more records being broken by Miracle and the boys.
Yeah, and it's insane to do it at a time when the skill gap is just getting closer.
Yeah, which is even more shocking. We do have an interview ready. So Action Slacks is with No-Tail on the main stage.
Ladies and gentlemen, OG with the biggest shutout in history at the Valve event, 0-24, man. How did that happen, man?
It's hard work and dedication. You just take every opponent seriously, and if you do it right, you do it right.
Oh man, incredible stuff there. Any Illuminati stuff about that? I mean, that's kind of weird. You guys are green. You get that kind of stuff. What's going on with that?
I mean, 0-2-4, I don't know. I'd like to confirm, 3 half lives gives 1.5. Vape next, meme creator 666.
Oh my God. All right, well, there you go. There you have it. Okay, well, let's talk about that last game. Now, Crit was on Elder Titan. You pretty much brought Elder Titan to meta, one of the best players it's ever seen, 81% win rate. So did you teach him everything he knows, or what?
I taught him nothing. He knows more than me, I think. I do love playing with that hero. Every time that hero's on my team, I know what the hero does. It's a great hero to have on your team. I feel really good playing with him.
All right, good to hear, man. Cool. So have you decided on an official name for OG yet, or are you still thinking about it? Every tournament I ask you, you give me a different answer.
I mean, you can dream green, dream blue, but you can just dream about what OG is.
Oh, okay. There we go. Very mysterious. All right, man. So let's talk about what is coming up. You have 2-0'd every single team in this major except for Team Empire, but you have only lost to one. It's NEWBEE, and they're next. Have you guys planned for this? Do you know that it's coming?
I mean, I just want to eat them up. I want to 2-0 them worse than this.
All right, well, we'll see if you can get that 2-0 against them, but we'll have to see how they fare against FNATIC first, man. Now, any words, finally, for these fans? I mean, they've been going crazy for you. They've been screaming all the time. I feel like you got a big following over here. What do you want to say to the guys in this stadium?
Thanks for the amazing atmosphere. Thank you so much, everyone, for coming and watching us. Big shout out to my team, our girlfriends who came all the way over here, and for all you guys. I mean, you make it happen, and you, of course.
All right, thanks a lot, man. Well, one more time, we got No Tail here. Thank you so much, and we'll see Red Eye, back on the pen.
Thank you very much. Always a character. Great to see No Tail in good form after all his hard work with the team. More records broken as well. Knoxville informs me that it's been 6 days since Miracle died in a professional Dota 2 championship game. Unbelievable. 6 days worth. What more is there to say after that, Charlie? Okay,
can I take this one? I got a point that I really want to make.
Go ahead.
Like watching their previous games, you're like, these guys are really talented. But after finishing that set, it just impresses me how much skill they have combined with their teamwork. Because that set really makes me respect their teamwork. Those two components together is really what you need to win a tournament. Like MVP Phoenix, they 2-0'd Liquid just because they had insane skill and they had their playstyle. But to completely outsmart them immediately afterwards is really amazing.
Anything else to add?
No. How can you add anything else to that?
I mean, that's close to perfection in terms of high-level Dota winter, isn't it?
Yeah, not only in terms of execution, but it was just a strategy and understanding. Like, it was just so much of preparation done from the team. You could see, like, by the way they draft, they were ready and they were understanding what the opponents were going to do. So just props to them.
Yeah, we should also point out that they're not necessarily playing NEWBEE yet. They've got one more match to play in the semi-final, and they play FNATIC next. That's our next game up. Before we get to that, though, we do have some more social media questions, I believe. So we're gonna take those questions right now. If the current MVP were in the last TI, would they have won? Now, I think if we'd have had this question before this series, the answer might have been slightly different. Yeah, would we have said yes?
I don't even know if we would have said yes. This is just a terrible question to ask me.
Top 3 maybe? Like reasonable, come on, reasonable.
Reasonable top 6.
All right, let me frame the question slightly differently. If after we'd finished the Team Liquid game, we'd had that question, would they have won last year's TI? Would you have said yes? Take EG out of it for a second.
I'll just say this. I think this tournament especially, maybe even last year, it shows us that nothing is for sure. I mean, we're all our predictions out the window. We're awful at this. Who knows? I think it's definitely a possibility. I can't rule it out. If they had played the way they played after the Liquid set at TI, I'd be hard pressed to find a team that could have beaten them.
All right, we've got one more question as well. I think this one's from Reddit, so let's take a look at this one, can we? Why is OG's playstyle a direct counter to teams like MVP Phoenix or Na'Vi? And that's a great question. Winter, you've kind of answered that already. Is it the 2 hard supports?
I mean, yes, the 2 hard supports enable the cores to do what they want to do, but the overall system is what makes them work. And OG has a few systems, so it's just very difficult to play against them.
Yeah, I don't even want to say it's necessarily a playstyle. It's something that No Tail mentioned in that interview. It's hard work, it's preparation, it's the fact that they adapt their playstyle and they've adapted their strategy to the other team. And I think that's what's important here.
And it's not just about adapting, it's about adapting and being able to execute it at the same level that you play all of your other strats. Most teams stick to what they know well, and they try to stay in that general range, similar to what MVP Phoenix does. And that's why they have success, is because they have these huge peaks where they can beat the best team at the tournament 2-0, or, I mean, it could have been OG maybe, or like you said, if they hadn't tanked the gank maybe, if they had a weaker performance going to the OG match, Phoenix could have won there. But for OG just to dismantle it that hard is just, it was really amazing. That's what lets them beat teams like that.
All right, thanks to all three of you. We'll hear more, of course, from our panelists. We've got one more series to come today. Are you bleeding orange or blue? It's FNATIC versus NEWBEE next.
Next matchup, NEWBEE versus FNATIC.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Manila Major, day 3 of the main event. Exactly the halfway point is almost upon us. That's right, we've got 3 more days of action to come after today. Toby 1. Stop dancing. Always bringing the memes, even Toby 1 bringing the memes. We are into our final game of the day. It's our final series. In the upper bracket, of course, the semi-final, number 2, is just ahead of us. We've got a brand new panel, of course, so let's introduce you to our new men on the panel. They are Nahaz. How you doing?
Doing well.
Good. Winter's back again. I'll have to put up with it. Welcome back, Winter. And Fogged is also with us. How you doing?
Hello.
You good?
Yeah, I'm glad to be next to Winter.
Are you?
I'm not feeling the love down here.
No. You're too far away now.
Yeah, you all stuck out in the end. Incredible game, Nahaz, I have to say, from OG. Just flawless.
Yeah. 43 kills, 0 deaths, 32 assists, 9K MMR, Miracle in Manila. Unbelievable performance. One of the best we've seen at a Valve event.
Yeah, and hasn't died in 6 days. 6 days. Templar Assassin, Morphling, Invoker, and a Magnus. Not even signature heroes necessarily, just, 9K MMR things. Unbelievable. What are you thinking right now, Winter? Are you thinking, why can't I have 9K?
Why can't I have his team?
That's a good point as well. We're going to move on. We're going to move into our second and final semi-final of the day. Try and find our upper bracket finalists that will face off against OG. It's NEWBEE versus FNATIC. Fogged, in theory, on paper, this should be a good matchup. NEWBEE have been, I think, probably everyone's new favourite team after Liquid dropped down in terms of the favourite to win the tournament.
Yep.
But FNATIC have shown that they've got some really good players, they've got great strategies, and they've got a lot of resilience.
They've also got the crowd. But NEWBEE is, I think, of course, we're saying a bit of the favorite, but I do think FNATIC can absolutely win this game. And by no question, by the way that they're performing, by the way DJ played yesterday, by the way all of them were playing, they can definitely easily take this series from NEWBEE.
Yeah, let's pick up on DJ just very quickly, Alan. That yesterday's Chronos.
I looked at some of the stats after that game, and so DJ hit 33 heroes with 10 black holes cast in that game. Went through the numbers. There's never been a professional game that I could find anyway with more than 6 black holes cast to average more than 3 heroes per cast of the spell. It was an unbelievable performance on the biggest stage, and we've got Toby 1 on the mic for those black holes tonight.
Yes, we have, as long as he stops dancing. Otherwise, he's going to be
I
ejected.
wouldn't count on that.
From the stadium, removed if he carries on dancing. Have you seen his dancing?
I unfortunately have.
It's like 2K MMR.
It was pretty good. It was pretty good in the background. As long as it was faded. It was faded, so it looked better.
Come on, give him some credit, Paul.
Okay, all right. Have you got some moves, Winter? You got some moves on the dance floor? Are we going to see those at the end of the week?
My moves are like my werewolf moves.
Oh,
you don't want to see it.
So awful.
Oh my goodness. For those of you who don't know, that basically means Winter can't dance. Right, enough of the fun stuff. We are getting to the serious end of the day, which means let's introduce you to our final 2 upper bracket semi-final teams.
The ultimate mid-game brawlers, ruthless to the core. They are one of the biggest winners of the Chinese reshuffle. Their undefeated path of destruction in the qualifiers led them here. With a phenomenal record and 2 TI winners, Hao and Xuan, they will masterfully capitalize on any single mistake with jaw-dropping precision.
Welcome on stage, NEWBEE!
Pride of Southeast Asian Dota. Brothers in Arms Ohio and Nushi are veterans of the pro circuit who have stood the test of time. Sacrifices were made to reach this point, But by placing their faith in the ability of newcomers Mid1 and 343, the duo may have masterminded their strongest roster to date.
Welcome on stage, FNATIC.
Few wry smiles on the faces of the two teams as they walked across the centre of the stage to shake each other's hands. They'll be getting ready, and so are we on the panel. We'll start with Alan, and we'll start off with FNATIC. They have been in good form. We've seen what they can do. Can they deliver when it really matters, though?
They've been in great form, and they've taken the challenges as they've come, and they've overcome them. They've picked 35 different heroes in 10 games in this tournament. Really, the only common thread in their drafts is that first phase disruptor that they've been 3-4-3, very, very comfortable on that hero. But they've played extraordinarily well as a team. They've pulled out some hero picks in the Medusa and the Terrorblade, and really surprised some people here at the Major.
Yeah, Winter, what's impressed you most about them?
I mean, they've been swapping out their roles a few times, like even during the group stages. DJ and 343 have been rotating their roles, but I think I'm most impressed, and I think they're most improved in terms of drafting-wise when they added 343 into the roster. I think that was the problem that plagued them a lot in previous tournaments they're drafting. And
you think it was too limited?
It wasn't
or
too
just
limited.
Style?
It was just the style and perhaps sometimes too cocky.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Too pushy, maybe. Yeah. Same for you, folks. Same question, really. What's impressed you most about them?
Yeah, I agree with Winter as well. Like the way that they've adapted, and just over the past couple days, especially, we see them changing it up. Alan brought it up as well. 35 different heroes. They're not afraid to try stuff out. They look, they identify the draft, and they go, you know, what's strong here? It's not what's the most popular. It's what do we feel is the best strength versus that lineup that we're playing versus.
Yeah. And I think you have to I think you have to give Kenshi a lot of credit, who was their coach here, was their coach in Shanghai. He's done a great job. I thought 2 weeks before the Shanghai Major that this FNATIC team, their drafts were really all over the place. They were wasting bans. They used Kenshi and Extinct as their analyst at Shanghai. They have a different analyst here, but Kenshi's still coaching the team, and their drafts have been completely on point. Their early game rotations have been efficient. This is a different Dota 2 team than we saw just 3 months ago.
Yeah, absolutely right. One of the cool comparisons in this particular matchup is Chuan versus DJ. I know the locals have got quite a lot of passion and support for their local man, and there is a former TI winner in here as well. It says everything that his statistics match up very, very well against Chuan. But it's not really about statistics. We know that. But he still matches up well.
No, it's about, these are two players that can impact the game with very, very few resources. And what NEWBEE, I'm sure we'll talk about this during the draft, but what NEWBEE are able to do with Chuan and KP, or Kaka and KP controlling the entire right side of the map as Dire with their early rotations, utterly remarkable.
Yeah, I really like that they actually, you could tell they give DJ a bit more of a farm priority, you could say, on FNATIC in comparison to Chuan. But Chuan is one of those players where he needs very little to make things happen. He's where he needs to be all the time, and it's always super impressive to watch him play.
Yeah, because it's a bit different. In NEWBEE, Kaka and Chuan, they split up the farm a bit more evenly. But for FNATIC, 343 buys all the wards, and he's like the pure position 5 or even 6 in some games. So DJ gets a lot of farm.
All right, let's talk about NEWBEE now. They are a legendary team. They're TI winners before. They're one of the 3 teams left in the competition that are chasing a second Valve tournament. It's never happened, incredibly, because it's been such a competitive scene over the last 5 or 6 years that we've not seen 2 teams, even with 3 majors, since the last international. We still haven't seen 2 teams win 2 Valve events. NEWBEE have that opportunity now, and a very big opportunity to do so. So do OG, and so do Na'Vi. Focusing on NEWBEE, they've got such a fantastic lineup, but the new guys on the team really have shone as well.
Well, first of all, I think you have to start talking about the fact that statistically, they've been the best team at the tournament, and it's not even close. They have a team KAD of 8. They are in on 8 kills as a team for every time they die. 4 out of their 5 players are among the 6 fewest deaths average at the tournament. And the next highest team in that KAD category, just under 4.5.
Yeah.
What NEWBEE has done at this tournament is utterly remarkable.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm also I'm very impressed with how KP's been playing. A lot of people were looking at him at Shanghai and everything, and a couple tournaments, and they're like, he looks a little bit shaky, he looks a bit nervous. But now you can see he's starting to grow into that shell, and NEWBEE plays really well around it.
Yeah, experience. Just the experience he's had over the last 6 months since the last major?
It definitely helps. He has been around for quite a while. He's been playing on several different teams, but now it seems like this NEWBEE squad really brings it out in him.
Yeah, it's definitely gained some confidence, Winter, I would say, over that period of time.
Yeah, I think he adapted very well towards his team, and he's plays up because his previous role, he was carry for MVP. So he takes up a lot of farm. And his role right now in this team is an offlaner that takes a lot of farm as well. So it's very similar. And the two supports create a lot of space for the 3 cores, so they mesh up very well together, despite switching roles.
Indeed, yeah. And again, Winter, talk to me about the experience that they have in this team. What does that bring to NEWBEE when they have some inexperience in the team?
Usually the older players or the more experienced ones would calm down the nerves of the younger players. That's what we usually say. But I think this team, despite KP being somewhat less experienced, or even Kaka, but I think both of the players have played enough tournaments for that to not be a problem at all for the team.
But having Chuan and Hao, it's got to be a motivation, isn't it?
Yeah, those two yell, they yell really loud, big motivators for the team.
Yeah, more so than anyone. When we, I think this was at Frankfurt, and we had the Chinese teams all in the different areas when they were playing practice matches, and you were sitting in an area, a very quiet area, it had lovely trees around it, a nice settee, we were drinking coffee, and all of a sudden you hear the shouts. And they were so loud, they filled the entire practice area. You just couldn't hear anything else in the room. Very vocal. Alan, I want to pick up one of your stats. By all accounts, the 6th player at the bottom of the deaths is Kaka, which makes him the feeder of the team.
And the funny
but he's the 6th on the list of all the players here in Manila. That's absurd.
It's unbelievable. I mean, only one of their games has gotten, I think their longest game of the tournament was a 35-minute, 30-second win over OG in the group phase, who just, oh, by the way, took apart MVP Phoenix in the previous series. They're the other best team at this tournament. NEWBEE has just looked absolutely unshakable. There are a lot of people out there that I've talked to, though, that believe that FNATIC has a chance because of what they're able to do. They're able to show some very unconventional looks.
Yeah. Let's focus on that as a first point, because as we head in towards the first draft, I think we're a few minutes away from it right now. Fogged, I'm really intrigued by this matchup because you've got this efficient, cunning war machine in the form of NEWBEE, but FNATIC are able to run all these crazy things that may just throw them off their game.
Yeah, I think the one thing that we've been looking at is FNATIC has a very high ceiling, but they also have a very, they can hit their pretty low flooring. But, the matchup here is they might just completely take NEWBEE out of their comfort zone. And if we do see them take NEWBEE past that 35-minute mark, like Alan's saying, it might just be like, oh, man, we're not used to this. This is completely different. We're so used to just beating teams in 30 minutes. It might just completely change their entire aspect of the game.
We know that
they might just have a lineup like we saw before, the Medusa lineup, Medusa plus Terrorblade lineup. It scales very well. I mean, they push. But what if the push doesn't work? They have very strong calls into the late game. Yeah. So I think if they run strategies like those, they are maybe less worried about the game going too long.
Okay. At the same time, though, you've got to be scared. NEWBEE has not shown some of their best looks, right? I believe Kaka's only played Phoenix once in this tournament. It's been getting banned against them. And that was a hero that he just looked absolutely unbeatable when they had the record 29-game win streak.
Yeah, absolutely. There is one other part of this that I want to bring up, and that's we look back a few weeks to Epicenter. It was 2.5 weeks ago now, which is a lifetime in Dota, as we well know. What can we take from that, or what can FNATIC take from that liquid win over NEWBEE and use against them potentially here? Is there anything in that? I mean, is it almost too long ago?
Trying to remember the games.
It's almost like it was like 5 years ago.
It took years ago.
The thing is, I watched the replays of those games several times, and there are some things that maybe you can take away, but the number, I don't think it's anything huge. I don't think it's any kind of huge book on how to beat NEWBEE. It's just that Liquid played really great Dota in that series. They got good trades all around the map. They played incredibly efficiently. That's what you have to do to beat NEWBEE. I don't think there's any magic formula to beating this team.
I remember something that happened in that series. First game, it was Beastmaster Lycan. Liquid won.
Yes.
And the whole series, Beastmaster Lycan was banned by NEWBEE.
It was.
So that was what I took away from that series.
Okay.
We've also been talking a bunch in this tournament about, you were saying MPG, mistakes per game. And NEWBEE is one of those teams that they make very few mistakes. FNATIC, they do have a couple mistakes coming out in their games, so I think that's going to be the big thing that FNATIC needs to work on in order to progress into this versus NEWBEE.
They need to make less mistakes per game, but do you think they're also kind of hoping, praying that NEWBEE will show them a few mistakes to give them some opportunities?
Absolutely. I mean,
do you think that's what it will take?
That's not a good strategy, though.
Well, no, but do you think that's what it will take for FNATIC? Do you think they can beat them straight up? If there's no mistakes in the game, do you think FNATIC win the game?
I personally don't think so.
No. So they are going to have to hope
I disagree,
for at
though.
least
I think that
mistakes,
despite them more prone to mistakes, but they have a higher chance of making an amazing play.
Okay.
Because that comes with the play style.
Is this the Charlie Space ladder? Charlie Space ladder.
Either you do something amazing or you make more mistakes. Whereas NEWBEE maybe a little bit more in between. They're much more stable. They're much more consistent. But I wouldn't count FNATIC out totally that they can't beat NEWBEE.
All right. Is there a player in the lineup other than what we've already spoken about in the form of DJ? Is Mushi a very key player right now for FNATIC? Does he need to play well for them to win this game?
He's key, but the other player that might even be more important is Midwan, because in the games that FNATIC lost, he was playing bad. Like he wasn't himself. But with the games that they have been actually doing really well, he was like one of the very important factors that actually helped the team. Yeah. He was performing really well on the TB, on the Amber, in the games that he really shined.
He had probably the biggest turnaround of any player in the group phase. He had a couple of Ember Spirit games in that group phase that were they were downright awful. And you had to be asking yourself, we were talking about this a lot, the role swaps, the FNATIC looked like a team for a little bit that was in search of answers. And all of a sudden, they went to some of these unconventional drafts, and Midone has just looked a lot more comfortable, sometimes even on the same heroes.
Yeah, like I was saying before, it just seems like when they go for that out-of-the-box things, it puts their enemies out of their comfort zone, and they just learn more. Like they're not going just based off what heroes are popular. They're just like, what heroes are actually good versus this enemy lineup, and what do we like to play? And that's what they're using.
Okay, let's look forward to our first draft. And FNATIC, what do they do here? Do they wait and see? Do they stick to the meta? Do they ban specific heroes against NEWBEE, like the Phoenix we've already discussed?
One of the weakness, I think, in terms of drafting phase against NEWBEE, which I actually noticed, when they pick Beastmaster, they never run him off lane. It's always the position for Beastmaster. So that could be something that FNATIC can actually take away.
Okay, they're getting ready for the draft, so we'll get ready with predictions. No after-draft predictions.
Come on, Paul.
Alan?
I have to take NEWBEE. Stats don't lie in this case. What they have done in this tournament, they have been so statistically dominant. They've been every bit as good as they were when they went 29-0, setting the all-time record. I think FNATIC is going to have to draft and think outside the box of this series, but even if they do, I'm not sure it's enough.
Okay, NEWBEE for Nahaz, Winter?
I mean, stats don't lie, but I think Dota is not all about stats. Sometimes Dota can be really hard to predict, and something out of the blue might happen. So I think despite the numbers maybe favoring NEWBEE, I think FNATIC has a very good shot still taking the series away.
Okay, which are you going for though?
Yeah, FNATIC. I'm going for FNATIC.
You're going for FNATIC, okay. Winter's on FNATIC, he's on the DJ.
My brothers do it.
Okay, Fogged, leaves you in a tricky position now.
They both make very good points, but I'm going to have to agree with Alan. I think that NEWBEE just has the more consistency, and they're just we've seen it throughout this tournament, and of course the 29 win streak. They've been consistently showing how much of a well-oiled machine they are.
Yeah. Okay. So 2 for NEWBEE, and 1 for FNATIC. Winter going the way of FNATIC. Let's see how they work out. We have our social media predictions as well. You've been twitching away and tweeting away, so we'll get all of your predictions in. FNATIC on Twitch have the advantage, 54-46. On Twitter, it's 79-21 in favour of the men in orange. So FNATIC have it in terms of community votes and in terms of popularity, but we know that's what it's about. We know it's a popular. Don't get too hurt, Winter. Don't get too carried away.
Charlie brought up a good point. Like Twitter, Twitch, there's no Chinese fans there, and against a Chinese team, so they are at a disadvantage.
Okay, all right. I'll give you that.
Thanks, Paul. Thanks, Paul.
Kevin was saying the same thing. So.
Yeah, Kevin actually did agree with Winter. I saw that. That was the first time this year. Draft is underway, and we will drop you in there any moment now. Fnatic fans are plenty inside the stadium in the Mall of Asia Arena. We've had a fairly, I would call that a fairly typical opening set of bans.
Absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
This is NEWBEE's MO. They almost always ban one invis hero and one offlaner in the first phase. And of course, Fnatic going to go ahead and ban out that Caw. You can't blame them a bit there. The first pick Earth Spirit is a very new look though from Fnatic.
Yeah, they've been able to actually use this opening since they swapped their roles again. Because when 343 was playing the position 4 role, he couldn't play the hero very well, so they didn't pick the hero a lot. But since DJ is back on 4, they can pick the hero again, and he's great at the hero.
And we get the big lifestealer opener.
Yeah.
That is, the lifestealer is back.
Very strong.
Most picked hero of the tournament, 66% win rate, and this is one of the opens that absolutely terrifies me in the hands of NEWBEE, in the hands of Liquid, in the hands of OG. They run them so well, even Phoenix.
Yeah, look at the Prophet respawn. This might be Fnatic thinking that the information that I presented before where NEWBEE never run Beastmaster offlane. So it might be actually giving away that they are going to go greedy because they never do offlane Beastmaster and they're going to be having a jungling hero. So immediately they responded with the Prophet, which is going to punish that.
Yep, and sitting right behind, we all talk about Admiral Bulldog's career record on Prophet. The most played, highest wins of any player-hero combination, right up there with Aki's Chen. Ohio actually has the next most wins on Prophet. He knows this hero inside and out.
Yeah, he used to play it all the time at TI3, I think it was, when he was on Orange every single game.
Every time I talk to him, he said he learned so much from Bulldog. Like he watches a lot of replays of Bulldog's Prophet, and he, takes what he thinks that he could use and tries to change it and tries to make it better.
Can't blame him for that, right?
Yeah. Best Prophet player, obviously
Best
Bulldog.
player. Yeah.
So TB ban, and when Fnatic played against the Lifestealer yesterday, they had the Medusa plus the TB. Heroes that are really good versus Lifestealer.
Yep.
The slow, the Sunder, you kite him around. And obviously at some point when Lifestealer doesn't have Quelling Blade anymore, the Sprout could be a problem for him.
Surprised about the lack of a Lion ban here, though, out of Fnatic. I really want to deny Chuan that Lion.
That burst damage when they have the Beastmaster.
Yep.
And that's probably his best hero, apart from Enchantress. Those two heroes, I think when he plays those two heroes, he's just an absolute beast on those two heroes.
How do you feel about the Batrider ban? They haven't actually been playing it at all in this tournament. I think only one of the games
to protect the Prophet.
Protect the Prophet mostly, yeah.
And it's also a hero that, not in this tournament, but if you go back a couple of weeks, NEWBEE were showing the Batrider both in the offlane and mid, whose Batrider is absolutely terrifying.
Yep.
Okay. So basically, Fnatic is expecting this Beastmaster to be greedy. Just look at by their bans alone. So we'll see whether NEWBEE tries to change things up and put the Beastmaster on the offlane. Because I feel like the hero just functions the same, be it greedy support, offlane. The hero just does the same thing. You jungle, you get level 6, you create tempo for a team, you create space. You have map control.
Well, but this is where the second phase of the strategy is going to be so critical, because so much of what NEWBEE do, especially on the Dire side, right, is they have Chuan and KP they have a beautiful mapped out set of early game rotations where they control the entire right side of the map. Chuan will often start up by that secret chop, rotate down into the Radiant jungle, threaten both the mid and the bottom lanes, so that it's basically you get 3 other heroes free farming, right?
Yeah.
Hao, Mu, and then Kaka in the jungle just barely feel any pressure.
Yeah, we were saying how much Chuan does do that when doesn't have the most farm because they spread it out, and he's just able to do it with those little items. And I wouldn't be surprised if we do see the Lion picked up here, because it's very good at getting the pickoffs. It sets up. It's another vehicle for the Lifestealer if he needs it once he gets the Blink Dagger.
Yeah. It's a bit weaker against the Prophet. That's the only thing. It's good. It's great with their lineup, but Prophet not the worries about for Lion as a support. He's not going to worry about the level 1 Lion running at him. Witch Doctor probably the best against Prophet. But I can see your point where it synergizes very well with the Beastmaster. They need the burst damage first.
I just want to see the Lion or Enchantress for Chuan, because I think what they're able to do, and I think actually they were in a rut. They had a really good set of rotations mapped out with a Doom, KP Doom in the offlane, but they've diversified their picks for him. They're going to go back to the Mu Death Prophet. This has worked for them well in the past. The AA here is interesting.
Good respawn. I think AA is very good versus DP. If you watch some of Liquid games, when the opposing team has DP, they do tend to go back for the AA, for the Ice Blast, because you want to burst damage to kill DP. And with the Prophet, they have a very good global presence on the map with the Ice Blast and the Wrath. And you were mentioning about how they like to roam. Like NEWBEE likes to roam to the offlane, Alan. So having global presence is definitely a very, very good play style against NEWBEE.
Yeah, the critical question being if that AA can get that early XP.
Yep, heavy burst damage, and also, of course, the AA also works very well versus the Lifestealer and the Death Prop because it cancels out the healing, of course. And I think me and Alan were looking at it I think it was yesterday or the day before, we're looking at healing done by heroes, and you would never expect it, but Lifestealer has like 10,000 average healing per game on himself.
Yeah, we were looking at, there was a game yesterday where Lifestealer had... Lifestealer. Exactly. He had 12k damage, 10k self-healing, and the other team only had 25k damage total. It was, what are you supposed to do against that?
Yeah. Do you think we might see a Spectre here for FNATIC?
Possible, because it's global and no.
Okay.
So PL.
Now could be a PL.
This is a good hero versus Lifestealer. He's single target, and you can easily doppelganger away from the open wounds.
Yeah, and I've really liked NEWBEE's response with the Venge though. You know, like you were saying, AA is very good. That heavy blast, the heavy burst on one target or on a specific target just to bring him down, but the swap coming out from NEWBEE, which they've been really quick, the save is extremely important.
Yeah, with DP you need a save. Oracle, Venge, Dazzle. You need one of those heroes, and right now you can see a very distinct game plan from FNATIC. They're going to play around the map. They have Prophet plus PL. Split push, pick off, and NEWBEE have a catch, Beastmaster, but they do have DP, which DP plus Bench, which usually signifies that you want to group up and push, take objectives. So both teams have very different type of gameplay this time with their lineups.
The one thing that kind of scares me a little bit for FNATIC right now is because NEWBEE, like we were saying, they have that very heavy push lineup, and FNATIC doesn't really have any D-push. They don't really have any outspam.
The mid hero might be the D-push, like Puck. They need D-push for sure.
Hopefully not Puck.
The win rate of Puck. I know the win rate of Puck was terrible in this event.
Yeah,
16%, but they do need something to clear out the creep waves and catch because they have Prophet and PL. I think that Mushi will most likely play something that can catch and create space for the other two heroes. It'll be greedy if he doesn't have that type of hero.
What if they just pick Medusa again?
They could.
Yeah, they could, but it will be really greedy.
Yep. What about Kunkka? Oh my goodness.
Wow. Classic.
Big change-up. So they played this before in this tournament with the Furion as well. So not the biggest change-up, but the other heroes, of course, are quite different.
They have like a tri-core lineup, something like what MEP would do. So they'll be relying a lot on the Earth Spirit. So the Earth Spirit has to, I think, help the Prophet. Because out of these three cores, Prophet, PL, and SF, Prophet has the most opportunities to create space and create tempo for the team. You TP, you gang, you push tower. So I think Earth Spirit has to focus a lot on helping Ohio.
But that's exactly what the best teams are doing with their Prophet in the offlane. They're sending that Earth Spirit up there to help early, and the Weaver pick from NEWBEE. How Weaver is probably the most aggressive Weaver that we've ever seen in the pro scene, bar Trixie.
Yeah, and FNATIC...
Hobos?
Oh, okay, all right. Four head.
FNATIC lacks a good amount of lockdown, though. They're really depending on the Earth Spirit for pretty much every single one of their setups and ganks.
I think Earth Spirit has too much weight in this game, so I'm going for NEWBEE.
I have to agree. Yeah. Absolutely.
I think NEWBEE's got this a little bit unusual in terms of switching KP onto the Lifestealer, but they've done this before. They're going to control the right side of the map from the get-go. I like their chances.
Yep.
All right. Thank you to all three of our panelists. We'll hear more from them at the end of our opening game, which is commentated by Gods and the one and only Toby Wong.
Thanks a lot, Red. Yes, we are here for FNATIC versus NEWBEE. Gods, we're going to go full Australian on this cast right now. It's the team NEWBEE, the one who dropped one game in this entire major qualifier and everything, going up against FNATIC.
It's going to be good. We've got Mushi SF. We've got NEWBEE with a classic NEWBEE draft. This is going to be
even fantastic. Just Mushi versus Chorn's enough. But let's go see it. Let's go straight into the game.
NEWBEE versus FNATIC.
And here we go into the game, FNATIC versus NEWBEE, game number 1 of this best of 3. Who will be able to advance, and of course you'll already be able to find one hero. It's going to be Hal catching up to FNATIC. DJ wants to boulder forward. Well, we will be able to simmer ourselves down. This is just purely to control. So it looks like heading down towards that bot lane, it's going to be KP. We know he loves to run some unique off-laners. He'll be playing the Lifestealer in this game, very reminiscent of 4-position Horse kind of style. He'll be going one-on-one with Ohio, as it looks like the rest of FNATIC have tried to switch their lanes up a little bit more. So they push 3-4-3 in mid-1, and mid-1 on that PL towards the top lane, opening up the mid for Mushi's SF.
Yeah, this is a nice little switch up from FNATIC.
Here we go, mid. Okay, DJ doesn't get the boulder up right. So they can harass him, but they won't kill him.
Yeah, this is still very useful for Mushi because more than anything, he just wants to get those first couple of last hits to get the Necromastery going. So even a missed rolling boulder, you hit it, it's just for some harass. This is just your classic level 1 Earth Spirit play. Secure your SF the mid lane early on. And NEWBEE can't really pressure the SF because they've committed to this jungle Beastmaster, something FNATIC know. KP doesn't really play the Beastmaster. More often than not, it is in that jungle role, so you can get away with this greedier mid-hero that normally is very prone to the ganks.
But this also allows NEWBEE to have that very sweet timing coming around that 10-minute mark. And we'll see who was able to push. Because I know we were discussing this when we saw the Prophet come out, like, hey, is this going to be like one of these attack into the tier 1 towers? Do we get Drone Ranger, like heroes like this to allow for the early pressure against NEWBEE? But it seems like both teams can actually hold back. They can just farm until they hit that sweet timing. So who hits their timing first? Who's looking to be the aggressors?
Yeah, for FNATIC, very early on, you talk about DJ a bit. There's a lot of pressure on him to set up almost every gank, but to follow up every gank is going to be a higher. He'd love to get the fast phase boots up, find himself towards the top lane. If he can secure his team a kill, then he can instantly TP back bottom and continue to farm. This is actually a great game for Nature's Prophet to get a lot done in the first 10 minutes before NEWBEE hit that timing you were talking about.
How do you gank a hero like a Weaver, however? Like, do you almost just let him go and focus more on Moo?
Yeah, you want to actually prioritize more ganks towards the mid lane. We see another roll in, Moo just going to keep getting harassed down, and this is just very annoying for him more than anything.
Yeah, this is a space creation method at the moment. It's allowing Mushi to stay neck and neck with the CS, but obviously it's going to get easier for Mushi as he starts to bank up those souls. And up on the top lane, how is Chorn meant to play this too? Like, he wants to go and do the pulls. 3-4-3 did go for the straight up point up in Chilling Touch, so there's no bypassing it on this Ancient Apparition skill build. How is he meant to synergize with this PL? Do you try and actually find the opening, like harass Chorn down a little bit?
Yeah, if Chuan comes to the lane, you start throwing lances at him, and probably the second lance is when you can actually initiate on him with a Chilling Touch PL. You break the gap using Doppelganger, you could even go for an early point in Phantom Rush, but the level 2 Phantom Lance is very hard for Chuan. Because he's bought the wards, the courier, Chuan is not even close to boots, so this top lane's just dangerous for him, not even trying to help the Weaver get far.
Which is kind of making it so mid-one's able to find some easy CS. The only other lane which we haven't really broken down just yet, we sort of talked about Ohio trying to work into those early phase boosts to find early damage, but it's KP's Lifestealer on the off lane. He's already found 10 CS, he's managed to find 3.5 levels on this Lifestealer. Doesn't really seem to be that pressure, because how is a Prophet even meant to pressure a Lifestealer? Yeah. He's just going to steal back everything you harass off him.
On paper, it should be a better matchup for Ohio, but he's not using his treants to harass. Probably seeing the early Poor Man's Shield on KP, so just deciding it's not totally worth it, but he'll use some of his mana now, and also has the backup of DJ, who's trying to just get that level, probably early level 3, because he really needs silence to gank these heroes. You talk about how do you gank a player like How on Weaver, you've got to do it with the silence.
Want to watch this mid lane as close as we possibly can, even though there's going to be a little bit of chip in the other lanes. It's the smoke maneuver from Chuan. He's looking for an opening over on Mushi. And so far, Mushi hasn't come out until just as the smoke's going to break. So Chuan comes in with the illusion room, but Mushi, he was playing on the southern part of that lane just to make sure that nothing happens. SF's renowned for being ganked in the early phase.
And Mushi picks up raindrops before he even has boots in this mid lane. Very defensive, recognizing that the ganks from the Venge are going to be coming his way, and he can just block a Crypt Swarm off of this. That's enough to probably keep him alive if a Venge gank, like we just saw, happens. This actually means he can push up when the creep wave's on the other side of the river.
Top lane, Hal wants to try and get a little bit aggressive on 3-4-3. There's the magic missile stun from Chuan, keeping 3-4-3 at bay and just allowing Hal to have a little bit of an easier target. So maybe 3-4-3 just has to be a little bit more defensive now. Even with the Sentry Ward down, they're going to know when Hal gets aggressive, but they don't have any ops. There's no clear vision when Chuan's going to rotate away from the pull points.
It's quite tough for him. I'd really like to see DJ head back towards this mid lane now. They've got the Nature's Prophet phase boots up. And something Ohio does that no other Nature's Prophet does is he's actually leveling up Teleport. He is so much more aggressive on this hero than any other Nature's Prophet player out there. He'll skill up the TP. He loves to go kind of prioritize ganking more than what you normally see. He doesn't care as much about pushing, and this is not a FNATIC draft built around pushing. They don't need the treants as much as they need the kills.
Well, you said it yourself, like, what's Ohio really going to get from treants being inside the lane? He pushes it over towards the camps on the sides. Maybe then that helps. Mid, DJ, again going to miss on the boulder.
Ohio was already channeling the TP, but with the rolling boulder miss, it looks like they don't go for it.
Ohio actually locked inside of his own trees. KP tried to get aggressive with the open wounds. pushing Ohio back underneath his own tier 1 tower.
And that's just punishing Ohio's eyes were entirely on mid lane, waiting for that roll, and KP recognizing that is pressuring him, keeping him low HP, so Ohio's going to be deterred from TPing in the mid lane
Mid
when
one,
he's
a
this
little
low.
bit of trouble up on the top lane. The bug's already got him. He'll doppelganger himself down, but how does he get out of this one? The answer is he doesn't. It will be Hao who spills the first blood on the top lane against FNATIC.
And Kaka's just gone completely uncontested in the jungle. TP in mid, here comes Ohio.
They need that opening. Here it is, Boulder forward, move. Actually going to get pushed in range of the tier 1 tower. Didn't really kick the way he wanted to. And Mushi having a very hard time finishing the job on move. And they'll actually have to back up a failed rotation from FNATIC.
NEWBEE's Kaka has rotated bottom, about to hit level 6 off of the Centaur camp. He has been scouted out by an observer ward, as well as the level 6 likely to be, will be scouted out immediately as well. So FNATIC at least wary of Kaka's presence here in bottom.
His mid one's going to be a lot more defensive. At least he knows that KP doesn't have any level of burst damage, so even if the Raw is over on mid one, the chance of KP getting the kill, like unless he is able to utilize Infest, is probably not going to happen. You don't have something like a Wrath of Nature from Nature's Prophet to come in. And Ohio now has actually just left and gone up to the top lane. He'll still TP down a bit, because he's got the 3 points up in teleportation, so he always wants to be everywhere. DJ, the Raw, catching him mid-boulder. He thought he would come down, just steal the rune from KP. Now Mushi, with one raise, they're going to open wounds. Mushi has to TP out. There's no more funds available. Mushi dropping down to 38 HP. Very close to death, but found just the right time in the Infest. There's that burst that doesn't really come from the NEWBEE lineup.
They really are committing a lot to try to have this active Nature's Prophet with his build, but FNATIC have had no opening for the kills. The ganks onto Mood, just the execution hasn't quite been there for FNATIC here in game number 1. And instead it's NEWBEE with the early kills. They're farming away in 3 lanes plus the jungle. They've got all of their core heroes and a jungler doing well. This is very scary for the FNATIC lineup in terms of just not getting enough out of the laning stage.
Yeah, because the progression's going the way of NEWBEE. So you got just over, it's about 1.2, 1.3k net worth going the way of NEWBEE, and about 2.2, 2.3k in the experience also going the way of NEWBEE. So level progressions on heroes like, especially like Death Prophet, this is the danger zone. When that high level up of Exorcism arrives, then NEWBEE will hit that point too where they can just push. And with no pressure on Kaka, even the Necro Book is looking like a decent timing for your jungler.
Yeah, Kaka having complete free farm while they've been managing to win the lanes at the same time is just a complete disaster for FNATIC's early game. And Kaka is going to have probably just heal up, go for another smoke rotation, try and time it with a Death Prophet Exorcism, so it's not just a kill, but they can start getting towers.
DJ trying to get a little clever there with how he was hiding in the tree lines. Allowed him to soak up some experience. Maybe if there was a small opening, Ohio could just let the Wrath of Nature go and TP over.
With the Hawk positioning, you've got this jungling Beastmaster. He's keeping vision for his team while this happens. He scouts out to protect Hao behind the tier 1 top tower. There's a Hawk going mid. So one of the really nice things about this Beastmaster jungle is you're always kind of keeping tabs of your opponent's movement.
As you see, FNATIC commit the scan to the exact same place the Hawk is watching. He's worried about the NEWBEE rotation from behind, when no real surprise behind that as well. Primarily because you've got Chuan. He's the king of rotations for NEWBEE. He's always there at the right place at the right time. Even here, just sitting behind Moo, just in case something comes at him. Because it's been a while since Moo's been pressured by FNATIC. After that failed 3-man maneuver into mid.
It's starting to look like a game where Mushi SF is just going to have to go ham. Like, there's going to be so much pressure on him to carry this game in the late game. At the same time, despite DJ not getting a lot done in the early game, there's going to be a lot of pressure on him to actually be the only real reliable lockdown against a Weaver, against a Lifestealer in some ways. So
how is Mushi meant to carry, however, when you don't have what was normally SS bread and butter? It's the heavy amount of stacks which you can just come in, flash farm, and get ahead. Instead, the Nature's Prophet, who had to basically, well, firstly abandon bottom lane, then go up to top, and then abandon that one as well, and leave DJ there, there's just nothing. Like, he doesn't have any stacks because the Prophet took it all.
Still a hero who doesn't farm at Alchemist levels, but even with a slow start can power farm very quickly, and Mushi has not had a slow start by any means, so looking towards his current net worth, he is up there with Hao. He's the most farmed hero in the game. So in terms of his progression, he's doing very well, but SF doesn't have these easy item build-ups like he used to with the SMY. This hero takes a lot more in the way of farm.
Kaka and Sean They put the Observer Ward down. They see Mushi moves forward. There's your roar with the Wave of Terror. Mushi won't be too healthy. Let the Wrath of Nature go. And Mushi maybe he will with the Razors. It hits hard onto Sean. Moves down low with the Boulder Room from DJ. They got enough power. They bring down first the Death Prophet. And Karka's on the run. Hao comes in from behind as well. But Mid-One's able to find him. Mushi wants to turn for the Razors. But with the time lapse, the Weaver is able to repair all the damage and come back up to the Radiant Ancients. So NEWBEE, big smoke initiation, but it gets turned on.
Yeah, FNATIC were just so good responding to that one as quick as they did. A higher rate to TP in. FNATIC had everyone that needed to be there. The Earth Spirit of DJ gets the silence on Death Prophet, follows up with a stun, and they kill Mu. How even rotated into flank for that one? Like, NEWBEE were all in with that rotation. How one of the most aggressive carry players out there, but FNATIC just had the numbers to repel them. And well, you can see kind of what FNATIC's intent is going to be, a higher going into a Midas on Nature's Prophet, something we just like haven't seen on this hero in a long, long time. But FNATIC want to go late game. You've got SF, PL, and now a Nature's Prophet with Midas. Your late game is very scary.
Yeah, they just have to make sure that NEWBEE's early movements don't really come to much and continue to advance themselves forward. We still haven't really, like, again, KP on this bot lane. He's also walking around with 2k gold in this lifestealer. Are you actually able to run this when you get the early level 11? Do you look for the Radiance lifestealer Ancient build?
It's very good with this 5-man Death Ball push strat, which NEWBEE have to kind of build around the life. It's not even building around the lifesteal, it's lifestealer building around his teammates. You're looking at this dual aura with Beastmaster Vengeful Spirit, the Exorcism to push with, so having an Ancient creep in the front lines with Radiance basically means defending towers is damn near impossible for FNATIC. So if KP can get a decent time on the Radiance, which right now he's the second most farmed
They break the smoke. They're looking for Hao right now. The kick, at least able to get the silence, but Hao was already into Chikuchi.
Yeah, this is such a great game for a Radiance for KP, so I'd be very much expecting to go that route.
Yeah. Well, FNATIC looks like they may be the first ones to try and claim a tier 1 tower, even though the bottom tower is taking some heavy damage thanks to KP creep skipping it out. Mid lane's also preparing as NEWBEE. They stare it down. There's no exorcism for 15 seconds. As FNATIC bring in the support, that Observer Ward in between the towers sees practically all. And they also understand that Mushi's still not coming back yet.
Mushi just going to be claiming some towers of his own and taking over this top lane for as long as possible. FNATIC aren't incredibly intent on fighting the mid-tier 1 a tower you want to try and defend him. Having de-warded that pesky Observer Ward between the towers and mid lane, it does get a lot easier to actually defend this tower since NEWBEE have been denied some vision.
Yeah, some vision, but you're still running that Beastmaster and the Hawks are everywhere. They almost have to start blind kicking to try and find them.
So far, they've done a decent job hunting them down, so. Very risky to push as NEWBEE because the Ice Blast is such a good spell to have to initiate and blow up a target. If you have DJ who somehow hits a Boulder Smash from Fog and an Ice Blast to follow it up, someone like Death Prophet, Weaver, Lifestealer even may just get blown up before they can even get off a single spell.
This is something we were touching on a little bit. I know we got ourselves a little bit of a smoke rotation towards the top lane, so this may actually, yeah, it could come to something. Chikuchi just got used. Prophet would love to come forward. DJ needs the perfect kick with the Ice Blast. Hao, the swap comes out. Chuan saving his teammate, allowing Hao to now time-lapse off the damage. The sacrificial lamb.
That's like, just great positioning from Chuan, knowing that his Weaver's farming a spot where he's a bit prone to a smoke gank. Death Prophet's by a tower, so if Death Prophet ganks, you can TP in and hopefully save him, but he's just protecting the asset that is Hao. This is the kind of playmaking carry player that you know can deliver a lot come mid-game time, so.
So a huge asset I wanted to look to, and we talked about the Mana Star build over on the Phantom Lane, so to try and dodge out the stun of the Death Prophet, maybe keep himself just away from the rest of NEWBEE. He's going for straight Diffusal Blade. Is this an indication that FNATIC just are willing and ready to fight, or is the Diffusal almost meant to be more like a buffer, something to discourage NEWBEE from fighting?
It's amazing. It's like a core item on PL, however you look at it. The only real consideration if you get when you get Diffusal before Manta, it's just whether you get the Yasha or not, since Yasha is a good fighting item. But Mid-1 likes this Diffusal build because mana burn really cripples some of these low mana pool heroes. Heroes like Lifestealer, heroes like Beastmaster, before they start getting levels in the Necrobook. And being able to quickly burn through the mana pool of some of these NEWBEE heroes and adds a lot of it's the most cost-effective damage item for an illusion-based hero like PL, so we'll see the Manta Cell afterwards, but the Diffusal is just like the natural item progression before it.
The Ancient Black Dragon is on the prowl. So Lifestealer managed to find the best creep he can find inside the game and using it to actually find that last bit of gold. So he's got the money for the Relic, still not Radiance yet.
It'll come very quickly, and he's not really in too much risk of dying when he can just farm in the Black Dragon.
Well, not until Mushi gets bigger, but for now Mushi's going to more defensive items, finish up that BKB before anything else.
And he recognizes that this scary timing push from NEWBEE is coming. It's a bit later than maybe what we talked about. We've mentioned 10 minutes in, but they're kind of timing it more around the radiance of the lifesteal than anything. Moo in the mid lane's just being happy to sit here. Hasn't left his lane the entire
Bottom
game.
lane, they're looking for the Roar on him. He'll actually doppelganger himself around. Now the Roar will go, but it was on an illusion. And Kaka realizes this is not going to work. The boulder comes forward, but does not reach him in time.
Farm some Necro Books, but they're not even going to try and risk that one. Mid one very low in HP and mana.
With that movement, swap, yep, Ohio dragged in, the Ice Blast is on his way, can hit both Al as well as Sean. Sean with the damage from the tower, and the tree is behind him, he's dropped very, very low. The raises from Mushi are trying to help the Shadow go. A nice TP out from the Ancient Apparition. Sean still on the run and will survive. Mushi, he almost needs a blind raise. His max range one comes off cooldown in a moment. Now Mu attacks and Mushi will just TP out. They have no stuns.
NEWBEE just finding the pickoffs at this stage of the game while farming much more of the map. You've got KP aggressively farming the Radiant jungle in this bottom lane. You've got the top lane being farmed and pressured by Hao. The mid lane being constantly farmed by the Death Prophet. And then Kaka like jungling away. It just feels like NEWBEE are getting way more out of the map than what we're seeing from FNATIC. The Midas does somewhat negate a bit of that farm advantage. PL also a great
Top
farmer.
lane, prepare yourself. The Ice Blast is coming up here. Chorn's been trying to dodge that Ice Blast for a while, but with that Sprout, Hao gets locked in, and Mushi, the perfect raises.
He was 1 second short of time lapse. Hao just, I don't even want to call it greedy because he's like looking at this like, okay, 1 second from now, 2 seconds from now, I'm going to be fine. I can risk going through this tower, but FNATIC, bit of luck or just amazing timing getting there before Hao had the time lapse.
I still love the fact like NEWBEE were considering both options. Sean actually stopped himself from arriving back in his fountain. He thought the Ice Blast was going to come from him, but FNATIC saw a better target. So we're 3-3 in. So a low kill game, so only 6 kills, 16 minutes in. The advantage still isn't that big. Like it's about 3k, both gold and experience going the way of NEWBEE, which in this game, I don't think it's really going to mean that much.
Very curious to see what Ohio goes for on Nature's Prophet. He's got 2.8k gold. Orchid very good against some of these heroes. And you can tell FNATIC, they're not looking to push, take objectives, because almost always you see Ohio on Nature's Prophet go for the drums, the mech, these team-based items. But this is a game where FNATIC want to scale well in the late game. They'd rather see something like a Shadow Blade or a Maelstrom, even an Orchid Rush.
NEWBEE?
NEWBEE get done here?
Okay, we're looking at a Roshan. They triggered this Exorcism very early on and away from the FNATIC Tier 1 tower in mid, and they're basically away from all of FNATIC. Earthspirit will make a break for the tree line. He'll boulder and TP out, so the silence from Mu doesn't come in time. So Exorcism is wasted, NEWBEE missed an aggressive moment, and FNATIC don't. They're straight back to that mid lane. They want that T1 tower gone.
Yeah, I almost wonder if that was a misclick from Mu, popping it when and where he did. And as a result, without Exorcism, FNATIC wary of that. They may be able to get multiple towers here. They're 5-manning with intent to push and pressure NEWBEE now.
Well,
BKBSF, very scary.
With no Exorcism, you got a level 2 Requiem of Souls available as well. Your PL's in a very comfortable position. You got Ice Blast to work with. You're not really feeling the effect of the Lifestealer just yet. They will take out that Tier 2 tower. It's still coming at a cost. The Necro units, the boards, and the Catapult are taking the Tier 2 tower on bottom lane. So they have to fortify. And in fact, they're actually going to lose their tower here. Nothing can really stop this. The boards just try and time it right, which they will do so. So Kaka takes out that bottom tower. And the mid lane actually remains alive for NEWBEE. They do not have to go for the trade.
Yeah, FNATIC backed off a bit. Ohio wanted to use his Midas, among other things. And Ohio actually going to go for an Ag Scepter this game, so opting for more of the split push play.
They really want to delay this game out. With both Ags as well as like a BT PL, they could just try and play the side lane game against NEWBEE.
Yeah, you look at NEWBEE's draft, catch from Beastmaster, but I mean, that's a great catch on its own. Lifestealer can always infest in the Beastmaster, so they've got decent punish for heroes like Nature's Prophet trying to split push, but the beauty of the Ags is that your treants do the split push for you. You can stay in the trees, you can go into a Blade Dagger if you really want, and just never go near the NEWBEE heroes. And part of NEWBEE's push is that it's this 5-man death ball, so you know that's coming, you get this split push heroes. You get these items like Boots of Travel up on PL that can also split push very well. So even though NEWBEE have catch, they don't want to be split around the map. NEWBEE want to be grouped up as 5.
Yeah. I'm really wondering how long you can be aggressive with KP doing this in the lifestealer. He's got himself one of the Granite Golems that's just running around the mid lane. But as Mushi gets bigger, he's going to be able to deal with this a lot easier. And maybe, well, okay, he's just getting chipped a little bit. Nothing more.
Can't really pop out. At best, he could force Mushi to BKB away, which is not a decent outcome, the 10-second BKB of Mushi. Big wasted, but for NEWBEE, they may look towards that next Exorcism, helping them take Roshan. They're kind of at that time where the Tier 1 mid tower is also a kind of top priority for them, but
how? Ohia's going to be very defensive. Sprout himself up, protect himself from the Weaver. The rest of Fnatic were looking towards the bottom lane to try and add a little bit of pressure to the Tier 1 tower, but NEWBEE have brought the numbers down here too, so they bail out of that one. Mushi goes back to the mid lane.
I'm not totally sold on Ohio going to this Accept yet. It's going to, these streams will just throw a lot of gold towards the NEWBEE side, who have a lot of great scaling heroes. 4 of their heroes sitting over 7,000 net worth just at 20 minutes in, so the overall strategy and game plan with this is fine, but I think NEWBEE's response to seeing this is like just going to be, let's prioritize a little bit less the 5-man push, and we can take team fights, and that's what they're looking to do here at bottom with these key item pickups. Necro 3, Lincoln Sphere. They've got the Yule Scepter for the catch as well on Death Prophet.
They got scouted out, however, by these trees. Hao also gets silenced up by DJ. There's no Tier 1 tower, there's no Tier 2 tower, so NEWBEE are literally down here to fight. And Fnatic are coming here to fight too, especially when the Lifestealer inside that Granite Golem comes from behind. They still have a lot of damage to get rid of that Granite Golem, and they have to bail out. There's no real... Is there even a purpose for Fnatic to fight this?
They'll kind of take what trades they can get. They actually snipe a Necrobook, which nice money for DJ, although he takes a lot of damage, but really just good calculated defensive play there. Fnatic hit the Ancient Granite Golem when it's pushed up ahead, but as soon as NEWBEE look to come back it up, they stop attacking it. They're not worried about killing it, because if KP pops out, they can't really deal with a Rage Lifestealer, but it means the push kind of ends, because Fnatic can't exactly push off of like a very low HP Granite Golem.
Yeah. And Ohia's already having his fun up on top lane. Someone from NEWBEE has to come up here and deal with him shortly. But he's still holding on to that ultimate of his, and the money just keeps rolling in as well for Fnatic. Like, yes, NEWBEE is getting more and more ahead. Like, they're actually, like, I wasn't expecting the graph to go that heavily towards NEWBEE, but they have been taking out the towers.
Yeah. And not a huge amount of farm going the way of Moo on Death Prophet, which is one of the heroes you don't want to fall behind in terms of farm. Often Death Prophet drafts can suffer because you've got your carry who's doing really well. We've seen a few games though where the carry's farming well, Death Prophet falls behind, and suddenly you can't actually push and take objectives because the Death Prophet's too squishy.
It does feel that like NEWBEE have other things to fall back on. It's almost like a 4-core line because you're running the Beastmaster, who's got so much farm.
Yeah. Well, Scam will see Fnatic's movement towards the mid lane, which was a smoke play. Or at least Mushi is currently smoked up. And
no.
I mean, it's alone, the Granite Golem, but it's unlikely to amount to much for Fnatic.
They may have been hoping that NEWBEE potentially could have been in closer trying to contest up. But NEWBEE have got some really good observer wards also catching out any movement of Fnatic through their jungle. It's a little bit more of a priority as well, so they're going to get a lot of information from this, primarily because Mushi wants to make the most out of his own jungle. Same for the Nature's Prophet. If there's not someone in there farming, something's a little bit off.
Yeah, NEWBEE just going to play at Fnatic's pace for now. They're kind of matching Fnatic just because it's like, well, if Fnatic's going to split push, we have to at least keep all our lanes pushed out. We can't group up as much. Let's finish that next level of core items, the items which are going to allow us to find pickoffs on these split push heroes. The Blink Dagger comes out for Beastmaster. A Lifestealer, the Weaver gets a Desolator, so he's got more single target damage, so the kill potential of this NEWBEE draft gets a lot scarier now.
They're going to smoke and move down, looking towards potentially, they're going to slip themselves into Roshan. Getting rid of the Observer Wall 2 being done by KP, but NEWBEE will attempt to bring down the big man of Fnatic. This is actually one of the few times not really scouting it out. There's no treants moving over to this. This is just a simple and very efficient NEWBEE Roshan.
That was one of the fastest rushes I've ever seen. I'm surprised they actually used Exorcism. I think that was overkill considering they had Desolator and Beastmaster Necrobook, but it's showing a lot of respect to Fnatic's teamfight. They're scared of Fnatic coming in with a BKB Requiem and completely wrecking them there. They're like, okay, if we can kill this in less than 10 seconds, let's do it. And you've still got 5 minutes on Aegis for the Exorcism to pull down.
Fnatic, let's see. They just invade the dire jungle for the moment, but yeah, NEWBEE not going to have a bar of it. Hao goes to the bottom lane. He starts his push down there. The rest of NEWBEE are on their way, so count it for 98 seconds until Exorcism is back off cooldown. By that point, Moose should have his BKB, so he should be a lot more stable in the fights, but Fnatic, okay, they're going to reach the tier 2 tower up on the top lane. Their tier 3 towns are about to get harassed a little bit just thanks to the momentum that Hao has given to the bottom lane. But that can also be dealt with an Aegis Prophet. So FNATIC still feeling confident. No exorcism up. There's a lot of physical damage being removed from NEWBEE's fight.
NEWBEE ready to fight.
Without the exorcism, can this really be done? And now with the silence on Hao, the kick as well, they just take Roshan and get the bugs off him. Lifestealer moves the front lines inside that granite golem. You've already got the TP out. FNATIC, they don't want to be involved in this one. In fact, Mushi gets roared up. He decides not to use his BKB. The Yule Scepter also cancels mid one. He cannot TP out of this. So 2 cores lost from FNATIC. It almost felt like they got caught napping.
Yeah, they just commit to the tower, and NEWBEE's already swinging up there. For whatever reason, FNATIC just think NEWBEE aren't going to defend it since they were pressuring bottom with Weaver, but it was just a Weaver solo pushing with Aegis. The rest of the NEWBEE squad was already looking to defend the top lane, and Hao just TPs to the tier 3 undetected. FNATIC, they linger around too long, and you can't reliably TP away against the Beastmaster. Mushi can't even BKB TP when there is the Beastmaster Roar. And the most important thing is the Weaver Swarm prevents the SF getting that blink escape in the trees. Mushi's thinking, okay, I'm going to just blink away when they come and then TP from the trees, but the Weaver prevents that.
Yeah. They also have to keep in mind too the disruptive nature of the VS. Even if you do make it to the trees, you got the vision you've got from NEWBEE with Wave as well as Hawk. FNATIC can't really catch NEWBEE out. It's almost like they just have to be a bigger or more elusive ball when it comes to the team fight against NEWBEE.
Mushi's going to need a lot more farm, and this is one of the main issues with FNATIC's draft. But the PLSF, these are kind of, you look at their draft like, okay, these are the 2 scary late game carries, but a Nature's Prophet with Ag soaks up a ton of farm on the map. The jungle, all the lanes with the Aghanim Scepter pushes things out, so he's always going to be taking away farm from players like Mushi and mid-1.
Hao trying to go for a solo kill on Mushi with the boulder forward. Mushi will go down, and Hao, the silence is there. Will he sacrifice himself? He only sacrifices the Aegis. You got a Lifestealer inside the Black Dragon. Will pop out, looking for the kill on Ohio. Hao might be trapped for the moment, but now he'll break free. Stunned up a little bit again. That Earth Spirit doing his job, and Ohio KP still on the run after him. The Radiance Burn will do the work, and now he can move to 3-4-3. Open Wounds is back off cooldown again, so he'll find the kill underneath the tier 2 tower, and FNATIC, there is no safe place for them.
Hao's Weaver just making plays happen. Solo kills Mushi and then leads into a follow-up 4-for-nothing exchange. Just an Aegis, but that's really what your Aegis is there for. And there's buybacks on the side of FNATIC, and NEWBEE very likely able to force these out with Exorcism up. This is a scary fast push.
Yeah, that it most definitely is. I don't know if FNATIC can really defend it. Like, they've got buybacks up, but you'll lose so much money, and now the exits are removed.
Souls. He's got 13 souls.
They have to let it go, but NEWBEE doesn't want to. They want to force a reaction out from FNATIC. You've just pushed through. You've taken the tier 3 as well as the melee in the mid. Now you go for the bot lane, and there's nothing that FNATIC is ready to do against it. Your PL is still down for 6 more seconds. You can get a silence on KP, but again, you've lost yourself another, in this case, a full set of racks on the bottom lane. NEWBEE at 27-minute mark has just gotten away with highway robbery.
I mean, Hao's not even done. He's just solo pushing a range Rex at mid and like, okay, I'll just walk away. That was a full HP range Rex, which FNATIC just were too busy distracted at bottom lane to even try and defend. And I mean, how do you defend it? Mushi's got this blink BKB. He's kind of all about that BKB Requiem, but he had 13 souls on respawn. His ulti is not going to do any damage whatsoever. NEWBEE aren't afraid of it, and they're just plowing through the FNATIC defensive. You've got 4 heroes sitting on 12,000 plus net worth. And we're just 27, 28 minutes in the game.
It's crazy to think it too, because like when you look at the FNATIC lineup, you're thinking, hey, with all these globals that we've actually got, the ability to bring in support all the time, like FNATIC should have the better numbers, but then you realize just how far ahead NEWBEE are, especially when the Weaver's capable of doing what he did. Like Hao now completes up a heart 28 minutes in. The NEWBEE heroes are just so much stronger than FNATIC, where you only require 2 heroes to get a huge advantage, and then they can capitalize on it because they don't have to commit big ultimates like Exorcism.
I feel like this is almost a trap FNATIC have sometimes fallen into with Ohio. Sometimes they pick him these more carry-oriented heroes. He played 1 game on the Broodmother.
Hao's going again. He actually wants to see if he can solo up this PL. Needs to find the real mid-1. Mid-1's trying to juke it out by staying perfectly still. Now Hao, that Ice Blast will fly in, but you've already lost your PL, and Hao will be able to tank through this, and in fact, Lifestealer, KP will pick up the double kill, both the AA and the PL together. And already Kaka is waiting on the bottom lane. He wants somebody to come out, try and relieve some pressure. He'll pounce, kill, and then NEWBEE basically take out. I'm not going to say a GG push, but they can pretty much force a buyback.
Thinking about it, but
yeah, with Mushi and Ohio, maybe not so.
If it was just 1. But yeah, to go back to Ohio, I feel like FNATIC have really shined when Ohio's been on these team fight-oriented heroes. The Tide Hunter being the big one, the Darkseer, the other hero that he's been amazing on. But when he's played the Brood and here the Nature's Prophet, he's done really well. He's the most farmed hero in the game, but it takes away too much farm from Mid-1 and Mushi, who are very farm carry-oriented players. Ohio needs to be more of that team fight, space-creating type of hero to really succeed with this FNATIC roster.
He doesn't have it this game, so FNATIC need to try and go around it. Well, they will try, but Ohio is dead. Weaver will find the kill. The Sprout doesn't protect you when you've still got a Scarab Beetle attached. And Hal's fine with this. They got Observers and Sentries down. He sees the Sentry of the Radiant side, so they get rid of the wards as quickly as possible.
They haven't got the damage to kill Hao at this point. With a Heart of Tarask, even if you get the silence into stun from Earth Spirit, you're not going to have the necessary damage to kill him off. That's your only disable. This last pick Weaver has completely caught FNATIC by surprise. They thought the lifesteal was going to be played by Hao, but NEWBEE see an opening to pick Hao, one of his best heroes in.
Oh, top lane. This is not where FNATIC want to be. They're thinking about defending the lane, but Sean comes in from behind. Moon's already got his BKB up in the Wave of Terror, 3-4-3. He is so low, and Hao shreds him apart. DJ as well underneath the tier 2 tower. He's going to drop, and there it is. GG will be called. 3:15 is when we'll end this one. 30 minutes in. NEWBEE, a commanding performance here in game number 1 of this best of 3.
Everything just went right. The laning stage, they won all 3 lanes with a jungle Beastmaster, and when you can get away with an Iron Talon jungle Beastmaster without losing a single lane and getting farm in every single lane, you'll win that game 9 times out of 10, if not more. Like, that's just almost not inexcusable from FNATIC, but you've got to get more out of your laning stage.
Yeah, they really did. It just didn't really seem to work for FNATIC here in game number 1. Of course, this is a full best of 3, so they can go back, they can think about what happened in game 1, what worked, what didn't work, and how do you come back and get the upper hand on NEWBEE? How can you force a third and deciding game? This is what we're looking for, and hopefully we're going to find it. Before we do, we'll throw it over to the panel. Almost to the panel. Almost. Any final thoughts, Gods?
FNATIC have been in this position before. They lost game 1 against LGD. They bounced back. Take game 2, take game 3. So this is by no means like a panic moment for them. It was a stomp, flat out. They got completely crushed, but they can point to specific things with the lanes, with the draft, that's like, we're not going to let that happen again.
Yeah, you can just do the same kind of thing like happened with DC. Like DC, yeah, that happened to them in game number 1 against NEWBEE, and then they became the only team to take a game off NEWBEE here in the Manila Major. So we'll see if it's possible. Red, is it possible?
Well, we'll find out. Thank you very much, Toby1 and Gods at the commentary for game number 1. We'll return, of course, to the commentary desk for game number 2, but we'll get our thoughts from our panel once more. Nahaz, we'll start with you. A comprehensive victory for NEWBEE. They win all lanes. Jungle Beastmaster, GG.
I'm in awe of just how efficient this team is able to be with its early game. We talked in the opener about how they apply. Oh my goodness! I mean, look at these graphs. How they're able to apply so much pressure. This time, though, they played super greedy. There were 2 times in the first 9 minutes of that game that Kaka was down under 100 HP on his Jungle Beastmaster, but they had control over so much of the map that he felt totally comfortable doing that. Hit level 8 at 8 minutes, and just had both. He had his level 3 Necro, and Lifestealer had his Radiance by 18 minutes, and FNATIC were able to make a little bit of a game of it in the mid-game by taking a couple of fights, but this game was NEWBEE's from start to finish.
Yep, I absolutely agree. Like, just like God says, I think that's the most important thing to point out. They won all 3 lanes, and they have a Jungle Beastmaster, so they pretty much have 4 cores free farming throughout the entire stage of this game, and I really like the item decisions that they went for. KP decides to go for that Radiance build, which we don't see too often, but we were pointing out how Ancient Apparitions can be quite obnoxious for Lifestealer, but if you're just sitting inside of an Ancient, then what does they really do to you? What's wrong, Winter?
Sorry, Winter.
Winter's so tilted right now. Not only because of his prediction, but because that was a poor display from FNATIC.
He's not mad.
He's just disappointed.
They're coming back, man. They tried to they saw 3 greedy cores and a Jungle Beastmaster, and they tried to outgreed him in game 1. They're not going to do that again.
Hopefully, like Earth Spirit had too much. He had too much on his shoulders this game. Like, he had to do everything. Yeah, he made a mistake when they were ganking mid. He missed his stun. He kicked the DP away, but it shows you that he understands that he's under so much stress. He needs to gank. He needs to make space because I have 3 big cores that need the whole map. And I feel like it's like FNATIC. They looked at the Jungle Beastmaster. Okay, when newbie picks Beastmaster, they only do a greedy support call. Okay, we'll let them have the Beastmaster and we'll go even more greedy instead of trying to punish it. That was something that I'm not too sure which it was a good idea for them, because I was really surprised that they went for the Shadow Fiend, even though it's sort of somewhat like their playstyle. But against a jungling Beastmaster, I think you have to take the approach of pressuring him and punishing him instead of trying to outgreed them.
Yeah, Shadow Fiend hasn't been a popular pick here. Hasn't been a popular pick in this particular meta either.
Yeah, the last pick we were as well, because they didn't have much stuns. They only had the Earth Spirit stun and a silence. So mobile hero like Weaver, they couldn't shut it down. So on newbies' behalf, it was a great last pick to adjust the lifesteal towards the off lane and have a Weaver in their lineup.
And it was really like, there weren't many kills, right? There were like 3 kills in the first 23 minutes or something in this game, but what kills there were so destructive to Fnatic's chances of winning. The Earth Spirit actually gets rotated on by an early level 6 in the Beastmaster. The Phantom Lancer gets pushed out of lane ridiculously early, gives up first blood to the Weaver. It's just like everything that could go wrong did.
And when you look at the 2 drafts just by themselves without anything else, you look at the 2, and Newbies just has a lot more synergy between all their heroes. Fnatic's is, like we've been saying, extremely greedy. You need to build up. And
passive, way too passive.
It's way too passive, exactly.
And you know, time and time again, I talk about Beastmaster as a hero. Too much influence in a game. When you go unpunished like this jungling, you're just gonna gank, take Roshan, take towers, finish the game.
So are you guys calling this an outdraft? I really don't think this is that mismatched if it's any other team. But this is just it's a measure of how ridiculously efficient Newbee are able to be.
I agree, but like,
it's
the
hard
Shadow
to pull off though, don't you think so?
It's extremely hard, and I don't really even like the Shadow Fiend pick versus like this. You have an Earth Spirit who you are assuming he's going to want to rotate for your mid lane, but you're going versus a Death Prophet. Shadow Fiend with an Earth Spirit versus a Death Prophet. Death Prophet can handle his own there.
You would actually prefer the Queen.
Yeah, well, that got banned,
exactly.
Right? That was something that they recognized. So that's the question, right? If not the Shadow Fiend, what?
I mean, Mushi doesn't play Invoker. Otherwise, I would say Invoker.
Just something that could have done something in an aggressive manner.
Initiated or made sure that it creates a situation where it allows the Earth Spirit to make a play.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, that's what we've been talking about, right?
They had to wait so long for the Prophet to TP in when he had phase boost. He TPs in and then they missed the stun. So that was so bad for their early game tempo.
Another game under 35 minutes, Alan. Seemingly, there's no stopping this.
It's a well-oiled machine, and they're not doing the same things every game. They have a ridiculously optimized set of early game rotations, and they're diversified. This team is just so difficult to play against right now.
Yep. Chuan played, like we were saying, Chuan basically played like the 7 role in this game. He had boots and maybe like a stick or something and wards. And then they had 4 cores. Kako was
he made such a good play at top lane. You know, when he was anticipating the Earth Spirit ganking, like they were off the map. They were level 6 on Earth Spirit, so he was probably thinking, they'll be rotating to kill one of my cores, and he was at top ready to sacrifice himself for the greater good. So,
and that's what
having so little network, but he actually influenced the game so much.
That's what we always talk about. Like with Chuan, it doesn't matter. Okay, maybe he might not have like the most items in the game, but he's always able to read the movement of the other team on the map, and it's
game winning. You know,
it's game winning. We saw it at Epicenter. He was with his Lion over and over. I watched those replays, and I was like, I'm going to go back and rewatch these because I want to see how many smokes that Chuan broke. And I went back, and he has a blink online, and I think he dodged, it was I think 12 or 13 smoke ganks. He broke them and ended up surviving. He didn't even die half of the time. So this guy's read on the map is just unbelievable.
It's offensively and defensively too. I mean, he plays his line and he's not afraid to just smoke himself in the early game. He's just able to, as a team, they're just able to influence so much of the map with so few heroes that their cores just have so much space to work with.
Yeah.
Okay, got a question for you in terms of the makeup of the draft. I mean, you asked is it an out draft, and Winter's not completely convinced, but you've also made some big noises about Lifestealer. Great win rate right now, and Beastmaster with the control that he gives you and win rate that he gives you. Those 2 are amongst the best heroes in the pool right now. Why would you give one of the best teams in the world those 2 heroes?
I think the main idea was, like I talked about during the draft, they understood that when Newbee picks Beastmaster, they are going to definitely jungle the hero. Yeah. They're never going to run him on any other roles, so they were trying to be more greedy. So they had a plan. They wanted to be more greedy, but it didn't work.
Okay, so we expect the 2 bans this time?
Most likely.
At least one?
I would think at least one of them.
Either they do the same thing, they give them the Beastmaster, but they try to be more aggressive instead of trying to outgreed the Beastmaster.
Yeah, I was surprised that you didn't flame a little harder there, dude. Winner, I know you were frustrated by that decision, right? This is when you go into the series. This is not a series that you handicap as FNATIC is going to out-efficient NEWBEE. FNATIC is going to outscale NEWBEE. That's just not how I see them winning this series. I see FNATIC winning these series behind the kind of Dota that they played yesterday, getting their fights and winning their fights. I don't think they should go in saying we're going to outscale.
Yep, 10-15 minutes, the most crucial time for FNATIC to take control of the game, win their lanes, be less greedy, take the initiative to try and invade the enemy jungle, stop them from farming, and control the game.
Okay, well, I think we have some more social media questions. Let's put them on the screen, and we'll answer as many as we can in the break that we have right now while the teams are coming back. What do you think about adding in-game coaching to competitive Dota? We've sort of had a couple of questions about coaching. The first thing we should say is, for those that don't watch Dota on a regular basis, yes, we have coaches. They're not prevalent just yet, but they are becoming more popular. But they are outside of the game coaches. They're people that are giving advice on drafting and play styles and what have you, and meta changes, but they're doing it before the game and in between games. They're not actually in the booth with them. So what do you make of it?
I am so torn about this question because on the one hand, I think coaches really have helped elevate the level of play, and we've seen so many teams get strategically sound, but we have this wonderful tradition of player coaches in Dota. Your Puppies, your Xiaois, your PPDs, these guys are legends of the game because of their in-game leadership. I would hate to lose that.
I think it would just change, it would change a huge dynamic of what we've had forever, you know? You're basically putting, you don't have your sole captain anymore. You have these multiple people all influencing everything. I personally, I wouldn't really like it if it was added in-game.
I think it's not very good for the game if that happens. It removes an element in the game where in a team you need one of the 5 players has to be able to do that. That's why some teams are more successful than others, because they have that one player that can lead and guide everyone.
And it can. Do you feel that the coaches that we've got in the way that they're employed right now is optimal, or do you feel like it's as much as you would like to see the influence of a coach right now?
I actually would like to have maybe a timeout in between a game, like coaches have a time.
So they can actually impact the game
maybe
itself.
1 minute, 2 minutes, probably 2-minute timeout. So in between a game, he's allowed to come in one time to talk to the players. Right. Maybe that would be good.
1 or 2 minutes,
pretty cool.
1 or 2 minutes, max. Because if you've ever played in one of these games, which I know in the influence of the game, you're sitting there, and if you step away and you look away for even 3 minutes, it completely changes everything. You're like, what was happening?
We've seen it with pauses before, where pauses can sometimes take a couple of minutes to fix something or get something right, and the other team they're in the zone, right? They're there, they're ready to go, and all of a sudden there's a pause. They come out of it and they're frustrated, and they just want to get on with it. And then there's 2 minutes and 3 minutes, and then they go back in, and they're totally different players.
Yeah, and you're just like, what was happening on the map? Where was this guy? Where was this? What was happening? You lose your entire theme of what was going on.
So it could be used as a strategical distraction in game as well, which I guess you can live with. We've seen it in other games. Counter-Strike springs to mind as the most prevalent one right now, which does have coaches, does have timeouts. They are called by the coach sometimes as well as the players. They are in the booth, and they're on comms as well, and they can see all the 5 screens. Now, a lot of people have said to me, well, that's fine, right? But in Dota, I don't think that's the same. That's like being able to see the entire map. It's a totally different type of game.
And with if there was an in-game coach that you had with you, it would kind of relieve so much pressure off of the players. Because when you're in the moment and you're playing with your 5 team, you're all so focused. Sometimes you even forget things, but that's part of the game. If you have a person who's sitting right behind you during your drafting stuff, you're like, hey man, you're messing up. You forgot to ban this. It changes so much.
Don't forget Broodmother.
Dude, you forgot Huskar. They have Dazzle. They have Oracle. Huskar.
All right. Let me rephrase the game. Let me rephrase the question slightly differently.
Okay.
If a coach was inside the booth on comms with their own PC, being able to see what the players can see, okay, limited by fog as well, but seeing what they can see in the open areas, do you feel that takes away and is a detriment to the skill of the players? It's an intrinsic part of the game.
Yeah,
absolutely.
I agree.
In which cases, they should never be in the booth, should they?
No.
Yeah. I think they can be in the booth because I know I mentioned timeout, because if you're watching from outside, you would see the whole map.
Sure.
So maybe you can be in the booth, but you are not allowed to say anything until when you decide you want to use your timeout.
Oh, I don't know if I could trust anyone to do that. Could you trust yourself to do that if you were the coach? You'd be just like... You'd be like that behind them. The whole game would be like...
It's like, no.
Oh my goodness.
That'd be Winter in the booth.
No, I
he
think
wouldn't be able to contain himself.
The biggest difference that we haven't talked about, right, is that CSGO is divided into these discrete rounds.
Yeah.
Whereas Dota, and this is a lot of the comments that these guys are making, Dota is just this continuously evolving game.
Yeah.
And it really does. There are situations in other sports, right, where one team will ask for a timeout, and it's up to the officials when to grant one, when it won't disrupt the pace of play. I think you'd have to do something like that with admins in Dota.
So other people give me analogies because we always use these sporting analogies. I personally don't particularly like them, but I understand why we use them because they kind of explain things a little bit better. The one I'm going to use is this. CS is a bit more like football, where the coach can influence the field of play. He can see everything that the players can see. There's nothing more that he gets from it than the players would get from them itself. Dota is a bit more like tennis. Yes, sure, you can see the whole court, but in tennis they don't have coaches that are allowed on the field of play, as it were, who can influence the game during the game unless they make a timeout, actually. When they go back behind or there's a rain or whatever, then the coach can talk to them. They've talked to them about them before. Feels a bit more like it to me. Is that fair?
Yeah, I can definitely agree. You know, I really like this question, though. Like, it's such a controversial topic between everybody, and I think that's one of the better questions that we've actually had.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, good job. Good job. Nice question. We are into the draft, so let's get you back in. For game number 2, we've had 2 bans already. There's an IO ban from FNATIC and a bounty from NEWBEE.
Carbon copy so far, and this is NEWBEE is almost going to always ban one invis hero in the first stage just because of they want the option to do what they did in the last game with that greedy jungler. And FNATIC, of course, you can't argue with denying the Wisp and the Phoenix.
I want to talk to you about the Darkseer ban because it's not been that effective in a lot of the games that we've had throughout the main stage and in the group stage, actually.
Yeah, but it's more like a playstyle thing because Darkseer is an offlane that pressures your lane a lot, and like I mentioned time and time again, FNATIC wants to win the lanes. They want to do well early, and Darkseer combined with a roaming hero, Tusk, whatever, like Earth Spirit, can be very, very hard to deal with.
We do have a change-up now, though. Usually we see the teams stick with their side and their pick order, but now we do see
first pick.
NEWBEE's on
the
first pick.
teams prioritize first pick here, like probably most likely. Both it was FNATIC on, was it on Radiant? Yeah, they first picked Earth Spirit the last game.
So now it's going the other way.
Are you sure we've got the teams the right way round? Are they on the right part of the screen? Yeah, it is exactly the same first pick, but this time round it's for NEWBEE.
And you can't again.
So Beastmaster.
We've talked about his Phoenix,
Lifestealer.
but let's not forget what Kaka was able to do with Earth Spirit.
Absolutely.
Playing on he absolutely destroyed MDL. It was one of the most dominant single tournament performances by a single hero ever.
Do you think they should? So FNATIC, do you think they just take the page out of NEWBEE and Beastmaster Lifestealer? Yeah. Probably the most appropriate.
Have to.
Yeah, I wouldn't see why not. I don't know if...
But is that not falling into the trap? Do you feel like... When did you feel like NEWBEE are just saying, go on in, see if you can do what we just did?
I'm not 100% convinced that this is Lifestealer. FNATIC have shown it. FNATIC have been...
Do they have any choice, though, Alan? They're going to pick it otherwise.
Slark first phase before, though.
Disruptor.
Then they give NEWBEE...
Disruptor, too.
Disruptor's extremely good versus Earth Spirit as well, but they do go for
the Venge.
So auras.
But that gives NEWBEE the Beastmaster
Dire Side auras.
Dire Side auras.
Lycan, Drow, Ursa type of lineup, something that use Roshan. But then again, going back to the Earth Spirit pick, I know Alan loves to talk about the Phoenix on Kaka, but then again, on this hero on Kaka means that it opens up much more possibilities for the team because you can actually roam and pressure a lot more. Phoenix is a team fight specialist, so he can't really pressure the lanes as much. So this pick actually allows, I think, NEWBEE to do much better in the laning phase against FNATIC. I think that's extremely important on NEWBEE's part.
And I like the fact that this gives you at least the option of putting Chuan on something a little greedier if you want to. I don't necessarily think we'll see a Chuan Enchantress here, but their two supports are completely comfortable switching off who's the 4 and who's the 5 in any particular game.
Yeah, it depends on who needs a specific item, who needs the farm more. Right. Like maybe if they have Earth Spirit, Lion, they would prioritize more on giving Chuan.
Yeah,
his blink timing. So the Lifestealer again for NEWBEE. Very flexible pick for them because they've already shown that they can play Lifestealer offlane.
But Beastmaster and Venge are pretty solid versus Lifestealer.
Very solid. But then again, it might be just an offlane Lifestealer. Then you're using up so many heroes to just deal with Lifestealer if it's not a safe lane call.
And I really like the Earth Spirit with the Lifestealer because, of course, he gives him the the vehicle which he needs, and also it's a ton of magic damage. If you get right in the middle of them with the Infest with all those spells, it's an immense amount of damage right away.
I really like that Alchemist ban. Moo Alchemist, I believe, has been over 1k GPM 4 out of the last 7 times he's played the hero. Just scales ridiculously.
Yeah, it's also very very disruptive if you're playing a push strat, and you have to deal with acid spray, because bench Beastmaster, there's a very high chance that they want to do a push strat. Maybe with Medusa or something. We've seen their strat before, Medusa plus TV.
I wouldn't be too surprised if we see NEWBEE actually ban Medusa here. It's a little bit weird maybe on the dire side, but with the auras and everything, it's extremely good versus
There's still
Lifestealer.
Lycan, but I don't think Fnatic ever played Lycan. Right? Paul, they've never picked the hero, right? Paul?
Which one?
Fnatic have never picked Lycan in this event.
No, they have not.
Not that I'm aware of, no. Certainly not in this event.
Their push strats is just basically Medusa or Terrorblade.
That's the thing, though.
They've only picked the Terrorblade once.
The Beastmaster Venge Open is I think is a lot more flexible. I agree that there's a good chance that Fnatic will go for push here, but the Beastmaster Venge Open is a lot more flexible. I think you can. Those two heroes both skill extraordinarily well. I think you can do a lot with that, other than just a straight push strat.
So they have picked Lycan twice, but it was 2 months ago, and they did win both.
2 months ago. Okay.
2 months ago.
That's a reasonable time.
It's like years in Dota, though.
Yeah, that's true.
But not too.
I mean, it definitely fits the type of lineup they are building right now with the bench Beastmaster, and Liquid have shown how strong the Lycan can be, like with the Beastmaster.
Yeah, they do ban out the Medusa. These two heroes are just incredibly good versus Lifestealer, and Fnatic have, they kind of showed their hand in yesterday when they were playing those two heroes.
I mean, they still have bench and Beastmaster.
Yep.
Those two heroes are still really good versus Lifestealer.
Absolutely.
So not getting the Medusa, it's not that great for them, but I definitely think they still have the tools to deal with Lifestealer.
And any other team I would be thinking about a Drow strat, but Fnatic just have not shown that look in quite some time. Certainly not.
Played a lot of Batrider as well, and that's been left alone this time.
Yeah, and Fnatic also runs the greedy Beastmaster jungling, but it was on 3-4-3. So I don't know if when they swap DJ back to position 4, do they still do it?
So
yeah, there's the Slark. They had been picking that hero first phase.
I really like. Maybe it's not so good with the Earth Spirit, but if they have Riki on NEWBEE, I think it could be really quite potent. I know the Earth Spirit and the Riki supports could be very questionable, but an infested Lifestealer versus like Beastmaster and Slark inside of a Riki Maro could be quite devastating if they decide to go for something like that.
So now probably the Lion or Disruptor for them. Like Disruptor probably a little better.
Much more likely.
Because of the Slug. You can actually lock him down much better. But those are the two heroes they usually put on Chuan.
Yeah, they have picked Lich with Earth Spirit before in this draft or in this tournament with the pretty much the exact same lineup. But
then you don't have lockdown.
Then they have no
Slark.
lockdown for the Slark. Yeah, I think the Lion's probably the most appropriate.
Yeah. Lion or Disruptor?
Lion or Disruptor.
Maybe I would favor Disruptor a bit more because it's easier for Disruptor to catch Slark. Lion is probably a bit harder before you get your blink.
I think for another team that'd be absolutely right. For this particular team, I think Chuan's Lion is a lot stronger than his Disruptor.
Either way, they're gonna have to go. I think with one of those two. Probably.
Oh,
new hero. We've been waiting for Chuan to pick it.
We have been waiting for the lineup. We did expect it to come out from NEWBEE. We did speak about it earlier on today, and it is a first pick of the tournament as well.
Definitely Chuan's hero here, and instantly a Furion pick in response.
We're up to 94.
We're up to 94.
I mean, what's the reason of the Lina? I guess they just want more AoE against Slark because you want to be able to stun him when he's in Shadow Dance or whatever. But I don't know, like.
He really likes the hero.
If Lina is support here, what he provides for the team.
Well, remember it was last year, right, going into TI that Zhao 8 sort of pushed the support Lina back into the meta as a part of those team fight combos that were very easy to execute.
And we're
greedy support. Yeah.
We're really jumping on the Lina support, but this also does leave their options open. This still could be Mu on the Lina. We have seen him play it. I think it was like maybe not even 2 weeks ago when they were playing in not sure which league it was. I think it was the Dota 2 Professional League. Yeah.
And again, we talked about the idea of Lion as the control and burst damage for the Slark. You get that Lagoon. Oh, here we go. Man, KP Naga Siren, this is actually, the way he plays this hero is disgusting.
He's from C. Like most of the C, like he's a carry from C. Most of the carries play Naga Siren.
Yeah, they all do, it seems.
Everyone learns from Miracle from C.
And you saw that, right, in the previous game. I thought that observation proved to be so on point that KP, he's comfortable, obviously, playing in this offlane style where he's the primary initiator, but you saw him play grittier last game, and he's obviously totally comfortable in that role as well. It just gives you so many options in terms of do we want to win at 30 minutes or do we want to win at 50?
Now the Lina makes more sense because they wanted to have a support / maybe mid that has more D push.
Yeah.
Because when you have a Naga Siren lineup, you want to push the waves out, you want to delay the game. You want to split the map.
I really like the Naga too versus like Beastmaster and Slark. Maybe not in the early game using your sleep in that manner, but when Shadow Dance is popped or when Beastmaster roars somebody, you're able to just kind of save them or lock down that Slark in a manner. You just pop your sleep, wait for the stun or the Shadow Dance to wear off, and then you have not a perfect setup, but it is a setup in a manner.
So what are our lanes here? Do we think this is now going to go back to a Hao lifestealer?
I think I think
KP
he's gonna
Naga?
play the he's gonna play the lifestealer. KP is definitely gonna play the Naga. And the Lina is still a question mark. Might be mid, might be support.
FNATIC thinks that it's 100% a support right now. They banned out the Bat Rider.
Maybe they want to do like some lifesteal. Like lifesteal Lina lanes are quite old school. Like it's a very old school dual lane.
Yeah.
They might do this 2 heroes on the off lane and Earth Spirit like roaming. I'm not sure. But either way, I think the last time I saw them actually run the Naga lineup, they actually left the Naga to 1v1 in the safe lane. So they didn't give him too much support.
Yeah, it's a measure of how much moves Batriders respect.
Just look at that. Just look at their last ban.
Ban the Pugna.
Yeah, they were worried about FNATIC playing too fast of a pace of a game, so the Naga can't get online. So they're banning out the Pugna.
And Pugna is extremely good versus Naga later on this stage.
Yeah,
of the
the
game.
life drain.
Yeah,
Remove
life
the
drain just
illusion.
instantly killing illusions.
That's the first ban on the Pugna in this tournament, by the way. Not picked either.
Yep. So NEWBEE most likely need maybe more D push, so they can actually continuously prolong the game.
There we go.
I hope that's the Quaspex Invoker though, so they can actually defend against the pushes. I would actually prefer that over the Exalt Invoker this game for NEWBEE's lineup, just because they have the Naga.
Yeah, and Moo's completely comfortable playing both styles of Invoker. Man.
So
what do you pick here as FNATIC?
So Beastmaster is a greedy support. I will not expect Mushi to be playing that hero, so most likely a greedy support. Slug safe lane.
What did they play as for the Invoker when they played? Because they had, this is when they had the KPI Naga. They had Mu playing the Invoker as well in that game. So I don't really recall. I think he may have played Exort in that game.
Did he? Yeah. I'm not sure.
I'm not 100% sure. I'm looking at the draft, but it's still up in, I'm not too sure just looking at that.
I think they're gonna. I really do think that they're gonna have enough control of tempo in the early game with the Earth Spirit and Lina both roaming around that they'll be able to get away with Exort Invoker if they want to. It'll depend a little bit on this last pick, but.
I do like it as Quaswex though in this game, like Winter was saying.
Yeah.
It's very good versus their heroes.
It's a good idea.
Everything.
It's just a function of this team, this particular team, and what they like to do.
Mushi's gonna play some weird hero. I've got a feeling.
Some weird hero?
Yeah, something weird maybe.
Kanka?
He wants to push.
TA. Oh
TA.
man.
Okay.
The old TA Invoker matchup.
Invoker
We've seen
matchup.
this before today, guys.
Yep, we have.
These drafts look very very old school, we could say.
Yeah. This is going to be a lot of fun. I'll take NEWBEE though. I've got to.
Okay. Winter?
I'll just take FNATIC.
Stick with FNATIC.
Yeah,
I like it. Okay.
I'm going to have to go with NEWBEE as well.
All right. Okay. Thank you to all three of our panelists. We will get more from them, of course, after our second game of the day. Is this the end of the day and the end of the line for FNATIC in the upper bracket? Let's find out as we head back to our commentary team of Gods and Toby Wong.
Well, it seems the panel want to end the day. They're all backing NEWBEE at the moment, but I'm sitting here enjoying FNATIC's draft.
We won a game 3, Toby. You talked about it. You wanted the TA 5th. It came. You got your Templar Assassin.
I was sitting there. I can say I called it. He can back me
Yes.
up. Let's go to the game and let's see how it's all going to turn out here in game 2.
NEWBEE versus FNATIC.
Well, welcome to the game and welcome probably to a potential team fight as we're already going to get into it. Game number 2 of NEWBEE versus FNATIC as FNATIC have aggressively invaded into NEWBEE's jungle. They're looking for Hao, dropping him down low, but not low enough. So this will allow each team to say at least a good howdy doody to each other down the Radiant jungle.
Very close to catching the Tron Lina there. There's a player-hero combo we haven't seen in a little while, but something that NEWBEE will pull out every now and then. The big story of this draft, when I look at NEWBEE, though, is the KP Naga. This is the pesky hero. They're such a versatile team in that they can swap around like who's really playing the carry. We saw KP play a very farm-intensive lifesteal last game. He's going to play another farm-intensive hero here. But then another game, you'll see KP like one of the least farmed heroes in the game on like a Bat Rider or something.
Yep.
So
But he plays the different roles, because when he does it, like with the live steal, we saw him becoming actually really efficient. But with his Naga Siren, he takes a lot of the farm. They actually run him more as, I don't want to say a second position, I almost want to say a one position with the way KP approaches it.
He's safe lane, so...
Yeah. It's just the fact it shows, and this is what I kind of touched on a little bit during game number 1, it's the diversity of Naga, of KP himself, even though he doesn't play a Beastmaster. He's still able to play like a huge diverse range of heroes, but not just like the choices of heroes, but it's the roles of the heroes and the way they approach the game. Big team fight control is normally the big critical part of him. That's why he has the Tidehunters. In this case, it's the Song of the Siren and the Naga Siren. The mid one and DJ, they do not want to give KP space to get his farm up and running.
And that's the beauty of a team like this. Hao is never really... He's always wanted to play the aggressive carry, so any team with Hao has never really had the ability to draft into Naga Siren, Anti-Mage. I mean, Anti-Mage is something that Hao does play, but he doesn't like to play, but when you've got KP and you can swap the roles like this,
top lane,
it really helps.
Ohio initiated on by the Boulder of Kaka, and Hao, he has open wounds, but he kind of got body blocked up, so he couldn't get in range of Ohio to really follow up further.
Yeah, that was a nice body block coming out from him. 343 is going to be playing that jungle Beastmaster uncontested, which is kind of the good news for the FNATIC laning stage. And this is kind of looking like a overall solid laning setup for FNATIC, something that really you have to have when you're versing a Naga Siren.
Yeah, they needed something like this. They also need to have a good progression. We were talking about the TA as the 5th pickup, primarily because we're looking for some burst damage. We're looking for someone that can at least add some pressure onto the cores and have an advantage just by being a better hero as far as like going against the hero directly. But it's also the fact you got a Nature's Prophet going with a Beastmaster and a VS, and then you add a TA. It's very easy for FNATIC to slip themselves into Roshan and take him out and then look for a bigger objective after that. All they need to do is find some easy, secure levels. You're getting that from the Beastmaster inside the jungle, and the Nature's Prophet is boost first from Ohio. He's understanding you back out, you hold your range, you find your levels, and you try and get, well, as much as you possibly can until that perfect timing.
Yeah, and you've put together this draft similar to what NEWBEE had last game, which punishes very heavily.
Chuan, stun on bottom lane, mid one looking for the leash, able to claim it as well. Chuan gets a stun, but still going to be the first blood, going the way of mid one. The bottom lane works for FNATIC.
Nice early pickup, and FNATIC, any kind of early game advantage. Talking about how they punish NEWBEE mistakes is that you push very fast. Later on, if you can get a good early game, looking at Venge, Beastmaster, and your ability to take towers, take Roshan from the dire side. TA, not an amazing high ground siege, but with an Aegis and a Deso plus BKB, you're ready to kind of break high ground with any sort of a kill or a pickup.
I'm going to keep my eyes a little bit closer on this Beastmaster movement. He went and put down an Observer Ward, which will at least scout out the movement of Kaka, not to mention his own Hawk. So he understands the Earth Spirit's going to invade over into his jungle about now.
And also understands there's a Sunstrike that can come at him anytime. So Earth Spirit finding him alone is never just an Earth Spirit when a Sunstrike can be thrown.
Yeah, unless Mushi can keep the pressure on Mu and keep him looking behind himself the entire time. Making sure you don't just get that simple combination. And 343 just bailed. He just went to the bottom lane small camp.
Yeah, it's not going to be quite the same farming efficiency we saw out of Kaka last game on the jungle Beastmaster, but that's because of the slight pressure coming out. But it's still a very good jungle pace coming for Beastmaster.
Okay. Kaka is still waiting for the perfect time. Thanks to the Hawk, Mushi will not be caught.
Yeah, I don't think there
and
is
he's running his bottle now too, so Refraction Mana is back again for him.
Yeah, he'll solo smoke very close to the Hawk there. He's headed back top.
Maybe he can find the opening on the Nature's Prophet.
Yeah, I think he was just out of range of the Hawk when he smoked, so this may actually work.
He's going to do a pull through with one of the small little treants. So the creep wave being dragged down as well is not going to help Kaka, but Hao just makes a run for it. There goes your open wound. Boulder straight after it. And Ohio in a hell of a lot of trouble. He can't escape from this one with a follow-up kick. Hao will be able to bring down Ohio's Nature's Prophet.
Great play holding the stun on Earth Spirit, waiting for that TP. One more bottom.
Mid one's just playing around here. He definitely knows he can't find the kill if KP... I thought KP may even get one value point up in ensnare, so he's able to get the combo with Chuan. But it doesn't happen. In fact, DJ...
He's held a skill point, so...
He doesn't know. Chuan doesn't know. The magic missile stun's going to come in. Mid one wants to pounce forward. KP blocking out a little bit. The pound still arrives, and Ohio is there. Mid one dropping low. The tower will actually find the kill, so it's a 1-for-1 trade-off. Meanwhile, over in the mid lane, it was Kaka and Mu teaming up together at Mushi's TA will fall.
Oh, that's really bad exchange for FNATIC. Losing the Slack at bottom. He was just in tower range, and the kill, more importantly, on mid lane for the Invoker, giving him the edge over Mushi, who was outlast hitting him by a decent margin, but get a kill like that, suddenly Mu is in much better shape. And this was a laning stage, which was overall going very well for Fnatic. You look at the CSs, and you've got 4 core heroes all doing pretty well. I kind of talk about the Beastmaster jungle as a core, because that's exactly what this hero is, as we saw last game. But Hao has just wrecked this top lane. He is top CS by a huge margin, and he's about to take a T1 tower very early on, or at least get it very low. Doesn't quite get to deny range, which is actually a nice bit of calculation from him.
Being a full 20 CS behind mid one, like that's just big for Hao. It's so big for him. As long as he can keep that momentum up with the 1 kill, it shouldn't be that difficult to do. And 343 doesn't have his level 6 yet, so he doesn't want to be involved. Mid one's trying to get a little bit aggressive on KP on the bottom, at least dropping him down to half-life. But because they're basically bottle ferrying, Chorn, when he TP'd in, gave like KP all of his fresh charges as well with the bottle. Like, NEWBEE have so much sustain on their safe lane that it makes it very difficult for Fnatic just to come in, just do a quick hit and run, then bail out.
Now they've got enough levels on the Lina that any kind of aggression can be punished just by these level 2 nukes doing a decent amount of damage. So you could be very careful about how you initiate here. The Nature's Prophet backup is with the Wrath of Nature.
Mid one, he kind of wants this. DJ's around the corner for it.
Yeah. They want to fight with the NP TP in Wrath of Nature. It's very deadly at this stage.
But NEWBEE also understand what's coming at them. But the Observer and the 2 sentries to the side, like there's no invis maneuver, there's no easy rotate off from that mid laner to try and attack onto the bottom lane without KP or Chorn having some prior warning about it. Like mid one stood on top of the Observer ward, and he's not level 6 yet, so he doesn't have that easy, hey guys, I'm under an Observer ward kind of detection.
Kaka now keeping in mid with sentry, so Mushi's going to play very cautiously to stay alive against this kind of gank.
Let's see if Kaka can get the ball off. Mu already starts with the Forge Spirit, so
we'll look for the roll when he goes
here
for
it
last
comes.
hit.
There's the roll, but Mushi, he's going to dodge it. And able to just steer away from Kaka. And there's a smoke maneuver coming in from 343.
Yeah, good timing, has Raw now. Bit late than maybe you sometimes see, but he's ready to get aggressive. And if NEWBEE haven't kind of caught wind of him being level 6, if they haven't checked the scoreboard recently, this may be a big kill. And potentially a tower follow-up onto this bottom lane.
Well, Sean, you're far enough back that he's exposed. 343 doesn't want to let the Raw go for this. And if he can at least hold on to it, then it will dissuade NEWBEE from coming in close. DJ, there it is. The stun from the trees, Ohio will arrive. They actually do commit the Raw to kill off Sean and then instantly into the tier 1 tower. Fnatic trying to claim as much as they possibly can, but the trade-off is still going to be their own tier 1 tower up on top. Hao is already pushing this. The fortification has to be burnt from both sides. So it is still a kill and a tier 1 for both sides.
Yeah, and how was that top tier 1 tower was already dead to rights, so there was nothing Fnatic could really do to stop it. But the pick at bottom, securing what was a much healthier tier 1 tower. Still a good exchange for Fnatic, and they even things up a little bit. But Hao getting the money up top. Actually, it looks like maybe he didn't get the last hit, but even so, he's so far ahead in terms of overall farm. It's scary right now.
Maybe this is the time though where you start to say like what tower is more valuable. Like Fnatic can remove that tier 1 tower on bot. If you can remove the tier 1 tower on mid, they can just keep slipping themselves inside of Roshan and grabbing it without NEWBEE having an easy way to bring in more support. Even if they do have a Song of the Siren, which is a bit perilous for Fnatic to Rosh under.
Yeah, for Fnatic it's probably a little bit more valuable. You mentioned the Roshan, also just controlling the enemy jungle. It's probably more useful for Fnatic to be able to do it because it slows down the Naga Siren farm. Naga's a hero who relies heavily on the neutrals to get that Radiance, whereas Fnatic don't need their jungle as much. They've already gotten the Beastmaster's level 6 timing out of their jungle. They're actually quite okay to be the ones playing aggressive and taking over the enemy jungle without really caring too much about their own. Top lane, Ohio in trouble.
Yeah, that Sunstrike right on the mark. Ohio underneath the tier 2 tower. Hao's able to find the kill. DJ got an extra stun with the Wave of Terror. Hao actually starts his TP and cancels it, thinking he can kill off DJ. It doesn't happen. In fact, now Hao just strands himself up on top lane with not a hell of a lot of life. Sean's also hovering around this jungle. That's maybe a little bit too greedy for him to try and bring down the ball with mid one on patrol. But mid one also having trouble closing that distance at the moment.
Yeah, Fnatic, they can't really let NEWBEE just sit back and farm now. They've got mid one. It's kind of in this awkward position where you're a Slark, you want to farm, you need that initiation item, be it the Shadow Blade or the Blink before you can fight and create space, but it's so tricky for him to pressure a Naga Siren. This is a Naga who's just been getting enough room to kind of build towards that Radiance, and with how as scary as he is, once he hits that armlet, he's just going to be able to fight his way through the Fnatic draft, and with a lifestealer this strong, Naga Siren's going to have all the space in the world to farm up Radiance.
Yeah. That's almost the time when you say to Slark, hey, you come in, you're more of a sponge than anything else. You let Mushi do the work as that Templar Assassin, like they're about to up on top lane. Won't be with Mushi, but with the Raw, DJ with the stun, the Wrath of Nature, Ohio able to help team up to get that kill. So easy pick off over on the top lane Earth Spirit, and Mushi instantly adds the pressure into the mid lane as well.
Yeah, this is, if you can get those pickoffs, transition to towers, suddenly that farm advantage on the lifestealer will be somewhat negated. TA and Slark you can already see starting to catch up a bit. And all it's going to take is like another tier 1 tower of Roshan, and it's going to be Fnatic actually pulling ahead. And they've got the lineup that can set tempo, play very fast right now. NEWBEE have to kind of play very reactionary and safe.
They're coming up with the smoke. That's an infest inside the Earth Spirit. The boulder forward. They're able to Delta split right now. 3-4-3, however, will still be caught out. The Stun Strike will connect over on him. But it's KP in the jungle who finds Nature's Prophet just to the west of that tier 1 tower. So 2 heroes lost from Fnatic, a heavy committal of heroes from NEWBEE, but they're straight back into the lanes.
And that's a great little surprise play. They even bring KP in, something you don't see a lot of Naga Siren teams doing, and that's perhaps what catches Fnatic most by surprise there. The Naga just running in the front lines, they're like, oh, well, we can't really fight all 4 or 5 of these heroes. Let's get the hell out of here, and by then,
mid lane,
already
Mushi gonna get kicked right now, way too close to that tier 1 tower. How will arrive too? And again, NEWBEE in force. 4 men versus Mushi. We're able to kill him underneath the tier 1 tower. Mid one's trying to find some revenge on KP. Song of the Siren will be used. There's no one coming in close towards him, and he cannot TP out. The nearest one was actually the Vengeful Spirit, but she was too busy taking care of the Observer wards. So KP will burn the Song of the Siren. It's a long cooldown for him, but he stays alive.
Yeah, Fnatic just not really respecting the pick-off potential of NEWBEE. They're way too split up at this stage of the game, considering they're the ones who have the fast-paced lineup. They can push towers, they can find pickoffs using Raw, the Venge. They've got these dual auras. They shouldn't be as split apart as they are. Having Mushi solo pushing mid, having 2 heroes up top, the Nature's Prophet, Beastmaster trying to push. This is something that's playing into NEWBEE's hands, allowing them to find these kills.
Like how NEWBEE actually used their scan just then. They're looking towards the Roshan for Fnatic. If they're feeling like Fnatic is falling a little bit behind, or they want to play catch-up, they can just slip themselves inside the pit, sending the forward spirits. They don't want Fnatic to have any level of advantage in this game. And with Song of the Siren down, you've got to feel more inclined that it's safe to do it from Fnatic. But they're going to smoke up. 3-4-3, walking around with that Roar in combination with DJ. They should be able to catch out most heroes, especially with the help of mid one, and they have Wrath of Nature from Nature's Prophet available too.
It would be a great pick-off at this point in the game. Not the most farm NEWBEE hero, but
the Hawk gives them the vision. Yep. DJ just runs in, swap him out, Wave of Terror, Raw to start with. You got the follow-up from the Magic Missile, move, not going to go anywhere. The last hit from Ohio will bring it down. They instantly want to add the pressure towards the tier 1 tower, but how? He's here on the front lines with a boulder forward. You're going to have Kaka with a great kick. Can he control up even more? Mushi is dropping down the damage on Kaka. It's going to be enough. The Agency, well actually, yep, you're there. They run up to DJ. A little bit further down, the stun's on Hal, 3-4-3. Still trying to get out of here. Ohio tried to actually block him out with a Sprout. It's not going to work, however. And that's going to be both TA as well as Beastmaster going down.
A lot of what I kind of mentioned earlier, how at this stage, as farmed as he is, being so far ahead means he can just take all these fights. He's not really too worried. There isn't great ability for Fnatic to stop the armlet toggle. Doesn't even need to armlet toggle in most of these fights. He's 5-0-2 now. He's just a complete beast. And KP also, I really like that he's kind of just showing up to these fights, bringing his illusions. Even just an illusion with a Riptide amplifies that lifestealer damage with the minus armor. And Fnatic are just being a bit too over-aggressive underneath these towers. They need to find the picks, back off, and then focus on taking the objectives, not diving too deep into NEWBEE.
It's one of the big objectives too, like Mushi getting items. You're a 0-3 Templar Assassin with no Desolator. We were looking at her to be the primary one to battle against Hal, but it's like the timing just isn't right. So life is hard, at least for Fnatic at the moment. They're definitely falling behind in golden experience, not a huge deficit, but it's still a problem for them.
They still have that jungle farm advantage, and that's where, yeah, your top cores aren't as fun as you'd like it to be.
Middle lane, they go in again. Mushi's in a hell of a lot of trouble. The Sunstrike hits perfectly. FNATIC, they don't want to actually stop here. They rotate it over. Mid one using that Shadow Blade, trying to close the distance, but the sentry wards are down, and he realizes he's very, very visible.
Mushi's kind of KDA says it all right now. 0-4 at this stage of the game is just not what you'd like from your mid-TA player. He's farmed well, like his actual laning's gone all right. This was a great game to be a TA. You've got a laning advantage over Invoker, but he's just been ganked time and time again. This Earth Spirit has just made his life miserable.
He really has. He really has. The fact you've also managed to find levels with such heavy rotations too. And it's big props to Kaka for just being everywhere he needs to be. And FNATIC, they have to find something that stems the bleeding. Especially over on Mushi. Yeah. He cannot be this way, and he's actually going to build defensively to start with. So he's going straight into what appears to be a BKB. If we assume that's what the Ogre Club does.
Yeah, possibly see a fast Roshan from FNATIC. They can do this even without a Desolator on Mushi, just by the meld and the Venge Beastmaster auras. Nature's Prophet Treants help as well, so they've got a draft that can kill Roche very quickly, and that may just be something they try and take a risk and go for at this stage.
They kind of have to. So they at least have some bigger advantage. Chuan right on top of that dire Observer Ward. And allowing mid one just to scutter himself in. Unfortunately for mid one, Chuan reads the action coming.
Yeah, he walked past the sentry as well. He had a millisecond of vision there, so did see mid one rotating in. And FNATIC still haven't been able to take this T1 mid tower. I feel like that's an objective they just need to prioritize taking out. They're bringing in a high to try and ensure it goes down, but this
Kaka,
is
look
not
for the
easy.
infest play. Kaka currently has a life stealer inside of him. Chuan will arrive, able just to wave down the Hawk, which was watching the movement coming in from NEWBEE. But FNATIC take the T1 tower, and this is what they wanted. T1 tower lost in mid and bottom. Now you can go Roshan and feel a lot more secure, but Song of the Siren is available.
It was a good safe push from FNATIC. KP not in the neighborhood. If they see him up top, they're likely going to risk this anyway. They protect themselves with this Radiance again, actually. NEWBEE not really reading this Roche going down, or perhaps just kind of accepting their fate that, hey, against this minus armor draft, we can't actually contest Roche, which is probably fairly accurate. As FNATIC secure themselves an Aegis on mid one slot.
So FNATIC, you have an extra life on the slot. Means you can be a little bit more aggressive. Running around with the Shadow Blade, NEWBEE maybe not going to be finding the greatest trade-off as far as abilities go if they want to kill off that slot. We talked about him being a sponge previously. And this could be the same kind of case. NEWBEE just have to commit so much to try and control the slot that just doesn't work if you can Shadow Dance.
There's the KP Radiance, 17.5 minutes in. Not missing his timing whatsoever, and FNATIC have to be very scared when they see this item pick up. You've got 3 cores on NEWBEE's side, all very farm. Lifestealer and Invoker have all the items they need. You've got the Midas such that your Invoker can keep up and scale well into the late game as well, so FNATIC just haven't found the pickoffs they'd hoped for. The Slark went for the fast Shadow Blade, and a lot of his rotations have just been all scouted out by the Sentry Wards and the Vision that NEWBEE have kept up and maintained, and as a result, FNATIC have been set back.
Also, Mushi wants to get on the front foot, picks up a Blink Dagger. Now on the Templar Assassin, so the Ogre Club is purely casually there. So he can keep up with the rest of his team. You get the Maelstrom now, also completed on Ohio. So the split push from FNATIC can be a lot more real. NEWBEE still in, by far, the strongest position. They got so much deep push, you've still got great burst damage combinations, you got ways to close the distance with a Life Stealer, and they may need to use these abilities right now as the T1 tower comes under a little bit of pressure. The Necro units from FNATIC reaching the tower.
Yeah, we're talking about a draft that has a Naga Siren who just picked up Radiance and an Invoker.
He's running in from the side, blinks fall, he's got himself a Haste Rune, and with that, NEWBEE will probably not want to come anywhere near FNATIC. This makes almost like a big enough of a buffer that NEWBEE will not initiate in, but it guarantees the Tier 1 tower goes the way of FNATIC without a big trade-off. KP's attempting it, he's pushing in that bottom lane, looking to force some kind of reaction, and he does get one from DJ, but that's going to be all.
Well, not entirely sold. FNATIC are getting a whole lot right now with this Aegis. They need to probably go for some kind of aggressive smoke or some initiation onto NEWBEE, but it's NEWBEE coming at them first.
Here's the Infest again. 3-4-3s on the run, more supports there from Chuan. They're all smoked up, trying to close the distance, and with the boulder forward, 3-4-3, there's your silence, mid one. Will he actually try and help me? She gets kicked by the Earth Spirit, still hidden by the Shadow Blade. So he'll pounce, he'll jump, he wants Chuan, and then Mushi, the big strike, able to find the kill. Makes a 1-for-1 trade-off, but you're still taking a Beastmaster for Alina.
It's not the best for Fnatic, and this is all while they've got Aegis too. They're not really controlling the pace of this game. Mid one finding what kills he can, but it's really just a small consolation prize when you kill Twine in that situation.
This is not the dream for DJ either. He may even, like, if he's not careful when these Naga illusions chase him down, he was busy pulling the Ancients, so he was taking damage from that too. If he gets hit by Riptide, he's practically dead.
And the Naga Invoker is one of those horrible, miserable duos to play against as a support, because if an illusion with Radiance is on you Riptiding, then the Sunstrike threat is there, so you can never really feel too safe as a support.
Well, they're going to batten down the hatches. Right now, it is all about KP. He's the #1 net worth. You know, he said he plays #1 position, even though he's normally listed as the 3 from NEWBEE. But he has the highest net worth on the field, just in front of Hao.
And Hao's not too worried about having to itemize towards single target DPS. He gets an SMY bottom lane. Illusion's being caught, but it's more important that Fnatic are grouped up, looking to push, take objectives. They've got a minute left on this Aegis. They make it a tier 2 tower, but it's always coming kind of in exchange for something elsewhere on the map, and it's NEWBEE going to be doing some damage to
Maybe they just keep going then. Like, you force NEWBEE to properly react to you. Not this tier 2 tower, while you push it, we push it, yay, yay, yay. Like, you just keep going. You've got Necro books available. You've probably got maybe 30 seconds left over on this Aegis the Immortal. As now, yep, they come. They're looking towards the tier 3 tower. They're at least brought all of NEWBEE back, and now, okay, they say that's enough. They forced reaction out from NEWBEE with the defensive TPs. They go back to trying to control up the lanes.
And that's the big thing. It's less like, okay, we're actually going to be able to break your high ground. It's more, let's force Naga to TP home, because you don't want the Naga staying in your jungle and staying on the top side of the map.
Smooth. Boulder forward right now. It's Kaka again with friend in tow, DJ. Oh, he barely is hiding in the tree line. He knows it. Kaka knows it. The stun will come out. Hao's there, but the Raw's over on Hao. Mid one pounces. He's looking for the kill over on Chorba, but the burst damage can be there. Mid one so low. The Aegis, the Immortal will actually pop. DJ's in trouble being magnetized up, trying to swap himself away to safety. Now mid one locked inside the ice wall. He needs a ticket to freedom. He hasn't found one just yet. The Song of the Siren triggers mid one. He pounces. He's waiting. He's currently sleeping. And then inside the Silver Edge, wants to run. He's not actually dusted up. He'll just run north. Mid one wants to get away with this. He's healing up quickly, so maybe he can even counter-initiate. Looking towards Moo. Goes for the pounce. Moo needs a couple more hits on him. Ohio will help bring in the support, but he doesn't bring in the detection. They cannot see Moo. So mid one playing the vision game against NEWBEE, and it pays off.
Yeah, really nice slack control there from him, going back in, re-engaging after losing the Aegis and keeping the pressure up. Unfortunately, just didn't have the backup he needed, but this has bought a lot of time. Mushi going to have BKB for the next upcoming fight, so he's kind of back in this game a little bit. You've got Beastmaster, Necro, well, he could level up the Necro book, but it looks like he wants the Blink Dagger initiation as well, so you get the double blink on Mushi as well as Beastmaster, and every kind of subsequent Blink Dagger you're picking up, you get more value out of, because you've got the instant follow-up to your initiation. This is where Fnatic, their lineup gets very scary and has a ton of pick-off potential.
Yep.
But picking off a Naga always a big challenge, because just finding the real Naga is a task in itself.
Yeah, and that's one of the tasks which has to be helped by Ohio. He needs to keep these side lanes pushed in, and making it so when Fnatic want to go for fights, they're not always saying, hey, maybe we have to come back. We're going to lose too much off one tower. We're going to lose too much off another. Let them actually run their gang squads. Let them have their mass blinks. And let mid one do his work. Now he's got that Echo Saber to go with the Silver Edge. Any opening he could possibly find. They just pounce and they use all of their burst damage if possible.
Yeah, there's quite a few good targets. I mean, you ever catch Alina, that's like a free kill in itself. Earth Spirit sometimes struggles to get away, but has picked up a Ghost Scepter. That's a lot of farm for Kaka playing that hero, but Fnatic are the ones who are still playing the aggressor role. Mushi, not with his team for now, just completing his BKB back at base, so unlikely we see any push out of this top lane from Fnatic. And more importantly, Aegis having expired, they're going to be likely just picking and choosing their moments.
Wait for next Roshan. KP, you are a long way up. That's not an illusion. And they're going to take out KP. He moved that like it was an illusion.
Yeah, I mean, he's drawing lines on the map like, hey, I don't even know what he's thinking. I think that's KP just saying, like, look, guys, I screwed up. He walked right past an observer ward and multiple observer wards, and as a result, Fnatic just get a freebie.
It had to be Miss Micro, right?
I think just completely more misreading the situation. Like, he saw multiple Fnatic heroes up in the top side of the map, and he's just expecting that he didn't walk past an observer ward. If he can get to that spot and observer wards don't see him, he has access to both mid and bottom lane with his illusions to creep skip behind the tower. So it's a really nice spot to be as a Naga, but you've got to get there undetected.
Well, he doesn't have that happen, and now the tier 2 tower is the trade-off. Heavy points up in auras, you got ready to push, and the ice wall has to come down, defending the line to NEWBEE's tier 3 tower. Hal takes out the tier 1 tower on bot lane, so there's still trade-offs. And Fnatic will back up. Remember, they do not have Aegis the Immortal, and the Naga the Sirens respawn. The upside for them is, it's a pretty fast spawn over on Roshan. He'll be up in about 25 seconds.
Yeah, Fnatic just kind of saying, kind of like last game, happy to go late game this time around. They're in a much more even state, and they're not versing a draft that's going to completely just blow the game wide open should they lose one fight. Last game, it's like they lost one fight, and suddenly Beastmaster, Venge, Lifestealer was breaking their high ground. This time around, it's a much slower push out of NEWBEE. They've got the draft and lineup that's easier to execute and that's more forgiving. So Fnatic can keep finding these pickoffs, can play a slower pace, and if they ever find those big kills on Naga Siren, they get a tower, they get an objective off it, they get a Roshan off of it. So
it still feels odd the way we keep talking about this, because we keep saying, like, hey, we've got a lot of things that are working for Fnatic, especially in this mid game we're currently in. But NEWBEE still have the top 2 net worths on the field. It still belongs to the Naga Siren as well as the Lifestealer.
Yeah, I think overall net worth, though, you've got kind of 4 good scaling core heroes on the side of
the
Fnatic.
jump, mid one's coming in right now. Where do they find the target? They swap back KP into the Raw, but the kick is perfect from Kaka. The follow-up will be there. KP, Song of the Siren, tries up the fun. He cannot do so, however. And now with the ball away, the Magnetize will cause a couple of problems for Fnatic, but not too many. It's still a 1-for-1 trade-off.
So good from 343's Venge. Immediately finding... All it took was the wave of terror for him to recognize which was the real Naga. There was 3 illusions next to that Naga, and he throws a wave, sees the health bars change, and then finds the real Naga, swaps into a Roar. Sorry, the Venge actually played not by 343, but by DJ. Of course it's DJ making the big plays happen. 343 got the Roar, but that swap was really fast. Very quick reactions coming out.
Fnatic started up Roshan, but now they're going to leave. They do not want to finish the job. In fact, it looks like mid one wants to try and get a counter. He Silver Edges up. He comes in and finds Chuan right behind the lines. Moo also wants to have a crack, but it now is also Hal. They're isolated Kaka right in front of the pit. Hal's going to rage himself away. Kaka's Ghost Scepter is buying a little bit more time, but now it's Lifestealer being surrounded by 3 Fnatic players. He wants to actually get the kill with the Stone Strike. They're going to actually pick up 343. Hal stands his ground so heavily, this actually turns into a 2-on-2 trade-off with mid one claiming a double kill. But that's 60 seconds without a Lifestealer.
Yeah, gem on the deck, so that goes away at Fnatic. NEWBEE completely misread the situation. They think Fnatic's still in the Roshan pit. Earth Spirit rolled into Roshan with the infested Lifestealer. Nobody was home. Fnatic mid one had already gone for the flank, finds Lina, and Fnatic left the pit. That was such a good call from the Fnatic shot caller there to leave Roche at that time when they did, because NEWBEE were getting ready to come in, completely shut that down. So
yeah, you thought it seemed odd. It's like, hey, you could have just taken an easy Aegis the Immortal. Instead, you take a solid fight against NEWBEE.
GD rune at this bottom river too. If Fnatic can get their hands on that, it'll be a very fast Roshan, but it looks like Kaka will get in there in time.
And NEWBEE, the fact they also boulder in the way they did, they were ready to fight. They jump in and then you split up just because the Slark is right behind your line. They have to be able to keep closer tabs over on this Slark, but how do you do that when you've already lost your gem? And mid one's very close. He's now 100 gold away from completing up a BKB, not to mention killing off Kaka. Wave of Terror forward. Kaka's basically paper at the moment to mid one Slark, but with the kick forward, Paper fights back. There's a cut right now. Mid one still wants to finish the job. He's right behind him. There's the pounce forward. The support is arriving from NEWBEE. The Light Strike Array cannot connect from Chuan. So mid one gets back up the hill, and now they're pinging out. Now they want to go for Roshan. At the same time, Sunstrike scouts at the fact that Mushi is in there, and Song of the Siren is up. This is not an easy task for Fnatic.
But also very hard for NEWBEE. Without the Earth Spirit, he's their big AoE stun and silence for this Roche area. So you can song them, but if you don't have the Earth Spirit to follow it up with the stun, it's very hard to contest.
That Naga illusion and the Forge Spirits are causing too many troubles. This is not worth it for Fnatic, because they may just do all the hard work for NEWBEE. NEWBEE take the fight, and all of a sudden they have Roshan, and this advantage the Fnatic have worked so hard to get over the 2K net worth as well as experience. They're trying to hold this lead. They cannot afford a big mistake, especially one like Roshan, which will allow NEWBEE to have that extra life on a big core.
And that's the important thing for Fnatic. When they fight, they want to be out. They want to be initiating in, not when they're already being chipped away by the Naga illusions. They want to be going in with full HP, Aegis in their hands. If they can get on top of NEWBEE before like the illusion radiance chip damage starts kicking in, they're going to win the fight.
This is not that difficult to get rid of an Observer Ward. They have the Gem of True Sight. They need to send the Hawk back out again so they can just talent the damn thing down. Well, they're trying to give it to DJ. Okay.
They lose the Hawk.
It's just the never-ending battle. Like, we commit Axes, we commit everything else to try to ensure it. Okay, so Fnatic, this is now the second BKB done over on Ohio. The level 3 Necro book from 343 as well.
It's their third BKB. They got one on Slack as well. So they've got triple BKB ready to fight. This is the ideal timing for Fnatic to secure themselves Aegis so that they can go for it. They want a high ground push. You get this triple BKB, you really want to fight and take it to your opponents, but not easy to do this against the Naga Siren. This is a hero that's always going to disrupt your push. Creep skip.
Well, the China BKB is back again. Mid one is going to trigger it right underneath the Observer Ward too. So NEWBEE are very well aware that's now a 9-second BKB over on the Slark.
Whoopsie daisy.
That's right, 5-second BKBs are what you want anyway. Alright, so Fnatic grouping up behind their tier 2 tower. Been a while since they've really smoked aggressive out. They haven't really needed to.
They may need to find a pickup before being able to secure themselves Roshan.
The problem is the Naga illusions keep coming in all the time. They can't get rid of them like quick enough.
The good news is they've got a hero that can stop the Naga split push in Ohio's Nature's Prophet.
Yep.
The Naga's more just annoying because it's the scouting and the damage output from those illusions that's really being pesky. Like they're not at risk of losing. Like they've still got all their tier 2 towers up. You're talking 32 minutes in against a Naga who had a really good Radiance timing, and they've managed to not get split pushed at all.
I almost feel like right now Fnatic aren't hunting heroes, they're hunting wards. They're bringing the Beastmaster over. Wherever mid one can go, where he can find these Observer Wards, wherever NEWBEE have vision, he just pings it out straight away, then they bring the support over. And this is actually causing NEWBEE to have a pretty dark map. It's all about the Naga illusions pushing out, the creep pushing out, which gives them vision inside the lanes, but beyond that, it's fairly dark.
Yeah, it really is just the Naga keeping map control and map vision up for NEWBEE at this point, which makes it very difficult for them to properly contest Roshan. They're never entirely sure if they're Roshing, if they're going for a smoke play. They can throw Sunstrikes out, but even that is a cooldown they have to play around, so...
Mushi's finally got his first damage dealing item. Considering he's fighting on a Radiant, he decided to go for the Monkey King pass and not going into the Chrysalis Daedalus or Desolator.
Not a bad option. There are 2 Ghost Scepters on NEWBEE, so would like to see a Diffusal Blade pick up at some point.
They're going to be very quick about this one, Fnatic, and they will be. Roshan is dying very quickly.
There's a glyph. They should be okay.
Now, it's just the tier 3 tower currently under attack. And NEWBEE, how long do you staying around here? Fnatic already TPing in towards the mid lane. 3-4-3 and DJ are ready to go. But NEWBEE will back up at just the right time. Mushi will take care of the mid tier 2. And Ohio's adding pressure to the bottom lane. So this will probably force a response from NEWBEE, at least bringing one hero down to that bot lane.
Yeah, not a decent amount of damage on the tier 3 top.
Careful of the kick. He can't know what was coming. That's why he went straight for the Dark Pact. Wave of Terror will be a little bit shy there. Actually, does connect over on the Earth Spirit. So mid one may have enough damage, and they do! They find the kill, the Song of the Siren! Hold the fun! Hold the fun! We are going to TP back. All the way home.
No, he had swapped DJ! No! DJ! He could have swapped him! Oh!
Whoops. Sorry.
He was expecting the Lifestealer TP to go before the Nagas. I think Lifestealer started his first, but he was the second TP to a tower, so he had a very long TP, and that would have been a big kill on Lifestealer, who, I don't know if he spent his money after TPing, but he currently doesn't have buyback.
If they killed him right now, this would be potentially just the mid-racks.
Yeah, that would have been a massive pick-off, but can't find them all.
Yeah, it's not going to happen. The Assault Cuirass is now done over on the Lifestealer, because that money was not taken from him. And it's NEWBEE, who barely escaped the fight. But Fnatic go back into this whole map control kind of style. Looks like they're preparing to go up. I'm assuming there's actually a Vlad's build coming in the Nature's Prophet with his Morbid Mask. It's a little late, but you can understand it if you're going up. Oh, KP. Hello again. He's able to dodge. Easy Manta-style dodge away from that magic missile.
You can see the amount of pressure FNATIC's putting on. Like, there's so much kill potential out of their lineup right now.
Well, battling up in the river, but it's actually going to be... yeah, okay. No, I thought mid one for a moment was going to have a pounce.
And you can see now this is the frustration of playing support against Forge Spirits, Naga Illusions, and Sunstrike. You're like a half HP Venge out on the map, and you have to be so careful. You're always so afraid of just getting hit by a Sunstrike and taking out Beastmaster. Same story, so...
You need some base regeneration. You need something to work. Maybe he could build the pipe for his team, so he's able to regenerate up a little bit.
And that's partly why Haya wants to just have some lifesteal with the Morbid Mask, is just so you have that sustain against the Naga Illusions.
Yeah, that allows him to actually buy an item he wants to buy. Something to increase that range maybe for the initiation. It's going to be a 5-man smoke away from NEWBEE's wards. NEWBEE actually have, again, like no vision on the map. They have 2 sentry wards which were placed during the last fight, but they don't see anything else.
They got illusions. They're spraying them out too.
That's true.
Can they find a wave into swap here though? There's no swap X, but...
They need vision on the high ground before this can really even happen. Yeah. Like the ball runs in and breaks the smoke.
Yeah, they ping it too, so it looks like NEWBEE realized it was a smoked up boar. Not going to be a successful smoke out of FNATIC, and...
Sean is running so base right now. Arcane's wand. He spends his money over on the gem and just has himself a Ghost Scepter. And it looks like, are they going to swap? Yeah, they're going to put the gem over on the Naga Siren. So it's now also cheap and no risk detection arriving from NEWBEE.
FNATIC in trouble here. There's a big movement towards this top lane.
It's only if they're ready to fight him. Slark's the one on the front lines. Sean's going to reveal himself with that Dragon Slave.
Yeah, that's the Aegis carrier, so not a hero that NEWBEE want to be initiating on by any means.
They obs and sentry underneath the Hawk, so you can say goodbye to that ward and sentry pretty quickly. So again, NEWBEE just can't keep the vision game. You're relying on Naga more than anyone else right now to understand where FNATIC is coming from. But there's only so many illusions she can create.
And Naga isn't going to like solo carry late game against Slark, Nature's Prophet, TA. So you need your lifesteal is scaling well, but this is a lifesteal who's going to get kited, has to fight into the physical damage of 3-4 heroes, has to find the raw swap, the Vengeful Spirit amplifies physical damage as well as can be kind of that suicide save where then you apply the Vengeance Aura to your opponent. So FNATIC's draft actually just gets stronger and stronger as this game goes on.
Yep. I'll say goodbye to the Tier 2 tower. They still have that Aegis the Immortal over on mid one. You'll have it for about another 20-ish seconds, and then it will be lost. Someone may also want to claim that 1,000 gold they're sitting in the Roche pit at the moment. There's a Ring of Aquila just sitting in Roshan.
Guess that's probably Mushi. Or Mushi also actually the Slark who's been picking that up.
Yeah,
so that's 500 gold he can sell it for.
I suppose mid one doesn't really feel like he's got financial troubles walking around with 5k. He's got a lot of money on this Slark.
500 gold can be the difference between buyback or no buyback.
So it's 3 minutes and 40 seconds until Roshan is up. So that's actually a fairly quick Roshan spawn timer. That's in the first minute of his free potential.
He's going to have a Skadi as well now. So mid one getting a ton of stats, very tanky Slark. I feel like a Basher definitely will help him later on fight into the Lifestealer, but he's more worried about the illusions of the Naga Siren. Like their lineup already fights fantastic into the Lifestealer. It's more the Naga and even the Invoker and his damage potential that you want to really respect. So he's just prioritizing tanking up more and more.
And so many critical items to come their way. Like NEWBEE will be just wishing this Naga Siren was more like an alchemist at the moment. Someone that can actually give some of that net worth over. Because KP, like he's buying up what looks to be his butterfly at the moment. But he's already got Octarine, Diffusal, Radiance, Manta. Ooh. Once he's got that butterfly, then like there's only one more level up in Diffusal, and he's basically stacked.
Talk about the Skadi. Mid one buys the Orb of Venom, but then changes his mind and picks up an MKB. So he wants to have that.
The true hit too.
Yeah, the true hit, as well as a way to stop TPs, and that's really important when you're looking around for those pickups, that you can actually find them solo and not worry about your opposing carry just TPing themselves out.
As with the Echo Saber too, like your chances are a lot better.
And you also saw earlier on Naga had picked up a Talisman of Evasion. KP dropped the gem for the Talisman, so he knows that Naga was at least thinking about going into the Butterfly. But as I say that, it looks like KP's already sold the talismans.
Okay, so he's changed his mind. It's like, because would Butterfly even be enough at this point?
And there's 2 MKBs on your opposing team, so the
Yeah.
item is purely for the agi for your illusions at that point.
You'd have better luck having a heart on that hero at the moment. Mid one gonna move himself in. He's under the cover of that Shadow Blade.
He was spotted by the illusion.
Yep. And this is the downside for mid one. With that Naga Siren, you can just see all with their illusions, but Fnatic, they're posturing. They want to come in, but they don't have everyone. They just promise up on the top. Mushi explodes on the bottom lane. The blink away by 3-4-3. NEWBEE now going to try and capitalize on the situation right behind DJ. The attacks from Mu are going to be more than enough. Yep, there she is, the last 2. The Song of the Siren also isolating mid one just a little bit. Okay, smack bang in the middle of NEWBEE. Lacuna Blade helps get the kill, but it's Hao who takes it. And 3 heroes from Fnatic on the sideline. Only one of them has buyback, and that is Mushi.
NEWBEE's burst damage there with that Infest Bomb, just insane. Completely catches Mushi by surprise. He doesn't even get off the BKB. He will buy back, but
they're coming up. The tier 3 tower is being attacked up on top lane thanks to the momentum and Nature's Prophet gave to it, but it won't matter. NEWBEE understand just how powerful they are. The fortification comes, but it comes after the tower has already gone down. Fnatic starting to buy out. It's a Monkey King Bar as well for Nature's Prophet. The Raw comes forward, looking for Hal. He's low, but can they kill him off? No, the Infest will save him, but Kaka as well as KP. They're also dropping down low. Mushi, he can't afford to die right now. Mushi's gone, a minute and a half without him. Can they hold the line? The Ghosts are allowing him to kite 3-4-3. The stun from Sean. 3-4-3's gone. Ohio, the Deafening Blast pushing him back. KP's right behind him. The Sprout. It can't stop anything. You've lost the Prophet. No buybacks. Fnatic, they can lose their base right now.
Oh, they've got 20 seconds still without the Slark. Ohio's so close to having buyback. 140 gold short, but...
Can Slark do it? He's 1 man against 5.
He really can't. Not with the buybacks, and... he just gets blown up by the physical damage of the NEWBEE Lifestealer. If he's not careful, they're going to take out the tier 2 tower mid with Hao, and that exposes all 3 lanes, so NEWBEE can just get mega creeps here.
Oh boy, Fnatic, they had about a 6k lead. They had about 15,000 in the experience advantage. They were so patient, and 1 pickoff, the Mushi explosion on bottom lane, followed up by the dieback under the tier 3 tower. DJ's gone as well. NEWBEE, they are ransacking this Fnatic base at the moment. Everything they want. You can ensnare, you can control up that Slark. He has to shadow dance himself away, but you're up against Megas practically. You can't defend this. The Song of the Siren, they call it. Fnatic are out. GG. NEWBEE will actually 2-0 Fnatic here in the best of 3.
NEWBEE through to the winner bracket finals, into the top 3 in the Manila Major, and a very convincing 2-0. A close game too, but it just felt like in the clutch, in those situations where it's kind of even, NEWBEE, they found opportunities. When it looked like it was Fnatic controlling the tempo of the game, NEWBEE's like, all it takes is that 1 pickoff at bottom, that 1 jump onto Mushi's TA, and suddenly, boom, game's over.
Yep, with no buybacks, no way to defend, and only having Mushi who can come back, and he still was that, he was the linchpin, but you didn't have the Slark either. You're missing your huge core combos, your primary sources of damage, while NEWBEE just seemed to have it coming in spades.
And NEWBEE's late game was just so good this game. They found an opening, they take it, they win the game. Fnatic showing a bit of shakiness, not really always having buybacks, getting caught out as they did, but you're playing a team against NEWBEE. They're so good at just getting those picks, taking you, putting you in these pressure situations. That's what Nagas do best. And Naga Siren is a hero that's just going to make the game so unstable where you feel like you've just got to do that much more and you put yourselves in these exposed positions.
And I would love to see how a team can convincingly take a full series off NEWBEE right now. They've still only lost 1 game, and that's the Digital Chaos. And that was off the back of like a Ricky having a good time against a Jungle Beastmaster. That was a big part of it. Now NEWBEE, they're looking beautiful, they're looking flawless, they're playing some fantastic Dota. I can't wait to see more of them. That we'll have to wait until tomorrow. For now, we throw it back to the panel.
Thank you very much. Toby Wintergods with the commentary of the final game of the day, the final series of the day as well. We'll wrap things up on the entire day here, day 3 of the main event, but we'll also talk about a comprehensive victory for the current favourites for the title, NEWBEE from China. We'll start with Nahaz. It was a demonstrative performance from them in many ways.
I'm just amazed at how well NEWBEE is playing right now. And just the sheer variety of looks that they can throw at you and how well they're able to execute each one. We've seen them basically play 4v5 with Hao on Spectre sitting back farming. We've seen Hao get on Lifestealer, get on Sven, Gyrocopter in the middle of these fights. We've seen KP play the Initiators on Tidehunter. We've seen him play incredibly greedy now on a Radiance Lifestealer and a Radiance Naga, both get their Radiance in 18 minutes. This is just a team that is so hard to prepare for because they have so many strats they run and they execute on all of them.
They absolutely do. Winter impressed?
Scary stuff, you know.
Yeah.
I remember in the first series, in the previous series when we were talking about OG, they had a few systems, and now I see it very clearly in NEWBEE as well. They have a few systems, especially with their offlaner, being able to play so many styles. Very dangerous opponent, Paul.
Yeah, absolutely. Fog, your thoughts overall on the matchup for NEWBEE?
Yeah, just so much variety, like we've been saying. Like they have so many different things they can do. They're so open in their options. They changed up pretty much everything they wanted to do in these last 2 games from before. They changed their lanes. It's never obvious what they're going to do. They picked this Lifestealer early on. You're not expecting a Naga to come out at all, and they end up just picking a Naga. They switch the lanes up. And it works out so well for them.
Yeah. They also didn't let the Riki come back on them and bite them that DC picked in the previous game either.
At the same time, though, I mean, look at these graphs. So you could see it in the last few a little bit more clearly. The point at which it's relatively even. Neither team led by more than 3K gold for the first 30 minutes of this game, and then all of a sudden, NEWBEE identifies that critical point in the game where they can seize control with that perfectly executed fight. This reminds me a lot of a couple of what Secret was doing at Shanghai. They were playing relatively even, and they would take that one key fight. They knew if we can win a fight on the map right here at this time, this game is ours. That is Dota, guys.
Well, it's Dota the way that NEWBEE play anyway. I'm not sure we've seen it entirely that way all the way through. We can look back at the highlights of this final game that secures NEWBEE a guaranteed top 3 finish here at the Manila Major. FNATIC will have to fight their way back through the lower bracket, and we'll see them in action again tomorrow.
Yeah, FNATIC showed a lot of life in this game, though. They almost brought it back. It was super close, and like Alan was saying, it takes just that one fight, that one little mistake that comes out, and NEWBEE capitalized it so heavily. And yeah, it's
a Naga lineup.
This is just a Naga lineup, yeah.
You can't afford to make mistakes. Every small little thing that you mess up, you just lose control of the game so much.
And even though the Goldcraft, like Winter was saying to me as well, even though the Goldcraft looks extremely even, you're playing versus a Naga Siren. You're bound to. You should be leading.
You should be leading
Naga.
versus a Naga. Right? Yeah. If you're not leading against a Naga, you're like so stressed out in the game because you know it's like a ticking time bomb. At some point in the game, he's just going to have all his items and take control with the illusions.
Yeah, and on top of that, they even had they had a Tricore, so it's not even like an all-in Naga. They have a Lifestealer who was top net worth for the majority of the game until KP pulled ahead.
How can they get away with an Exort Invoker with this lineup? I just don't know.
How can they do it?
So greedy.
It was so greedy. It should be a cross-wex before the game started. Yeah. It wasn't, and it still worked.
Well, and they struggled, though. This Invoker was under farm for a lot of the game, and we didn't feel his presence as we have Moo Invoker in some of NEWBEE's previous matchup. I really like the fact that FNATIC really played a lineup, and they staked their claim to NEWBEE's side of the map. This is what I think you have to do to beat this team. If you go through NEWBEE's last 30 or 40 games, the number of times where they've been completely dark on their side of the map, vision-wise, you're not going to find very many of them. Yeah. FNATIC, I love the way that they were trying to take control of the game. It's just NEWBEE's superior execution at this key moment.
Yeah. Right there, Kaka rolls in. He kicks the boulder while he's rolling, which is not the easiest thing to do by every single player, but he gets it perfectly done. It catches Mushi before he gets his BKB up, and right there, they don't have buybacks, so they're able to just capitalize so much on it. They even catch the Slark with the sleep and just blow him up.
Yeah, there was like too many situations where Mushi got caught without his BKB activated. Yep. It was just like really, really bad for his team. They couldn't take a fight. They had to run, and it was so difficult for them to run. So I think this game, he did not pull his part, like his weight for his team though. Like Mushi didn't really show up for his team.
And we did highlight him as one of the key players that needed to show up today. If FNATIC were going to get anything out of this series.
I mean, you despite the fact that the Invoker was under farm for a lot of the game, Mushi didn't. You picked that TA 5th because you expect to win that lane and punish the Invoker, and Mushi did not win that. He did get roamed on a little bit early, but he did not win that lane like you'd expect him to do in that particular matchup, and never really. He was a part of the fights behind the Slark, but he never really put that fear into the other team that TA is going to blink in and blow me up.
Yeah, and we saw like when OG picked that TA, they had a full plan around the TA. This one, it's like, okay, they 5th picked the TA and they were depending on this big laning stage, but they didn't have him like this 5x ancient stack over and over for him to have that backup on. While, when we were watching OG, that was like, we need to have that ancient stack because that's how you accelerate the Templar Assassin.
Is that the difference between the two teams, though? It looked like OG had that plan. They'd figured it out. They knew exactly what they were going to do with it and how they were going to play.
In my opinion,
maybe FNATIC looked at that and went, "Ooh, that that works, that really works. And then it's such a short time since we've seen that played, and they don't actually understand all of the mechanics around it and all of the things that can happen. Or did they have it planned and it just didn't execute properly?
I think it's also like the approach, like both games they were playing greedy. Like the first game they tried to out-greed when enemy have Beastmaster jungling, and this game they tried, when they had Beastmaster, they jungled the Beastmaster and they tried to play greedy once more, which didn't work again.
I mean, we did point out that if you try and play NEWBEE like for like, you're going to lose. And they did.
Yeah, and we have to, of course, we have to give Hao the MVP here. He's 17 out of the 21 kills on the map, all over the place. Of course, it is a bit easier, like we've been saying, with the lifesteal because you are infested inside of somebody, but still, he was staying up consistently up on the top of the net worth in that game while also making moves everywhere on the map.
But this is, I mean, this is what you get from one of the all-time great carry players, ridiculously efficient in his advanced farming metrics, but still able to contribute to team fights at that level. There aren't too many players that are more efficient from top to bottom in their games as a core than Hao.
Yep. 2 series away from making Valve history. Win 2 more Valve series and they are the champions of Manila and the first ones to do 2 of the Valve tournament. So there's a lot on the line for them. I do want to try and give some props to FNATIC here. It was the longest game NEWBEE have had to play at this tournament. So it shows that FNATIC put up a fight. They were resilient. They took the fight to NEWBEE. But it's still not enough. Where are they? Where are we going to find some holes in their strategies right now?
I think the team that you just talked about, OG. I think the difference again is when you look at NEWBEE, when you look at OG, they play with a plan. At all times, they have a great feel for what their team is accomplishing on the map. And I think FNATIC in this game, they played really well, but they played a little bit more by feel.
Yep,
and
absolutely.
It's just so hard to beat a team that's so efficient in all aspects of the game.
I was about to say the same thing, that it felt more like FNATIC was just going by like their own feeling in the game, how they felt about the game, rather than like a full out plan compared to OG.
Okay, we're going to get some more thoughts from you in just a moment. But first of all, Sir Action Slacks has found another man to interview.
Hey everybody, I'm here with KP. NEWBEE continues their undefeated streak. Man, are you still jazzed? You beat all these teams, but are you still excited to win these things?
Yeah, I think I'm especially happy because I think every win after win in the winner bracket means a lot compared to the lower bracket. For example, like the first series was from 12th place to like 6, and then 6 to 3, whereas lower bracket is like one step at a time. So I feel like these wins are really, I don't know, they just feel exciting. Yeah.
All right, good to hear it, man. Now, these games that you guys have been playing are incredible, not because of just your skill, but because of NEWBEE's unpredictability. The first Lina we have ever seen in the entire tournament picked this deep in. I mean, what was going through your guys' head picking that?
Well, I sort of mentioned the Naga pick early on, and as a Naga player, I know what I need, like what heroes I need to, like, just what I need. Yep. And Lina is one of the good heroes with a Naga, I feel, so I just recommended it to pick, yeah.
All right. Can I ask what Naga or what Lina provides that Naga needs? Or is that too deep? We can't give too many secrets.
I think it's too deep.
Okay, it's too deep. We'll leave that one off the table. No problem, man. So you guys have just been annihilating everybody. I gotta ask, I mean, has anyone proved a challenge to you? Who was the most difficult team to beat so far?
I guess I could say DC because we lost the game to them. Oh. Also, the game just then was a little bit scary. Like, I lost the gem. Yeah.
And that was the scariest thing that happened to you. You lost a gem. Oh, no. Oh, my God. The gem.
Yeah, I guess.
All right, man. So I got to ask you, I mean, you got Moo, who is just the calm zen of the team. You got Hao, who's the fire and the anger. What are you on the team? What do you think?
I guess I'm more like Moo, because Chuan is a bit like Hao, so I'm a bit like Moo, and Kaka is a bit in the middle, I guess. So
it's like an episode of Friends. You're all like each other. I mean, I'm getting a little confused.
Yeah.
All right, sounds good, man. Last but not least, you guys are continuing your streak. You got 2 TI winners here. Are you ready to become a major winner and join the other alumni on the team?
Yes.
All right, there we go. That's what I'm talking about. I can feel it. I feel like I'm a better Dota player just because I touched you. All right. Well, we'll shoot it back to Red Eye and the guys over on the analyst panel. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Sir Action Slacks with the interviews today once more. Very entertaining all day long, very informative as well. And if that's all it takes, you have to just touch KP to get better at Dota. I'm doing it. I'm going to find him afterwards and track him down. Alan,
unbelievable individual performance. I just noticed KP's stats for this tournament in 8 games, 22 kills, 10 deaths, 102 assists, a KDA of 12. By far the highest of any player at the tournament. Those are universe in his prime type numbers. This guy is flat out carrying his team.
Yep, he's the real deal, as they say, from a player who may have struggled a little bit at Shanghai, but here we are, one more major on, and what a difference a major makes. Final thoughts of the day. We'll wrap things up with all 3 of you. Let's take a look first at the updated bracket, so you know exactly where we are in the tournament. We've now completed almost all of our upper bracket. The 2 semi-finals completed today, and the last 2 alive in the upper bracket with 2 lives left are OG and NEWBEE. Blue and green. They'll be playing off against each other in 2 days' time. It's a Saturday game between OG and NEWBEE. It does guarantee them a top 3 finish, of course. And in the lower bracket, we're far from done. Far from done. Plenty of great matches to come. 3 of those will be coming up tomorrow. Team Liquid versus Na'Vi, VICI Gaming Reborn versus LGD, and then the winner of Liquid versus Na'Vi will take on FNATIC, and VICI Gaming LGD will go through to play MVP. We'll have 3 of those games for you tomorrow. In fact, why don't we take a look at the schedule for tomorrow, just to clear it up and show you exactly what we've got coming up, because we do start at exactly the same time tomorrow. It is an early start here in Manila, 10 a.m. sharp. Team Liquid versus Na'Vi, VGR versus LGD. Those are the 2 lower bracket matches that we'll have, and then the FNATIC game will follow as our 3rd and final match of the night. So plenty of DJ fans will be in the house tomorrow, back again to watch their man go head-to-head in the lower bracket. Last life, of course. They've done well. If they go out at this stage, Alan, is it still okay? Have they still achieved something that they thought maybe they couldn't have done, or do you think they'll be disappointed?
I mean, I think that if you'd have asked FNATIC fans 6 months ago, would you guys take top 6 at 2 straight Valve events, I think they'd say yes. Yeah. At the same time, the level of this team is shown they're capable of playing at, they're not satisfied. Yeah. And DJ, I want to see the DJ that showed up yesterday. I want to see Dota Jesus.
Dota Jesus. Winter, final thoughts on the day. Yeah, what stood out for you today?
The level of play from OG and NEWBEE here. The systems they've been running, the way they played Dota is just amazing. A few different ways of playing, not just one. And they played both their games so well. Yeah,
it might not have been quite as flashy as we've seen from MVP perhaps in the previous days, but my goodness, it's clinical and efficient.
Yeah, and I don't want to be lame and go for OG as well, but I really have to, just because they played pretty much the perfect game. You can't really not highlight that.
That OG NEWBEE series. When you think back to Epicenter, the fact that OG ends NEWBEE's 29-game winning streak with the same AM build that Miracle got 9K on just 48 hours before.
Yep.
Unbelievable storylines. Yeah. And we've got a full day of Dota even before that.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we've got plenty of Dota to come before that. But, yeah, I can share the hype. I can share the feeling for the OG NEWBEE game. It's becoming a very trendy story, shall we say, because they have met a number of times over the last couple of months, not least of which, as you say, at Epicenter. Thank you to all 3 of you. And thank you to all of our panel members, as ever, for their work on the panel today, and also our commentary teams and our observers, Scriff and Wapas and Knoxville, back in the shed that we keep you in for stats. We will, of course, be back tomorrow for day 4 of the main event. We'll be seeing even more teams going head-to-head in the lower bracket. Some will survive, some will fail. Whatever happens, though, the Dota is going to be great. We'll see you tomorrow.